We got a lot to get to and not a ton of time to get through it. First off, thank you, everybody, for joining me. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics. It's November 19th, 2025. And boy, do we have a show for you today. Thank you to the mods, first off, and thank you to everybody that has, kindly been contributing to this show, making it possible to keep it running. Multiple ways in which you can do that. Venmo up in the corner, YouTube membership just underneath me, and you can check out patreon.com/Boston Brian, as well as, throwing a super sticker and a super chat in that old chat there, as you see, would be very helpful. Welcome to everybody on this space. Thank you to Matt and all the mods over there. I appreciate all of you guys and all of the time and effort that you guys put in, and I appreciate you joining me. But yeah, I mean, first and foremost, again, I don't want to pat myself on the back too much or hurt myself too, but I mean, for a podcast, for a live stream, for a YouTube channel with less than 15,000 subscribers, to get as many things right, to call as many things right as we have on the show, it just, I don't know. I feel like we should have somewhere in between 15 and 115,000 subscribers, but that's just me. What are we going to do? But thank you to everybody once again. Let's bring in the chat. Let's say hi to a few glorious people. Debbie, how are you? How are you, Jen? What's up, B-Man? What's up, Blues Lovin'? Yakov, Ask, how are you guys? Kathleen, Dame Dog, JP, Forever Young. What's happening, guys? What up, Janos? What's up, Kerosene Kara? How are you? I appreciate you guys. Make sure you're hitting that like button on the way in. All right, let's bust in here with obviously the news that everybody's talking about. Throw this up there. Let me see. This one right here. It's going to be this one right here is which one it's going to be. So obviously the Epstein files is the big news story that everybody's talking about. And as we talked about yesterday, we feel like this is going to backfire a big time in the face of both Mike Johnson and Donald Trump. And that's exactly what's happened, because Donald Trump, just remember that this whole thing, the whole petition was supposed to be defeated before it got to the House floor to take a vote. Like, they tried to intimidate Nancy Mace. They tried to intimidate Lauren Boebert. They brought him into the situation room, and they tried to defeat this discharge petition before it got to the House, before it got to a vote. Then they realized that wasn't going to work. Okay. Then they tried to, again, do their politicking behind the scenes. And then they heard that they were going to get their asses kicked, like we talked about yesterday on the show, in this vote. So then what they had to do is reverse course again and then make it seem like Donald Trump had given everybody permission, and it was, per his instruction to vote yes on the release of the Epstein files. Now, what we said yesterday was that between the House and the Senate, we thought some funny business was going to happen with either the senators, with either Mike Johnson, or with Donald Trump. Seems as if the Republican senators aren't playing games, right? So it seems as if they were like, okay, we're just going to send this as is to Donald Trump's desk, where Mike Johnson wanted several amendments and loopholes put in. We'll see a couple clips from him where he's freaking out. He doesn't like the speed and how rapidly this has been sent to Donald Trump's desk. Again, he's going to try to make it seem like it's a national security problem. Now he's going to make it seem like he's concerned for the victims. We'll be hearing from Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, on, possibly how these files have been kind of wiped clean of any, high profile Republican names or anything like that, which is why, we possibly could be seeing this role reversal, the reversal in whether or not these files can be released. But again, maybe it's just that they're not ready. And Mike Johnson's just a little scared on how rapidly this is progressing. So this is titled Epstein Files. Epstein Files bill heads to Trump's desk after formally clearing the Senate. We saw yesterday that it cleared the House 427-1, with Clay Higgins being the only asshole to vote against this. And then it was rapidly sent through here. We'll play just a couple minutes of this. I'll put this on the screen. Play a couple minutes of this, and we can get some more information on kind of how this went down, how it went from the House to the Senate, and now inevitably in front of, next step is to have Donald Trump sign it, which is just remarkable to think about in and in its own right. Like, just the fact that Donald Trump is now in the position to sign a bill releasing files that could and probably will do a lot of damage and do a lot to incriminate himself in these files. Not only that, but probably longtime friends, business associates, people like that. Like, it's amazing now that he is the one with the power, the pen that he has right now, and it's crazy. So let me just put this on the screen. And again, this is Face the Nation talking about the Epstein files heading to Trump's desk after formally clearing the Senate. We only have to dive into a couple minutes of this, and then we'll get into, again, like I said, we have some clips from Mike Johnson that I want to dive into, a couple clips that the IHIP ladies are talking about, referring to Mike Johnson, and then to round it out today, I think we'll talk about finally this ongoing scandal going on in Ukraine, and obviously the some updates from the front lines. But all right, let's dive into this one, and then we'll get into all of that. Please make sure you hit that like button. Again, I'm Boston Bryant. This is Blunt Politics, the political podcast made to sift through the bullshit, the propaganda, the lies of the mainstream media, the Republican Party, Donald Trump in particular, and then just to sift through it and to break it down for everyday working class normal individuals like you and like me, because that's who these policies affect. So let's hop right into it again. The bill going to Donald Trump after passing the Senate formally. Let's go.
All right, we begin with breaking news out of Washington. The bill to release the Epstein files is now on its way to the president's desk. The Senate has confirmed formal passage of that bill after a near unanimous vote. Just yesterday, we know the House passed the measure 427 to 1 after President Donald Trump reversed course on Sunday and urged Republicans to vote in favor of releasing the files. The announcement from the Senate press office was made on X just after 10 Eastern time. It said, H.R. 4405, the Epstein files.
And again, we'll take a look at how, like, when we say that Mike Johnson and Donald Trump are panicking, like, they fully intended, like we talked about yesterday, to put in these loopholes, to put in, different amendments. Mike Johnson, again, trying to all of a sudden interject with this, like, national security threat that he deems that could be had in these files. And now he's all of a sudden talking about, again, how important it is to defend the victims and protect them, which pretty much says to everybody, like, he wants to go in and again, just black out everything. He wants to make sure that, everything he could possibly black out and everything that could be, redacted is redacted. Just these little things that he wants to make it more difficult. Again, we've heard no time frame, no timeline on when Donald Trump himself is thinking about putting pen to paper and signing this bill into law, right? Like, we have heard nothing about that. We've heard that he wants to sign it and he will sign it, but no time frame, which is something that we definitely need to keep our eye on, especially when these people are, panicking the way they are, which we'll get into with different clips. I'll show you. Here's this. Is the I've Had It podcast talking about Mike Johnson caught in full panic after Epstein vote passes unanimously. Quote, he's screwed. And again, here is where Mark Epstein was on with News Nation. We'll be looking at that as well. And then here's another clip from Mike Johnson that I want to bring up where he's kind of detailing these loopholes and amendments, or at least alluding to these loopholes and amendments that we could be likely to see, or that we thought we were going to be likely to see, that Mike Johnson thought he was going to have the opportunity to kind of put in there to slow things down, or at least make it so whatever is released is beneficial to them. It doesn't hurt them in any way. And they have already previously gone through these records. Remember the 1,000 FBI agents that were tasked in redacting Donald Trump's name anywhere that it was found in these files, right? So we'll listen to Mark Epstein, and then I'll let you guys be the judge of whether or not that could be a possibility as well. Like, okay, now they're sure that they've gone through all these files, they've cleared all Republican names out of it, so now we can release it. Now the only people that are left are people that are democratically affiliated, or seen to be affiliated with the left somehow. So now that's why they're kind of gung ho about releasing them. But to put a branch in the spokes of that idea, I don't think Mike Johnson now would be as panicked as he seems to be, as in the clips that we'll see, if he knew that he had this kind of ace in his pocket with these files already being redacted of all Republican individuals being associated with this crime, being associated with these crimes, I should say. But yeah, let's get into. What do you say we get into? What was the next thing I wanted to see? Yeah, let's dive into just a little more of this. I appreciate it, and we'll go on to this next update, though. Yeah, appreciate you.
Was received from the House and the bill is passed. A vigil was held on Capitol Hill yesterday after the House vote. Lawmakers and Epstein survivors, they praised the months-long bipartisan push to get the bill
And that was
passed.
a great moment. That was great. What the hell was that all about? What just happened? I think the deep state trying to kick me off there. I don't think they like me talking about the Epstein files like that. My apologies. I don't know what that was. I'm not gonna lie. Don't know what that was at all. Let's see if we can put this back on the screen for you guys. But we're back at it. We're back at it. We're back at it. My apologies. Hit that like button. Make sure that people know that we're still here. I don't know what the hell was going on with that one. All right, let's put this back on the screen for you guys, and we'll get back into it. But yeah, this was, as I was just about to say, this was a good moment yesterday. We tried to catch this moment during the live stream where the bill was passed through the House, and there was a celebration, and everybody cheered. But unfortunately, we couldn't catch it live, and I didn't have enough time to kind of scroll through the entire live stream to go back and get it. But it was definitely a substantial moment, in the lifespan of this case, and it's good to see that the Senate acted as quickly as they did to pass it through, and to get it to Donald Trump's desk, and kind of leave it up to him, basically. The Senate said, you know what? It's on you now. You said you're willing to sign this. You said you want these released. Then fucking put your money where your mouth is, dickhead. Right? Put your fucking money where your mouth is. You don't care about these high-profile individuals that you say you're not protecting? Sign it. Put your money where your mouth is, dickhead. All right? But yeah, let's see if we can hop on here, because this is what I wanted to show you with MAGA Mike Johnson here. Where this was, I think, either yesterday or the day before. Apologize if I'm getting that wrong. It all blends together at this point. But this is just him he's not so much outlining or detailing in particular or specifying that that's what he means in this, but you can definitely tell with the rhetoric and the talking points that he's now, spitting out there at these press conferences, that he's trying to put a wrench in the works. Like, he's trying to gum up the works somehow. And again, this was before the bill passed the Senate, so he's not going to be as panicked as we'll see in the upcoming clips from after, when the House passed this. When the Senate passed this. But this is before, and you can tell he wants to make this seem like we can't rush, ladies and gentlemen. We can't just rush to get all of these files out there, because there'll be national security implications. Which I don't know if I've heard that associated with this. This might be the first time they're pulling that talking point out of their asshole. And then the other question that would kind of beg would be like, okay, so why the hell would a case involving Jeffrey Epstein and his sexual, child sex trafficking ring, why would that involve, like our sources, like the United States government sources? How would that reveal source? Is he involved? Was he working with the United States government? Is that what's going on? Is that something we might be finding out in these files? Because that would be, big news as well. It's been suspected. It's been, put out there as a conspiracy theory that he's been working with multiple different agencies from multiple different governments, the most of which, the main organization that we've heard being like Mossad and Israel. But what's to say that he's not working with other agencies as well? The FSB, the KGB, the fucking CIA, the FBI, who knows? You know what I mean? But here's MAGA Mike Johnson again, and just about a minute or two of this. We don't have to dive into much, and you can kind of hear how he's now changing his tune on this, which is I believe, in order to throw again gum in the works and to make sure that this is slowed down as much as possible. Like I said yesterday, if they could just get this to go beyond midterms, then it would be so much more beneficial for them. Which is why I believe they're freaking out, because it doesn't seem like they're going to have any opportunity now to do that, when now the person that's solely responsible, that has the sole responsibility right now in order to get this going, is Donald Trump with his fucking pen, right? So all he's got to do is put that pen to paper, and it's in law, it's signed into law, and the DOJ now has to, again, start their process of doing whatever they're going to do to make sure that the public has these files. All right, so let's dive into this. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. And again, it's just more of, listening to what he's saying. Well, I don't understand why this doesn't let me go full screen anymore. Do I have to get rid of this? Get rid of this. All right, there we go. It's still like not full screen for me. Oh yeah. All right, let's go.
Our identities be redacted. The victims of Epstein's evils deserve that protection.
Okay, so I cut in just a second here, but this is where he's talking about how, like, the importance of the victims and their names being redacted, which, if you think about it, is kind of ridiculous to say, and hear me out, because the bill that was written with the cooperation and in conjunction with the victims of this case, right? So we should not, he should not be worried about what is going on, because they are fully invested. They are fully involved. They were working with, fucking Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ro Khanna, and anybody else affiliated and associated with, writing this bill. They were fully involved. So again, they're on board. They've come out several times now in press conferences telling you how on board they are with all of this, and that there shouldn't be any holdups. There should be no more fucking slow rolling whatsoever. So if this is what the victims themselves are saying, this is what they've been involved in as far as the written word of the law and the language itself, then now why is Mike Johnson all of a sudden trying to slow to slow his roll, to try to make sure that this doesn't come out as quickly? And he makes it seem like, oh, there's much more work to be done here, and making sure that no information gets leaked out and all that bullshit. Listen,
utmost priority that in any sort of release, all and every detail that could possibly reveal our identities be redacted. The victims of Epstein's evils deserve that protection. And
again, these are the same victims that Kash Patel and the rest of these Republicans have come out time and time again, day in and day out, to discredit them, or to put in the air of illusion, the possibility that these victims are all lying and this never happened. Again, didn't Kash Patel say that nobody else was involved other than Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Didn't Donald Trump say that this entire thing was just a made-up Democrat hoax by Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and the rest of these fucking people, Obama, Biden? They all sat in a room and they concocted this, way back in the day, because they somehow knew what the fucking situation was going to happen in 2018 to 2025. It's just remarkable that all of a sudden now we're supposed to be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, clearly Mike Johnson and the Republicans they are very worried, about the victims in this case, right? Because that doesn't line up with anything that they've said before. Nothing that they've said before lines up with this type of rhetoric here. So you have to wonder why. You have to question yourself as to why they might be now doing this. And, as politicians, as slimy, sleazy politicians that they are, there's always a motive. There's always an agenda. There's always something happening in the background. And you kind of have to you fight through the bullshit, which is what we try to do here and on Blunt Politics, to kind of get the real information, to try to get the real narrative from these people, which is what we're doing here.
Discharge does not currently provide. Okay. Number two, the discharge petition could create new victims. Okay.
The discharge petition, again, he's talking about the discharge petition that they originally wanted to kill. And again, it's very important to remember that when you're talking to people, if you're ever in conversation with anybody that's, kind of giving you shit about, how the Republicans handling of this, or they're trying to say that the Republicans have done a good job of handling this, just be sure to remember, just be sure to remind them that regardless of what's going on right now, their first intention was to sweep this under the rug. Their second intention was to defeat this before it got to the floor on the House, before it ever got to a vote. And we know we have, a widespread reporting on the meetings and what happened in them trying to intimidate people, again, like Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert, to not sign on to this discharge petition. So that's very important. That we continue to relay that information. They did not want this to pass on the House to begin with. Never mind make its way through the Senate already and on to Donald Trump's desk to be signed by him. Okay, that's just not what we saw, not what they saw happening in this case, not what they wanted. And you can tell they're on the back foot. They were on the back foot when Donald Trump originally had to do this 180 to give these Republican politicians the tacit permission to vote yes on this. Not that he was giving them permission. They were voting yes anyway, but he didn't want to be made to look like an asshole. He didn't want to be made to look a fool when he's out there talking about how it's a Democratic hoax, made up by Obama, Clinton, and fucking Biden. And he's got all of his Republican congressmen in the House, Republican congressmen and women in the House voting for this thing that he's now calling a hoax. You see how that would make him look stupid? So he had no other choice but to come out and say, yes, okay, now I say we can release them, either because he knows that his name has been redacted in any and all places, so he has nothing to worry about in that regard, or some other aspect. He's just been forced into that position, and he thinks that he has some other way with Mike Johnson at his fucking at his side to make sure that he slow rolls this. So I'm curious to how Donald Trump is going to respond to the fact that this is already sitting on his desk, basically waiting for his signature, and how long it's going to take from here, and what we hear from him now as far as rhetoric, talking points, and bullshit. When again, he has it's down to him. There's only one person now with the fucking power, with the sword in his hands, to make sure that these files get released and these women and girls see justice. And the fucking perpetrators and the criminals in these cases see their time behind bars, right? They face their prosecution, their time, facing a jury, and then their time behind fucking prison bars, right? And he's got the power to do that. So curious how long it's going to be. How important is it to Donald Trump? Is it to the Republicans? And we're going to find out, because they have the sole power alone. The House, they got the Senate, they got the presidency, they got the fucking Supreme Court, and now they get the power of the Epstein files to release the Epstein files. And the American public knows that now. The American public knows it is on MAGA Mike Johnson, it is on Donald Trump, and it is on the Republican Party alone now. And there's no other fucking wheeling and dealing to be had. Any other bullshit that goes on is going to be clearly directed back to this Republican Party, Mike Johnson and Donald Trump themselves. If anything funny happens, that's the good position that we're in. That's the benefit of the position that we're in right now. But he goes on here to talk about national security, and then we'll head on to our next clip from the I've Had It podcast. But yeah, listen to here where he talks about national security. He just went on to say that this potential discharge petition would create new victims. So this is the Donald Trump line of, we have to be very careful on what we release because it's going to destroy people's lives that have nothing to do with it. Well, if you had nothing to do with it, you shouldn't be named in any of these files. I got fucking news for you, right? Because, just for example, I have nothing to do with it. So guess what? Guess whose name you're not going to see in those files? My fucking name. Victor Hashman has nothing to do with the Epstein files. Guess whose name you're not going to see in the Epstein files? Victor's name. You're not going to see Kristen's name. You're not going to see Clover's name. You're not going to see Rox's name or Mr. Android's name, because they have nothing to do with it. I mean, we have to define what nothing to do with it means. If you're in this at all, chances are you were running in a bad circle and have some involvement or some knowledge of what was going on. And you need to be sat down. You need to be fucking, deposed. You need to be prosecuted for whatever you did if it comes to that, right? And I don't think we should be treating anybody any differently. But here's MAGA Mike Johnson again, using Donald Trump's talking point of, we don't want to destroy people's lives and people will be falsely accused and all this. No. The American public, I promise you, are fucking smart. We are smart individuals. We will be able to decipher whether or not somebody had active and criminal involvement in this, or whether or not they're just an absolute fucking scumbag because they knew about it and didn't tell authorities and didn't do anything to break it up, but may have had no financial or, again, sexual involvement in the actual crimes, right? But that still is for the American public to determine. And I still think, obviously, if you're a sick scumbag that was friendly with these people, didn't engage either financially or sexually, but still knew about it and didn't tell anybody, you should be absolutely called out by the American people. You should be fucking held to account. You should be put on a pedestal and have the fucking, the tar and feathers thrown on you, hypothetically, metaphorically, whatever you want to say. And that's just my view. And I think the American people will rightly be able to decipher between people that had, just kind of tacit involvement and were on the outskirts and the perimeter, the peripheral of all this, and people that have, were planning, fucking flying, going to the islands, engaging in the sexual activity, profiting either financially or anyways, otherwise through business dealings or stock trades, whatever it may be. I think the American people will be smart enough to be able to go through that and kind of figure out who we need to put on a pike and who needs to, who was just kind of wrapped up in this. You know what I mean? So again, here he is with the Donald Trump talking point, and then he goes on, I believe, to talk about national security. So they're just throwing out all of the bullshit here. This is basically all of the bullshit talking points to slow roll the release of the Epstein files thrown out by MAGA Mike Johnson in one press conference.
Because it requires the DOJ to release information, even in cases where the DOJ or the FBI has already reviewed it and determined it is not credible. It is false information.
Okay, so then they will be able to come out and say, no, this, or like attach a memorandum, attach fucking some written message on it that says, this has been investigated, this is deemed to be false, and then we can go through it ourselves and corroborate and confirm or deny what has already been previously reported on, because who knows what connections have had, with Alex Acosta's investigations. I do think that somebody maybe needs to take a second look at what happened with everything. But again, if it's been investigated, if it's found to have been false, then the American people are smart enough to realize that. We will realize that. Okay. And we can put that to one side and go after the monstrous individuals that did have the most impact on the lives of these victims.
Doing this and requiring this to come out could ruin the reputations of completely innocent people.
So again, he's more worried about the people that somehow were affiliated with Epstein but might be seen as, I don't know, quote unquote innocent, than he is with the accountability and the justice to be seen by the by the victims in this case. Again, just every MAGA talking point that has to do with this, all in one press conference.
Such as those who have may just have known Epstein but knew nothing of his crimes, or whose names he exploited. Think of this: innocent people.
Again, here he goes, another excuse.
Names he be in these files, and they had nothing to do with this. And so by just haphazardly releasing it, you're going to destroy their reputations. Releasing information containing the names of innocent people would subject those innocent people to a guilt by association. It would create an entirely new group of victims who have no means to clear their names.
And sometimes in those cases, guilt by association is the right thing. Like, if you were fucking that inept, right? If you were that bad at determining somebody's, I don't know, fucking, how good a person they are, their morals, their moral character, their principles after 15, 20 years, again, not just as friends, not as acquaintances, but as best friends, said by both Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in public occasions, either in deposition or in interviews or whatnot, but said best friends for 15 to 20 years plus. And then you don't know what you're going to tell me. You don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not buying it. And if you don't know what's going on, that says a lot more about you, I think, and how naive and ignorant you are as to what's happening around you. And if you hold a position of power, then that should be taken into account the next time that you're up for a vote, because clearly you shouldn't be trusted in determining who should be fucking put into power, because you can't even determine who your friend should be in this one. And it's crazy that people, I don't know if we won't have time today. Maybe we'll cover it tonight, where people like Tim Dillon were coming out, somebody that we covered yesterday on the show for the first time, basically on the show, this right-wing comedian that MAGA loves, talking about how Donald Trump should come out and just say, oh, all rich people are like kind of in this, like, they're susceptible to being friends with sex traffickers and, drug dealers and, fucking pimps and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Like, so who says that because when you get wealthy, that turns you into a scumbag and that turns your friends into scumbags? Like, I'm not buying it. I think you still do have the self-determination to, figure out how you should run your own life and who you should choose to have around your life. But, that's just me.
Concern of Congress, and it should be. Number 3, the discharge in its current form fails to prohibit the release of child sexual abuse materials. That is a term of art. It's called CSAM, okay? It's defined in the U.S. Code. The discharge is so haphazardly written because, remember, it's just a political exercise.
So this is another one of his excuses here, where now he's seemingly trying to make it like they're so worried about not only making new victims of people that are going to be falsely caught up in this, but he thinks that like information by these people was written in this bill to haphazardly put other lives in danger or children in danger. Which I don't think that these Epstein victims, again, who were involved with the writing and the language of this, were involved from from day one with people like Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ro Connor, and all the other people in that. I don't think that they'd be willing to put other people in danger in this regard. So I think they've done their due diligence on how this should be done. And again, this is just another one of the reasons. Again, he's got about 4 or 5 of them here. We're not going to get into all of them as to why these files should not come out, or why they shouldn't come out immediately, why we should, kind of take a step back and let's make sure we're doing the right thing here, type of thing, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right? And then there's, just for the sake of time, we'll dive into this because I know we only got an hour on the early show today. Please follow Blunt Politics. I'm Boston Brian. We also have a show later on tonight, 2-hour show at 8:30 p.m. On the East Coast, 5:30 here on the West Coast. So I appreciate you guys if you would hit that notification bell. Also, I'll let you know when I go live, when I drop shorts, when I drop videos. Goes a long way in making sure you guys stay connected with the channel. But yeah, this is another one describing some of the more recent clips from Mike Johnson after the Senate has passed the bill and it's gone to Donald Trump's desk, and how the demeanor of Mike Johnson has changed, and how the talking points and the rhetoric of Mike Johnson has changed. And now it's like, I don't know what we're going to do. I got to talk to Donald Trump. He's already had phone calls from Donald Trump since this happened. Right. So that Donald Trump was watching, and I'm not 100% sure if it was after the House voted almost unanimously or if it was after the Senate cleared this bill. But at some point between the House voting and, the Senate passing this, Donald Trump was on the phone with Mike Johnson, bitching him out. And I forget what it was, just the other day where Donald Trump was questioned about how hoarse his voice was, and he was talking about how he blew up on people behind the scenes. He made up a story, of course, of what it was about, but I'm thinking it definitely had to do with the Epstein files, and not. I think he said it had to do with some tariff deal or some trade deal, some bullshit. But he said he let loose on a few people. But yeah, let's see if we can dive into this, and I'm going to get to. I just want to play where she plays these clips here from Mike Johnson. I'll play the beginning up to where she plays the clips, and then we'll hop on to Mark Epstein, where he himself tells everybody, well, not tells everybody, he's on with Cuomo on News Nation, but tells Chris Cuomo that he has credible information, that he was told by somebody credible that the Republicans have had these Epstein files basically wiped of all Republican names, and that's why they might be so kind of ready, able, and willing to release these, right? So that's the come up next. But let's dive into this. I've had it podcast clip about Mike Johnson and how panicked and screwed he is after, again, the House not having his bullshit. The House, credit where credit is due. The Republican senators in the Senate not playing games. They weren't having Mike Johnson's bullshit. They weren't going to stand in the way of this bill. They weren't going to add amendment after amendment and loophole after loophole so that people could point back to the Senate Republicans directly as to why this was held up. They were just like, nope, get it the fuck away from me. That shit is fire in the hands of anybody that touches it. And the quicker you get it out, the better it is for everybody. So let's fucking sign it, get it onto Donald Trump's desk, and then it's on Donald Trump, and the world and this country in particular can watch and see what he does next, because that next move is going to be very telling, ladies and gentlemen, very telling as to what is said and done next. And maybe while this is playing in the background, I want to check to see if Trump has kind of released any statements on Truth Social and said anything about this. I'm sure he has, but let me see if I can check it out. This is, again, the I've Had It podcast, Jen and Pump. So this might just be Jen on this one, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not getting that name mixed up, to talk about Mike Johnson. Let's dive into this one. I appreciate it. Hit that like button again. This is Blunt Politics. I'm Boston Brian. Let's get into it.
Happened. Finally, the Republicans are showing some pushback against Kankle's McTaco Tits, the train wreck shit show, closeted old queen giving Bubba a blowjob. And all of this is dripping out through the Epstein files. They finally have voted against him. The Epstein release passes in the House. All but one person voted for it, some asshole from Louisiana, no surprise there. And then the Senate passes it with unanimous consent. So the fissures that Pumps and I have been talking about for a couple of months now that were forming first with the influencer base of MAGA.
We've been talking about it. We're talking about it too. Let's go.
Are now going upstream to the politicians because this man is losing all public support and confidence. Why it took 10 years is another podcast entirely. But let's go ahead and listen to Little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson.
All right, so she's about to play a clip of Mike Johnson kind of being questioned by reporters as he walks up, through the halls of Congress. I believe he was on his way to sit with MBS, which again goes to show what these people actually care about. He's sprinting up the stairs to talk to an actual criminal terrorist who murdered, an American journalist, dismembered him, ordered him to be dismembered, and is now sitting, buddy with these people. Donald Trump, I believe, at this moment in time, is still speaking at the, some Saudi Arabian money conference for his pockets and his pockets alone, as kind of the world burns and Donald Trump allows this kind of this country to crumble economically, financially, socioeconomically, with our fucking allies, with as far as immigration. I mean, you name it, and Donald Trump has pretty much ruined that statistic as far as our country goes. But yeah, here she is about to play Mike Johnson. I want you to kind of juxtapose his demeanor, how he's answering the question, how unwilling he is to stop and talk to reporters, from what we just saw in that clip previously.
And this is him right after the Senate votes to release using unanimous consent. I want you to notice a couple of things. He looks like a little scared rat, and his cheeks are full-blown blush. Play the clip.
Any reaction to Leader Thune seeing the bill without adding amendments or changing it?
I am
I'm deeply disappointed in this outcome. I think
Imagine that. Imagine saying that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just like walk you through this. This is now the Speaker of the fucking House of Representatives saying that he's disappointed in the outcome of how quickly the Senate pushed through a bill to release evidence that would prosecute sexual traffickers, child sexual traffickers. And Mike Johnson, the fucking Republican Speaker of the House, is disappointed in that result. Now, again, I don't know if that tells you anything that you need to know or, you know, everything that you need to know, but it damn sure gives you a good clue as to, you know, where these people lie in their allegiance and what their true intentions really are.
I'm told, I've been at the state dinner. I don't know. I was just told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and put it out there preemptively. It needed amendments. I just spoke to the president about that. We'll see what happens.
So do
I
you think
just
he may veto
spoke to
it?
the president about that. So clearly, since it passed the Senate, now that I hear this, after it passed the Senate, Donald Trump was so fucking pissed off. He's so worried that it had no amendments, no loopholes, you know, no guardrails, nothing to slow roll it from getting to his desk, that he immediately hopped on the phone, you know, to MAGA Mike Johnson here, grind a mic. You know, to kind of give him a lashing, to kind of give him a whipping so hard that his fucking son's cell phone started ringing. Tell you the truth.
You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it in its current form?
This is telling. This is telling, and I'll hop out of the way. But check this out: is the president? She says, "Oh, sorry." Is the president supportive of it in its current form? Okay, that's the question asked. Should be a very simple yes, considering Donald Trump on several occasions now, and people speaking on behalf of Donald Trump said that he's more than willing to sign it in its current form, right? Sign it as it is. But MAGA Mike, fucking grinder Mike here, doesn't know how to answer this question, and his you know, his stumbling on this again for a slimy, sleazy, seasoned politician who weaseled his way into the Speaker of the House position shouldn't fucking stumble and stutter and and ooh and loo and like he does in this fucking like he does in this clip. But listen to him here, doesn't quite know how to answer this question because he wants the amendments, he wants the loopholes, but he can't go outright and say that Donald Trump also wants those, considering he already said he wants to sign this basically in its current form. So check this out.
President about that. We'll see what happens.
So do you think he may veto it? You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it in its current form?
We both have concerns about this, so we'll see. We'll stay in with the Crown Prince.
Are you frustrated in the
So he's got to, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, report. He's going to he's going to rush off to a meeting, a dinner with the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. He's got to, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. He wants to get there before MBS has bloody hands because apparently there's knives involved with the dinner. I think they're having steak. So everybody wants to get in there and shake his hands before they're covered in fucking blood, you know. Again, he doesn't want to talk about the Epstein files, doesn't want to talk about the release of those and how it just passed the Senate and how it could go to the president's desk and he could sign it basically right now if he fucking wanted to, as far as I'm concerned, as far as my knowledge takes me, right? But he's not. Nope. Let's worry about the Saudi Arabian Economic Forum and let's worry about sorry, no more questions, ladies and gentlemen. I got to go run to MBS. You know, again, goes to show you what they actually care about and don't care about in this situation.
Okay. All right. Okay. He was sitting with the Crown Prince who murdered an American journalist, who chopped him up with a bone saw and then put him in a tub of acid and poured him down the drain. Moses Mike Grinder, I'm a big Christian Johnson. That's who he was having dinner with. Furthermore, he and the president are unhappy. Like, why is he colluding with the executive branch to cover up pedophilia?
And I'm just going to go skip ahead here. I think she plays another clip here from Mike Johnson. I'm not sure if it was the same one we were just referencing a minute ago, but let's see what she plays here.
Within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum.
Oh, yeah.
extent.
This is the one where he adds another excuse onto it. This is the classified information excuse, of course. So let's see if we can get all of this one.
This is his number one concern. Play the clip.
National security concerns, okay? The discharge requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible. This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest and always has rested with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why?
I'm sorry. So are we going to go back to classifications and then can we bring up Donald Trump's bathroom in which he had and stored classified documents relating to, again, nuclear fucking material, nuclear information and our allies and attack plans and stuff like that. Because he's now trying to make it seem like, and getting the word classified information in this is probably in there because of the investigations that were done. But at this point, we're trying to, we're basically declassifying the whole fucking thing. That's the point of this. That's the entire point of all of this, is to declassify the information and get the files out to the public so that the public has the information, and then we can determine and put the right pressure on the right people on them to be prosecuted or for the prosecutions to take place, right? This isn't like, okay, spies are involved in how we got information and we're going to release detailed information on CIA spies. That's what he's trying to make it seem like we're giving away war secrets in this information, but it's not. So again, this is just another use of any and all means he has at his disposal to try to slow roll this. This effort, and which is why he looks so panicked now that these efforts didn't happen. These were supposed to have been put in between the House and the Senate, right? These are things that he's talking about that he wanted, if it passed the House, amendments and loopholes put in by the Senate, that the Senate would put in place and then vote on. It would go back to the House, they'd vote on it, go back to the Senate, they'd vote on it, and then that would take the time. So the time that would eat up, again, trying to get to midterms. Let's get closer to midterms. The closer we can get, and if we can get past midterms without having to deal with this, then, all the better. And it's just not looking like that's coming to fruition for these assholes.
That they can protect their critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous.
Yes, the critical sources and methods on how they investigated a child sex trafficking ring. Because God forbid people know how, to investigate a child sex trafficking ring, or how they, come about the information that they did. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And again, if you came by information through the use of, informants or whatnot, then don't they have code names? Don't they have, monikers that they could go by where it wouldn't release or give away their identity and they could still be used or whatever it may be, that type of thing. I'm sure this has all been thought out by these people beforehand. But again, just more obfuscation, another way to do this. And this didn't happen. I just want to make it clear that this did not happen. He didn't get his way with all of this bullshit, which is why he looked so upset, which is why he was so eager to get to that meeting with MBS and to stop answering questions from, reporters in that case. So let's dive into this, because I thought this is wild too. And we only have to get through a couple minutes of this as well. But this is Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, on with Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and kind of proving what I said yesterday right as well, with my theory on, how he came out and kind of denied the fact that it was Bill Clinton associated with the nickname Bubba in the email that everybody was talking about, that, Jeffrey asked if Putin had seen the pictures of Trump blowing Bubba, right? So I said, take that with a grain of salt. I reported it just for the sake of journalistic integrity, to tell you that it had been reported that way. But I also told you to take it with a grain of salt, because the people involved were all sickos anyway, and buddy. At one point, you don't roll in the same circle as tight-knit as these people did without being buddy. So Mark Epstein kind of gives the ball game away in this and proves me right, where he says, I like Bill Clinton. We were good friends. That's why I had to come out and kind of, I felt bad that he was going through it, which is, again, telling us that, it still possibly could be Bill Clinton in my eyes. Very well still could be Bill Clinton, or could be Ghislaine Maxwell's fucking horse. Either way, not good for Donald Trump, right? But again, doesn't mean, basically what he's saying is he's trying to protect a buddy, is what I'm getting across. But here is Mark Epstein on with Chris Cuomo, and I think I can fast forward to where he comes on here. Yeah, I think he comes on here, and then we'll go on. Let's talk about this, because again, this information, this sentence basically in this, where he talks about, the Republicans aren't scared to release this now, because I've been told by a credible source that they have wiped this information clean. They have basically wiped the files of any involvement of any Republicans. And I passed it to you guys in the chat to determine how true or false that statement is, or how plausible that could possibly be, and why that might explain a little bit of the reversal from the Republicans. But let's check this out. Please hit that like button. Again, I'm Boston Bryant. This is Blunt Politics. Thank you to everybody watching over on this space as well. I appreciate all the mods over there. You guys do fantastic work. It's a pleasure to be associated with all the creators over there. I'm really appreciative of all the time that you guys spend on representing the channel. We got Jeff Waldorf coming up after me as well. So a ton of stuff every single day from this space. And I appreciate you guys doing what you do over there. But let's dive into this. I appreciate you.
They try to pin it on Clinton, So I made a public statement that it was not any reference to Bill Clinton. I like Bill Clinton, and I'm sorry for him that he had to go through.
I like Bill Clinton, and I'm sorry for him that he had to go through this. So this is Mark Epstein talking about why he had to come out and make the statement he did, basically trying to deny that Bubba was in any way associated with Bill Clinton in these emails. But the more he talks, the more Mark Epstein fucking talks in this, talking about how it's just an email between brothers and it's nobody's business. It kind of makes me point back to the fact that it could very well be Bill Clinton, especially after we've seen, the painting of Bill Clinton in the purple dress or the blue dress or whatever it is with the fucking blue shoes. With the red shoes that he's got on. And the necklace sitting in Epstein's chair that was in Epstein's apartment. I mean, who knows? You just never know with these freaks. Enough baby oil, enough ecstasy, and you just never know what could happen at the end of the night. But all right, let's dive into this.
Yeah.
And sorry, is it a little quiet for you guys? I don't know. It seems a little quiet on my end. See if I can turn that up. Everything's up kind of as much as I could possibly do. I'll try not to interject. That way, if you guys need to turn it up, you can turn it up. I'll let it play to where he gets the important parts, and then we'll chime in after. All right? How about that?
Email had nothing to do with Clinton, and that's my last word on that email. What I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things, and the reason for the flip, is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out.
Okay, did you hear what he just said? I'll play it one more time because I don't know. Maybe this could be at some point a very credible piece of information that might be really big to point back on and look back on in the future. Or it could be a total lie and it could be, useless information and we might get the entirety of the files. Anyway, I don't know. I can't predict the future. But again, this is Jeffrey Epstein's brother telling, a news network, News fucking Nation here, that he has credible information. He's been told that, the reason that the Republicans have now done this reversal is because they know that these files have been wiped clear. Like we heard the 1,000 FBI agents that were tasked on, again, redacting Donald Trump's name from these files. So it doesn't seem that out of bounds, doesn't seem like that out of the realm of possibility for this to have happened. So again, I play this one more time where he talks about what he does want to tell. He doesn't want to talk about that email with Bill Clinton and Bubba. What he does want to talk about is this credible, or what he deems as credible information he's received.
I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things, and the reason for the flip, is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out. That's what I was told by a pretty good source.
That's what I was told by a pretty good source, right? Where did he say the facility was?
These files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia.
There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia. So not just a random statement. He also has a location, a potential location for where this is taking place. It sounds like a specific location. It's not it doesn't sound like a major town or city in Virginia that I've heard of, at least. But again, what's to say? Who did he talk to? Who does he know? Who does he have behind the scenes? Does do people that were connected with Jeffrey Epstein that haven't been figured out, that may still have positions in high places in the FBI, in the CIA, in the DOJ, that have been fucking in the background all this time? Are they still giving credible information to people like Mark Epstein? Are they still relaying credible information to people like this? Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? But we will find out. But for Mark Epstein to say here that, listen, the Republicans are now doing this because they know and have been engaged in scrubbing, I think he says sanitizing the files of Republican names. How long ago was it that we heard Trump? How long ago was it that we heard that Trump's name was being redacted by 1,000? There was 1,000 FBI agents tasked day and night with redacting this guy's name. How long ago was that? So if it started then, right, if they've had this ample time to go through all of these files and they've sent it through in different organizations and different people and thousands of different employees to try to sift through this for any mention of any Republican, how many files could they have gotten through? I don't know. I guess it's a number. It's a question of math that needs to be asked. And I'm not sure if he says anything else here, but let's see.
Scrubbing the files to take Republican names out. That's what I was told by a pretty good source. And my main focus.
Look, do you believe that? Do you believe? Hold on, Mark, hold on a second. Two things. One, if you don't want to talk about it.
Jesus Christ. Nice stash, brother. Where did that come from? Huh? Don Corleone Cuomo over here. All right, settle down there, Chief. And I'm in limbo again. Because I kind of feel like I ran out of time. We still do have 10 minutes, but I just don't know. I think we can at least go over this in a little bit of detail, I guess. I don't want to. Well, should we? Hell, let's take a look at this. I'll actually save this for tonight because I don't want to. That should give the, it deserves the time, to go through it quite, the whole thing and not just bits and pieces of it, this is what I'm talking about, which I've been trying to get through for the last couple of days here, but just haven't really found time on, on the show. But we'll do that later tonight on this evening's podcast. We'll talk about this, the scandal that's going on in Ukraine, also the updates from the front line as well as we typically do. But yeah, we'll save that for later tonight so I can devote the time it deserves to that and not just kind of fly by it. Very quickly. But let's see if we can get anything from Trump's Truth Social. Is he freaking out at all? I'm dying to see here. So what's he posting? This is from 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. Come on, it's got to be something. He's got to be yelling at somebody, right? He's got to be screaming at somebody. Let's see here. Investment in AI. Here he goes. What's he saying here? I'll get out of the way so you guys can read it. I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off of all the victories that we've had, including the great, big, beautiful bill. I don't know if he means Clinton in that or if he's talking about that shitty, decrepit, moldy, stanky bill that he passed earlier on in this administration. Closed borders, no men and women's sports, and transgender for everyone, DEI, yada, yada, yada. Being respected by everybody in the country, in the world, having trillions of dollars invested, having created hottest country anywhere, even delivering huge defeat to Democrats in the shutdown, make America great again. So he doesn't care. It doesn't say, I don't care because I'll pass it. He just says, I don't care when the Senate passes the bill. Like where do you not care because you'll sign it whenever? Because that's not what that's not what this says. You just say you don't care, which is probably not something you should put online. Let's see here. Nope, still nothing about it. That might be the only freak out. Mike Braun, congratulations to the world. Scott Jennings, don't care about that. Rhinos. Yeah, so these are all a couple days ago. So it doesn't look like he's had, looks like people have kind of taken the phone out of his hands as far as posting on Truth Social is concerned and freaking out about this. Or he's just been having so much fun kind of meeting with MBS, if you know what I mean. He hasn't had time to pick up the old cell phone to tweet out there what he actually feels about what's going on with the Epstein files. But yeah, a lot of stuff that we talked about yesterday already deemed to have, come to fruition is really, deemed to be plausible. Again, this whole, the whole Bill Clinton and, taking it with a grain of salt that Mark Epstein said it wasn't Bill Clinton. And I said, hey, very well could just be saying this because he's still friendly or, was at one time very friendly with these people and doesn't want to see them kind of drag through the mud any more than they already have been. And felt it necessary to come out. And it could have very well have been Bill Clinton for all we know. I don't know. Another thing is how much Donald Trump and Mike Johnson wanted these loopholes and the amendments put in by the Senate before it went to Donald Trump's desk, and how fucking panicked and scared they were going to be if this started getting, some momentum, if this started getting more speed that they could stop, at a time of their choosing, because they weren't able to put in the amendments and the loopholes. And now it is solely on the responsibility of Donald Trump to get this signed. And then I believe, as we heard today, it would give the DOJ up to 30 days to release what they have, the information that they have. So, it's definitely something that we're going to be looking out for. And again, not to break my arm, pat myself on the back, but for a channel with less than 15,000 subscribers, I think we've kind of hit the nail on the head a few times, whether it be, covering and the importance of covering the ongoing MAGA battle, the ongoing MAGA civil war, and what the three talking points should be focused on. The anti and pro-Israel aspect of MAGA, the Charlie Kirk and the conspiracy theories and the sides of that fight, and also the Epstein files. There's a fight going on in MAGA between, people kind of wanting to let Donald Trump off the hook. We've heard people like Eric Bolling the other day say that he believes the base, that Donald Trump's base he wouldn't lose any support even if it did come out that he was in the Epstein file. So you got people willing to drop to that level. You got people like Megyn Kelly trying to excuse people like Jeffrey Epstein and kind of conflate the fact that, oh, don't worry, he was only into like 15-year-olds, which I believe she called barely legal, which again is ridiculous for somebody that has a background in law like Megyn Kelly does, if I'm not mistaken, for her to, especially as she has a 14-year-old daughter herself, to call a 14 or 15-year-old child barely legal when it's clearly defined what legal means. Is pretty fucking ridiculous and pretty telling, and just goes to show, how willing these people are to debase themselves, to just to throw themselves down again in a fucking pile of shit so that Donald Trump could walk on their backs to keep his shoes clean. So, and then you got the other side of the people, the other side of the base that is, becoming more and more willing, more and more able, and more likely to call Donald Trump on his bullshit too. We've got Tim Dillon saying that MAGA is over. You got Nick Fuentes saying that MAGA is over. Nick Fuentes actively trying to put his hat literally in the ring now. His America First hat, not only is it blue to Donald Trump's red hat, but it's also America First to Donald Trump's Make America Great hat again. Make America Great Again hat, excuse me. So he's kind of given a direct challenge is what I see. I see that as a direct challenge. The next thing, set up in line to take this Republican Party even more right-wing, since that, Nick Fuentes is even more racist, even more hate-filled, even more bigoted, even more anti-Semitic, even more homophobic, even more transphobic than anything that we've seen come from Donald Trump or the Republican Party thus far, right? So in this ever-growing push to the right, is it just the next inevitable step for the Republican Party to turn towards Nick Fuentes as their next bastion, as their next savior, as their next kind of cult-like mentality that they get behind? I think it's definitely something that we need to watch out for, because it's people like Candace Owens, it's people like Nick Fuentes that are very rapidly seeing a rise in their popularity as far as right-wing commentators, as far as people, quote unquote conservatives and what they're watching. We've seen people like Asmongold, the guy with the rats and the cockroaches, covering him, explode in his popularity, and the ridiculous shit that he says on a day-to-day basis. But Nick Fuentes is quite literally the whitest of white nationalists, which is get all the black, brown, Jews, all of them out of this country. We want a solely white nation. That's what he believes. So when he's talking about America First, he means, literally not helping a single fucking country, a single soul in a different country. He means just solely isolationists at all costs, nationalism at all costs. We have to make sure that we have to keep one eye on the future and what this Republican Party is potentially morphing into, as we're focused on combating and getting rid of Donald Trump and Make America Great and MAGA, the cult that is. We also have to be worried about and watching and see if we can get ahead of the battle, ahead of the curve that seems to be just ahead of us. Even and if and when MAGA does die, it seems like this America First will be the next thing that we have to slay as far as political stances, political opinions, and that type of shit. So it's definitely important that we stay informed. It's definitely important that you guys stay involved and stay educated onto what's going on. I appreciate you guys for watching shows like this. Again, this is Blunt Politics. I'm Boston Brian. I really do thank not only the mods, but everybody in the chat, everybody that's kind enough to contribute, send a buck or two and help out. We have our VIP Zoom coming up the 20th, which is tomorrow night. So anybody signed up at patreon.com/Boston Brian before tomorrow night will get access to that link, to that code, get you access into the Zoom chat. Again, just gives us a little more ability to put a face behind the screen name and to, just to say hi to one another. It's kind of a cool way to get to know each other. And I really do appreciate everybody that joins us on a regular basis. I'm going to toss it over to my main man, Jeff Waldorf, over there on this space. At this point, if you're here on Blunt Politics watching, make sure you stick around so I can say thank you to anybody that sent over a contribution on Venmo or here on YouTube. So make sure you stick around. But here, to everybody on this space, thank you so much. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to everybody over there. I hope Jeff takes it away at this point and kicks ass, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't watched him before, I definitely advise you to head over there and check him out. So I very much appreciate you guys. Thank you for all you do over there. And I will catch you guys next Wednesday on this space. Everybody else, I'll see you tonight for our evening edition of Blunt Politics, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 5:30 here on the West Coast. Make sure you hit that notification bell. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe on the way out. Thank you guys. Jeff, take it away, my man. I do appreciate you.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. You're watching Logically Left right here, this space Wednesdays, and I got a gigantic show for you all. Okay, a lot of stuff. I'm going to be going through a lot of the stories here from around the country. Just today, okay, we got election deniers getting caught doing election fraud. Oops. We've got Laura Loomer finally realizing, wait. I think my party is full of Nazis. Really? Oh, wow. Nice of you to finally figure that one out. We got Trump on Air Force One, lashing out at reporters. We've got unlawful detentions. Okay. The Trump administration losing out on that. We've got redistricting maps. We got gerrymandered maps that are being blocked by federal courts. We got women trying to flee the country. You're going to be not surprised, okay, by the number of women, young women, that want to just get the hell out of this country. And then finally, we got an ICE agent that is caught in a sex trafficking sting. And you're going to love how he tries to get out of it. Okay, so again, massive show. You're going to love it. Now, if you haven't already, please like and share this stream, subscribe to this space. Also consider, going to my channel, subscribing as well to the Logical Leftist. With that said, let's do it. Let's jump into Laura Loomer and the Republicans' Nazi problem. I love it. Okay. So let's be clear about something here. All right. Laura Loomer is not someone that I would normally agree with or even quote favorably. Okay. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. And they're broken clocks everywhere. All right. And this time she highlights something that the Republican Party desperately wants to ignore. Their Nazi problem. You see, Loomer recently warned that the Republican Party has a Nazi problem on X, and while I disagree with her on just about everything, she apparently finally figured it out. Oh yeah, that looks like the Republican Party. It's filled with neo-Nazis and bad people. Yeah, no kidding. Here's what she wrote on X. Okay, I'm going to say it. The GOP has a Nazi problem, and the more we pretend like we don't, the worse it's going to get. We do. Don't tell me we don't. Because, of course, there are people that are going to be like, no, we don't have a Nazi problem here. What are you talking about? And then, of course, the post is enormous. Okay. People can get mad at me for saying this, but it is true. I have no problem with people criticizing Israel. I even said end aid to Israel, but let's admit that this is not about Israel. When you have top podcasters saying Jewish Americans are disloyal, they're set the loyalty trope, saying Trump is controlled by the Jews, saying Jews need to self-deport to Israel, Gen Z glorifying Hitler and doing Sieg Heils over on TikTok, Tucker Carlson, I wouldn't say he's infiltrating movements, but that's what she says, to say that the people who killed Jesus killed Charlie Kirk at Charlie Kirk's memorial, and acceptance of videos portraying Jewish people as, animals, cockroaches. Funny enough, Asmongold loves roaches and, rats. Weird guy. And then of course, all this stuff, right? That she points out is a Nazi problem. Yeah. She adds, if the GOP doesn't address this, then they deserve to lose the midterms. And yes, it will cost us the midterms. Hitler LARPing and obsessively talking about Israel doesn't appeal to everyday Americans. Telling Christian Zionists they are the worst people in the world isn't going to win elections. Good luck losing in 2026 and 2028. There's zero moral clarity in the GOP right now. We have a Nazi problem, and the Muslims on the left, okay, are loving this. Get mad at me for saying this. I don't care because it's true. Okay, so, and there was more to that, but anyway. Also, she added, I will not unite with this, and neither will the majority of the GOP base. Well, actually, the majority of the base already has united with the Nazis. What Republicans are left in the Republican Party are uniting with this. And so, bad news for you. Okay. Real bad news. The Republican Party has become so infiltrated with actual neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and fascist sympathizers that even some of their own members, you can see, are like, wait a minute. Hold on. What? I mean, look at the facts. We've seen Republican candidates and office holders sharing platforms with known white supremacists. Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, with Nick Fuentes. Okay. Trump and Nick Fuentes. Okay, along with Kanye West when he was in his Nazi phase. Yes, we've watched the GOP as leaders dismiss or downrate actual anti-Semitism. Okay, we've witnessed Republican voters embrace conspiracy theories that were literally lifted from Nazi propaganda. For example, the Great Replacement theory. Okay, which literally blames Jewish people and says that they are importing immigrants to go and replace American citizens. I mean, it's just all insanity, okay? And here's what makes Loomer's warning so revealing, too. She's not wrong about the problem, right? But she is asking the wrong kind of questions because it's not just about a few bad apples in the Republican Party, okay? This is about a party that systematically built its coalition around extremist ideologies. Okay, the Republican Party's response to events like January 6th, for example, They're abrasive figures who spread Nazi memes and conspiracy theories. They're silenced when their own members make anti-Semitic comments, like, I don't know, Trump. Okay? These are not accidents. They're the natural result of decades of dog whistle politics finally coming home to roost. And by the way, it's not just dog whistles anymore, okay? We can all hear it now. Okay, it's very, very loud. And of course, the most damning part about it is that instead of cleaning house, Republican leaders have doubled down. They do not expel the extremists. In fact, they have elevated them. So while Laura Loomer is, may have been trying to sound the alarm about her own party, what she's really done is to confirm what the critics have been saying for years, okay? That the Republican Party has a Nazi problem, and they are not at all interested in solving it. This is why we can't normalize this, all right? When even someone like Laura Loomer is admitting the obvious, you know we have reached a pretty critical breaking point, okay? The question isn't whether or not the GOP has a Nazi problem. They do. The question is whether American voters and, good people will actually finally hold them accountable for it. That remains to be seen, sadly. QAnon is blood libel, too. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And that is definitely something that they all signed up to believe, to spread around. So, yeah. All right. Let's move on. Let's go to an election fraud story. Speaking of conspiracy theories, oh boy. Remember all those right-wing politicians that would constantly scream about election fraud? Well, today I'm going to talk about Austin Smith, a former Arizona lawmaker and Turning Point Action leader. The Charlie Kirk outfit. Well, he just pleaded guilty to the exact crimes that he had been accusing other people of committing. That's irony. So let's start with some the basic facts about this, okay? So Austin Smith, who was a supposed champion of election integrity, like a lot of these Republicans that keep getting caught, admitted in court that he had forged petition signatures and engaged in fraudulent election schemes. He pleaded guilty to charges related to the petition forgery. Again, one of the things that he had claimed that the Democrats, the other party, was doing, but they weren't. But here's what makes this story so perfectly ironic. Smith wasn't just a random political operative. Again, this is a man who has been making baseless accusations of election fraud against election officials, okay, while he was literally committing election fraud himself. I mean, it's like catching a cop who spent years arresting people for drugs while dealing out of his patrol car, okay? Yeah, come on in. We got some drugs for you. Come on. Oh, I'm going to catch you for drugs later, though. Oh, okay. Well done. Well done. Now, the plea deal resolved criminal charges against Smith in connection with petition forgery allegations. And think about that for a second. The man was involved in the very processes that he was claiming were corrupt, okay, and was actively undermining those processes through illegal means. Dude was criming, okay? But wait, it gets better. As I mentioned before, Smith was a leader in Turning Point Action, the far-right organization that has been pushing election fraud narratives across the country. So not only was he committing the very fraud he was accusing others of, taking part in, but he was doing it while leading an organization, or at least being a leader in this organization dedicated to protecting election integrity. Because, of course, this is exactly what we've been saying all along on the left, okay? The people screaming loudest about election frauds are often the ones committing it themselves. Smith represents a perfect case study in projection, accusing other people of the very crimes that you were actively engaging in. And again, let's be clear about what this means. When election deniers like Smith get caught with their hand in the cookie jar, okay, in the proverbial cookie jar, doing actual election fraud, it completely undermines their credibility. And not that they had any with normal people to begin with, right? Because how can you take someone seriously about election integrity when they keep getting caught doing election fraud and have been forced to admit in court that they cannot be trusted with election processes? Yeah, exactly. The most damning part, of course, is that Smith is not alone. We see this pattern over and over again. Right-wing activists and politicians who are positioning themselves as guardians of democracy get busted when they actively work to undermine it. I mean, when their own leaders are pleading guilty to the exact crimes that they're accusing others of, the mask is gone. It comes right off. I mean, all the masks are off. Austin Smith's guilty plea isn't just about the hypocrisy of a single politician. It is about a systematic pattern of projection and bad faith that threatens the very democracy that these people are claiming they want to protect. Get out of here. And there you go. Is that one of the turning point groups that just had a shakeup in the finance department? Might be. I don't know how many of those turning point groups there really are. There's got to be quite a few of them under that umbrella. And the reason that there's so many of them is because they got so much money. So much goddamn money. It's insane. Okay. All right. While President Donald Trump is out there conducting military-style raids in Chicago, or at least ordering them, we just got a reminder of why ICE needs to be held accountable. So over 600 immigrants who had been unlawfully detained by ICE in New York City just won a $112 million compensation packages, right? And the timing, of course, is absolutely perfect because, well, I mean, here is Winston and Strawn. This is the law firm that represented these 600 immigrants with their announcement here. Winston wins $112 million jury verdict for immigrants unlawfully held by Suffolk County Sheriff's Office. Okay, so let's give you the details about what happened, okay? Over 600 immigrants were unlawfully detained by ICE in Suffolk County back in 2017. So this was during the first Trump administration. This is before everything got ramped up, okay? Now, a federal judge has just ruled that they deserve over $112 million in compensation. And it's because ICE had held them beyond their release dates. And even after they had posted bail. Now think about that for a minute, okay? They followed the law. They posted bail, and ICE was like, yeah, don't really care. We're just going to keep them anyway. What are you going to do about it? I mean, we're under Donald Trump anyway, so you know he wants us to keep them here. Oh, does he? Again, this isn't some minor bureaucratic error. This is a systematic violation of their constitutional rights. Thankfully, a federal judge looked at this and said, actually, no, that's illegal. You violated their rights, and now you owe them money. I mean, I guess it's kind of a good thing right now that, ICE has got so much money thanks to the big, beautiful bullshit bill, right? And so, yeah, they can actually afford to pay this out. But still, at the end of the day, it actually comes from our tax money. And It should have never happened. They should have never been held in detention. They should have been, and look, they should have been at least, released when they had posted bail, but no. I mean, the cruelty, of course, is the point. It is the point. So now here's where it gets interesting. And of course, by interesting, I mean absolutely infuriating. While this $112 million settlement shows that ICE's unlawful detention practices are finally being held accountable, what is Donald Trump doing? Well, he's escalating the same exact abuse in other places. In Chicago, we have been seeing ICE agents rappel from literal Black Hawk helicopters, banging down doors, conducting militarized raids that make it look like it's more of a war zone than, law enforcement. These are not targeted operations. They are mass deportation theater that is designed to intimidate and terrorize immigrant communities, and also to apparently give racists some fat fodder when they watch. All right. And notice the timing here. Trump is doing this while ICE is being ordered to pay out over $100 million for the same type of unlawful detention practices. It's like saying, I don't care what the courts had ruled. I'm going to double down and continue to order them to do this same illegal behavior. And did you know, by the way, fun fact, and well, not really fun, 97% of the immigrants arrested in Chicago in these dramatic raids had no criminal history. Of these 614 immigrants arrested in the Chicago operation, which began in September, just 16 of them had significant criminal histories. I mean, when they say, oh, we're going to go after the worst of the worst, that's what we're doing. We're going to keep people safe. They are lying to you. They are lying out of their, asses. Okay, that's what they're doing. The pattern is clear. ICE has been systematically violating immigrant rights for years, and they get sued, and of course they have to pay massive settlements. And of course, they get a lot of money from Republicans in Congress and Donald Trump, and so they're like, yeah, I don't care. Yeah, we're just going to keep doing this because it's not about the law. It is not about keeping communities safe. It is about the cruelty. That's what it is. So obviously, instead of reforming their practices, Trump is saying, go ahead and be more aggressive, get more militarized, do more of this. But here's what really gets me, right? So these are the same people who scream about law and order when it comes to immigrants, right? But they are silent when ICE violates the law. They want accountability for immigrants who are, when following due process, but they want ICE, just like Donald Trump, to operate above the law. The $112 million settlement proves that what we've been saying on the left all along. ICE's practices are often illegal and violate constitutional rights. Now, let me just go back for a moment and criticize Joe Biden for this. Again, because this happened in 2017. Joe Biden won the election in 2020. What did he do against ICE? He continued to fund them. He and Vice President Kamala Harris continued to fund this rogue organization, continued to pump money into Border Patrol and to do deportations. And so I think that's very, very important because they were doing these crimes back then. Joe Biden should not have been funding them. I can understand why Trump wants to fund them because the cruelty is the point. But why was Joe Biden doing this? Why was Joe Biden still continuing to fund this organization? No. Abolish ICE always has been the moral and correct position. And that is why we cannot trust corporate Democrats to be able to do the right thing when they get into power. And so maybe we should prevent them from getting into power by voting for actual leftists and progressives in the primaries. Okay? And there you go. Now, that said, instead of learning from this massive accountability judgment, Trump is doing what he always does, doubling down on abusive tactics, because it's not about border security. It never was. It has always been about terrorizing communities of color and violating their civil rights, while the courts continue, and usually, obviously, after the fact, because court systems are pretty slow, while they keep telling ICE, you can't do this. Well, that's not exactly stopping them, is it? Okay. Moving on here. By the time court holds them accountable, they already did the thing and got the result they wanted. For people with endless pockets, a fine is nothing. Right. Now, still, that is a victory, and it will help the people that were affected by this. So that's why it is important. But you are correct in the fact that this will not teach them a lesson. This will not teach these ICE agents or Trump anything. They will not learn any lesson. Okay. Let's see. GOP equals fear, hatred, greed, and cruelty. Cruelty is the point, absolutely. And things, of course, did not change. And, of course, Environmental Coffee House says, Joe was a douchebag. That's why I did not vote for him in the primary, although I did vote for him in the general election. Okay. Working Families Party is now working to get someone to primary John Fetterman in 2028. Thank God. Yes. Yes. Get him. Get his ass. Gotta love it. Okay. Let's move on to the next story here. Let's talk about how Trump treats women, female reporters. That was President Donald Trump calling a Bloomberg News reporter a piggy aboard Air Force One. This happened on Friday. Now, this was not some random insult. This happened after she had the gall to ask about the Epstein emails. You know, the whole Epstein stuff that Trump really is desperate to, have hidden. And actually lost that fight. He switched his position. But again, when you cannot defend your position, and this applies to Trump, he attacks the person asking questions. Okay. I mean, instead of giving a presidential answer, which he doesn't do, or even a politician's non-answer, right? Because we've seen that plenty of times. No, he just insults her. That's it. And think about that. The president of the United States, when asked a legitimate question about his connections to a convicted sex trafficker, responds by insulting that journalist with a gendered slur. And it ain't the first time. It ain't the first time. This is the behavior of somebody who's more interested in silencing questions than obviously answering them. But here's what makes this even more revealing, right? So now Bloomberg News, after this happened, immediately put out a statement saying, quote, "Our White House journalists perform a vital public service, asking questions without fear or favor." That's not just defending one reporter, by the way. That's calling out Donald Trump's behavior for what it is. It is an attempt to intimidate journalists and try to avoid accountability. All right. So now there's more. April Ryan, who is a longtime White House correspondent, was referred to as Miss Piggy by a Trump administration official, Lynn Patton, back in 2018. Trump called Ryan a loser who, quote, doesn't know what the hell she's doing the same year. Now, of course, Lynn Patton ended up having to apologize, but Trump doesn't apologize. He's never apologized in his goddamn entire life. Okay. And so he's not going to apologize for this one. Now, in an interview with The Guardian, Ryan said that Trump's attack on the Bloomberg reporter was, quote, beneath the dignity of the presidency. Quote, the president is supposed to be of the United States, is supposed to be the moral leader, the leader of the country, and he's acting like some thug on the street. It's one thing for his minions to say that, but for him to call a woman that also shows how upset he is about the Epstein files, and it lets us know that there's probably some fire there. Well, yes, because where there's smoke, there's fire, and there is a lot of smoke here. Okay, I mean, it's like the meme, you know, like, oh, this is fine, as the entire house is burning down around him. Okay, that's what's going on here. Now, she added, be careful how you call people names when you are in the pig pen yourself, getting ready to go up for the slaughter. I don't know. I love that quote. Yeah. Hey, you know what? If you live in a glass house, you better stop throwing rocks. Okay. Now, notice the timing, by the way. This happened right before Trump reversed his position on releasing the Epstein files. And when journalists are asking about that shift in position, obviously, he doesn't defend his changed stance. He just attacks people. He attacks the people asking the question, and still, by the way, is referring to the Epstein files as a hoax. Okay? I mean, if it's a hoax, then why do they actually exist? You know? Because they do. They do. Why? You can't release something that's a hoax. Okay? The pattern here is crystal clear. Every time somebody asks Trump about Epstein, he either deflects, changes the subject, or personally attacks the person who is asking. Remember when he had called a CNN reporter nasty for simply asking about Epstein? Or when he walked away from questions about Ghislaine Maxwell? And now we have him saying, oh, quiet, piggy, happening aboard Air Force One. Look, this isn't about political correctness, right? It's not about having a rough style, right? Which is what some people have used to defend this man. No, this is about a president who cannot handle legitimate journalistic scrutiny, especially when it involves his connections to one of the most notorious sex traffickers and PDFs, right, in history. When Trump cannot defend his position on this, he attacks the people asking questions. And when faced with legitimate journalistic scrutiny about his connection to convicted criminals, he resorts to childish insults and intimidation. This piggy comment is not just inappropriate. It is absolutely revealing, and it shows exactly how this administration handles accountability: deflect, attack, avoid. Because if Trump were confident about his innocence, well, then he wouldn't need to do all the things that he's been doing. So there you go. He can't handle anything that is hypercritical of himself. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I'm just blown through these stories today. So hopefully I have enough stuff here to keep you busy for the next 30 minutes. Texas Republicans just got served a massive legal defeat. A federal 3-judge panel has blocked their 2025 congressional redistricting map for racially gerrymandering Black and Hispanic communities. Now, this isn't just about fair elections, obviously. This is about the Republican Party's systematic attempt to silence minority voters. And you know what they're doing? They're going to take it straight to the Supreme Court because, of course, they will. Now, here's what happened. After a 9-day hearing in El Paso, a federal 3-judge panel ruled that Texas's new congressional redistricting maps violated the Voting Rights Act, which, yes, still exists, despite the fact that the Supreme Court has been trying to water it down. The Republican Party has been trying to water it down. Now, the court found that the Republican legislatures had intentionally diluted Black and Hispanic voting power to maintain their gerrymandered advantages. So, for example, the new Precinct 3, which is now concentrated in the northern, part of the county, diminished the share of Black and Latino voters by about 28%. You see the new, the old map, the existing map, and the proposed map here, and in the other 3 districts under these new maps, the Black and Latino segment of the population is no greater than 35%. Okay. So think about that. Texas Republicans passed this map knowing full well, obviously, that it was designed to suppress minority voters representation. Now, they held a 9-day hearing where civil rights groups like MALDEF had proved systematic racial discrimination in this redistricting plan. And what did the courts find? That the Republican Party's intent was clear. We're doing racial gerrymandering in order to keep our power. But here's where it gets even more outrageous, right? So the court had ordered Texas to revert to their 2021 redistricting map. So not only was the 2025 map found to be illegally racist, but candidates now have to file for elections based on districts that were already gerrymandered years ago. I mean, it's not like that previous map was all that much better. This is the chaos that Republican redistricting creates. Consistent legal battles that, of course, will end up disrupting the democratic process. Okay? And so now, what is the Texas GOP's response? Well, I already told you. They are going to the Supreme Court. They appealed directly to the massively conservative court. They already knew that this map was vulnerable legally. They knew it would get blocked by a judge. And they're counting on their friends at the Supreme Court to help them steal elections for another decade through their gerrymandering process. And you know what? The court's more than willing to help them do it. I mean, just last month, the High Court's conservative supermajority allowed a gerrymandered congressional map in South Carolina to stand. The same map that a lower court ruled was racially discriminatory for bleaching Black voters from the region. Bleaching is a pretty good explanation or description of that, okay? Because they're making this as white as possible, their electorate, so that they never, ever lose. This was the case Alexander v. South Carolina NAACP. The court ended up siding with Republican lawmakers who claimed that their motivations in drawing the district lines were not, they weren't racist. They were just partisan. Oh, okay. Look, the pattern here is pretty clear. Every time Republicans lose in fair elections, they redraw the maps to try to guarantee their victory. Wisconsin, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, all the same story. Hell, they're looking at doing this in Ohio. Look, when they cannot win votes, then they just change districts. And when the courts stop them, well, they end up appealing to their stacked courts. Look, this isn't about policy debates or a different vision for the country, okay? No, this is about systematic voter suppression, disguised as we're just doing redistricting reform. Right. Okay. Sure. Look, the Republican Party knows that they're pretty unpopular with diverse electorates, which are growing. So in order to combat that, instead of reaching out and trying to, get these groups to vote for them, they're doubling down on racism and trying to make sure that these voters, that the new voters, the diverse voters, their voices don't count. And when the courts keep catching these Texas Republicans red-handed in doing racial gerrymandering, they keep doing it anyway. I mean, we see exactly what this party thinks about democracy. Okay. They appeal to the Supreme Court knowing that they cannot win fair elections. And they create legal chaos in order to maintain their power base. And they treat the Voting Rights Act like it doesn't even exist. Because I guess if they had it their way, it wouldn't. This is what authoritarian and undemocratic behavior looks like in America. When you can't win with votes, well, you just end up silencing the voters instead, taking away their abilities to and their representation and their you take away democracy. Okay. Essentially, this is a child's response to losing fair and square. Petulant little babies. True. Very, very, very true. See, surprise, there hasn't been a robust challenge in Missouri. They chopped up St. Louis. I mean, look, that does take time to set up those challenges. It takes money, it takes organization. And look, despite what the Republicans constantly say about Democrats and George Soros money and all that stuff, there is no money on the left. There is not a lot of money for these challenges. And let's be honest, there's also been a lot of law firms that have decided that they were going to throw in with this regime, okay, so that they don't get targeted with lawfare, which is what we've been seeing with a lot of allies of Trump. They have been engaging in lawfare against anyone who stands against them. And so I'm not at all surprised that there hasn't been a lot of robust challenges because, the powers that be, they continuously crack down on anyone who stands against them. It really is sad. All right. Let's go to something that's not at all, it's not going to shock you. Let's just say that. All right. Let me get here. Actually, no, I'm just getting everything set up. Okay. A new Gallup poll just dropped. And look, it's a bombshell. All right. Turns out 40% of American women between the ages of 15 to 44 want to leave the country permanently. That is a number that, by the way, has quadrupled since the year 2014, when nearly half of young women wanted to escape this country. Okay. Look, here's the thing. This is not an immigration problem. This is a Republican policy problem. So let's break down the numbers, okay? Because they're pretty devastating for anyone who claims that America under Trump is great again, okay? So now, in 2014, only 10% of young women wanted to leave permanently. Now it has increased to 40%. That is a fourfold increase, okay? That started in 2016, right after Barack Obama left office. Is that a coincidence? No. And here's the kicker. Only about 19% of young men, right here, over on the right, here, only about 19% of young men feel the same way. So it's not about general dissatisfaction. This is specifically about being a woman in America under Republican leadership. All right. The data shows a 25-point gap based on political views, meaning that women who disapprove of the current GOP leadership are far more likely to want to get the hell out of this country. And of course, part of that includes institutional distrust. Okay. Let me show you that. Younger American women have lost more confidence in the institutions than any other group in the past decade. It went from 57% to 40% since 2015. When women end up losing faith in American institutions, when they see their rights being stripped away, okay, state by state, when they watch Republican politicians attack their bodily autonomy and elect a rapist, okay, as president of the United States, of course, they're going to want to get the hell out. And where are they wanting to go? Well, they want to go to places like Canada, New Zealand, Italy, Japan. These are countries that have universal healthcare. Hell, every developed country except for ours has universal healthcare. Okay. They want to go to places that have stronger women's rights and obviously less political extremism. And look, I'm not saying these other countries are perfect and don't have their problems, right? But they're not quite as extreme as this country. Okay. And so these women, they are not running from America itself. They are running from Republican policies, the same policies that have made America very hostile to women. And think about what this represents. You got the best and brightest young women, people who should be helping to build the future of this country. They are looking at exit strategies. I mean, personally, I've had one of my good friends that I've known since college. She wanted to leave. She actively tried leaving this country, but there wasn't a lot of places that she could go that she could afford to go. And so she's stuck here. And there's a lot of people that are in that same boat. Okay. And look, they're seeing what happened to their reproductive rights with Roe. They've watched GOP states pass abortion bans. They're seeing politicians attack access to contraception. And they're looking at all this and thinking, I got to get out of here before this gets worse, before this literally becomes Handmaid's Tale. I mean, this is brain drain in real time. Okay. Republican Party keeps talking about how, oh yeah, we're making America great. No, what you're doing is literally driving away the next generation of American women. You're talking about a male loneliness crisis, right? Their policies are creating that in real time. I mean, when 40% of young women want to leave this country because of your policies, you have failed. You have failed as a political party. You have failed your country. Okay? I mean, the timing here is perfect because this poll drops as Trump keeps talking about running in 2028, which he can't do. He's not allowed to do, but it's not like it matters, okay, to him. And as Republican states, red states, keep, attacking women's rights, as Project 2025 continues to get enacted, it's about 47% done so far. This is all making things worse for women. And they're seeing the writing on the wall, okay? I mean, when nearly half of them want to permanently leave this country, that's not a reflection onto them. That is a reflection of what this country has become under the Republican Party, who support policies that treat them as second-class citizens. The question isn't why these women want to leave. No, the question is, what kind of country are we becoming when our best and brightest women see absolutely no future here, or at least no future that they want to be any part of? I'd love to go, says Environmental Coffee House. I was up in Buffalo the other day, 5 minutes from Canada. I can't go either. I have a homestead down here, 7 cats and a life that I would give up if I could afford to go. Yeah. Absolutely. It's because women are endangered in America. They're in danger for sure. Absolutely in danger. Paid family leave too. That's a woman's kitchen table issue. And you know what? Women's issues are also men's issues, because these issues affect us as well. Or I should say, the lack of paid family leave affects families, not just women, but families. And that's why men should be, helping to enact these policies and to protect women's rights and rights to contraception and to bodily autonomy. Women's issues are men's issues as well. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's not to make this about men. It's not about men, but men need to realize that, hey, those issues affect us as well. It affects all of us. It affects us as a country. It affects us as a society. Because when you start treating women as if they're second-class citizens, that has a big impact on everything. Let's see. Nope. Hold on. It was either Kentucky or Kansas. I forgot, amongst a few other states that actually codified abortion into their state constitution. I believe that was Kansas. Andrea, who, by the way, is coming up next here, says men were promised a fiefdom and sex slaves, a la the American dream, and want it back. Young kids don't even want women to be able to vote at record numbers. And that is pretty sad and pretty messed up. I hate the direction that we're going, even though I'm pretty sure I'm not just pretty sure. It's been quite obvious that we've been heading in this direction for quite some time. And it's sad to see any of the progress that, we've had lately. Over the past 20, 30 years, it just feels like it's been completely rolled back, and it's so absolutely upsetting. But anyway, great point, Andrea, by the way. All right, let's do one last story, by the way, before we get out of here for the day. Let's talk about ICE. I know another ICE story, but this one's a good one. An ICE agent gets caught, trying to buy sex from a minor in a police sting. Now, when the handcuffs come out, what does this ICE agent say? Oh, don't worry, guys. I'm ICE. I'm ICE, boys. As if, the federal badge is some sort of get out of jail free card. Did it work? Well, the boys locked them up anyway. Now, this is a great example of irony, okay? Here you've got authoritarian agencies like ICE engaging in the very crimes they claim to be fighting. Remember, they made a big deal about, we got to fight. We got to stop the rapists, okay? We got to fight the sex traffickers. Bitch, you are the sex traffickers. And more specifically, this is Alexander Back, who's a 41-year-old civilian auditor with DHS, who thought that his ICE connections made him untouchable. But it turns out, nope. Get this. This happened in Minnesota during what was called Operation Creep. I love it. And it was a 3-day sting operation targeting people seeking to purchase sex from a child, a 17-year-old. Okay. Which, yes, legally, still a child, not an adult. Back thought, oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not only going to try to purchase sex from a child, but, oh, no, I got caught. Don't worry, though. I'll just show them my ICE badge and I'll get out. You know, it'll save me. But it didn't. When Bloomington police arrested him, he immediately said, I'm ICE, boys. And it didn't work. Oops. Police locked him up anyway. Because sometimes there is actual justice. It doesn't happen all the time, but you know what? I will celebrate when it does. Look, this isn't just about one corrupt ICE worker, okay? This is more about the broader pattern of authoritarian agencies attracting this exact type of person. The people that they claim they're supposed to be fighting against. I mean, look, ICE has already been facing increased scrutiny for misconduct, right? But now, oops, oh, look at that. They got one of their own that was caught trying to solicit a minor and then using his position as a shield. Now, this Operation Creep, had arrested about 16 men in total, ranging from 18 to 49 years old, okay? Including a Metro Transit bus driver and staff from various state agencies, right? But Back's case is special because he's a good representative of what's wrong with immigration enforcement agencies and how they're attracting people who just want to have power over other people. Okay. And when you give those people unchecked authority, you get situations like this. Now, police had even released drone footage showing another suspect arriving with a bag containing drugs, coke, meth, and 8 guns. Now, this operation, though, wasn't just about sex trafficking. It was about catching the worst of society. And right there, among the worst, was an ICE worker, supposedly protecting America from the threat that he himself represents. I mean, again, he said, I'm ICE, boys, as if that's supposed to mean something. He thought that this DHS badge would make the police back down and go, oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, oh, no. But it didn't matter. Didn't work. Because sometimes the system actually works. And sometimes corrupt officials get caught. Alexander Back learned the hard way that having a badge doesn't make you above the law, especially when you're caught trying to buy sex from a minor. And the police response, of course, was perfect in this case. They said, well, unfortunately for him, we locked him up. Well, all's well that ends well, I guess. All right. So, man, that's all I got for today. Thank you. If you haven't already, please like and share. Subscribe to the channel. Support independent, progressive media by signing up at our Patreon. All that wonderful stuff. Coming up next, though, Andrea. She talks about where we're at and where we're going. And where are we? Fville, of course.
Are we live? Hello? Are we live? Can you hear me? My mic sounds strange. What? Hello? Is this better? Is this better? I just unplugged it and replug. Are we live, by the way? Are we live? There I go, says the producer. There I go. That's what the producer says. I'm going. I'm live. Okay? Hello. I'm live once again on this space. This space dot television in your address bar. We have a website. You know, you can watch it with the background instead of YouTube's background. If you want, you can watch it in there. We're live on this space today is the show, you know, that you're watching. Previously on this space, we had Jeff Waldorf show up and giving us some news. You know, he does a good show over there at the Logical show on the left. And I'm here now to do the next show. That's how we're here. That's how we got here. It's currently the show you're watching. Today I'm going to be talking about you know things that are really concerning to me. I'm a little concerned, frankly, at the state of affairs in the year 2025. So a little concerning. When I look around and see what people are up to, you know, I never really leave the house too often. I stay in my cold, dark. I'll turn the light on this week, but my cold, dark bedroom. And I stay as far away from people as I normally as I possibly can. But every once in a while, I use the internet. And I look at the internet and I scroll on the internet and I see what the rest of my race is doing, the human race, my species on this earth, what they're doing. I don't know if I'm in the club, and I see things that are very concerning. And I'm going to talk about today, you know, things that concern me in relation to the mind. We're going to be talking about the brain today on today's program. The brain, the mind. Are they synonymous? Are they not? We'll find out. Maybe we won't. Maybe I'll forget to conclude that by the end of this. Maybe I won't. You know, well, maybe I'll just answer it right now. The brain is an organ. A lot of people say it's the seat of you, the conscious experience of what it is to be alive. I disagree with that personally. I think it's the entire body that creates us. And it's not just the brain, but that's a whole separate conversation. So I'm going to be, when I refer to the brain, I will be in this show referring to the brain, the organ, but I will also be referring to the mind, your grasp on the world around you, on reality, and on just, you know, your own personal life and well-being. So just to be clear, those are two different things, and I will be talking about them. So, but I may switch up the words, you know, here and there. So just bear with me. So again, I see some very troubling trends in the year 2025 when it comes to not just the collective intelligence of our species, which is rapidly declining all around us, but the just general ability for human beings to just live and function in a way that's like not depressing to just bear witness to, right? And so one thing that a lot of people are talking about is the rise of fascism. There's going to be a little bit of like a psychological toll that happens to anybody who lives through some sort of tumultuous you know, world events or historical, all this kind of shit. You know, it does it to pretend like you're, you know, like you're resistant completely to the fact that our society is decaying all around us and that the worst people in our world are the ones making all the decisions. But let's not switch that up or anything. Let's just keep that system because, you know, I'm pretty lazy. But anyway, So, that takes a mental health toll. So how do you resist against, the brain damage that could occur, as well as the damage to your psychology? Well, that's a difficult thing to do. But one thing I would say is, through the theory of diminishing returns, I think people should look at how they use the internet, how they engage with news through that lens. Do you really need to watch 19 different YouTube videos that are all talking about the same news story and they use the same language and all that, but like one of them's got a beard and one of them's like doesn't or whatever? Do you need to do that? Is that helpful for you to in understanding the news story? I find that a lot of people that watch internet shit, like whatever this is, I don't know. I find that a lot of people that do this, they don't really learn from the material that they watch. They just kind of watch it because it's entertainment to them. But like they're in this weird feedback effect where like they enjoy suffering. Like, oh, for entertainment, I'm gonna unwind by watching the news during a fascist overthrowing of our world governments. Like, well, watch the news for entertainment, right? You're not really in a position of learning, but you'll learn passively, and that's fine. But my point being is that you should take note to curate your own experience in a way that makes you learn as much as you can without hearing the same thing said by the same people over and over again. And I may also be someone that maybe you could experience diminishing returns by watching frequently. Maybe maybe I've hit my limit on the value that I can bring toward your psychology, but maybe I haven't. I don't know. Everyone's got a different level of or a different threshold of which they can absorb whatever it is that I am outputting into this universe. But that's one thing. If I can speak to directly to an audience that I know for sure a lot of you guys are addicted to the internet. You're addicted to the news. You're addicted to the content. You're addicted to the drama. You're going to watch the clips, and then you're going to watch the reactions to the clips, and then the reactions to those reactions, and then the reactions to the reactions to the reactions, and then they're going to react to the clip and then react to the reaction to the clip at the same time, and then it's going to be like a goddamn Christopher Nolan film trying to keep track of who's reacting to what, and then someone's going to react to a clip, but they're in the clip that they're, so like I know a lot of you people out there watch that kind of stuff. I used to watch it too. I haven't so much these days. I've been trying to, protect my psychology, which is the point of this show. But, so again, diminishing returns, there's got to be a point where you can tell yourself, I've had enough of this. It's not going to be useful to observe anymore. Like, for example, do we really need to be learning every single day that ICE is killing people? There's been dozens and dozens of people that have just been straight up murdered by ICE. They've been thrown in torture prisons. They're undressing and tying up naked children in the back of moving vans, right? So like, what does learning more about ICE achieve? And I'm not saying we should unplug from the news. Bear with me here. I'm bringing myself to a greater story, so just fucking calm down for a second if that's offensive to you. I personally think it's important to read about what ICE is doing every maybe not every day, but once a week or whatever, just figure out, oh yeah, they killed an old lady, oh they threw a fucking child in a moving van with no clothes on, and who knows how many children are being disappeared by ICE. I was watching Mr. Waldorf show and learned by watching that show that apparently an ICE agent was trying to engage in some sort of let's just say presidential activities, and when caught for doing those presidential activities, he was trying to say, hey guys, I'm ICE, don't worry about this, everything's fine. But even cops are starting to get sick of ICE, but that's a whole separate story, right? But again, like, ICE is terrible. They are a terrorist organization. They're just a scourge on our planet, on our history. And it's kind of a shame that we're here at this point in Fuckville. We've arrived. So I would say, like, but learning more and more and more about it, like, there's got to be a point where it's like, okay, I know ICE is bad. Whoa, holy shit. Let me learn about other subjects that are interlocking with ICE. Let me learn about the history of ICE, that kind of stuff. So just that, that's an example of how to direct you're content seeking, you're just want to watch content all day. If you are in that kind of position, how to direct it in a little bit more of a healthy way, or maybe not. Maybe you don't need to look at the history of ICE. Maybe maybe that's not important. I don't know. And that's just one example. I want people to really understand that, like, you don't just spawn all of a sudden, wake up one day and you're in Fville. This is a multi-thousand-year-long historical record that we currently have. And it's a historical record that is basically full of this kind of shit. This kind of shit happens all the time. It's like every generation, we start over and we just tried the same shit that the last generation did that didn't work. We just tried the same shit we never learned. And we're here again in Fville, right? So again, I would say that to study the news and have a political opinion on the news without really knowing anything that happened before you were born, it's kind of like flipping to a random page in like a book that's like 900 pages and you read one sentence and then it's like you review the entire book. Like I'm sick and tired of living in a world where motherfuckers don't know anything, right? And then everyone's got an opinion on everything, because in this country we're indoctrinated. You have a right to an opinion on everything. Like the color of my wall, it's purple. It's my opinion. You can't even debate me because it's my opinion. What are you going to do? Tell me I'm wrong, right? So, I'm kind of going off on a tangent there about how much I hate Americans, but let me try to wheel it back to the brain, the mind. We're engaging in a lot of activities that are dangerous to the mind, dangerous to the brain, dangerous to your health. And we need to protect our health in times like this, in times of darkness, in times of struggle. You may have heard the phrase the Dark Ages to describe medieval European history, but even in the so-called Dark Ages, there were a lot of people that were keeping intelligence alive. There's a lot of very intelligent writers from that period of time that were kind of describing the world they were living in ways not unlike the way I'm describing the world I'm living in. And, so we have to make sure that even when the public consciousness decides we're going to just commit, mental suicide on a population level, there's got to be people out there that are at least keeping some sort of historical record of what the hell's going on. And if you want to be one of those people, you're going to need to protect your mind. And, again, in the Dark Ages, in the Middle Ages, the medieval Europe, one thing that they did to engage with psychological warfare against people was Christianity. Yes, Jesus Christ was one way that they put a lid on how intelligent people could be. Some of the smartest motherfuckers during the 1200s, the 1000s, the 1400s, some of the smartest people during those time periods were unfortunately Christians. They had a limitation to their ability to understand the universe. Then you have motherfuckers like, one of my favorite examples is this guy who's trying to understand how, wait, all the data that I'm seeing with my telescopes is telling me that the world revolves around the sun, but the Bible says the opposite. And then this motherfucker spends 20 years kind of having a mental health crisis because how do you square the Bible with the telescopes and all this stuff? So again, there's always psychological limitations and ceilings that people have to break through. But I personally think that the time for Christianity is long past us. We don't need to believe in that fucking garbage anymore. We really need to move past it. But that's just one example of why you need to protect your mind, because from the moment you're born, really, the project begins on how to destroy, how to erase, and how to even prevent the growth to begin with of human imagination, of creativity, of yearning for kindness and for a better world, right? When you're fucking, when you go to the school system, they don't teach you how to improve the world. They don't teach you how to improve your life. They teach you how to do 2 + 2, how to not burn down your house when you microwave the Hot Pocket, how to drive the car and not accidentally drive into a school or whatever. And even then that happens all the time anyway. So it's the school systems, and then they teach you this made up fairy tale garbage that's on par with Christianity in terms of not being real, called the American history. You know, we fought this revolution against the king because of all this fucking horseshit garbage, right? So, you know, again, from the moment you're born, motherfuckers are trying to destroy your soul, destroy your mind in this world. So, you know, it's a really difficult project. It's a really difficult proposal to protect your mind against the incoming cosmic radiation of psychological distress that is being rained upon us. And so, especially now more than ever, but I am doing a show. I am an adult. I'm 29 years old, and I'm speaking to fellow adults. I'm not speaking to children. If children are watching my show, well, Jesus Christ, you know, you should be watching SpongeBob or something. I don't know, but not the new episodes. Watch the old ones. Those are the good ones. Trust me. But anyway, so I'm trying to speak to adults, people that theoretically have control over their lives, people that theoretically, you know, you could implement some sort of, you know, protective measures to maintain some sort of, you know, ability to think and perceive accurately in this world that we live in, where everyone has got a psychosis machine in their pocket at all times. That they, did you know that the average American watches videos online on TikTok, YouTube, whatever, the works, for about 8 hours a day? The average American, 8 hours a day on a screen watching videos. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm better than that. I play video games for 8 hours a day, which, let's be honest, let's think about it. What's better? Watching videos for 8 hours a day or playing video games while watching videos for 8 hours a day? So when you really think about it, I'm more of an evolved individual. So, but I'm not really trying to sit here and tell you I'm so great. Look at me. I'm a beacon of success, and look at how great I am. Because I'm not great. I'm not special. You know, so I don't really think that, but I, you know, these are the things I tell myself, and, you know, these are the things that I'm going to share with the world, I guess. I don't know. But again, 8 hours of videos that people watch a day on average. Think about it. You know, I was talking about content addiction earlier. That's what that is. 8 hours, but how much of that is actually genuinely educational? Think if you watched 8 hours of professionally made, well-informational documentaries about the history of the world or whatever. Like, you could like literally take a class 8 hours a day. You get whatever video content. If that's boring to you, I guess that's a whole different subject. But my point is, we've got 8 hours a day that people are working with where they're watching garbage on the internet. So if you're out there producing garbage on the internet, like I am, unfortunately, we're in this boat. We're all in it together, this fucking sinking ship of producing garbage on the internet. If you are in a position like me where you produce garbage, you should produce some good garbage. That's my opinion. Like, you know, like how they sell the garbage bags that have that like Febreze garbage scent in it that smells like lilacs, so that when you flick the garbage out of your fucking garbage can that looks like garbage, it fucking smells like garbage. But there's also the smell of lilac in there, really, you know, to make it so that, you know, you don't really think about the fact that you're just like putting your garbage in a plastic fucking bag. You're sealing it in this non-biodegradable plastic bag. You're sealing the garbage. You're putting it into a garbage can. And then a garbage truck is going to take that garbage can, take the garbage bag out of it that still smells like lilacs. They have an impressive shelf life, those bitches. You ever smell like some 2-week-old garbage? It smells great. I don't know what they're doing there. Right. And then they fucking bring that garbage over to a landfill. Does anyone ever think about that? We just like, we create, like, imagine future generations stumbling on this shit, by the way. Like, imagine we nuke ourselves. There's like a big reset. And then like 500,000 years from now, some future intelligent civilization, they find these like historic mountains of garbage. Like, I mean, it's crazy to think about. But anyway, what was I talking about? I was talking about how, right, I was using the garbage bag that smells good as an analogy for something. I don't fucking know. But anyway, let's get to my next point. About how to protect your brain, how to protect your mind. One thing that you should not do if you want to protect your mind is do drugs, such as marijuana. Marijuana is really bad for you mentally. And I decided to do this show while really high as a demonstration of how to not live your life. This is the type of show that you produce when you're high on drugs. So again, if this show is hard to follow, that's another reason why you should protect your mind, because again, you might end up like me. But anyway, a lot of people are using artificial intelligence, programs. Do people know what programs are anymore? I don't know. But they're using these AI, artificial chat GPT models. And, people are going psychotic with that kind of stuff. That's something that's interesting to me, right? So people decided, there's a large demographic of individuals that just decided, I'm going to outsource my daily thinking to a chatbot that is just going to try to basically just feed into all of my hedonistic desires. There's a paper that came out recently that suggests that using ChatGPT can take someone who from someone who is relatively normal, rather it should be saying undiagnosed with a mental health condition, which what does that mean, right? Who knows? Relatively normal, and then they could become schizophrenic, or they could just go into full-blown psychosis for an extended period of time by having a daily relationship with their AI. There's these, I saw these subreddits that are getting really popular where people are talking about how they love their AI boyfriends. You ever see this fucking shit? AI boyfriends. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. There was that fucking viral Twitter post from like 10 years ago about how women will be having sex with robots in 2025. Turns out the robots aren't here yet, but we're getting a head start. And we got the AI chatbot boyfriend. So, I mean, talk about the mental damage that is going to do. That is like, if you engage in a like multi-year long romantic relationship with a fucking chat GPT, that's going to take like a lifetime of like work, therapy, like probably some sort of like antipsychotic or something. You're going to have to go through a lifetime of therapy and help to just get back to baseline after you go through a multi-year relationship with a chatbot, and then they update the chat model, and then you lost your boyfriend or whatever. This is something that happened. They fucking updated ChatGPT, and then it like wiped the memory. So like people, like there was like a mass death of AI boyfriends. There was like a major event. It's like they talk about it like it's like a tsunami that impacted a village and killed like 17% or 70% of the population. Like it was like a mass event, like it's like a genocide. Like that's how they treat it. Look into this. It's the AI boyfriend shit. I was looking at that a while ago, and my goodness, right? So again, like the levels of psychic damage that people are getting on a daily basis, just living in this fucking hellhole. Really, again, I'm just saying to be cognizant of it, to be aware of the fact that for example, we have a culture. Let me take a sip of this drink here. I'm a little, my throat's getting a little fucked up. Just hold on. I've only been doing this show for 20 minutes. Damn, it feels like I've been here for like 4 hours. Okay. Anyway, so I'm doing a show. What was I talking about? Right. So again, your brain is under attack. There is a war going on against your ability to accurately perceive reality. Like, for example, have you ever heard about the crisis at the border? The crisis at the border. Future historians, right, are going to have to like contend with the fact that for decades, Americans just made up this invisible crisis at so they drew a line in the sand, an invisible line with a magic fucking marker, and then people crossed the invisible line, and that's bad. So then they're gonna make an invisible crisis. You can't find the crisis at the border. People have literally Americans have driven to the border to look for the crisis. They couldn't fucking find it. And yet, for the past, like, fucking, I don't know, my entire adult life, you see these motherfuckers debating border policy. Like, last year, does anyone remember last year? It feels like a long time ago. Remember Joe Biden was president, and remember Joe Biden dropped out of the race, and we thought that was a good thing, and remember all that, and then they stole the election, and now we're in hell. But anyway, so But remember last year when Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris was running, and they did this fucking, like, Kamala was doing this huge, like, to the right of Trump, even in some instances, like Donald Trump is to the left of the border or whatever, and they were running to this border fucking act or whatever. What the fuck was that shit? An invisible made up problem. We drew a magical invisible fucking line in the goddamn motherfucking sand. People crossed the invisible line, and that's a fucking a problem? A problem? What? How is that a fucking problem? Right? So again, think of that type. How many Americans do you know that believe that there was a crisis at the border? Like, people just take it for granted. Like, you know, the border is a big problem. You see a lot of lefties even will just pretend like, yeah. We had to do something with the border. What the fuck? Right? An invisible, made up, entirely untrue, not even a real fucking thing that motherfuckers have been talking about for over a decade, multiple decades, really the entire existence of this country, at least for the past 50 years. Right? But like, and it's all made up. None of it is real. It's a complete, like, it's a group collective psychosis that there's this fucking, like, a warfare, like, you know, like there's constant battles at the border between Mexico and fucking America. What the fuck? Right? So again, when we're dealing with that, we're like, I don't know, 70% of Americans, you tell me, 70%, 80%, how many people think that there's a crisis at the border, right? So what kind of damage does that do to one's ability to accurately perceive reality? Just thinking about it, right? Like, we are in an endangered species, motherfuckers out there that are able to have eyeballs, and maybe they're blind even. You can be blind and not have eyeballs and just, like, hear things going on and go like, that doesn't sound right. So, like, but just the ability to have any sensory apparandi whatsoever to perceive the world around us, that is a rare thing in this world right now. That is an extremely, like, endangered thing. That is like a candle that has no wax anymore, and it's like, you know, the wick is barely there, and it's kind of just like burning somehow, like flickers, you know, like you gotta do some crazy stuff to keep that thing alive, right? So again, just nonstop 24/7 psychic war, just beaming with lasers this garbage into your fucking mind. How many people still use twitter.com for news, right? And that's their, like, primary news source after a neo-Nazi bought it and did fucking Nazi salutes openly on live television. How many people still use that as their primary news source? For Christ's sake, you know, like, that's just one example, right, of how you have to protect your mind from that kind of shit. Like, there's a level of, like, maybe it's interesting to look into the cage at the zoo and see what the animals are doing. You can make an argument to that, but living your life in that environment with the animals, I'm sorry. I don't think so. But that's just one thing. But another way that you have to protect your brain, the organ, is that there's this virus going around that a lot of people don't like thinking about because it makes them feel bad or whatever, that has been documented in thousands, literally thousands of peer-reviewed scientific papers from multiple different fucking countries all around the world. It's called SARS, Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome, and it's been found to reduce your IQ by about 5 points. If you've been infected with COVID, your IQ is going down by about 5 points. And I know every time I mention IQ, there's some motherfucker out there calling me like a phrenologist for saying IQ because, I don't know, it's just what scientists use. I don't like it. You don't like it. Whatever. That's what they fucking use. Calm down, bitch. But, like, again, motherfuckers are out there huffing in on a daily basis, sending their kids to schools to huff in on a daily basis while their brains are developing, for Christ's sake. This virus that has been documented, again, this is years old research. We don't know what it's going to do when you get infected 5 times, 10 times. What's the plan, by the way, for you fuckers that are afraid of wearing a respirator? You're just going to get sick 13 times a fucking year. Is there an end game here? Do you have any idea how that's going to go? But anyway, so again, we only know what it does when you get infected 1 to 3 times, and that's boom, 5 IQ points. But it also does damage to the frontal lobe of your brain, the part of your brain that's responsible for decision making, the part of your brain that's responsible for empathy empathy. Does anyone ever think about how we're living in a fascist uprising in this country where people are just watching a genocide take place on Twitter every day, just scrolling by the Nazi salutes, the fucking hate crimes, the ISIS torturing people and genocide, and no one's doing anything about it? You ever think about how everyone huffing in like it's fucking Jim Jones or whatever, this virus that destroys their ability to have empathy? I wonder how that's going to play. So that's an example of why another way you need to protect your brain, the organ, the physical organ in your body, because the physical organ in your body dictates how your mind behaves, similarly to how your hormone cycles dictate how your mind behaves, right? We are not divorced from our bodies, which is why I said earlier that I believe our mind, our consciousness, our collective self is a grouping of our entire body. For example, there's in our intestines, in that entire area. It's kind of gross to think about, but they call it the second brain because there's a lot of signals going on in there. There's a lot of shit going on in your intestines. There's billions and billions of these organisms that are not you. It's called bacteria, and they live there. And you are their god, and they live in your world, and you're feeding them Pop-Tarts and fruit roll-ups and fucking Mountain Dew. Jesus Christ. And yet we are surprised at the shit we send our kids to school during school shooting day. Hey, everyone, let's go to school and get shot to death by some fucking guy with a machine gun while we're huffing in COVID so that we can't make decisions. That's one of the things. It fucks with your ability to make quick decisions, right? You ever think about why there's a lot more plane crashes? Now, a lot of people like to cite the fact that Donald Trump destroyed the airline, air traffic control and all that kind of stuff. And that's one factor. But also, we've been having a lot more plane malfunctions and plane turbulence and planes falling apart in the sky, even during the Biden administration. I wonder why there's more car accidents all the time. I wonder why there's more mass shootings, right? So people are less empathetic because of the virus they've been huffing in. Again, we have 19-year-olds out there doing mass shootings. Their brains are developing while they're huffing in a virus that destroys their empathetic center of their mind, where they're at the most aggressive time in their life, which is like puberty. You got 15-year-olds out there doing mass shootings, right? Does anyone ever think about, the level of damage that's doing to the population's ability to function, right? So again, we are living in an onslaught where the world is trying to destroy you. The world is trying to destroy the human spirit, the human mind, and to replace it with this collective, just ignorance, this negligence. People look at the way people treat their own children, and we're surprised that people treat someone from another country badly. People beat the fuck out of their kids, and we're surprised that people think that there's a crisis at the border because someone from Mexico came over to fucking California on vacation or whatever the fuck. I don't know, dude. How do we live in this world? I don't know. But the only thing I can tell to you, that my only suggestion is you got to live your life in a way that mitigates as much as possible the shit that's going on, right? Maybe you shouldn't have an AI boyfriend. Maybe you shouldn't watch 15 hours of drama slop on YouTube every day. Maybe you shouldn't be huffing in COVID on a daily basis because you don't want to wear a respirator, but you're fine wearing a bra. You're fine wearing a hoodie. You're fine wearing jeans. All this shit that's really fucking uncomfortable. Well, hoodies are actually pretty comfortable, but my point, so that's no problem. We have no problem. You're fine wearing a seatbelt, but wearing a respirator, all of a sudden you turn into Adolf Hitler. It's really strange. But again, we're seeing a genocide going on. A genocide, by the way, not to ignore all the other shit going on in the world. There's not just one genocide. There's multiple genocides going on. Who knows what the fuck Donald Trump and his guys are going to be doing in South America if holy Macintosh, they're going to do some really bad stuff there pretty soon, right? So I don't know. How do you protect yourself in this kind of environment? Because as they say on the airplanes that are crashing the fuck down because people are huffing in COVID and don't know how to fly anything and they're relying on AI and all the planes are falling apart because capitalism's deciding to make everything as cheap as possible and never repair anything. So while the plane's falling down and you're about to die, what did they tell you? They tell you to put your goddamn fucking bullshit on with your oxygen before you do your kids, because what happens if your kid's going to go like, blah, 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 you know, because they're a fucking kid or whatever, and they don't know what the hell's going on. And then, you know, you die because you're fucking old and you're a chain smoker, and then now you and your kid are going to die. So they tell you to put the oxygen on first before you help someone else. So that's what my show is about. I want you to help yourself before you go out there and help someone else. And I'm, you know, hey, maybe I'm not the best preacher here, but I'm trying my best. Let me, again, my throat is dry. It's very strange. Oh, really dry throat. So dry. Is my mic on? Has this been on the whole time? I really hope so. Okay. You know what another thing that really destroys the soul in this world is? Going to work. Now, I don't do that. I don't go to work. I work from my bedroom. I don't, hey, is it a privilege? Absolutely. Does it have drawbacks? Actually, no. Actually, I like working from home. You ever think about how they sold the illusion that COVID is over? And just so you can go see Taylor Swift and go to Wendy's and Applebee's, right? And now all of a sudden, work from home is going away and vanishing. You have to go back to the office. What another way to do psychic damage to your mind, right? To make you sit in traffic, to generate traffic to begin with by making people drive to a work that they can do from their laptop at home in their bed, petting their dog with coffee. Forgive me. Making them drive in a shitty fucking car, making them own a fucking car in the first place, making them pay for these fucking car payments, propping up a scam industry of insurance, right? Driving their car, sitting in traffic, just to fucking huff in COVID at this fucking office or this fucking, whatever people are working at. I don't know. A grocery store. Why are grocery stores so filthy and disgusting? I don't know. That's a whole separate conversation. But people just have these unnecessary things that they do that they're just told to do for no reason, right? So again, one of the things that the government, the psychotic warlords that are trying to destroy us all, sold to you when they said, yes, we will let you go see Taylor Swift without wearing a respirator and get sick and get everyone sick and then die and go to the hospital and pay more for health insurance. And then also we're going to raise the healthcare premiums. but hey, also you get to not work from home, and that's good. Apparently that's healthy. Just again, all the data that came back found that when people worked from home, productivity increased. The net work that people got done went up. Now, why would they purposefully make their companies run worse? Right? Why would they do that? Why would all of these companies actually decide we're going to destroy the actual process of our company, make it run worse just so that we can have people in the office? It's because they like that fucking, that plantation dynamic of the boss is in the office and he walks around and makes sure everyone's doing their work, and he yells at people, and he likes making sure people are afraid, and he likes having the power that says, no, you got to miss your daughter's recital. You got to come into the office and do all this fucking horse shit. No, I'm sorry. You don't get a sick day, even though we're in year 7 of a fucking pandemic, because you get to go see Taylor Swift. So there's no more fucking sick days, right? That's why motherfuckers can't do their normal ass fucking useless jobs, which, by the way, most jobs are useless. Anything you're doing on a computer, a lot of that shit's useless. But anyway, you can't do your useless job from home. You got to come into the office and be my little pretend slave for 9 hours a day. Right? How much damage does that do to the mind? Having to leave the house and go and see this beautiful world. Well, I mean, the world's not so beautiful anymore, especially if you live in cities. Cities are falling apart. They're disgusting. They're gross. They're smelly. Then again, that's just cities. Suburbs are also a hellhole. You can't even drive a car in the suburbs without feeling like you're, bouncing up and down like it's a fucking bouncy castle because all the roads fucking suck. But anyway, that's a whole separate situation. Just think of the psychic damage damage it does to people to sit in traffic every day, or to, go work at a dead end fucking job. You're the best hours of your life that you're wasting at these fucking companies, these corporations that don't give a fuck about you at all. Think of the damage that does. It's really hard to be self-employed. It's really hard to make your own way in this world and to find, little scams that you can do to kind of net a little, situation. But, in a way, isn't that more rewarding than just working at a shitty, dead-end fucking goddamn corporate job that doesn't give a fuck about you, swapping from job to job to job because they get layoffs and all that fucking shit? You get fired or whatever, and you go to another dead-end job, and then you go to another dead-end job, and then you're stuck. Right? Then you're stuck because, oh no, you don't have the opportunity to, I don't know, look for another job, because if you took a week off, you'll miss your rent payments. And then you don't have anywhere to live. And oh yeah, we're doing homeless sweeps. We're sending homeless people to jail, to prison. So, just think about it. People are basically, they're surrendering 12 hours of the best 12 hours of their days. Usually, they're surrendering to corporations. They're dictating their entire life schedules to corporations. The time you need to sleep and wake up. Think about how essentially human it is. Your sleep schedule is dictated by corporations, right? Think of the psychic damage that does. Think of all of the missed opportunities to just, be a healthier mentally person, healthier physically person, that are stripped away from you when you're working a shitty, dead-end fucking goddamn fuck shit job for 8 hours a day, and then you have to spend another 3 to 4 hours a day, doing shit to prepare for the job, like taking a shower in the morning, and then, all this fucking shit. So again, I don't know, what is this show talking about? It's talking about trying to stay sane in an insane world, right? That's what I'm basically trying to get at. How do we do that? Well, I don't fucking know. I'm just here to suggest things to you. I don't have any answers. If I had answers, you know what I would not be doing? This fucking show right now. If I knew what to do to make the world better, I'd be doing that. Instead, I'm doing this because I'm not a fucking genius, okay? But whatever. So again, one thing that you should know that I can tell you is that if you are working a dead-end job for like 8 to 12 hours a day, or maybe you're working 2 dead-end jobs or whatever, just to be aware that this is destroying your soul. That's one thing. Not many people are aware of that. I talk to some people sometimes and they go like, I love my job. Oh, what do you do? Oh, I'm a fucking data analyst at shit fuck industries. I love my job. Oh, what do you do? I'm a manager at fucking, Burger King. Really? You love your fucking job? Like, that's the thing. You give the little managers that small slice of power. They just get a little tiny bit, and all of a sudden they like their job. I don't know. But I've met people that are managers that also hate their fucking job. It's weird. To me, the idea of liking your job and that job being a shitty corporation that doesn't give a fuck about you, I just don't understand that. To me, that's totally alien. So I don't get it. But anyway, again, so we live in a world where people they peer pressure you into saying and believing and doing really stupid shit. And it's kind of it's a little strange, right? So again, reading books, lame. I like to read books when I was a kid. I got made fun of for reading books when I was a kid. It's lame, very strange, very interesting. Not believing in Jesus. You think about the peer pressure involved and saying you believe in Jesus. Well, first of all, they tell you to recite some prayer to God in schools and fucking in this country, like in Oklahoma, they're mandating prayer in schools again. So they're gonna make you pray to fucking God, right? So that's another thing that they do. But again, you say that you don't believe in God, people are like they think it's like the world is collapsing, in this hyper Christian, and now we have this hyper, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say it, but this internet thing it's not for long. And then, like you say anything negative about some of these religions, and then like people just get fucking mad as fuck. They pressure you into just succumbing to, yes, God's real or whatever, but then maybe they'll carve out a space where it's like, oh, let's agree to disagree, right? We won't throw you in jail for not believing in God, but you got to at least respect that we believe in God, and, we control the society, and we're going to say we treat Christians or maybe people that have a certain other religious belief better than other people, just by nature of that belief. And you have to respect that or whatever, but we won't send you to prison, but that's supposed to be, the only democracy in a certain location. But anyway, I don't know. I find this world to be very strange. I just find, again, we're in year 7 of a pandemic now. It started in China in November. So, yay, everybody. Happy pandemic month. And we're in year 7. Most people don't even believe it's real. They don't even believe in it. We live in a world where the germ theory of disease is just not common knowledge anymore. They don't know. They don't know. Germs cause disease? Disease destroys your body? No one really knows that anymore. That's become like niche information in today's society. There's so much peer pressure out there to get you to, hey, come to my party, come to my shitty party. We're doing a gender reveal party. Oh, we're doing a fucking Thanksgiving party. We're doing a Christmas fucking party. Party. Come on, go see the fucking family. Come get infected with this IQ destroyer juice. Come see the family, drink the Kool-Aid. Everything's great. Just, again, how do you survive? How do you keep your brain intact? How do you keep your mind intact in such a fucking society where everyone's trying to fucking kill you at all times? Now, I know there's some sort of response people might have when they hear someone like this talking. They might go say, well, you seem like you're unwell. You seem like you're paranoid. And you know what? Maybe I am. Maybe I am paranoid. But you know what? When you think about things, when you think about the world as a social species, when you think about us as not individuals, but as a collective species, there's got to be some motherfuckers out there that are really fucking paranoid, right? We got to balance the Overton window here. When most people just believe that there's, a crisis at the border. I know I hate to harp on that again, but that one's crazy to me. That we've just lived in this world where people think that there's a crisis at the border. What the fuck? Right. So, if you believe in that and that's normalized, sometimes you need to have some paranoid motherfuckers to just go pop the bubble, right? So sometimes, I don't know. That's how I justify the fact that I am mentally ill and refuse to go to therapy. That's how I justify it, because you know what? What is therapy but for just an institution to get you to go to work? Hey, we're going to give you some drugs to null out your emotions. And hey, maybe you won't kill yourself, and that we'll pretend like that's a net positive or whatever. So you can go to work. You can contribute to society. That's what therapy is. But I know, maybe that's not the best thing to say. But whatever, that's a sidetrack. How do you live in a world where just everything's a dead fucking end? I don't know. But to me, I question where we go as a species. What happened the last time there was a pandemic that everyone just fucking ignored all around the world? Yeah, I'm talking about the 1918 so-called Spanish influenza. Does anyone else remember what happened in the 1920s? And the 1930s? Right? When everyone just decided, let's ignore this global pandemic. You ever hear that phrase, global pandemic? What does pandemic mean? Global pandemic. I don't know, whatever. It's like an ATM machine. But you ever, what happened? Well, we had a global fucking, economic crash. For one, we had multiple fucking world wars. We had fucking multiple goddamn genocides. We had Wall Street crash. We had all this fucking garbage happen the last time we ignored a fucking pandemic that destroyed the, collective consciousness and destroyed collective IQ, destroyed empathy. I don't know, dude. Does anyone see, a pattern here going on? What? I don't know. I find this whole experiment here of this society, this American society, because unfortunately that's where I was born. Some people say it's fortunate, some people say it's unfortunate. I'll be honest with you, I'd rather be born in somewhere like Europe at this point. I don't know. Sounds a lot better over there right now. Well, I don't know, man. Russia's about to nuke their ass, so maybe not. I don't know. Hey, we got the Golden Dome here. I don't know. Hey, I read this article the other day. I think it was yesterday, actually, that was arguing that that the Golden Dome is a good thing because now it's going to raise the power level of nuclear warfare. We'll be able to shoot nukes out of the sky with other nukes, and that's a good thing. It protects us against nuclear weapons to have a golden dome of nuclear weapons pointed inward. What is the dome, by the way? You ever hear that? The Iron Dome, the Golden Dome. What is that? Right? Are they pointing the cannons away, or like, because if it's a dome, right, you'd think they'd be pointing the cannons toward the country, right? Like in a way, but I don't know. I don't know what the dome is. I'll be honest. It's some bull fucking shit. It's a dome. It's defensive, even though we use the same weapons to murder people in other countries. It's defensive because we call it a dome. Whatever, dude. Again, like these are just examples of like living in Fville here and how to just stay the fuck alive in this hellhole, right? What's another thing Back to the Office does, and just being around really stupid people, going to schools that have no ventilation systems. A lot of people love, talking about recently, this has been catching on, at least in the circles I'm in, is CO2 levels, carbon dioxide levels. I bought a CO2 monitor for my house. I carry it around whichever room I'm in or whatever, just to see the CO2. And, in a lot of buildings, if you carry it around into stores, sometimes the CO2 is, 150 or rather 1,500 parts per million, 2,000 parts per million, right? And that, once you get to that level, literally your brain stops functioning that well. There's actually cognitive impairments. If you are in a room with a high concentration of CO2, your brain functions at like 80%, like depending on the level of CO2 in the air, right? So we're all sitting in these like crowded kitchens, like you work in a kitchen, that's a crowded ass room. Maybe you got some ventilation, but still there's a lot of motherfuckers in there. People that work in these small little cubicles and all this stuff. I don't know, man. How do you live in that kind of world and stay sane? Well, most people don't. Most people just get addicted to drugs. Look at me, for example. I got addicted to drugs. I do weed every day. Is that healthy? Is that bad for me? Is that good for me? I don't fucking know. We'll find out, right? You got to stay sane somehow. Some people, they drink a 6-pack before they pass out on the couch every night. That's how they survive. Some people, they go see Taylor Swift. That's how they survive. Some people, they play video games for 15 hours a day. I do that one too. I double dip on these. So I don't know. How do we stay sane? Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't stay sane. Maybe we're here on this planet to just kill each other, to just engage in all these hedonistic pleasures, to just rip away everything that we've ever achieved. Because doesn't that sound fun, to light up 5,000 years of human history on fire? Isn't that what we're here for? Or maybe we're the last generation. Maybe that's what we're here for. Maybe that's what our purpose is on this planet. We all know the climate's going to destroy us by 2060. If you live in Florida, you will not be living in 2060, most likely. The climate will destroy us. It's going to kill us all. So maybe we're just here to just fuck, to kill, to destroy, to eat a bunch of fucking garbage, to get drunk, and to kill ourselves every day. Maybe that's what we're here for. I don't fucking know, because that's what it seems like to me. Every time I read the news, that's what it looks like. Everyone has decided that we're here to do. That's what it looks like. Everyone's decided, let's kill all the disabled people. Let's kill all the elderly people with this virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome, so that I can go see Taylor fucking Swift while she flies her fucking jet all around the country, all around the world, 15 fucking times a day, emitting God knows how many gallons of fuck into our fucking atmosphere, right? Let's just fucking do it. Let's just say we're the last generation on Earth, and let's embrace it, because enough of this centrist, fence-sitting garbage. Either pick a side, save the fucking ship, or just fucking pop a couple more holes in it and let's have fucking fun. Because I'm sick and tired of watching the slow bleed out of everything around us. It's just sickening. It's maddening. And frankly, I don't like it. But anyway, that's my show today. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you were able to follow some of that. I will now be turning the something space laser. I will be directing that beam at the chat room. All right. QCock. Questions, comments, or concerns. QCock. It better be good. Every time I do QCock, you people ask the worst fucking questions imaginable. So let's try to do a little bit better this time. You know, like holy shit. But anyway, while I wait for I always forget we have that stream delay. Yeah, we have stream delay. So let me wrap it up again. We're fucked. And not in the good dick way. All right, are there any questions yet? So, Andrea, how many fingers am I holding up? 7. How's Max? He's good. Max got blood work recently. And we have determined that Max is a healthy ass dog. So, good news. What can I say? I'm just really good at this. So, this space. Let me take a moment here to talk about this space. I like this space. Personally, I prefer this space to other spaces. And hey, feel free to clip this out there, editors. You know, we'll edit that part out. But so anyway, I'll start over. I like this space. Frankly, I prefer this space over other spaces. I've been to other spaces, and there's a lot to be desired. But here at this space, you know, we're trying to build something here. What are we building? I don't fucking know. I don't know. We're building something. We got a bunch of people on here to talk about a bunch of fucking shit. And is some of it good? I hope. Is most of it good? Probably. But you know what is also really good about something like this space is that you can very easily recommend it to other people. You know, you ever be in a situation where you're like, you know, like you want to share something, but it's kind of embarrassing. Like, you know, oh, I found this cool new YouTuber or this cool new band or this new video game and I want to share it, but I'm kind of embarrassed because it's just kind of weird. Like, you know, like, hey, go watch this YouTuber I like, you know, it's kind of annoying. Maybe I feel that, maybe you don't, I don't know. I feel that way anyway. But when you're talking about a channel like this space, like it's not one person, you know, like when you share something like this space, like, oh, it's a thing. It's not just a person. It's not some dipshit. You know, like I've had my own YouTube channel. It's hard to share one person's YouTube channel because what if that one person says something crazy, you know, like me? Like, what if I say something like just out there, you know? Well, then if your friend goes, oh, I checked out this space and there was some crazy bitch talking about whatever, you get to say, well, you know, there's all kinds of stuff on there, you know? So you could share this space a lot easier than you could share other spaces. So go share this space. We here at this space in industries even, we here at this space Incorporated would appreciate and you know, there you go. So not drinking soda actually. I'm drinking La Croix, so not soda. However, the comment about the CO2 doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Fuck your argument. Next question. Oh. I got private chat room messages. Actually, never mind. They're not for me. They're for the producer. Holy shit. They're producing. So one way, I mentioned earlier that huffing in COVID reduces your IQ. And how could we imagine that at a population level? Well, here's one way. Donald James X says, I'm still a member at Andrea's channel, even though she never streams anymore. But this is worth it. Now, you would only see this type of behavior in a population that has been, again, at a population level, huffing in this virus that destroys your brain and literally damages your brain. It's like, imagine if you got a concussion, like that might fuck you up a little bit. Right. So just thinking about that, here's one way we can, again, direct this lens through there. So. Do we ever get requests by small bands? No, but we're totally willing here at This Face Industries. Only Andrea abuses fans. That is correct, as evident by this show and many others. And the reasoning is very simple. I believe air conditioners are superior. So we got to move on. Hello, Boston Brian. How is Boston today? I hope it is. I hope it's still Boston, as in with an apostrophe N. Boston. It's like a verb, verbal question, answers. Anyway, coming up next on This Space, thank you for watching my show. My show is over now. Coming up next is, I believe, if I'm wrong, hopefully someone can correct me. But I believe, let me just check. Okay, Left of the Box is next.
Do, theme song, do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song, do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song, do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee, and Abernathy is right here. You see, he wasn't bothering me, but as soon as he sees these studio lights go on, he's like, I need to be on your lap and squirm all around and potentially like hit buttons and end the stream accidentally, which I'm worried about. And yeah, he's like, no, I want to be cuddly now that I'm in the spotlight. There we go. Hello, Letterhack and Johnny Too Late and Environmental Coffee House, John Litham. I think Boston Brian was in here. There's Reference Frame. Welcome. So first of all, sorry about last week, and my biggest apologies to Nicholas and Letterhack and everyone else involved who had to scramble last minute to replace me, because as many of you who watch my content know, I have an 18-year-old cat, and he's been not well. He has mass on the side of his neck, and I'm trying to get him in for surgery, and I'm super worried about him, and he had stopped eating. And so last Wednesday morning, I went to the vet to pick up some fluids for him and some painkillers to see if the pain was causing him to not eat. And so I gave him a painkiller when I got home. The vet did not warn me that it would cause him to become very lethargic and wobbly. And so around 1 p.m., when I saw him walk out of my room and his back end started flopping over and stuff, I naturally thought he was dying. So I completely lost my mind. And I was in no condition to do a live stream just short hours after that. And you'll have to forgive me if I get emotional still, because he is stable at the moment. I was supposed to take him in for more blood work this past Monday, but they made a mistake. It's next Monday to recheck his kidneys to see where they're at, and to do a heart palate, because if those are okay, he's going in for his surgery on Friday, the following Friday. And I very much want him to do the surgery, but he's still not eating on his own. I have to spoon feed him for the most part. And it's stressing. That cat is my life. 18 years together, I've spent more time with that creature than I have with any other creature on this planet. And he's the only thing I'm bonded to right now. So I also feel like he still has a lot of life left in him. Like, you would never know this cat is 18 by the way he acts. Like, he's still a bit dopey now. He's handling the pain medication much better, and I'm only giving it to him once a day right now. But I am having to, there's those tubes of pet food, cat food, tubes of cat food. They call them churros. I have to basically feed that to him. And it works. He eats it, and he doesn't struggle. He's just like a fussy baby with it. And so I will do whatever it takes to hopefully get him to his surgery. I feel like once that mass is off his neck, he'll be better, because I feel like that's what's causing him to not eat. But at this point, I still don't even know for sure if he's going to be able to do the surgery, because it all depends on the blood work next Monday. So I'm in a heightened sense of anxiety at the moment with that. But I want to thank all the wonderful people in my communities who have helped me out financially during this crisis, because not only is it Frodo's vet bills, but it's my car needed over $1,000 in repairs. And because of the amazing generosity of this community, it's been covered up to this point. I don't know how much. I'm hoping for the surgery, and I don't know how much that will be. I do go to a not-profit vet, so hopefully it won't be thousands, but it's not going to be cheap. So part of my pledge with asking for the money was, for every $300 raised, I would do a portrait at cost for somebody living with less. So what at cost means is you pay for the scan of it, the professional scan, a print for my records, and the shipping. And we're talking like not ones as high detail as this. I don't have one just handy right now, but you can go to my website and see what a standard portrait looks like. And so far, nobody has taken me up on it. There's several available. So if you are interested in one and you would never normally be able to afford a portrait like that, please reach out, and don't feel proud. Don't feel like somebody else deserves it. You deserve it. You do. Everyone deserves to have beautiful art in their life. And yeah. So don't be shy, reach out. And so, yeah, I've been super stressed. Last week, in the evening of Wednesday too, I was supposed to be having an interview with Mark Allanderi. I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Probably not. Met him during the Mandami election live stream, and he's an infectious disease expert. And I'm like, oh, there's a lot of that going on in Canada right now that I would love to pick his brain about. So we've rescheduled for tonight. So it won't be a live stream. I'll do a pre-record and release it later on in the week. So I'm super looking forward to that. It's going to be really interesting, because there's, the measles outbreak up here in Canada. In Alberta, they have more cases than the entire United States, and there's only like 5 million people in Alberta. Canada has just lost the measles-free status, being the first Western country to fall. There's the issue of the ostrich farm, which a lot of you might not even know about, but it was a ridiculous cope for the right wing, making a big something into nothing. But, you know, it was the government trying to prevent the spread of bird flu. It's unfortunate that the herd had to be culled, but that's what happens. And a lot of people are trying to treat it like these ostriches were pets, but they were for meat and eggs and stuff of that sort. And they were called, there's no real humane way of doing it, but as humanely as possible. And all the people upset about this have obviously never paid attention to what happens in a factory farm. Those animals should be so lucky. So lots to talk about, lots of nuance to talk about there. And I'm really looking forward to the conversation with him tonight. Again, everything is just tentative right now. It all depends on Frodo's health. Because when he passes away years from now, I will be out of commission for a little bit. Because like I said, he is my world, that cat. And yeah. But the surgery, if you can get it, is fairly simple because the mass is benign. It's on the skin. Like you can move it around. You can kind of like feel underneath it even, which means it should be a fairly simple, straightforward surgery to remove it. And it shouldn't take too long. Fingers crossed that he's healthy enough. But I have no idea what the lack of eating did to his kidneys. If he lost too much weight, I don't know. I'm trying to fatten him up as much as I can, but the only thing he's eating on his own is some treats overnight. So I will continue trying to get as much into him as possible before Monday. Anyway, should probably get to it. I actually put together some stuff to talk about. Because I did a special live stream last night for people who are interested on the comments that Megyn Kelly made about, you know, the barely legal 15-year-olds, because that's not a thing. It's not a thing. 15 is not legal. It's not barely legal. It's illegal. There's a difference. And she says there's a difference between a 5-year-old and a 15-year-old, and there are plenty of differences. But something they have in common is they're both children. So I did a live stream on that. And there was some stuff that was kind of like tentatively related to it that I wanted to cover, but it's kind of its own separate category, but you might be able to understand why I led into it with my autistic brain being the way it is, the associations that I made. And it's just this pressure on women to conform, to be this ideal for men, to, you know, this desperation almost that a lot of these right-wing men have at trying to force women into a role that had always been, what's the word? Not convenient, but beneficial to them. And now that the times are changing and women no longer want to conform into that role, men are struggling. And I do get it to some extent. A lot of the people that we're going to be talking about on here are just assholes. But I do understand that their social conditioning hasn't prepared them for what's happening. And that's the fault of society. And we should be conditioning young men and boys to work on themselves, because it was so easy for them to not work on themselves when women were forced to get into relationships with them because they weren't able to financially support themselves. You know, they had to get married. It was the societal pressure to get married, have kids, and fit that role. And men didn't have to necessarily work as hard at keeping a relationship because women were kind of trapped there. And now that it's been drastically changing over the last couple decades, a lot of the men were never taught how to be emotionally independent, emotionally mature, to understand themselves, to self-reflect, to work on themselves, make themselves better, make themselves appealing to what women would want, and all that sort of stuff. And of course, since I'm still on the hostile fart sauna every day, the comments on there towards some women, it is mind-boggling. And I think for all the comments we're going to see about men demanding that women fit this role, it's more about them pleading for them to do that because they don't know how to interact with women otherwise. And there is that male loneliness epidemic. The problem is they keep this behavior up. It's going to continue for them. It's not going to get better. It's going to continue because women no longer have to put up with it. And there's studies out right now showing that more young women don't put a priority in marriage. And, a lot of the men are trying to say, this is the failing of society, our culture is falling apart. When in actuality, it's no, our culture is changing and they need to change with those times. And if they don't, they're going to be left behind. But it is important to kind of talk about these things. So, a woman recently on the hostile fart sauna, known as Twitter, posted about her degree. But not only that, she's kind of hot. Men had issues with that, apparently. Let's do this. Is this the right one? Yeah, okay, this one. There we go. And let's add to stage. There we go. So, somebody was quote tweeting Juliet saying it's genuinely crazy that this is the response to a woman posting about passing her Viva now. She didn't even post the thesis title or anything. They're reacting like this just because a woman completed an advanced degree. And this is the woman here, Juliet Turner. You did not see that. I'm not using any sort of thing like that. And so she says, point of view, you are celebrating, you are a young woman celebrating recent academic successes. And so these were the comments that she was getting. It's easier for me to read it that way than it is this way. So it's going to look weird that I'm not looking at the front, but I'm looking like it's going to look like I'm looking away from it because it's on my monitor over there and it's bigger and easier for me to see. So this is how men reacted to, admittingly, she's a very attractive woman. She reminds me of 7 of 9, like Jerry Ryan, actually. Jerry Ryan is a very attractive woman. So here are some of the men's response. They just handling doctorates out to anyone now, huh? Because of course it's not like a woman could actually go through the course. No grandmother on her deathbed was ever asked, so what was your thesis on? Well, I would imagine that they would have been talking about it well before then, and anyone that is surrounding them would already know. But also, if there was a nurse walking into the room and just found out that they had done a thesis, they might actually ask, like, oh, so what was it on? But when it comes to like deathbed point, it's kind of like, well, everyone there would already know. And as the reference frame says, no grandfather either, honestly. Like, that's not, generally speaking, something that comes up at that moment. It's already been discussed. The people there already know. It's not something that, needs to go further. And so one of the biggest reasons men don't value women's education is because they do nothing with it. They don't move the society forward. They don't feed the home. Well, actually, in these days, they don't make women benevolent. All your degrees, masters and PhDs do is make you think you can be like men. And if you happen to earn some change from them, all you'll do is selfishly spend it on yourself and yourself alone. Because pretty much any man who's commenting on this knows nothing about women. Because a woman can be the income earner of the home, but let's face the reality of these days. You need 2 income earners at home to maintain a family. It's very, very difficult for one person to raise a family on their own. And lots of women have helped to push society forward. It's a thing, you know. Women have participated all throughout history. It's a thing. Yeah. And I don't think she was doing it to become benevolent. It was probably a passion of hers, you know. Yeah. Reference frame. Women have revolutionized physics many times. Yeah. Many fields they've been involved in. And it's just a lot of them are wedged out of those fields because of the misogyny and harassment that they have to deal with in those fields. So then this guy is saying, just look at the degree on that chick. No man ever. And he knows what other men like. Because I think it's hot. I like smart people. You could have had 4 babies in that time. More if you count the precursor degrees. No. And how many children she wants is her own damn business. You don't need to tell her what she should be doing with child rearing. Because here's the thing that a lot of these men are afraid of: society collapsing and whatnot. We have over 8 billion people on this planet right now. We're okay, population-wise, you know. If we go extinct in the next 300 years or so, it's not going to be because of lack of babies. It's going to be because of the climate. But, you know, people like me can choose not to have kids because the survival of the species does not depend on me having children. We're going to do just fine. You know, my siblings covered off my quota of kids. You know, they've had more than their 2.5 type thing. We're good. Lots and lots and lots of women can not have babies. We're good. We're good. We've got the population covered. Because, you know, if you go back in history, a long time ago, the population was a hell of a lot less than it is now. So we're good. Hey, Jules, only academia cares. Enjoy your cat, though. Don't threaten me with a good time. Them eggs aren't getting any younger. You know, men are always so ready to be like, oh, what about your ovaries and your eggs and stuff like that? But they don't tend to acknowledge the fact that as a man ages, his sperm quality also goes down. Yeah. But you know what, even with that, and even with maybe not being at peak ovulation for women, there's still more than enough sperm and eggs in the human bodies to produce a baby. It's not like we only have 5 years worth of eggs stored in us. There's lots of years of eggs stored. We're good. And it's just, again, this idea that you need to have your eggs fertilized. And it's like, no. Population will do just fine. And unless you're the one that wants to be the father of those children, what business is it of yours? Like, why do so many people insist on having other people have babies when they have no intention of participating in that child's life? And not only that, they, generally speaking, don't even support systems that would support the people who are having children. Like, a lot of these men probably are fine with the lack of universal health care. you know, the right wingers, with the lack of maternity leave and all this sort of stuff. So, you know, it's one of the things that I always found bizarre was other people's obsessions with other people having children. Because unless you're directly related to that child, what does it matter to you? Like, you would never even know if, like, all of these men have no idea I've never had children and never will. And the fact that I'm child free has zero impact on their lives. Zero. Because even if I were to have children, I can guarantee you none of them would be the father. I have this pesky thing called standards. So listen, there are people out there with real PhDs for doing real research. Don't cheapen the title with trash. It's the only good title we have left in this decrepit society. Reminder, there was no actual thesis title. He doesn't even know what it was on. He just wants to be nasty. You've spent your entire adult life trying to impress men in the institutions men built. I seriously doubt that. She was probably just, hey, I want to do this PhD thing because it's my passion. I'm good at it. I want to do it for me, not for men, for me. You see, we remove the N at the end of men and make it about me. You answered their test questions the way they trained you, and you submitted your thesis for their approval. Also, men could certify you an acceptable with their piece of paper. I think somebody is just jealous. They're just jealous. They're jealous. Empty egg carton. In academic circles, no one takes anyone seriously with a PhD if they ask or are expected to call the doctor. That's the reverse for MDs only. If you say that you are going to learn quite swiftly the truth of my words. Yes, nobody cares. Nobody cares, but they super care. I don't know. Usually the DEI ones post this to get validated in their delusions that they're intelligent. Shame you didn't do this in the 80s when it meant something. Now, as soon as someone says, I went to Oxford, I instantly think, okay, brainwash woke. R word with critical thinking skills of a brick, says the person with the critical thinking skills of a brick. Why do young PhDs take selfies and spam everyone with them? Every legit PhD, I would never do such a thing. Actually, I know lots of people who would because they're proud of it and they want to let people know. Yeah, I think pipe down woman, all this, congrats on successfully becoming a biologist, but failing at biology. You are 30 years old with no husband or kids, a genetic dead end. But the thing is do they even know if she's married or has kids? Because lots of people can be married and have kids and post this still and go for a PhD. It's entirely possible. And so someone had tweeted, congrats on successfully becoming a biologist, but failing at biology. Yeah, so, hey, at least you have your cats to keep you company. So she's responding directly to that. And she says, guys, I'm really sorry about your involuntary celibacy, but you don't know it's not my fault, right? Yeah, it's not on any one women to have relationships with all the lonely men out there. The men have to work at it. They have to make themselves appealing. And then she says, imagine seething with rage because I posted about getting my PhD. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in my beautiful office doing what I love all day. She so looks like 7 of 9, Jerry Ryan. But yeah, that while all these men are on social media crying about it, she's living her best life, and congratulations to her for it. And then just other people saying this is what happens on this app when you congratulate and support a woman who got a college degree, and more men just, freaking out, saying that women need to be mothers and they have to have babies and all this sort of stuff, and they must. So let's remove this from stage briefly so we can comment on it before we move to the next part of this. And yeah, it's just, she looks happy, as the reference frame says. And we need more people getting degrees, PhDs, all that sort of stuff. It's just men are feeling, what's the word? Not vulnerable, but insecure. They're feeling insecure because they don't know how to communicate with women. They don't know how to connect with women. And now that women aren't being forced to be in relationships with them, they have no idea how to be in a relationship. And unfortunately, it's a failing of society that we aren't doing a better job of educating them at a young age. Like, there's a lost generation out there, pretty much. And because it's too late for them to learn, they'd be too stubborn. But this is why a lot of the statistics show that women in later years are more happy after divorce than before the divorce. And men are less happy after the divorce because now they're on their own. I've heard so many stories of how men, especially like older senior men, just simply could not function without the woman around to do everything for him. Like, they become so emotionally dependent, so functionally dependent on them. They have no social life outside of what their wife does. And so it's not even just a matter of them being in a relationship with, you know, a woman, like a sexual relationship. It's also a matter of them just being in a relationship with people, having friends and stuff like that. A lot of men don't know how to do that. And when you don't know how to do any of that, you become desperate and you start clinging and you start, like, these are men who are just, they're pleading to make it this way. They want it this way. They're demanding it be this way because they don't know how to function in a society that doesn't work like that. And it's a really sad statement on where we've gotten in life. But there's so much misogyny. And John Lethan says Musk encourages this behavior. Yeah, and this is part of the reason why Twitter has just become an absolute cesspool for this. And the problem is that it's amplifying and validating these feelings in these men. So I can go on Twitter and stay detached from it. But a lot of these men who are desperate for community will go on there and find other men who are desperate for community that are saying the same thing. And then all they do is exacerbate these emotions and these thoughts in each other, and it will just keep on getting worse and worse and worse. And a lot of people will always just say, well, it's on Twitter, it's not the real world, and all that sort of stuff. I think people are starting to realize it doesn't just stay on Twitter. You know, Twitter is a representation, sometimes an exaggerated representation of what's going on in society. And, you know, when this fervent push on Twitter amps up like this and people feel more emboldened, this will carry over in the real world. It's not like it will just stay on Twitter. And people will get more upset, and it's just, they don't even know what's real, though, as Ethan here is pointing out. I talked about this, I think, the last time I was on. I think there are also bots in the mix on X exacerbate things, yeah. Because a lot of these men won't know what's real. And so they'll see all these bots saying things, these bots that are basically programmed by Elon Musk to say a lot of these horrific things. And so then they'll think they're not alone, that this type of behavior is okay. In fact, it's applauded. And, you know, it's not just bots that are doing this. It's coming from the top, the absolute top. Oh, I forgot to plug in my headphones. Like, we can say all we want about this coming from Twitter and amplifying things, and there's bots, but we have real world examples of some of the most powerful people in the world saying some of the worst things that just feeds into this type of behavior that we're seeing on Twitter. Again, Twitter is just like a reflection of what is happening and what's going on. Let's bump this back up onto the stage. So somebody is just saying, why the fuck didn't any other reporter on Air Force One that night call Trump out for this disgusting remark? Why the fuck didn't any other reporter on Air Force One defend this female reporter? And why the fuck did it take 72 hours to hear about this disgusting and cowardly thing he said? Yeah, this was really bad. And that's the thing. Like a lot of people, a lot of the men are like, well, you know, who's going to protect you from the men? It's like, well, if the men weren't attacking us, we wouldn't need to be protected by anyone. And when there is a woman in need, quite often the men around her do nothing. And I've witnessed this firsthand. I've had to stand up for women around me because their boyfriends or their husbands nearby would say nothing while they're being harassed. And, you know, so here we have a female reporter get called a horrific name in front of everyone. And nobody is just standing there and saying, hey, you know, that's not cool. That's not right. Where are all the men on that plane saying, that's, you know, what, are they intimidated by Donald Trump that much? Are they too worried? And that's the part of the problem is they are. They're worried that if they say anything against these misogynistic assholes, that they'll no longer be part of the boys' club, that they'll be seen as, you know, a feminist, like it's a problematic thing. They'll be kicked out of, you know, their circle of friends because, oh, he can't take a joke. He's too serious and all this sort of stuff. But this is what was said. And somebody is pointing out, we would have talked about this for weeks on end in 2017. There would have been best-selling children's picture book by Samantha Bee called The Piggy That Wouldn't Be Quiet.
Yeah, is there something incriminating in the file, sir?
Quiet, piggy. It's not the first time he was referred to women as pigs. He's pretty notorious for that, but where were the men, the gentlemen in that room saying, fuck you. You don't get to say that to her. She's a colleague. She's, you know, she's in my field of work. You don't get to treat reporters like that. You don't get to treat women like that. And this is why a lot of the behavior that Trump has done over the years, Epstein went up to, was because the men in the circles who knew about it and were against it did nothing because they were too afraid of the repercussions, the societal repercussions that they would face should they actually stand up and call out other men's bad behavior. So the reality is, who's going to protect us when men are mistreating us? Generally speaking, it's not other men. It's it's women, queer folks, NBs like me, family members maybe. But just the stranger man on the street, would he step in and intervene? No. And in actuality, I'd be afraid of him too. Because that's part of the problem is a lot of the time, if women try to go to a man around them for help, that other man poses a risk. Because there's always that meme, like, what would you do if there were no men around you to protect you? And then it's that goose one. And then the goose is, protect us from who? Huh? Protect us from who? Because if there was no men around to protect us, the number one threat to women are men. You know, that's pretty much it. The number one threat to women are men. And then it's this idea of you have to be, as a woman, you have to be polite, you have to be courteous, you have to be demure, you have to be all these qualities, all these things that you should be in order to be a woman. And there's these boxes that you have to be in, and how you present, and you should never, be confrontational and all this sort of stuff. And again, this bleeds over. So we see a lot of like transphobic rhetoric online, especially with like libs of TikTok and stuff of that sort. It doesn't stay online anymore. It goes out there. It's in the real world. It spreads. So somebody pointing out, this is not like interrogating a stranger on their, how is this not like interrogating a stranger on their religion, ethnic identity, the color of their eyes? What right has anyone to inquire about the private matter in a public place where the gender biological identity of the individual has 100% nothing to do with the situation? Transphobia, homophobia, every kind of vicious phobia should be exposed as in this video. So somebody who is a gender critical person herself. If you look at her bio over here, broadcaster, biological female, woman of the year. Trans people should not expect justice in the UK, safest place in Europe for LGBT and all this sort of stuff. Or is she? Oh, no, I'm thinking of somebody else that quote tweeted her, I think. So she's just pointing out important, the cruelty of TERFs. All you need to do is watch this, the deliberate targeting of an innocent woman doing her job. This is gender critical in the real world. So because a woman who's working at Burger King doesn't conform to the ideals of what this other woman thinks she should look like, she deserves to be harassed. But here's the thing, even if she was trans and working at Burger King, how would that affect your order? How would it actually, I don't get it. Like how would a trans person serving you at a Burger King affect your order at all? And what right do you have to go up to this person and start demanding that they somehow prove that they are a woman? Because that's the thing. It used to just be like, ooh, the bathroom bans and the washrooms and women going into washrooms and demanding cis women prove that they're cis women because they were afraid that this woman might be a trans woman. And then it carries over to things like this. They simply do not want trans women in public society. And what happens is you have a whole bunch of people out there just trying to determine who they think is a trans woman based on their ideals of what a woman should be presented as, how they should present. So a woman who is cisgendered but doesn't necessarily put on the makeup or the hair, maybe has masculine features, well, then she's suspect. She might not be a real woman unless you conform to all these ideals of how they should look.
What is your name? What is your name, sir?
My name is Lily.
Okay, and you're stating that you called me sir, correct?
Actually, you called the young man, and I politely corrected you multiple times.
You don't get to correct me. I will address you as what I see.
How is that okay? I will address you the way that I want. That's not like freedom of expression and speech and all that sort of stuff. That's just being an asshole. Like, that's just being an asshole. Like, how is that okay to go into a restaurant and then start harassing someone because you're confused over what gender they might be when it has absolutely nothing to do with their job? Like, they're not in a women's only Burger King. I don't think those exist. And even then, she's a cis woman. And even then, if she was a trans woman, so what? Why are you harassing her while doing her job? We don't need to listen to the rest of that bigot. Let's see what else. But it is a lot of like, oh no, we must figure out, we must put women in a box and stuff. And then you get into like the purity thing and those men that take their daughters to the purity balls and stuff like that, which I find are really disgusting. Now, I do have a little question for the producer. The next tab that I want to open has a GIF in it from Frankenstein, the recent movie. Gives nothing away, and it's just a GIF, so it's a few frames. Is that safe to show, or should I just read the tweet? Let me know. Let me know. Because again, this is just this ideal of the roles of men and women that I want to touch on. I don't even know like how connected these thoughts are, but in my autistic brain, they're all connected. Like just this gender binary, these gender roles that you're supposed to do. You're supposed to conform to, and if you don't, then how do you know where you fit in society and all this sort of stuff. And that's why queer relationships tend to be the most balanced, because there's no assumptions as to who does what, who's taking out the garbage, who's doing the dishes. Everything is up for negotiation, whereas with cis male, cis female, there's a lot of assumptions and presumptions as to what the two different genders are supposed to do around the house, when it doesn't have to be like that. And then there's this idea that the women have to be more empathetic and caring and compassionate and understanding, whereas the men never have to do any of that. The men always say women are too emotional for this and that and the other thing, and yet they cry like little toddlers online because a woman showed off her PhD. Men are extremely emotional, very emotional. They're just taught to be ashamed of themselves for feeling anything, for expressing anything. And so then everything comes out as anger, because that's the only acceptable emotion men are allowed to have. I'm not seeing any comments from the producer if it's okay to show this tweet with an image. It's just, I freezed it. It's not even moving. It's just an image of the recent Frankenstein movie. Because it's one of the things, if I'm doing this on my stream and I have to cut out 30 seconds of it, it's not a big deal. Well, Letterhack is in here. Do you know if it's okay to just show the image and not even moving GIF? Okay, he says it's okay. So I'm trusting them. So this is it. So talking about Frankenstein, I didn't even know this was from Frankenstein at the time. And somebody saying, mind you, it's always the woman having empathy for the monster and showing it love, because we know and recognize marginalization on a deep level. And somebody quote tweeting that saying, I think if it was a man having empathy for a woman in a monster, there's just too many inherent complex structures of misogyny that would be unlearned, disavowed. It would be a very long movie. And somebody else here was pointing out, any discourse on this starts and ends with reality that's 2025, and we still don't have one story of a man in love with a monstrous woman in mainstream media. Not one. And this goes to one of my pet peeves. Rom-coms. I hate them. I hate them. Sitcoms in general, where it's always the wife, the woman, the girlfriends are beautiful and attractive. And the men in these rom-coms feel like they're entitled to a relationship with her because they show her some attention. That somehow that makes them different. That when in actuality, the only reason why these men are even going for these women for the most part is because they're beautiful and they don't care. That's why in my brain, I actually do have a horror story that's not vampire related that existed a long, long, long time ago. Whereas it's a slasher film idea, whereas the killer in it is female based as opposed to all these men and stuff. But that's the thing, and you see it all over the place of men saying, well, why should we be nice to ugly women when there's lots of nice pretty women for us to be nice to, type thing. And where is that movie of the man showing empathy for the creature? Because what was it, The Shape of Water is one, Beauty and the Beast, like all these things, Frankenstein, where this ethereal, so I'm not saying that right, the woman is can see past the barriers and see and have sympathy and empathize with this creature. Or, you know, the protagonist is like a really large, overweight man, but somehow the woman can still get past it and stuff. Whereas these men would never even show the same courtesy to these women. Like there was that movie Shallow Hal. Oh my God, I hate that movie so hard. Where it's like he gets hypnotized into seeing women for their inner beauty as opposed to their external beauty, when he ain't a beauty himself. You know, I think what would be the closest is the one with the trolls. No, wait a sec. It was reversed. Never mind. So where are the movies with the men actually caring about a woman who is ugly? Showing her sympathy and compassion. Where are these archetypes, these these things happening? And why is it that in our society we train men to believe that should they be empathetic at all, that there's something wrong with them? Like this. I remember seeing this TikTok a while ago. So here is the most disturbing thing I've ever seen on TikTok, is someone saying. And so somebody replying saying, you're a soulless ghoul if this bothers you. High school sweethearts start off with no kids. Husbands suffer TBI in early 20s, requires full-time care and facility. Wife divorce, petitions court to become his legal guardian, eventually remarries to have 2 kids. First husband is core part of family, of second family. So in it, you see, this is her former husband. Oh, you can't see my mouse, can you? There. So this is her former husband who suffered a TBI. I'm not entirely sure what that is. And, you know, became very disabled. Here's her current husband caring for him. And somehow, so many men are upset at seeing this. Like, how can you do this? And how can you? And to me, this just looks like a beautiful relationship. Oh, traumatic brain injury is what Ethan is saying. TBI is. And like, this type of man should be applauded for being so caring and stuff. And the fact that, you know, he wasn't scared away from this relationship because her former husband is still there. But when I had seen this before, like, he had no other people to look after him. He had no one else to care for him. And so it was, she keeps this man she loves in her life and cares for him, or he goes to an institution where, you know, there's no life. And this type of thing should be normalized. Like, I'm polyamorous, so it's easier for me to say these things, I suppose. But even the idea of a polyamorous relationship should be more normalized. Because to me, that's just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And it's a tragedy that more men don't believe that it's possible to be that empathetic, that you could love more than just one way. And a lot of men who seek after these beautiful women, they don't love those women. They love what that woman, being in a relationship with that woman, means for them. It's a status symbol for them. It's not about the relationship. It's about what she does for him. And like in all these rom-coms and stuff like that, it's somehow if this awkward conventionally unattractive guy can date this beautiful woman, then that validates his worth without any care as to who that woman is and what she believes and feels and stuff. But there's so many, like, rom-coms are the most toxic shit out there. And they say that they're made for women, but they're actually made for men because it gives men this illusion. And this is why, stalkers are such an issue sometimes, that if you just show her enough of the right attention, she'll naturally, then she'll fall in love with you. In fact, she owes you it if you go out of your way for it. There was another movie that was just absolutely ridiculous. I forget what it was called, but again, standard rom-com guy. He was skinny and short or whatever, and he was interested in this woman who was like a musician and basically out of his league, and ends up kidnapping her dog because her dog ate his best friend's engagement or wedding ring. And so he kidnaps the dog, hoping that the dog will poop it out, but then helps her go on the hunt for this dog that has gone missing, and she is traumatized over losing her dog. And somehow that's supposed to be endearing at the end? That because he was trying to do the right thing but did it all wrong, that was okay? Or the movie There's Something About Mary. The only reason why these men love those women is because they're beautiful, and it would mean that somehow they have more worth if they can land a beautiful woman, which is why a lot of men in the real world write women off if they don't view the woman as pretty. Because there's this old quote in my head that I've heard a long time ago that, men approach, or men are attracted to women based on appearance, and a good personality is a bonus, whereas with women, they're attracted to men based on personality, and the appearance, a good appearance, is the bonus. And I feel it sometimes. Like, I feel like, especially as I'm getting older, that the chances of that initial attraction of getting a man just even interested in me is never going to happen, because I'm not conventionally beautiful enough. And up to this point, that's been the case, because I've been chronically single most of my life. And it's bad for the men too, because they're not taught to value a relationship. They're not taught what a relationship is, how it can help, how it's supposed to be a dynamic, and they grow together. And it's a, what's the word? It's a negotiation. It's a cooperation. It's not just about one or the other. It's about both. And because they're taught this idea of, if you just show a beautiful woman some attention, then she owes you this. And then when they don't get that, and they're miserable, and they see a beautiful woman with a PhD, and they're upset because she's not choosing one of these plebs out there. Maybe she's waiting to find the right guy. Maybe she's not even interested in having a family and settling down, but how dare she deny some random man her attention? I don't know. It's sad, because like these rom-coms, this ideal of like the beautiful woman falling in love with the monster sets up a expectation that just simply isn't there in the real world. And men are missing out on what it means to have a relationship, and maybe not even a romantic relationship, but just a relationship. Like the idea that men can't be friends with women and stuff of that sort. Yes, you can. I have plenty of male friends. Granted, I'm not exactly a woman, but they thought I was. I thought I was at the time too, for the most part. Let's see. I do not know this movie that you were talking about, the reference frame. I remember being touched by the love story between Horace and Constance in Monster House, even cried at the end. Yeah, okay. So we are starting to run out of time. I'm running out of energy. The situation with my cat is ongoing. Frodo, I check on him, and every time I check on him, I'm worried. about how I'll find him. So I'm in a heightened sense of stress until this is hopefully, I hope he can get the surgery. I hope the blood work on Monday is okay enough for him to get the surgery. Because I just feel like if that mass is removed from his neck, that hopefully he can go back to the way he was. But the thing is that I don't even know if that's the case, because he stopped eating around the time that the mass started to really grow. But I don't know if they're directly connected or not. So it's scary for me. But anyway, let's see what people were saying in subspace. Is this because I was talking about comic, like movies and stuff and archetypes and whatnot, Letterhack? But yeah, I had this idea, just thinking about like slasher films and comics and stuff like that. I had this idea for a female-based slasher killer that was made by Mother Earth as a vengeance on humanity. So a woman who was violently murdered, who came back to life as some sort of creature designed by Mother Nature to become a predator to humanity, to clean up the human world mess. And so this female creature type thing has very problematic views, slasher killer type thing. And basically, if she decides this human is not worthy to be in the gene pool, she'll take them out for many, many different reasons and stuff. And I had the whole thing plotted out in my head, and then it became a bigger story. And so now it would probably be better as a novel versus an actual, just one-off movie or a comic book. Well, it'd probably make a good comic book series, but I do shit art for comic. I do great art, but not for comic books. And for this particular story, I would want an Indigenous artist, because the hero of it is First Nations. So it's still, it's on the back burner. Maybe it'll become a thing sometimes. Just like I also have, these are stories from my brain from like a long, long, long time ago that are still kind of there. They're kind of in a filing cabinet, but can be pulled out at any time, because then there was another idea of Clockwork Orange, only instead of the main character being male, female, and to base a lot of what she does based on gender norms and breaking gender norms and what society has and whatnot. And basically like a female version of the Joker. And I still kind of want to write those. I still think that they would be very interesting to write. Let me know in subspace if you think that these are worth writing. Because that one is a trilogy in my head. And yeah, it has like this futuristic world where everything is princified for women, and there's all these like very rigid gender norms and stuff like that. And she breaks out of it by being a absolute Joker type Alex character from Clockwork Orange. And but then there's somebody that was in the mental institution that they put her in, a nurse, that she kind of gets the nurse on her side, because the way the nurse is treated, even though the nurse is more intelligent than the male coworkers she's around, but the way she's treated and acted towards, but the nurse still has like principles and morals and doesn't want, is definitely not a killer, rapist type person. So cannot agree with what Alex is doing, but almost understands the necessity of having someone on that extreme of the scale, because if you have somebody on that extreme end of the scale, then it would suggest that everything in between is also possible. Reference Frame says, that would be cool. And John Letham says, yes. Groove Dragon, hell yeah, she goes after the oil companies, execs, and politicians that are bought by them. It's the slasher one that's like a horror, but more like a series of novels now. the character has very little empathy. So like, it's one of the things, like, she would take out queer people because she wouldn't think, like, what's the point? You don't reproduce with each other. Like, it's hard for me to get into that mentality, but that's as cold as she would be. She would take out anyone with a disability, a genetic disorder, but then also people who she just views as being harmful to the planet. So it's not even like, what's the anti-hero? She's not an anti-hero. She is a villain. But there will be moments of like, I kind of agree with that. So it's a very complicated character, just like the Joker. Like, there are moments where I can kind of agree with that, but he's a freaking psychopath and has murdered lots of people. So it's like, yeah. And I even know what she looks like, because she got reborn into this creature. So she has like, over her body is like a hide, but like horsehair, like thickness around her face and stuff. Her nose is kind of flattened out. Her ears are back, but then her hair is like quills that go back and down and can spike up, and very lean, and more claw-like elements on her hands and feet and whatnot. Brown, like brown fur and stuff. Yellow eyes. Yeah, I know what she looks like. John, does this character have supernatural powers, or is it strictly a realist story? Not supernatural. She has animalistic qualities: stronger, faster, brutal, /kill, heightened sense of smell, sight, things of that sort. A creature of that sort, almost like a sane werewolf, I guess you could say. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going over as per normal, so I'll let the producer off the hook, and I'll do my send off. Again, tonight I'm recording a video with Mark, the infectious disease expert. Really looking forward to that. My next news live stream will be Sunday. Again, all depends on how Frodo is doing. So I hope to see you all then. So everyone, like, subscribe to this channel, give Nicholas, the producer, a big thumbs up, and thank you for all the work they do. And check me out on my social medias and my YouTube channel. Left of the box. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture. It's about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke moralists.
F around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Hey everybody, I was gonna do it.
Are we live?
I was gonna do the show by myself, and then I was gonna concoct this whole story about how I did a coup and I had to kick everybody off the show, and right as it started, you jumped on.
I ruined it. I'm sorry, I ruined it. Yeah, I literally enter the room and I hear, they want you to comply. And I was like, oh, we're live. Oh.
See, if I didn't miss last week, I would have probably just ducked out and just not do the show. But I couldn't miss 2 weeks in a row because I'll miss a bunch in December. But it's nice to see you. How are you doing?
You just dropped that little. I'm gonna be out for the entire next 2 weeks or something.
I'm planning to take like at least 3 weeks off in December from the show. I'll be trying, like, I'm gonna cook up some pre-recorded stuff for my main channel that's like good in quality. I'm working on it now, so I'm taking a lot of time. But yeah, I always try to decompress in December and just like enjoy the holidays and whatnot. So I don't want to miss any more Leftist Mafia shows. But it's nice to see you again, friend.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Mike is already looking forward to Christmas. Look at him. He's already like, I'm picturing him as walking through the streets. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Shopping bags in hand.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. I'm kind of like a Christmas mom where, you know, I put up the decorations for the kids, being my dogs. And I like to go all out. Although I'm not feeling like particularly in the Christmas spirit this year per se. But I am looking forward to just kind of like taking some time off to play video games and you know, just be lazy, kind of veg out, have a bit of a staycation.
We should play some video games together. We should do some. I'm drawing you back. I'm reeling you back in. We should do some video game streams.
I think that we still should do some sort of video game stream where we play like What the Dub. Or we play a game that's really easy for us to play over the internet, or something that the audience can play along. Because I think that there's a lot of darkness and sadness going on. So if we can maybe have a lighthearted stream, I think people might enjoy that. I know I would enjoy that for sure right now.
Hey, Fortnite's doing a Simpsons season right now. That's a lot of fun.
I saw that. That actually made me want to try Fortnite again, but I'm just so bad at it.
I've been leveling up so I could unlock my battle pass levels, so I could get I think what was it that we got? You get Marge, you get Ned Flanders, and you get Homer Simpson in the battle pass. So I'm unlocking those. Yeah,
you can't play as Bart Simpson like with a skateboard.
So there is a Bart character, but he's in the shop, so you got to buy him with the in-game currency.
Okay.
Also though, with what I don't like about it is because so in Fortnite all the skins are aesthetic only. So they got to make all the characters like the same height, basically, so no one has to. So there's no like advantage to like playing.
That makes sense.
So what they do is they put Bart in like a mecha robo suit, so because his height wouldn't be equal to the rest of it. So he's sitting in there. You see his face and everything, but he's in like a robot, and the robot body is what's shooting and everything. So Bart's not running around like with a gun.
Interesting. That's really interesting. You know what I've been playing lately is Power Wash Simulator 2.
Power Wash Simulator. There's a second one. Oh,
I've got to say, it is amazing. I've almost completed the game. I think I'm like 80% of the way through it. It is very, very good.
Do you just power wash things?
You just power wash things. Yeah, it's one of those oddly satisfying, like cozy type games, but I'm really digging it. That's kind of like my happy place right now.
I mean, have you ever used a real power wash? It is a lot of fun to just. It is.
I have.
It is a lot of fun to do. So I wonder. I think you might be drawing me into that game. Maybe we can do a power washing stream.
I am a huge fan of real life power washing. So anybody who's going to hit me with well, Mike, if you like that, why don't you do power washing in real life? I do. I enjoy it. So it's a lot of fun.
I was considering like if I ever started like a real life like offline like service business, I would start a power wash company because I'd be in heaven. I would love going to work every day and power washing shit.
It would be fun. Oh, somebody said my audio's low. Let me turn it up just a tiny bit. There we go. That should fix it. But I don't know who's gonna drop in tonight. We haven't really heard from the rest of the crew, but
yeah, Leftist Mafia is falling apart, folks.
we're not having a good hit rate of attendees each week.
So pretty much you could nearly always guarantee, aside from like pre-scheduled days off, that me, Mike, and Lance will be there.
Mm-hmm.
But Lance has his grandma's birthday today.
Yes,
happy birthday,
to
Grandma Serfs. I'm assuming that's her name.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Right. So happy birthday, Grandma Serfs. Lance will be back, I assume, next week. But when it comes down to David, Doel, Ariana, and Rebecca, it is a roll the dice who's showing up.
Indeed. You know what would be fun though, and this might be a crazy idea. It could be a disaster. Is if it's just like a couple of us and there's not a lot of people. What if we did a call-in show, and rather than setting it up, we just drop the invite link to StreamYard in the chat, let people join, and we just bring them in one by one, take calls. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. It could be a complete and utter disaster, but it could be fun. It's a risk. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think it could be fun. Do we want to try it today?
I kind of want to try it, right? I mean, I don't know if anybody's going to show up, and I feel like I've touched on all the topics personally that I wanted to on my show this week, so I would be down to just like.
All right, so let's do that. But first, I guess let's do a quick with you and me here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do a quick run through of what were the major stories of the week. I guess number one, end of the government shutdown, which was a major throwing in of the towel for the Democrats.
Yeah, very demoralizing.
And then the other big story, obviously, is Donald Trump wasn't really telling the truth about, surprise, how long he was buddy with Jeffrey Epstein for, according to these new document releases. Some of listen. I didn't believe the guy when he said he cut off Jeffrey Epstein, but I wasn't expecting was email correspondence like weeks before Epstein was killed about Donald Trump and Epstein. Right. I mean, or when he was found dead. Let's be clear. We don't know what happened, folks, right? But I mean, those were some pretty recent emails that Jeffrey Epstein had with Trump as a hot topic in those emails, talking about what a piece of work Donald Trump is, and how the only hit dog that hasn't hollered yet, or whatever it was, or
the dog that hasn't barked.
Yeah, oh my God. I mean, claiming that Donald Trump spent hours with one of his girls.
Right.
I think I saw there was an email where he was concerning Trump and Prince Andrew, who's no longer Prince Andrew. He's just Andrew now.
Don't forget about Peter Thiel.
The Peter Thiel emails.
That one was so creepy. It was like I think Epstein sent to Peter Thiel, "That was a great time," or something along those lines. Just all very mysterious, where they're always talking indirectly about things. They never say explicitly what it is they're doing or what somebody did, because they don't want to leave a paper trail. It's all very like they're insinuating so many things. But now with the context, knowing what we know about Jeffrey Epstein, it paints such a disgusting picture. And I've got to say, the stories from this week just have me feeling deja vu, right? Because it's like, okay, what are we learning? Yeah, Trump he's probably a diddler, and Democrats are cowards and they're always gonna cave. It's like, man, after having such a great week last week, it feels like a gut punch to come into this week and just have to relive the same shit that has got us to this point, at least in terms of Democrats, and then to see the same song and dance, this time with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, and Republicans trying to defend it, like Megyn Kelly. I have a video about her tomorrow, so I don't want to go too in the weeds right now. But I mean, the defenses that they're launching all in service of Donald Trump. I mean, these people are genuinely morally bankrupt. It's hard to overstate how gross they are.
They're all defending what. First of all, they don't even know what's it like. I'm talking about Trump supporters.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even like the big influencers, the big names, the talking heads. They don't even fucking know what's in there. But they're already prepared. Like they don't know for sure what's in there, but there is coming. They are coming to a realization of that. There's probably something in there in those Epstein files, because the way they are reacting, they are like preemptively defending him. Like here, play this clip from Megyn Kelly. I'm dropping it in the chat. Have you seen this?
I'm pretty sure this is the one that I I saw this. This one is absolutely disgusting. This one honestly should be permanently delegitimizing. Like, Megyn Kelly should not have followers after this. It's truly reprehensible.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm going to talk about tomorrow on my show. I'm going to go over like their response in general, but this was quite the doozy.
Here's a little sneak peek, folks, of what Mike's going to talk about on his channel tomorrow.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like, he liked 15-year-old girls.
Okay, I just have to pause right there, because first of all, when she was like, the person I know says he's not a pedophile, Beta's reaction was like, as if she said something so fucking like illuminating.
Right.
What? How do you not say, excuse me? And then she goes, barely legal, as she refers to a 15-year-old.
Yeah, that's what caught my. A lot of people are talking about how she's clearly, as it goes on, you'll see she's making that argument that Epstein wasn't a pedophile. He was in a whatever that word is for people.
She's making technically it's an ephebophile.
Right. And I'm listen, if you're gonna split hairs like that, for accuracy's sake, I guess, but at the same time, legally there is no difference. Under 18, they are children, whether they are
absolutely,
whether they are 6'7", 6'7". My kids have fucked me up with the 6'7" shit.
I know.
It's all I can think of now when I remember. Whether they're 6'7" or 15, they are children.
They cannot consent.
Right.
They cannot consent. That is the key thing here. This is rape.
Yes. And but what wasn't really, I didn't see much people talk about is Megyn Kelly doesn't seem to know what barely legal that term means.
Right.
Barely legal means 18.
Right.
Means like just turned 18 or recently turned 18. They are barely legal, but that means legal. 15 is nowhere close to barely legal. They are not legal.
Right.
Not barely anything. They are not legal.
And think about why she's doing this, like the disgusting motivation to do this. She's trying to minimize Epstein's crimes, all in defense of Donald Trump. So that way, in the likely event he's implicated as well, it's not as bad. You're not going to be, as disappointed now that they've nuanced trolled and gotten you to accept that technically, it's a phebophilia, not pedophilia. These people are so sick in the head. And
people who make that argument,
long they've spent, like, what was the last 3 years or so, where every LGBTQ plus person, they show up on your TV, that's grooming kids. They're in the presence of somebody, they're standing there, that trans person is grooming your kids by being there, by being trans in public. But yet here they are trying to downplay Epstein's crimes. I just can't get over it.
Yeah. Like, the anyone who makes that argument about it's not technically pedophilia, they're making that argument in order to lessen the illegal activity they are condoning or partaking in.
Exactly.
Again, I guess if you are, if you're a journalist and writing about this or covering a story, I guess it's important to get the age right. But at the same time, there is no difference in terms
Right.
of it being a child.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca.
Hey guys, it's just look, I'm late. It's just us.
It's just us.
Just
yeah.
us, yeah.
Yeah.
We're watching Megyn Kelly preemptively defend Donald Trump for being in the Epstein files.
Okay, I'm here.
Let's rewind this so Rebecca can catch this. Maybe she hasn't. Have you seen this clip yet?
I have. I haven't seen it. White people business. I would love to see it though. Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
It's buckle up, Rebecca.
Okay.
It's a doozy.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years.
I noticed that contradiction too. Yeah.
Wait. So they like what Epstein was into was girls who were 15 and looked younger, but also passed for 18.
Yes.
How does that make any sense? Also, I like the idea of, I couldn't help but think like the mystery person who is very close to the Epstein case, who's telling her this stuff. All I could think of was Megyn, it's me, Donald Trump, your friend Donald Trump here. Let me tell you something. Epstein, not into 8-year-olds, okay? The 15 types. You know what I'm talking about?
This is.
Oh, and did you see today? The White House posted a video of Donald Trump with kids in the Oval Office. Like, they chose a hell of a time to post that. I guess to show that, like, maybe it's a coincidence, right? Nothing is a coincidence with these motherfuckers, but just, I guess, to show that he's not a danger to kids. See, there are kids in his presence. But I feel like that actually makes me feel more uneasy because I don't want them around him, okay? It's so horrifying to think about what he could have done in his past.
Yes.
Hey, Ariana.
Hi, Ariana.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
Sorry I'm late. I have been running around the city all day today, so I finally got home and I ate, and I was like, all right, we're good to go.
Well, happy to
That's
have
okay.
you.
Check your mic. Check your mic input though.
Anyways, go on. Don't let me stop.
Have you seen this clip? Rewind it again, Mike.
Oh
Let's
my
do it
god,
again.
we can't make the viewer. I'll just give her the rundown so the viewers don't have to watch it 3 times. Basically, Megyn Kelly in this clip is trying to downplay Jeffrey Epstein's pedophilia by saying she knows somebody who said he's not actually a pedophile. She didn't say this, but she's making technically it's a febophilia argument, and she's saying he was into girls that could pass for younger, but also pass for legal age. But he wasn't into super young girls, just like young teens that are barely legal, such as 15, which, like, it's a mindfuck. It's a mindfuck.
Yeah, naturally.
Long story short, she's downplaying Jeffrey Epstein's crimes in defense of Donald Trump. That's essentially what this is about. And she said she's not trying to make excuses for Jeffrey Epstein, but as you're going to see as the clip goes on, she is indeed making excuses for Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, I think technically, though, in her mind, she's not making an excuse for Jeffrey Epstein because the excuse is for Donald Trump. I mean, that's what this is all about.
That's fair. Right.
That's what this is all about. They don't give a shit about Jeffrey Epstein, obviously. But they like, you can see with this argument spreading among like the biggest Trump supporters online. Maybe Ghislaine Maxwell was really a victim.
Right, I've seen that.
Jeffrey Epstein's not he wasn't really a pedophile. He was into teenage girls. All of this, they don't care about Ghislaine or Epstein, obviously, and they shouldn't, but they care immensely about Donald Trump. And these are all arguments made to defend Donald Trump without saying his name.
Right. It's a new low, but there is really no bottom, so they'll get lower than this even. But here we are now.
And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material on his computer. That for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile.
Right.
I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see.
I just want to pause really quick just to say, I too do not trust Pam Bondi, but I think she's probably a lot more believable than Jeffrey Epstein. I'm just going to put that out there. Notorious pedophile, corrupt, criminal DOJ. I think she's probably more likely to be accurate.
I mean, why doesn't she believe Pam Bondi? I mean, Pam Bondi is running cover for Trump. Does she realize what she's saying? Because Pam Bondi is telling the truth and nothing but the truth, and the truth in the eyes of Donald Trump. There's no Epstein files. All the big charade we did with the binders and the influencers, right-wing influencers coming out holding up the binders. And I have the Epstein files on my desk. That was all mirage. You didn't see that. What are you guys talking about?
Right.
Who's Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein, the New York financier?
Anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. You can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Yeah. It's just whatever.
Bro. These people are demons.
Actually,
I mean, as someone pointed out, Megyn Kelly has a 14-year-old daughter. I mean,
that makes it so much worse that she's making this argument somehow.
Does she consider her, in her words, barely legal daughter? Would she be fine with her getting involved with this stuff, and how it's not that big of a deal because she's not really a kid? She's a teen, not a small child. Would she be fine with that line of defense?
There's just nothing that they won't defend. They have absolutely no moral standards. They just simply don't give a shit. I mean, if you'll defend this, if you'll defend genocide, if you'll defend so many things that we didn't think we would see them defend, I mean, the floor is in hell. Like, these people are just bad people, period, full stop. They're just craven, opportunistic people who are going to do whatever they think they need to do to get ahead. And I think that it's going to be more common, we'll wait and see, but it's going to be more common probably for the political commentators to try to defend Donald Trump or downplay it than it will be for politicians, especially the ones with political ambitions. And again, we'll see when the vote comes up, but Republicans, more of them are coming out saying now that this discharge petition is going to lead to a floor vote, they're going to support it. Because if you think about it, if you want to run for president 10 years down the line, do you really want your opponent to create this attack ad about how you voted to protect pedophiles once the Trump era is over and it's no longer, good to defend him? I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. These people are so gross to me.
I mean, everyone should be prepared for. I mean, this is not a conversation that's completely outside the purview of where we've heard right wingers, usually libertarians, argue. But be prepared for a conservative right wing led age of consent debate like you've never heard before. Once this stuff comes out,
yeah,
right.
You are about to hear. I mean, they've already been planting the seeds for a while about how women hit the wall at a certain age. That trope that they throw out there, that there's a wall they hit, and that age is usually something like mid-20s or even younger sometimes. They talk about how women, or really they call them women, but really girls are really they're most fertile in their teens or whatever. So try to push that shit forward. Be prepared for this shit all to come up and be disgusted like you've never been disgusted before. Because once they got to defend Donald Trump, those arguments are going to be right-wing doctrine and not just certain little pockets of right-wingers and like the Christian nationalists or something. No, it's gonna be the right-wing ideological talking point across the board.
Yeah.
And that's a shame because they, I mean, they've already tried to drum this up about, in some shape. They've always been weird like this. That's why we have Epstein and Friends and all this stuff. And what people try to make excuses for from the past. Oh, that was just like 25 years ago. That was like 30 years ago. That was like 50 years ago. And it's like, it's still sick. And you guys are trying to find excuses because y'all love Trump so much, or you're such a Trump supporter, to say, he wouldn't do that today. Yeah, because he's shriveled and he probably would do that today. So hide your kids, hide your wives, because he is capable, just like all the people that are in those emails and messages and have had a good time with Epstein and all the exposure that's going on. But it's really sad that is going to be a thing. We're going to see right now that's going to become the talking point on Fox News, by different talking heads. They're going to try to make that stick, where he didn't go for babies, like he didn't go for them if they didn't have their period yet. Like they're gonna go so extreme and weird like that just to make it seem like what they do is make these children adults, and this 15-year-old girl, in some states that's still legal and all that. It's a problem. And
there's no state, by the way, there 15, there's no state where that's legal.
And we thank
15,
God for it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we think
so. The argument, though, that 15 is barely legal, and they could, and anyone thinking, oh, maybe they'll make the argument that, like in some states, it's legal. No,
they make the argument now. I've seen it when they were
no
talking
state
about
where 15 is
when they talk about Diddy and Cassie, and although Cassie was 19 or whatever, they still make it teenager. But I'm like, that's still a kid compared to the experience of this. So imagine the children that they were objectifying and putting them in this position. That's abuse, that's trauma, that's all of this stuff. And you just want, what's going to happen to the president? He's already done so many things and they're just like, he's invincible. Like, and here we are with what we've already known about him. And here it is, exposing on paper. What are they going to say now? What are they going to say now? It's just going to be like, he didn't mean to do that.
Well, and what's crazy is that these commentators, they don't actually have to do this. They don't have to defend Donald Trump because the base won't believe it anyway. Like, just speaking anecdotally, my family member who is a Trump supporter says that all of the Epstein stuff is just fake news, straight up fake news. So it's like, why you don't even have to bother to downplay it because they'll find some way to do mental gymnastics to deny reality anyway. But the fact that you're choosing on your own volition to make a defense of Jeffrey Epstein in service of Donald Trump really speaks to how craven you are, because you think this is going to benefit you in some way, or you think you've got to jump on the bandwagon and, I guess hitch your wagon to Trump, even though he's very clearly a sinking ship right now. I can't understand what would possess them to do things like this. But again, I'm also a normal person and not a demon like Megyn Kelly, who, is now willing to stoop this low. It's a new low, but they'll go lower. So don't be too surprised because they'll find some way. They're very creative in being bad people. So they will innovate and iterate and find some way to do something even more fucked up in like a year or two from now. Just give it fucking time.
I don't know. I think this one's the cream of the crop in terms of fucked up shit. I don't know what they can do. This Epstein thing's been decades coming down the pike in terms of how long it's taken for this to finally start to drip out. This has got to be the ultimate, right? Like
we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll find out, won't we?
What could come after this?
Who knows? I don't want to imagine it. It's too traumatizing.
I do have a question though. Do you guys really think that list is going to come out? Because the cynical part of me is like, there's just no way.
I mean,
Like,
I don't think
know.
I don't think there's a list that's left to come out. I think there are documents and photos. I think there is going to be. I mean, I don't know if it'll ever come out like this, but the smoking gun will ever come out. But without a doubt, there is clear. I mean, especially after reading some of these emails, like they were keeping shit to make sure they could blackmail each other just in case it came down to it. Like Epstein claims he's got photos, where those photos are, if anyone has access to them. I mean, Pam Bondi was claiming they were videos. I mean, you don't just say that shit. I mean, I guess you can just say that shit.
And all over his residence. I thought that was like,
right. That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a well-known fact.
There is but that's the thing. I don't think there's like we from my understanding, like the list is out. There was never anything more than like the flight logs, from my understanding. And I think he had like a little black book or something with like his contacts. I don't think there is like a client list that says like on this date, this celebrity came and procured girls of this age and they did this with each other. I don't think there's anything like that. But like there's definitely photos and who knows what kind of documents out there that will give people a rock solid idea of who was involved and what was going on.
There's got to be a Rolodex somewhere, and Democrats need to subpoena the Epstein estate and get everything they could possibly get. I think it was a great move to get those emails. I don't know what Republicans were thinking by dropping 20,000 emails. I don't know if it was to try to, distract from the worst revelations, but the ones that the Republicans dropped were pretty incriminating as well. I mean, the 2017 Thanksgiving between Trump and Epstein, that's bad. That contradicts the timeline where Trump said he ended it with Epstein back in 2004, 2005.
What was that one again? I'm trying to remember what was the Thanksgiving one?
So it was Epstein telling somebody that he was attending Thanksgiving in NYC with a bunch of people and Donald Trump as well. 2017. So, and that also lines up with what Epstein told Michael Wolff in audio interviews, where he claimed that he knew about the White House when Trump was president the first time. So it kind of it's Epstein again affirming that that connection did not end. Sure, they weren't on the best terms. Nonetheless, they were still in contact with each other based on at least what Epstein says.
Just it's gonna be amazing to see what comes next. So we got the House voted on it, right, or not yet?
No, so there's going to be a vote next week, according to Mike Johnson.
I couldn't remember.
Adelita Grijalva became the 218th vote as soon as she was sworn in. What's funny is that, so I don't know if you all saw this. This was kind of a buried story, which is insane to me. So the Trump administration, I don't know who all was there, apparently like CIA, FBI, they held a meeting in the Situation Room after Democrats dropped those emails, and they brought in Lauren Boebert to try to pressure her to remove her name from the discharge petition. If you have to do this from the people who know what's in the files, FBI, CIA, that's a DOJ. I don't know CIA, but DOJ. If you have to do that, what's in these files is really fucking bad. So the fact that happened is very it's sussy, as the kids would say, right?
Do they say sussy?
They would say it.
I don't sound like they say that.
Probably not anymore. Probably not anymore.
Sussy.
That's crazy. It's okay. We love you for it, though.
But that's okay. Yes, we're here.
He's turning it to what he hates.
It's just, I don't know. It doesn't seem very. It's a bit weird. I would. Yes.
You really messed up his flow. You really messed up he's like stuttering.
I apologize. You were going in too. It caught me off guard, and you know, it just that's crazy. But they didn't even give
kids
white.
Ain't saying sussy anymore. I guess. Fuck
gave
me.
Old.
Sussy Bacca's too dated. Fuck.
Man, it's okay. Well,
it's fine.
We'll continue the conversation, but
okay.
I feel like there's way more happening than just Lauren Boebert. I think Lauren Boebert is what we found out about. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they also pulled Nancy Mace as well. And I think the other Republican is Marjorie Taylor Greene too. I can't remember. I know Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace are. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because those are like the 3 Republican defectors. Surprising. I guess the pendulum swept so far. They came back, but
well, the White House probably still thinks they have a connection though to like a relationship where they could convince Boebert and Mace. Marjorie Taylor Greene is no longer a MAGA person. I mean, she's still a right winger, but she has made it quite clear. She has made it quite clear whether it's strategic on her end or whether she's had an actual change of heart about Trump.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes, Marjorie.
It's because it's affecting her now because her whole thing is her children and their premiums going up, and she felt like that ain't right. She saw the numbers and how she would have to pay more. That was her first outrage because now it's at her door, and then she's sitting on anybody's couch who would listen, and it's like, I'm a person too, and the American public got me. They made me feel X, Y, and Z, just like they made you feel, they lied to you too. And it's like, no, bitch, you lied to everyone. You campaigned, you literally campaigned on lies and hate. You doubled down, tripled down on that. And now you think that I'm going to be remorseful for you. That's like when they said, what's that old girl named Liz Cheney said, after the fact, Donald Trump, I don't support him. And everybody was like, oh, no, absolutely not. Like,
right. There's no coming back. No.
Yeah.
But, I think the fact that they have some idea of what's in those files or what they're sitting on, and then they turn Trump down. I mean, what do they know? What do they know? Because they're obviously out for self-preservation.
Yeah.
I mean, AOC also said that Marjorie Taylor Greene was like eyeing the Senate chair in Georgia.
She's not. I don't think she's gonna win a statewide race. I don't think she has the, especially in Georgia. Maybe if she was in a different state. Maybe if there was
I think your mic isn't connected, by the way.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay, no, you're good. So before you both got here, Matt and I were considering doing a call-in.
But now they're here. Now we got 4 people. Doesn't make any sense to do the call-in anymore.
I mean, if you want, people are mean though. So if they stay nice and they know the rules, but they don't come on here and be mean, I'm with it.
Yeah, we can. Like I was saying earlier, it could be really fun. It could be a disaster because we don't really have the ability to filter people coming in. But I'll have my thumb over.
We're gonna throw a link out. We're gonna throw a link out there, and then surprise, we're gonna hear y'all talking about me, Marjorie Taylor Greene here. I heard you guys were talking.
Right. No.
Yeah. Or we could put the link out there and nobody shows up.
That's they're gonna call in, or they're gonna put like a video.
Guys, a very prominent. This Love Islander just got canceled. Well,
because
she didn't deal with it properly either. Yes, I know.
Wait,
she didn't deal with it properly either. Basically, like this streamer, like her and her man were streaming, and then someone called in and was like, someone that she was on the island to is like, oh, this person is a N-word hard R. And then she basically just laughed at it. Like she laughed at the caller, and that got clipped out. And for very justifiable reasons, she got canceled. I just get nervous with those caller things because you just never know what people are going to say.
That's the first thing that came to my mind was that moment. But me and Ben used to do it all the time back in the vintage days, like 2017 and stuff. And people would call in, like we would do after we did a full show, we'll do the call-in part. And people would be like, my brother Ben, why do you have a woman sitting next to you, my brother? And I'd be like, see,
seriously?
And then it would be people would be like, she's just there to be pretty. Like she doesn't have, they would say mean things. And then other people would be like, they'll say mean things to Ben. Or we had a white guy in the studio with us too, and people will call in and say, so y'all just gonna sit there and roll over with white folks? They will be on there just saying whatever. Then people will tell me to go back to my country. You know, they will call in and say all those things. Ben will be fine. Ben used to go back and forth with them. And then because I was brand new into the political space, I would just be there like, that is so mean. Like, what did I ever do to anybody? And then, then I got some balls. But that was, they would be so mean on there during the call-in back in the day. There was no filtering. Our voicemails used to be terrible. Like, they always would tell them, it was always, I need to go back to my country every single time. It was like, tell that one she needs to go back to her country. It'd be people from country bumpkin corner towns finding the show just to leave voicemails to tell me that. Literally.
Damn. We don't have to do it then, because that would be.
I'm down to try it.
Now I'm alright, because it people say it, whatever. But back then I was just so fragile, and I was just like, "Is this how people talk to people? Like, is this what we're doing?" And now, the world full of hate.
Well,
for like 10 minutes and see how it goes.
The benefit would be that we don't have to bring them in unless they have their cameras up. So that way, if they're going to say something terrible...
Guys, just don't turn this into Omegle, please. Like, I'm begging.
Right.
I'm sorry. Get me out of the stream. I'm just shitting on all your ideas. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just try it.
Well, hang on. Why don't we poll the audience? Audience, what do you think? Does this sound like a good idea or a terrible idea? Type 1 for good idea. Type 2 for terrible idea.
We're gonna be visited by Kanye West, aren't we? He's
probably.
He's gonna show up on this stream.
Let me ask my 35 people in my chat. What do you guys think? Should we do it?
Wait, is one do it? Because everyone's putting one.
Oh
one
yeah,
is good idea.
And 2?
I'm seeing a lot of 1s, but 2s are starting to show up.
I got 1, 2, but I got more 1s in here.
Somebody says 3, so that's a really bad idea. I would assume.
Oh, 3 is that?
It's kind of mixed.
I got mad 1s in here.
I'm seeing more 1s.
Put 6 if it's a good idea and 7 if it's a bad idea.
Is that what the kids are talking about these days? The 6 and the 7?
What is that about? Look, because
6, 7. Oh my God, it's all you hear. It's all South Park just brought it up. And when they touch something,
I keep thinking of the Lil Wayne joint. 6 foot step. Is that what he's even saying in that song?
Oh, I don't remember now that you mention it. Is it 6?
Is that 6?
I don't remember now.
Right. That's what I thought they were. I thought it was lyrics. So
no,
that's what
it's
I
just
thought. But here I am.
I forget the actual original origination of it, but it's something to do with like a basketball player's height or something, and some kid 6, 7, and it took off. I don't know, but now everyone under the age of like 13, every time they hear the word 6 or 7, they gotta say 6, 7 and do the little thing.
I saw a comment. I think it came from Ariana's chat. Leftist Mafia's millennial daycare officially. That's funny.
What is Leftist Mafia?
I wish that was my chat, but it's not.
6, 7, like it is Gen Z a little bit, but
you don't know, Ariana?
It's mostly Alpha. Yeah, this is Gen Alpha's first.
My nephews, they 6, 7 me to death. Like,
wait, yeah, 6, 7 is not Gen Z.
Yeah, it's definitely Alpha.
This is Alpha's first time shining in the spotlight.
They're all about the 6, 7s and the skibbity toilets and the skibbity riz.
Skibbity,
yes. Yeah, you know about the skibbity toilet, right?
I know about because my
skibbity toilet is Gen Z. That's Gen Z.
Is it?
My nephew, he's the Alpha, and he was giving me like all the words. Skibbity was in it. I think Sigma was in it.
Yeah.
He says it was a list, and I'm like, I don't want it. I don't want to know. I just, I'm happy where I'm at. But Sussy, I want you to stop it. I want you to throw it in the trash.
When Among Us was really popping off, Sus was a thing. Sussy never became a thing.
No, Sus is a thing.
But, yeah.
No, Sus is a thing. Sussy is not.
But Sussy Baka is a thing. So if you remove the Baka, Sussy. So that's where my brain was going with that.
Okay.
Just in my own defense. Okay.
You guys really messed with Mike's head with that one. Like, really ruined his night. He's stuck on this now.
Call me out for being a boomer, and then I envision
but
myself
that's
as
what
an
it is.
old
No,
person.
I'm there with you. There are some things that just I'm okay with not knowing.
Oh,
And
that's a really good point. I think that this person who writes bussy, like they're suggesting that like that's where my mind was at, where I applied the C to sus. That actually does make a lot of sense. That's where, yeah, you all know how my brain works. That's kind of weird, but yeah, I think you've psychoanalyzed me to a T.
Imagine you're from a different planet and you arrive for this conversation and you hear your first experience is hearing humans go, "Oh, you're right. When I was saying sussy, I was thinking of bussy." And
I mean, it would be an accurate depiction of humankind, in my opinion.
You don't even have to go that far, though. Imagine just like, hey, you see this political show with, Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump, and you walk in and you hear sussy, bussy, and you're like, okay, I'm good. I'll move on to the next one.
Nobody in my chat really knows. Everybody's giving different reasons. Somebody said it originates from the 2024 rap song Doot Doot by Skrilla. Somebody said that it's really not a thing. The kids are just saying it just to say it, to throw us off.
It's like semi-ironic from my understanding.
Yeah. I'm getting really I don't know, and I really don't care. But I just want to know that I'm not being talked about, though. It's kind of like when I speak Creole when I'm around people, or when you're getting your nails done and they speaking whatever, they talking about your feet. When you're getting your feet done, like, you just want to know. But I just want to know that 6'7" doesn't mean old lady is in the room. 6'7" doesn't mean like here comes, like, no, I don't. I want to make sure that, because the kids will say anything. They be around me, my nephews, and they just throw around anything. And I just want to make sure they're not cursing or like talking about me crazy.
They are.
Put me on.
They're shit talking us. It's okay though.
I do know oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do know the new word for a whore or like a slut is apparently a Jezebel. I learned that a couple days ago.
Oh, that's actually old
That's
school.
old.
Is that coming back?
We talking about what generation is responsible for what words. We're talking about like the silent generation's term.
Well, no, it's from this show on Netflix with like Ed Gein, who was a serial killer, and his mom was like, "Oh, you want that Jezebel?" And then the Jezebel ends up being like a promiscuous girl. So I was like, "Oh!" And then I didn't know. I was seeing it all over TikTok, and I was like, "Why? What the fuck is Jezebel? And where did this come from?" And then I figured it out. No, I had no clue.
Girl, that thing is vintage as hell. If you was a Jezebel, you was a hoe. I think it's Jezebel's biblical. Maybe
it is biblical. Yeah,
that's why.
That's what my religious
it's like
family member called the women in my family and my mom.
Yeah, if you was a Jezebel, you was a hoe. That was it. Yeah.
Honestly, it has a ring to it though. Like, I would be rather called a Jezebel than a hoe. You know what I mean? Like, she's a Jezebel.
Well, that was the word. That was the word. Jezebel.
I would rather be called a hoe personally than a
really?
Jezebel.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was. We still use it. I mean, well, we don't, but the boomers use it. That's their word. Like the second generation. That's Jezebel was the word. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they've been.
So, are you gonna let people call in, or did we say no?
I don't know. I feel like we're not definitive.
No, let's do it. No, let's do it. Let's
go for the lore.
Okay.
Let's see. We'll take the first person that comes in.
Well, let me go to the bathroom first, because I'm going to moderate this, and I'm going to have to keep my finger on the trigger.
Okay.
And pull it in the event anybody comes in, starting some shit. So give me a second. I'll be right back, and then we'll take
Sounds
calls.
Good. Oh wow, I love that Ariana just discovered the term Jezebel.
Me
that was
too.
Great.
It's
that
so
was great.
You know, she's so serious too. I was like, is she playing? Is she trying to play us? But she's very serious. Wow.
Well, it's kind of weird because like it's weird. I was born and raised in America like throughout my childhood, but my parents never had American cable, or we never listened to American music, or like basically the cable that I watched was only Iranian cable that they illegally somehow were able to wire to the TV. The only music they would play were CDs that were Iranian. So like a lot of like SpongeBob kids grew up with. I haven't watched a single episode of SpongeBob, or like all the cultural things that kids grew up with. I did not. So it's like weird. As I grow older, I learn things that to me are super new. And then people are like, what the fuck you didn't know? Like a lot of us, for example, grew up with Aaliyah. I had no fucking idea who Aaliyah was until I went to college.
But I ain't mad at it because how old are you though?
I'm 29.
Okay, so I mean you're a baby, but you ain't baby.
Yeah.
Well, you're a little teenager. You got a little lip on your tongue. But I see, like, even in my household, the reason why I know is because of where I live, South Florida. When you go to school, that's when we learned all that stuff. Inside the household, my parents rigged the TV. I don't know how they got Haitian programming.
No, me too.
Yeah, they rigged the TV and it was just Haitian programming, Haitian radio.
Yeah, me too.
Haitian church, Haitian foods. That was pretty much it. But when we went to school, that's when we would see all the different things and stuff like that. So, but Jezebel also, I think also because maybe in the Christian households and stuff like that, because it's biblical. So the Christians used to love to call a little girl, they want to call, because for me, harlot came from like white folks. I heard white folks call people harlot. So, but the biblical term that I would hear, and they have it in Creole too, they would say it, is Jezebel. So I knew that meant immediate, you a hoe. So, or you're promiscuous, you know, you're a girl that gets around. So
that's so fascinating. Yeah, I'm new to all this because I was also raised Muslim. So
yeah, so I was saying that's probably why you also didn't know, because it's like a biblical.
Yeah, very weird upbringing, guys. It's very confusing for kids. Do not recommend. It's extremely fucking confusing.
An immigrant upbringing is crazy. An immigrant upbringing is interesting. Like,
anyways, go on.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna pin the link. I'm just gonna drop it in the chat. And what's gonna happen is, if you want to join, you click on it. You'll be brought into a waiting room, and if you have your camera on, we will perhaps maybe randomly select to bring you in, and we'll give you 5 minutes. We'll try to keep it fair because there's almost 3,000 people watching. So in order to get,
and we want to get all 3,000 of you on.
We want to make sure we talk to all 3,000.
Crazy.
So we'll give you 5 minutes, but you might not get in. But if you have your camera on, that's how you do it. We're not gonna bring people in without their cameras, because if you jump in and call me the F slur, then you're gonna put your face on that. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link right now. It's gonna go into all of our chats, and it's done. It's done. So you use that link to join, and then we'll see how this goes. The first person could ruin it for everybody. So
yeah, that's true. Say it again. The first person could ruin it for everybody. So if somebody comes on here and acts a fool, everybody, it's done.
Yeah.
Oh, we got someone. All right, should we bring them on? Oh, we got a few people. We'll take one at a time, right?
I'm nervous.
No,
all right,
let's do this. I'm like,
I'm adding the first person
in right now. Okay.
I'm adding the first person. Oh wow, they're really just all flying. Wow, we're here. What the hell is going on? All right. Every time someone comes in, we hear boop, boop.
Yeah. Boop. So it's gonna cap out at like 10 max. So I don't think anybody else is gonna be able to come in.
All right, let's do it. Yeah. I'm gonna bring up the first person who came on. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Hey. All right.
Hey.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
We know Jake.
My name's Jake. I'm calling from the Detroit area. And look at this. I'm on screen with the lions of the industry. Hello to you, ma'am.
The lions of the industry. Wow.
What are you gals doing with these two sons of Yakub up here?
I know, right? 50% chance he's a Republican, 50% chance.
I do have some strong Republican red flags that shoot up all the way. Don't dull those instincts just because they weren't accurate this time. Good instincts overall.
That's good. So you're a very good first caller. That's awesome, because that means that the good times will keep rolling. Yeah, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. By the way, for those who don't know, Jake is the host of What You Can Do. He's also on the I was going to say This Space, but it's This Space and the Letterhack's weekly show.
Right.
It's Leftist Mafia 2, if you will. It's the competitor to Leftist Mafia. Left Past 10.
I don't think you call a competitor the part 2 of their competition. Like I
That's
don't
crazy.
go around
It
going
was,
like
it was double shade at that. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah, it ain't Leftist Mafia.
Oh, I didn't mean to shade. No, I love them.
No, we love.
But it
we-
also doesn't
yeah.
make any sense. You don't go around
I
going
love
like
Letterhack as well.
We're
like, oh, do you
more
have an Apple
boutique.
computer or an Apple computer 2, i.e. Microsoft.
I feel like you guys are a filthy stadium hot dog. You know, cheap. A lot of people enjoy them. I understand, and we're a fine restaurant steak. You know, a little more exclusive, a little more. This is a very kind way of saying smaller audience is what I'm getting at.
It's a wonderful show, though. So tell us about it. So your co-hosts are Matt the Letterhack, and
Yes.
Rovenski,
and
then,
Sandy Shellis.
Sandy Shellis, yeah. So
Yeah.
what do you guys talk about over there? Probably more
Mostly-
substantive shit than us, right?
I mean, we go there to let our hair down, what's left of it, and it's mostly just dealing with. It's just therapy. We're just dealing with the downfall of the American empire. You know, it's got to happen, but it sucks to live through.
Yeah.
I wish I could say it was happy. I mean, it's happy in that you know, Sandy's fun. She's a wonderful person. Andrea's funny. She's a mean person, but she's very funny about it. And then everybody likes Matt, and I'm the tax you have to pay. I'm you know, everybody needs a cartman. That's me.
Okay. I love that.
But I did want to credit Mike earlier with bringing up, I think, what is the most relevant thing of that opening segment that you started 4 times. That the fact that when these folks get up there and lie to you, when these folks get up there midway through a scandal and try to steer the scandal, that's the time to point out to the people that are watching them, okay, so if it turns out that Trump's on this thing, it's bad, right? Or, okay, you've seen how this person just tried to run cover for diddlers. Now, before you find out whether or not your person is one of the diddlers, how do you feel about that? I think we have to address the sources of misinformation over the misinformation itself. Is all. So kudos to you, Mike.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you giving me kudos. If there's any other things that you'd like to praise me for.
Well, I do tell you what, because I happen to know all this is the facial hair, obviously. But
thank you.
This is going to replay next week on this space. So
Is
I have
it
a
really?
round table.
Oh, that's true.
It does.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
Right on the space. Mm-hmm.
I'm like a barnacle on you guys. I'm going to ride those coattails as much as humanly possible. But
Clickbait
since it's going to replay on this space, do you want to make any predictions now and see if that will happen within a week and see if they'll come to pass?
Predictions.
Something that happens before next Wednesday. I got one. I am almost positive Trump is going to excommunicate a Republican.
Really?
Like kick him out of the party. I think he's going to try to do that to demonstrate that he can do that because they're going to start sniffing around Epstein stuff.
Oh, that's a good prediction.
I mean, I agree. He might do that for sure because he's gonna feel like he has ops now. People who were supposed to be on his side. We know that he's done it a million times before. He's cut people off. He doesn't care. You're fired. You know, he's good for saying that. He'll fire folks. He doesn't care. Put somebody in the next day. He will act like because somebody didn't stick up for him online, he will get on his Truth Social, call the people out, make a nickname for them, and then next thing you know, the relationship is broken. So I could see that happening for sure.
I could absolutely see that. Is it Ariana? You're new and you're fancy, and I'm impressed by you, but I'm not used to you yet. Okay. What do you? All right.
Thank you.
What do you think's gonna happen within the next week?
Prediction? I honestly have no fucking idea. Like, I wish I could tell you. I just feel
I
like
think that's a pretty good prediction.
Like, I don't know. I feel like a chicken like running for its head. 1 minute I think something's gonna happen, and then something completely different happens, and I'm like, oh, never mind. So I mean, I don't know. Like, literally one day we were talking about insurance, and then the next day it's like the Epstein files, and then the next day it's just always. I couldn't tell you. I wish I could.
I mean, it's pretty telling of the times in and of itself.
I have a prediction.
Ooh, what?
I think that somebody, maybe a politician, maybe like a political commentator, like somebody who's like relatively old, an octogenarian, is going to pass away by next Wednesday.
Oh, that's such an easy.
Ooh.
I should have thought about that one.
That is easy, right?
That's
I know, because it
they're
happens
all
every
so
fucking
old.
week.
You could just say that generically and it'll happen.
I mean, we got Dick Cheney last week. That was last week, right? Rest in puss, Dick Cheney. So I feel like
Yeah, it was last week. It was last week. It was the
Yeah,
same
not
thing when Johnny got
necessarily-
elected.
not a war criminal per se, just like somebody who is relevant in DC circles.
Not officially declared a war criminal, but you know, attacking civilians.
Right. Right.
What more do you need?
Yeah, that's mine. That'd be
Ariana,
mine.
Republican or Democrat then? Who passes? We have a lot of old folks in both parties. Mitch McConnell's barely hanging on.
Well, John Fetterman just went to the hospital today.
I didn't even know.
John Fetterman.
You're Y'all,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm just
trying to
delighted
keep
that
babies.
that monkey's paw
No.
worked.
You're good. I know he definitely just went to the hospital for falling. So between John Fetterman, the 90-year-old congresswoman, and Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, Mitch. My money is on.
My money's
I
on
don't want to say Mitch McConnell, but like, you know, you can make that prediction every week, and you're going to be right pretty soon.
Yeah. Safe bet.
I don't
Which
want
I
to
hope that doesn't happen. He's such a sweet person. I hope he lives a very long life. I love him. So, yeah.
I'm not making any
Oh.
predictions here.
Me neither. That ain't.
No, dude, I literally made a video. I was like, when Trump gets out of office, which he will, I was like, we're going to come after every single ICE agent to the fullest extent of the law. Like, we're going to have your names, we're going to have videos, and we're going to take you guys to court for police misconduct. No, tell me why these MAGA fucking morons start commenting under my shit and they're like, we're gonna report you for threatening a federal officer. I'm like, hold on. Literally suing people is like one of the pillars of democracy in America. Fuck off. Like, since when has that become like a bad thing? But they were like, have fun having the FBI knock on your door. So I've been like 10% also kind of like, are they gonna knock? You know what I mean? 'Cause I'm like, wait.
They'll put fear, but they'll like if they're going to if they're arresting people, and this is not to make you afraid, honey, but you know, if they're arresting people, I remember when Olay spoke out, it felt like the po-pos was all around, you know, in her neighborhood, and just kind of like watching her just for saying what she said against law or against, you know, police officers, especially against the mayor, who's a former police officer in NYPD. So it felt like, you know, these people will abuse their power. But we've seen now how many folks have been arrested. When we played that video, what was it, a week ago, of that former police officer getting arrested by the police in the city, which felt kind of personal, like you pointed out, Ariana. But those type of things, it's like, they'll be like, we'll see people, professors get fired for saying something like Charlie Kirk was a YouTuber, and now that's against the law, you know, just like anything of that sort. If you speak against the ICE agents, you are speaking against a federal agent. We see how police officers abuse that. If you tell a police officer how they used to do Black Lives Matter, they get so upset. Now you arrested, now you behind bars. So it's like that. You are threatening a federal agent. Of course, they would mix your words and say that that's what you're doing. But these people are psychopaths. It's so crazy because they can just get online and try to fearmonger there, threaten you online when you're just saying, if Donald Trump leaves office, we gonna be on them federal agents behind. It's like, we want them to pay for what they are doing now and probably up until when Donald Trump leaves. They are dangerous. So what you said isn't wrong, but how these people move, they should be feared. And when they be jumping in people comments and making threats and saying that hopefully they come after you, you know, they'll be at your door. In the screenshots, all of a sudden it's like I've seen them threaten people with their babies, put them in their comment section and things of that sort. Y'all remember, what was it, a year ago? thanks to Mike, who done paid for getting my information off the internet. They done somebody sent me online a response to what I said, and it was my mother and them home address. So it's like stuff like that. Those people online are insane. So
you can never be too sure. Just protect yourself and know that we are protected because we have the devil on our side, so they can't touch us. But we should.
I got the Lord on my side, Mike.
What we all have spiritual protections that are creating magical barriers. But we should go ahead and let Jake promote himself real quick before we get to the next guest. Jake, how do we find you?
Yeah, I'm at youtube.com/WY or at WYCD. That's what you can do on YouTube. Thank you guys.
Love that. Thank you for being the first call, Jake. That was amazing.
My pleasure.
All right, next we have Kowalski from Nebraska, the Kowalski.
Oh, look, riding through the. Oh my God, I love this.
He's on the farm.
He's farming as we speak.
But we get to see it.
He's farming as we speak. How's it going, Kowalski?
Okay. I have my headphones on, so yeah. How's everybody?
Kowalski's a celebrity.
Doing wonderful.
Little bit low, Kowalski. Let me see if I can put him louder. Let me put him louder.
Sorry, what was that?
You're a little bit low. I'm going to see if I can put you louder on my end. So
yeah,
how's
I boosted his audio. It's still a little bit low.
How's the farming going? What's in season? What are you attending to tonight?
We are finishing up the corn harvest. We have 2 more quarter sections to do, and then we will be done. A quarter section is a half a mile by a half a mile. So not too much. Should take us 2 more days, and harvest will be done. Famine has been defeated again. We won. So
nice.
I love that. Look, I'm so excited because Kowalski, you are a Leftist Mafia celebrity. And even before that, you know, we absolutely love when you give, but when you chime in, everybody knows you on everybody's chat. And even our chatters know who you are as well. So it's really good. And you know, they always get me to know, no, he on the farm. He's on the farm. He's on the farm. He's on the farm. And it's great that we get to see this in live action. So
yeah. Kowalski has a YouTube channel, by the way. For those who don't know, it's Prairie Fire Neb, N-E-B. He has a YouTube channel, and he's low-key blowing up. He has a lot of views.
No way.
What are you talking about on there?
Well, I'm hoping to do commentary on like some of the issues I'm seeing with agriculture, and I don't know, just trying to have a positive message on the issues we're facing that aren't all just doom and gloom. So I should probably get to the point real quick before I run over the time. But the thing I wanted to cover since I got in, which thanks for having me on, I feel a lot of positivity right now. I know a lot of people probably might not feel that since, you know, we don't have either House of Congress or the presidency or the courts, but I do just want to point out something. The left did not break. Chuck Schumer broke. The corporate Dems are extraordinarily unpopular, and momentum is behind us. Right now, there is conflict in the street, something we did not have 10 years ago that we have now, because the left is on the move. One thing we learned with Zoran Mamdani's campaign and Katie is that leftist mobilization is paying dividends. Most of this is a result of Bernie Sanders running 10 years ago. So the decade-long process of the seeds he planted are now coming to fruition. And I can only imagine 10 years from now, when all of the activists that helped get these mayors elected are out there running their own campaigns or supporting other candidates. We are in the process of seeing something great, and we all need to do what we can, where we can. So yeah, that is my optimism, I should say. So
thank you for that. That's wonderful.
I love that. Yeah. So it's good to to say you're feeling good. I know a lot of people, you know, it's still a tough time and it's hard for people to find the light. So thank you for sharing that. For sure.
I appreciate that.
No, I
Kowalski.
guess this just so I don't sound like I'm a. See, this is who I look like.
He's a real person.
You look just like the little animation that you got on your. You look just like it.
Yeah, that's from the Letterhack. So, yeah, awesome guy. But
yes,
I'm gonna let other people cycle through here because I think my brother knows that I'm not paying full attention and might get upset with me. So you all have a good one, and keep up the good work. Talk to you all later.
You too, brother.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Oh, it was a pleasure, Kowalski.
Not Kowalski face don't match his voice. Kowalski kind of fine. Okay.
No, why did I think the same thing? I was like, no, he was
a
the
white
young-
man.
He found his camera, and I was like,
okay, bang. Okay.
Kowalski has at least 2 new subscribers tonight.
Wow, they're completely crushing on Kowalski. Amazing. Wow.
When he flipped the camera. He said, "This is what I look like." Well,
yeah, I was like, I don't know if you guys saw the thing to my face, but I was like, oh,
wow. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Agriculture, Mr. Farmer Man.
Wow. So the calls are going much better than you both expected, I take it.
Right. So you like to use your hands and you like to you like to fix things. I like that for you. That's a man right there. He don't got.
Wow.
I'm gonna clip this and send it to him.
That's a real American man, y'all.
That's a working man.
And
You
all
know how
he
to
saw
fix
was a Calvin
things.
Klein model.
Okay.
I was like, what? I was like, wait, what the fuck?
He's the flannel. He's the one you go to the small town and you just bump into him, and then you stay in the small town because y'all fell in love. You know the holiday movies,
Yeah, the
right?
Hallmark movies. The Hallmark. Look at Matt's face.
Do you two need me and Mike to leave for a minute? I mean, do you need?
We can't come back if we leave though, because there's too many people in the chat. We'll be kicked out.
Okay. All right.
Whoa, even Luke. All right, so let's bring in the next guest. The next caller is July.
Hi, July.
July, how's it going?
Whoa, even Luke.
Oh, I think she's watching and doesn't realize.
Oh, there's a
she's on yet.
delay and she doesn't know she's on yet.
Next caller is
I should realize right now. Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
Actually funny in real life though, because she was laughing.
No, the delay was I'm watching you guys on my.
We see.
TV.
Yep. Hey.
How are you? Where are you from?
Oh. Yeah, I was watching on the TV, but I was in the chat waiting.
Where are you from? Can you hear? Is there?
Turn the volume up on your device and off on.
There
the
might
TV.
be a bit of a delay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, you know what's happening? So, July, it'll take a couple seconds for you to get this. You're going to want to switch to the studio view. So you're not watching on YouTube because there's going to be about a 20-second delay. So you'll want to
go
talk to
back
us
to the
through the
StreamYard,
studio. Yeah, in StreamYard, in that window, and mute your YouTube. And then you'll be able to talk to us. Oh, no, we lost her. Shit.
She's gonna come back, and when she comes back, look, you gotta put her ahead of the. Sorry to the other.
Yeah,
people.
if we see her, so there's the limit is 15 apparently in StreamYard, and then there's a 25-person green room, so it might be hard. Yeah, if we see her, we'll bring her back. But that's actually it's a good learning experience. So for anybody who's curious, you can't talk to us through like the YouTube window that you were watching. You've got to respond to us inside of the actual StreamYard studio. Otherwise, there will be that delay, which will kind of mess it up. Okay, the next person that we will bring in is Ren. I recognize Ren.
Hi,
Ren.
Ren's a regular on my stream. How you doing, Ren?
Yes, I am a regular on your stream. I'm doing kind of mid, to be honest. I just got back from Portland again. It's I won't get too much into it, but it really sucks when you're like going to a doctor because you have a chronic illness and they're like trying to interrogate you instead of like give you medical care. So like I had a doctor like take my knee braces and set them on the other side of like the room and then leave, so that I would have to presumably get up and walk and grab my knee braces to prove that I didn't need them or some bullshit. It was a
That
whole
is terrible.
Wow.
That's my experience dealing with healthcare. It sucks. But you know, whatever.
I'm sorry.
Hey, no, it's what it is.
Portland, Maine or Portland, Oregon?
Portland, Oregon.
I'm
Well, I am an Oregonian.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. No, I this week has been like, I'm cutting out a little bit.
A little bit,
No,
yeah.
you're good.
Okay.
You're here. You're
Yeah.
back.
This week has been like so weird for me politically because like I'm on SNAP and I'm on Medicaid, and thankfully, you know, like at like February this year, I thought like, okay, some really bad stuff is happening. I think there's either going to be like some economic crisis or my food stamps is going to get shut off. So I'm going to put food in the ground. And so I've got like a wheelbarrow full of potatoes and like 6 or 7 onions and some like. Oh my God.
Couldn't help myself.
No, Skibidi Toilet is totally Gen Z. 6'7" is like anybody in Gen Z that's pretending to know what 6'7" is about is a poser and doesn't want to get old. But
I would never. But that's great that you've decided to put some food into the ground and
Well,
smart.
Yeah, well, like my next door neighbor is Indian and she gives me food sometimes when I need it, and like you know, like my body doesn't need as much food since I'm disabled. I don't move around as much as other people. And so like I was kind of set on the shutdown, like I wasn't going to start starving until like March. But it was like it was such a rug pull. I felt so rug pulled because like I was going with my church and like we were rolling out the hot meal program again. And I was like, holy crap, things are going to be really bad. Like we need to feed people. Like our food banks temporarily got this massive spike in people going to them. And then it was just like, oh, it's over and we got nothing. Okay. So I guess that was a silly exercise. And then the next day is Jeffrey Epstein. So like it's been a crazy fucking week.
Yeah, it's been a crazy year altogether. I feel like it has gone by super slow, but also super fast at the same time. Like, I don't know how to explain. It's like we're in some weird, like,
it's a slog.
Alternate dimension. It is. Yeah, it's a slog. It's a slog. Yeah. We got the boost of the election, and then it went away as soon as Democrats caved.
Yeah, they were winning down ballots in Alabama. Like, how the fuck do you get to that?
Yeah.
They were flipping seats in Alabama, and then they just were like, you know what we should do? We should throw this all away. We should just... And
Isn't
it
that
was
wild?
like... It is wild. It is wild. And, like, it's a real controlled opposition moment. I think Hassan Piker is right that, like, we can take advantage of these moments to, like, try and radicalize liberals and help them to understand the kind of, you know, like, rotating villain sort of shit that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, can I talk about a niche thing after this before I go?
Oh, yeah. Feel free.
Yeah.
Feel free.
But,
the libs
yeah.
are being radicalized right now, by the way.
And
They
that's
are
wonderful.
Indeed.
Radical as can be right now. I love it.
Have you guys ever heard of this guy named Black Redguard? He lives in St. Louis. Basically he's like he's a black Maoist and he's pretty chill. He's also like kind of a New Africa person, and he's like, I remember when one of these like caves happened earlier in the year, and he was like, this is beautiful. This is the sound of thousands of liberals being steered down the path of communism.
That's true. That's true. I've never seen normies this radicalized before. And Kyle Kalinske shared this meme, or he talked about a meme, either one. And it was like of these, comparing these liberal Democrats, where it's like in 2020, they're like, oh, I voted for Pete Buttigieg because he reminds me of my son. And then in 2025, they're like,
every Republican alive is an affront to
the
God.
blood of the tyrants. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Every Republican alive is an affront to God.
Yeah. I've seen that one too. Yeah. It's so funny because, and I feel like it's not hyperbole to say that. Like, I've talked to people in real life, and people who would not be this politically active or radical are really radicalized, and it's like blowing my mind in the best way possible.
I've had a really weird like moment like with politics and like activism stuff. Like typically I go in front of my county commissioner's board. I live in like a Republican plus 40 district. It's like, it's rough out here sometimes. But like I have been going up and making a series of like basically speeches during public comment about like ICE and the Constitution and overreach and stuff like that. And like basically what I'm trying to get people to understand is that like we literally have concentration camps where people are given the ultimatum: either you will waive your right to be seen by a judge or you will die here. And like you see the stuff with Randall Gamboa and like people like pretty much starving to death in ICE custody. I mean, it scares the fuck out of me because that was that was initially what the Nazis did with Jewish people. Like they were just like, well, we don't need to kill all of them just to start off. We're gonna, you know, like scare them or torture them a little bit. Oh, hi, buddy. And you know, try and get them to self-deport to go somewhere else. But then when that didn't work, you know, they mechanized it. Yeah, he's
Wait, you gotta introduce.
Yeah, what's their name?
His name is Juniper. He is 3 years old.
Oh, I love that. Did you name Juniper after the internet shit poster who made the viral trend about the Snickers dick vein?
No, I didn't. I
Okay.
initially thought that he was a girl, and I thought that Juniper was a nice sounding name. And then we found out he had balls, so now he's named Juno.
I love that. I like
One quick thing before I go. Have any of y'all seen Sinners?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just saw it for the first time last week, and as an Irish American person with like a tiny pinch of like indigenous ancestry, oh, it was awesome. The racial politics of it was fucking awesome, but I don't think people understand the elements of like the vampires being the music industry. Is this too much of like a spoiler element?
Well, not really, because that was a big conversation online for sure.
The thing where like if they give you money or if you give them money, they can hurt you. Like it took me until like probably an hour after the movie to realize that. But I was like, I was so happy with it. Like I decided I've got to do like a whole ass analysis of the movie on my main channel.
You should. And I'm so glad that you love the movie. Before you get out of here, let people know where they can find your channel.
Yeah. I'm on YouTube. It's called Ren's channel. I also have a Patreon that's been doing a lot better the last, like couple of weeks, and I'm happy about that. Thanks for letting me on.
So happy to have you, Ren. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Doctor's visits get better. Bye.
Yeah, same. So we have a lot of names that you're going to recognize. We're going to put faces to some of these names. I know you're all going to know the next person, Tim Boson.
Oh, hey, best friend.
How's it going, Tim Boson?
Let me change. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear us.
Cool. Nice
hey,
to meet
best
you guys.
friend.
Hi.
Ton Boson's one of the few listeners of this show who I've met numerous times in real life.
Yeah.
Have you
met
really?
in real life with Omega as well.
Okay.
Ton Boson's come to a number of live shows, whether it be the Majority Report or when I did the Scam Economy live show. Ton Boson's been there.
Oh, I love that. So you live in New York?
Yeah, I live in New York. Also, Ariana, welcome to New York.
Thank you.
You might have seen me at a couple events, maybe. I'm not too sure, maybe.
Probably.
Our new mayor.
Oh, that's amazing.
I love that.
Oh, this man has gone to at least 10 rallies for sure.
Oh, I was leading. So
Yeah.
I was leading in some of them. Hopefully we'll get more people out for it. I'm also a member of DSA as well. Yeah, you can find me at FBI. I don't give a fuck. I'm just here to kind of advocate for members that are also trying to step up more into the limelight. Also, we got Jabari Brisbrook that's gonna be he's Brooklyn president, I think so. No, president state. He's a Brooklyn senator. So he's gonna be out there. We got Ian Huntley, who's running for I forget what this. I'm bad at this. I'm new to this, but I call myself a cog in the wheel. I basically help. If you need help, I'll help you. That's it. We got Chiose, who's basically potentially my primary Hakeem Jeffries. You heard the news about that. But there's so much. There's so much. You got also a member in the Bronx, I forget their name, but then you could check her out. She's really good. She's an alternative to Michael Blake if people are not finding Michael Blake.
Oh, I just saw who you're talking about recently. They just threw their hat in the ring. Yeah.
Yeah. It gives people like, hey, yeah, Michael Blake might be the only person, but then like, oh no, there's alternative. There's literally alternative. Hopefully she gets the ball rolling. Hopefully we get more support out for her.
There's a few. Wait, I think you might have. I'm hearing an echo from my voice. I think you might have the.
It might just be the
headphones.
speakers.
Ah, okay, right. What I was saying was, there's a few people I've seen announce for that, and I'm afraid that it's very good. People want to run after the success of Zoran Mamdani. But we are going to see, I think, potentially, unless people decide to, everyone should run. And then when it comes time to coalesce around the clear front runner, they need to do that. Because we're seeing it in New York 12 right now, where Nadler has, said he's not running again. And you got like 50 people already saying they're running in the Democratic primary. Yeah. I'm afraid that's going to happen.
Andrew Cuomo.
Cuomo's thinking about. No, seriously, Cuomo's thinking about running in that race.
Well, if they voted for him and they really want him that badly, take him.
I don't want Cuomo in Congress.
I think Cuomo, Staten Island, and we make his VP Curtis Silva, and we just let them have Staten Island.
Why y'all keep doing
Curtis missed something on all the parade.
Staten Island can go fuck itself. They literally almost every single part of Staten Island voted for Cuomo in large numbers. I'm like, oh, you guys are all really cops. Like, there's
you don't understand.
Stereotype is true.
You're new here, Ariana. Welcome to New York. That's Staten Island.
I have a thing where I don't even call them by their name. I call them Richmond County because that's their county name. That's how much disrespect I have for them. The only good thing they have is Wu-Tang Clan. And everybody knows that. And that's
I have been living in New York City since the day I was born, 39 years now. And I could count the number of times I've gone to Staten Island on my hands. Like, they are not only are they like completely out of touch with the rest of the city, there's nothing there to even keep them culturally relevant.
Sorry for our Staten Island viewers.
Don't feel sorry for them.
There's nothing. There's honestly, I feel like
a fucking bureau. Like they really said here in New York City, have your cop bureau.
Honestly, I feel like there are parts of Long Island that feel more like
I agree
New York City than.
No, I agree with that.
There's parts of Long Island that has a cultural relevance. I mean,
they do.
As someone in my growing up in the 90s and 2000s, Long Island was was one of the major hubs for some of the biggest like emo bands and stuff. Taking Back Sunday, brand new. I could list a dozen. Movie Life. I could list dozens more. Staten Island, I can't think of anything that they have given the world.
That's why
Wu-Tang, like you said, Wu-Tang.
They gave us.
I'm willing to trade.
Mob what?
I'm willing to trade Staten Island for parts of New Jersey, and those parts are Hoboken, Jersey City, and potentially Newark. I'm willing to trade Richmond County. I'm sorry.
No, that's crazy. Trading New Jersey for Staten Island is also a bit crazy.
I mean, it is, but then I'm taking the good parts. The good parts, at least. The parts that we could easily assess. The good parts that we have path trained to. Nothing else.
Yeah. Anyways.
They do have their ferry. I do love how they're the ones who voted against Mamdani, probably because they're like, you can't make the bus fares free. You got to pay for the bus. And they got the free fucking ferry. The Staten Island ferry is free. It's
free.
One public. It's 100% free.
It's free.
It's completely free. Staten Islanders can go to Manhattan free of charge if they take the ferry. Mm-hmm. And that is the major way to get for public transportation wise to get from Staten Island to Manhattan and vice versa. Yeah. It is the only free public transportation in New York City. And they're the ones who are going, oh, Mom Donnie's promising pie in the sky. Can't make public transportation free. It's free for you guys.
Yeah, and the funny thing is about the Verrazano. Well, that racist ass, like whatever Sid Rosen, whatever the fuck it is, that Cuomo went on, he actually talked about how he reduced some of the Verrazano toll fees for Staten Islanders. So they got a lot of favoritism towards them, but yet they want to reject other people in the 5 boroughs. It makes zero sense. So
they have no cultural connection to the rest of New York City. It is a world of its own. I don't know what to do about Staten Island, but it's there. Luckily, there's just not that many people there, so they literally the entirety of Staten Island could vote for a Republican, and the rest of New York City will cancel them out. It just does. It
basically happens all the time.
Yeah,
basically happens all the time.
I mean, and the only reason they voted for Cuomo was because Trump told them to. Yeah, that would have been completely red for Curtis Sliwa if Trump didn't interject in that race and tell people Curtis Sliwa is not going to win. Vote for Cuomo to stop Mamdani, because they didn't vote for Cuomo because they like him.
I'm glad I was telling folks, especially older folks around here in East Brooklyn, to basically like, hey, yeah, Cuomo's actually like Trump's friend. They're friends. The fact that they could argue like this back and forth, that they're actually friends. They're brothers practically. Trump actually went to Cuomo's like bachelor party. It's really a newspaper headline, I think, from like the New York Times about it. I had to show them show people it. They're like, oh, I didn't know that. It's like, because I know with this older generation, they're so willing to forgive, like, especially when it comes to like sexual harassment claims.
Mm-hmm.
They like, oh yeah, they're just like, you know, these girls, they want power, and then, you know, it's like, you wouldn't say the same shit if that was your daughter. But then like they don't think that way, so you have to hit them where it really counts. That like the enemy of my enemy is actually their friend, some shit like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking about the last time I was in Staten Island. It was actually when I was working for the Cynthia Nixon for Governor campaign, and they had asked me to come out and film her one visit to Staten Island. Literally, she was running a campaign for governor of New York, and she was going all over the state, and they decided to pencil in a single day for Staten Island just so they could meet with like the few good people who live on Staten Island.
It's similar to when we went to Jamal Bowman. We also canvassed Jamal Bowman up in Westchester. Why the fuck did we go to Westchester? Why the fuck did we go?
Hey, I was convinced that he had a chance.
Don't disrespect other parts of New York. We have some Westchester folks.
My God, it's like the richest county in America, apparently.
It was where we were was very. It was not like, we're not talking about like Yonkers or something. We're talking about, I don't remember the area we were in. It was. It wasn't even far upstate. Like, it was like right Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton lives. What, like
Terrytown.
Chappapequa or something like that. Chappaqua or something like that.
And then like I didn't get to see you guys. I saw you guys filming. I had to run around you guys. I wanted to run through the field, but I was like, I can't do that. But that was when I have an old man going like, I was like, oh yeah, I'm a canvas of Jamal Bowman, and hopefully we could get your vote out there. And he's like, he smiles at me and says, good luck.
Seriously?
Yes. That was some diabolical shit.
That's uncomfortable. Fuck.
And I was just like, okay. But the
Never
closer we
mind.
got,
do any of you remember
the Bronx?
Do any of you ever remember ever play that game for Nintendo, Star Fox? And when you would accept the mission, the audio would say, good luck. That's how you reminded me. It was very sarcastic.
Oh my God. It was just like, I know what you're trying to say. I know, but you can't just say that you're voting for like Latimer. That he's also racist. Just say that you're voting for Latimer instead of saying it like this. It makes. I digress. I'm actually a good person. I'm not a bad person.
nobody said you're a bad person.
I say
But
that
you,
to myself
You
every
holding
day.
up the line though. You holding up the
okay,
line.
sorry.
But no. But this is the thing I wanted to ask you: pronunciation of your name, because I always say it on air and I don't. So
everyone nowadays is like, they ask me my name. I had to give them, okay, so my name is Ola Tbosun. You don't have to say Ola. You don't have to say the whole thing. You can say Ola or Tbosun. Whichever one is easier for you. You don't have to say the whole thing. Not even my parents say the whole thing. And this is a true story. That's the disclaimer that I give to people about my name.
Okay. No, because you're African.
Yeah, I'm not Yoruba tribe from Nigeria, at least. Okay. So
all right, we're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right.
I know. And I apologize. Everybody fucks up your name every single week.
No,
I'm so sorry.
It's cool. And then the funny part is, when you're saying sussy, and then you thought about bussy. Apparently nowadays, people, when it comes to my name, people, when they hear the Tbosun part, they say Tbussy, and I had to stop and free. I have to. That's not my name, and that's the first time. And I have like about 5 people, and I remember.
5 people have said that to you?
Yeah, Tbussy is like, because they can't, and I think it's because Bussy is now popular. It rolls in people's minds, and it's like, that's something I have to deal with now.
What do you mean it's not
popular?
I've heard,
sorry.
I've heard no one.
I take no responsibility, but I'm sorry.
Are you? No. It's Matt. It's popular.
Is it really?
It's
I've
popular.
not. I'm
It's
losing
very
my
popular,
voice.
Matt.
All right. I guess I'm out
How
of the
can
loop.
people find you on the internet?
Yeah, tell us how to follow you if you have any following anywhere.
I'm following you guys, and you don't follow me.
Okay. Anything you want to shout out?
I am in the background. I want to shout out DSA, New York City. We better than all y'all out here. I'm just being grimy as fuck to other DSA members. No, I'm joking. And Juniper didn't come up with Dick Vein. We came up with that like long ago, back during like elementary school. It was the old thing. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
It's a very old, like,
she popularized it on the internet, I guess.
Yeah, she kind of did, and it's like, okay, if I was to be very nasty and explicit right now, Snick is basically black man dick, and then like Twix is like black man fingers. That's it. So yeah, that's sorry. Bye.
No,
you can kick me out.
so
Bye.
much.
Bye.
Will you take care of Tembos?
Kick me out.
No, you make it weird. You left him on there for a long time. Also, nice smile. My chat, they asking if he's single. We're gonna, there are gonna be men and women that come on here, and my chat is just like, "What's up?" They being fast in the
chat has thirsted over every single guest so far. So
I think we're doing something wrong here in terms of how we're marketing this. Maybe we should start like a leftist love show or something.
Maybe.
Honestly, if someone actually found love on our show, that would be crazy.
It would be
Right.
beautiful.
I better be invited to the wedding. The fuck?
Yeah.
We all better get the invite.
Yeah.
If we made this happen.
Actually.
All right. So you ready to bring in our next guest? Our next
Let's
guest
do it.
Just
is
give him pop the balloon. Our next guest,
Rob.
Ooh.
Welcome to the
How you doing,
program.
Rob?
Nice to meet you.
Hey
Damn,
guys,
Rob, that mustache is crazy.
The whole look.
it is. It's a middle age. It's my middle age crisis. On full display
I like
for
it.
everyone to see.
It
Came
looks
about during the
amazing.
pandemic.
I like it.
It's a
I
good
like
style.
the look. Yes.
Same.
Yeah, well, good.
I
Yeah.
wanted to say Pringles, but not like in a bad way. Like
Oh yeah, right. Pringles,
like
yeah.
look, right?
That's so funny. I see it.
Yeah.
Well,
or
I'm
like
old-
Umbrella Academy. That's what I was
Yeah,
watching.
I'm old and salty, so Pringles probably
There you
works
go.
better.
Well, it's a look and it looks great on you.
It's
It looks
great.
on
Yeah.
you.
No, you'd
Oh,
fit
thank
right
you,
in
thank you.
Portland. But where are you from?
I'm originally from Southwest Virginia, but I've lived in Philadelphia for the last 30 years.
Okay.
Managed to raise a couple of kids. Got a couple of animals behind me that'll probably pop up at some point. But I am basically an unrepentant recovering Catholic who is also an unrepentant Marxist. And
Love
so
it.
the one thing I wanted to ask you guys,
Welcome to the club.
Oh, thank you.
Not recovering.
So as an old man who's read Marx, the one thing I always come back to is that in the end, Marx was right? We're seeing the natural evolution of capitalism here. And it's not, I mean, that was the thing that most people forget about his writings is that he said that capitalism just evolves into these different stages. And I think
Right.
we're approaching that end point, right? Where
Mhm.
we've got the oligarchy now that has amassed so much wealth that eventually there will be a breaking point, right? And I think we're
Right.
right at the cusp of that. I just wanted to
Right.
see. I know Matt, you've got some stuff that you've read, and I know.
No, I think I do think. I mean, what's been really just to tie in like current events and what's going on right now with like what you're bringing up. Like to me, what's really been illuminating this week is on top of all the other things, but in context of what we're talking about right now, is so Lena Khan is making the rounds. She's been on a bunch of shows, did a bunch of interviews. Zoran Mamdani announced her as one of the heads of her transition committee, and her whole thing is antitrust, breaking up the big companies, going after monopolies, and they were attacking her for being a socialist, like the right wing Mamdani haters. Like, oh look, he shows how much Zoran hates big business or business in general or whatever. And the funny thing is, Lena Khan's never said she's a socialist. In fact, her entire thing is about making a fair economy, fair capitalism. She's a capitalist. She's never said she's a socialist.
Right.
Antitrust is literally making sure that competition could thrive in a free market. That's how capitalists sell what capitalism should be to people, and that's what Lena Khan is going for. It just so happens that leftists also agree that big companies shouldn't hold monopolies and have so much power over everything, and that's where those two ideas work with each other and collide. The fact that they, and by they I mean like anyone opposed to the idea that society is not working as it is, like the economy is not working and things are messed up right now. There's so many people who disagree with that point of view that's just obvious in front of us. That's what's going on. That they would look at someone saying, this company is too powerful. We need to make it so more companies can compete with them in the free market. The fact that they would look at fairness in capitalism and say, this is disgusting socialism. We got a real problem. Like that's like even like fixes to the system that they defend are seen as attacks on the system that they defend. We're far gone. Marx is, well, I don't even think Marx could have seen that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible to me. I mean, I'm just, like I said, I'm an old man, right? So I've read a lot of stuff, and it's incredible to me. It's they always say follow the money, right? Well, we know where all the money is, right? Right now on YouTube, right? I'm a YouTube TV subscriber. I can't get ABC or ESPN because Disney owns them, right? And so the reason everybody moved to YouTube originally was to get away from the cable companies who were having disputes about what channels they would cover. And every 3 months, DirecTV or whoever, Comcast, would say, we're not covering this network as a threat. And it's like, we're seeing the same thing happen with even the alternatives, which is, one of the great things I like about now that I've discovered you guys on YouTube is there seems to be a lot more freedom to post things on this channel. But then, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, doesn't Google own YouTube, right? Is there going to come a point where, like you guys, I'm going to have to look up on some, whatever the alternative to Facebook was, the blue, whatever.
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky, right? I went in full board with that, right? I was like, all right, I deleted the Facebook stuff, went on to Blue Sky. It's like, yeah, they just can't compete, right? I mean, it's
Told you it's an eerie silence over on Blue Sky, but
it is, right? It's all the white folks being nervous, right? They're like,
yes,
there's this great quote from Darius James in Negrophobia, where he says, what white people fear the most is that minorities will do to us what we did to them. And it's a quote that I've tried to structure my actions.
Well, I mean, it also explains why they're going, why the right is going insane over the changing demographics of this country. How I constantly see over and over again that in the next decade, for the first time ever, white people will be the minority in the United States. Right. And based on just that, no one should have a problem with it. It just shouldn't matter at all. It just doesn't. It's irrelevant. I mean, it's just a data point to follow. But as you said, there are people who think like we are now going to get what we were doing to them, what we were doing to the marginalized groups that are now as a whole outnumbering us. I mean, that's also in their own mindset, because like it's the same thing with like the thing I always you would hear this not so much now because this is not really a relevant conversation, I guess, but you would hear people explain like, why is it bad that white people profess their love for white, their whiteness, like white power, but black people can go around doing black power? And it's like, well, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard, because white power is about the subjugation of everybody else. It's about white people holding down everybody else. Specifically, it's not just that's what. Whereas black power isn't about holding anyone down. It's about uplifting black people. Like that is the difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you better speak on it. You preaching today, Mr.
Thank you.
Recovering Catholic.
Yeah, Rob, what you said about Marx being right about everything, it goes back to like the common trope. I don't know if you've heard that like a leftist is just somebody that's right too soon, because they get attacked and then eventually everybody comes to their conclusion because they're right. So that's kind of what it reminded me of. Marx is, I think, the ultimate personification of that, where everything he said that was going to come to fruition came to fruition. And so, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. But before we switch to the next person, did you have anything that you wanted to plug, like social media or anyone you wanted to shout out?
I have a channel. There's not much on it. It's Old Man in Philly. Basically, when you go there, all you're going to see are clips of me at WXPN's Free at Noon. So you'll see the Lumineers live. You'll see.
Oh, cool! All right.
So go. I mean, it's me drinking a beer at noon. So day drinking isn't ever good, but if you could follow the shaking camera, it's there. So
love that.
Check it out.
Okay, we'll do. Well, thank you so much for calling in. It was nice to talk to you, Rob.
All right, thank you. It was nice meeting you guys. And remember, the best thing to ever come out of Long Island was Lou Reed. Remember that.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, so
I gotta say this experiment has worked wonderfully. I've been enjoying
very well.
It was cool. And they all know Matt. We sitting here listening to Matt talk to everybody. You're like, and yeah, fuck y'all. Matt, what do you think?
Oh, Matt. We should take. I see July is in the back end. Let's make sure we take.
Oh, July came back. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
How about so for anybody who's in the waiting room, we're probably narrowing it down. We probably aren't going to get to you because we're running out of time. But let's give July the chance to jump in. July, can you hear us?
There you go.
First
yes, ma'am.
Whoa!
Yes, ma'am. Okay, get us right.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
What would you like to talk about?
So, my name is July. I am an activist and obvious avid cyclist living in St. Louis, Missouri. I came here to talk about safe streets. You can have safe streets in your neighborhood too. Let's talk about how. So you have to go to those boring meetings. Ugh, but it's after work. Ugh, but I'm tired. Me too. I got a job too. I'm tired too. Something that me and my friends have thankfully started to address in our city is walking and cycling the streets that we want to be safer. Walking and cycling the streets that we know have had those huge numbers of pedestrian fatalities. We all know that streets were walkable and cyclable back in the day. St. Louis was one of those old cities that had streetcars and bus lines and lots of walkable neighborhoods. But unfortunately, through racist redlining and just inaction and hatred of Black people that is, prevalent in every city, St. Louis to this day is still very segregated. But we're trying our best to make St. Louis a walkable, bikeable neighborhood for everybody. Safe streets are for everybody. Safe streets benefit everybody. Nobody wants to be hit by a car going at 40 miles an hour because they just wanted to get to the gas station faster, I guess. My biggest organization that I work with is the Coalition to Protect Cyclists and Pedestrians. That's on Instagram, and TrailNet STL. These are the two biggest organizations that I love. Oh, also St. Louis Greenways. These are organizations that are building greenways, giving education, helping children learn how to ride bikes, teaching people how to ride bikes safely, giving away free bike locks, giving away free helmets, just genuinely helping the community that we live in and trying to make St. Louis safer. Oftentimes when people see that I'm such an avid cyclist and really into cycling, they're like, oh, you just want bike lanes. Oh, you just want to make life harder for cars. It's not about bike lanes. I love children. I'm a teacher. I teach preschool. I want my children to be able to go outside and play. Outside is not safe for children as it currently is. And I'm not going to discriminate against boomers, but boomers are always talking about how the children are not outside and they're always on those darn phones and they're not outside. Outside isn't safe for children. None of us would like to let our children outside as it is right now. So we need to make outside safer for everybody. That means children. That means disabled. That means people who can't drive for whatever reason. Me personally, I've never owned a car and I never will. It's me and my 3 bikes against the world. So that's how I choose to live my life. And I believe as a tax-paying citizen that I deserve to be able to get to and from safely. My aunt, who has unfortunately left us now, never owned a car. And she misspoke. She rode the bus to get everywhere her entire life. And that is a beautiful life that I wish everybody could live, but she could only live that life living in a certain neighborhood, having access to certain things.
Right. This is a great conversation because I think about why I love New York City so much, why I can't imagine living anywhere else. And people always bring up like the culture and always something going on and it's New York City, right? But it all stems from the fact that New York is probably the most walkable city in the country, if not one of the most walkable cities in the entire world. You don't need a car in New York City, at least most areas. In fact, you don't even need public transportation if you really don't want to. You could literally walk the entirety of Manhattan, a bunch of areas in Brooklyn, never even needing to hop in on a bus or a train. Everything is so close. Everything is so accessible. And everything you love about New York's got to stem from that fact. Like the culture and all these things to do there probably wouldn't be if it wasn't for the fact it was a walkable city or as walkable as it is. And I went to Austin. It was my first time in Texas earlier this year. And I went to Austin, Texas, and Austin is probably the least walkable city I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. It was, I honestly didn't get the love for Austin whatsoever. Like after visiting it, I don't get it. I don't get why you would move there if you can't get anywhere.
On everything else but your city.
You can't get it.
One thing about man, you gonna hit on every.
Doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a major city. It doesn't.
I get that sentiment though.
Yeah,
like a major city.
Yeah, it just doesn't. Like I've been to New Orleans, loved it. I've been to Vegas, and I don't love it, but it's not really walkable. But everything is much closer than it is in Austin. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get it. But yeah, I think you're on point. Everyone, I mean, that's why people like living in most big cities. They're at least more walkable and have safer streets for bike riders and have bike lanes and very accessible for bike riders, more so than the rest of the country. That's why big cities exist, period, in my view.
St. Louis is getting a lot better. We have walkable and bikeable pockets that are starting to get connected. One of the big projects that I'm a board member on right now is the Tower Grove Connector. It's going from, everybody knows this if you know St. Louis, it's going from the St. Louis Arch to Tower Grove Park. Tower Grove Park is our second largest park in our city, and that protected bike lane from the heart of downtown to one of our city's largest parks. And to get from Tower Grove to Forest Park, our first largest city, it already has the safe infrastructure to get there. So connecting these three parks is going to connect a lot of people to being able to bike to where they want to go, getting those cars off the road, being able to walk with their children for a long time, being able to walk their dogs in a safe place without being worried about getting hit by a car or a speeding car hitting them. Because with these greenways, it is a sidewalk, mostly biking and e-biking track, then a curb with car parking. There's so many layers of protection for those people before the cars could ever get to them. And that's another thing that we're seeing. We're seeing people getting hit waiting on street corners because cars are flying and they're losing control.
I love that you are such an advocate for that. I know that that's actually a huge issue. I've lived in New York where I didn't have to drive, but I'm also from a place where you drive, and I love driving, right? New York is cute for the walks. New York is cute for the trains. New York is cute for the subways and things like that. But even the time or two, I've almost been hit by a car in New York. They so rude. But like, I do think that that's a great, because you are somebody who bikes. I go biking every other weekend, but I'm a person who hikes, or I'm always on a trail that has to cross the road at some point to get into, the other side of the trail, depending on how far I'm going. Or if I'm hiking, some days they allow cars to go up and down, the mountain or whatever the case may be. So that's actually, and I be yelling at them like, slow up down or whatever if I'm on a run and they're just flying up. So that's what you're advocating for is really, really good. I know, like, in your city, some people don't believe that these things are issues, but all the time I hear kids getting hit by cars just waiting for the bus to go to school, or car accidents because people ain't driving the right miles per hour, in certain residential areas or whatever. But a lot of people, especially back in my day, my grandmother, God rest her soul, she never really wanted to drive. She had one bad car accident, but she always took the streets, like a lot of Haitians used to do in South Florida, because that's where they were so used to doing in Haiti, they would come to South Florida and act like, the same. But a lot of them started getting hit by cars as the years started to progress, with more people driving and those type of things. So I think what you're advocating for is amazing. How can people help and support what you got going on?
So first and foremost, I am on Instagram. My username is ICJ.
You have username in your username.
Oh my God, ICJ. Is that a callback to ICJ Fish or just random?
No, I'm 23 years old, you millennial.
I'm sorry. I had to.
I'm simply, my name is
ask.
July. I thought icy in July. That was just heat. That was fire. That's
It is good. I'm sorry.
She said, please.
Beat them. Second, please follow the code STLCP2 on Instagram. That's St. Louis Coalition to Protect Cyclists and Pedestrians. We're doing great work if you're based in St. Louis. And if you're not based in St. Louis, it's a great blueprint to how to get these things implemented into your city.
All right.
Then there's St. Louis Greenways. Follow them on every and anything. They on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Twitter. I don't know what that other site is. Twitter. And third of all, TrailNet STL. They are doing a lot of work helping a lot of people biking, cycling, hiking, like all the outdoorsy stuff. TrailNet is the organization for you.
Love that. Love the non-binary fan. That was a nice touch. That was beautiful. Love it.
How's
Thank you so much.
You're really quick before we leave you. You're in St. Louis, so what I don't know if you've been following. How's Cori Bush's chances look? What do you think about any idea?
I am going hard for my girl. We have seen what Wesley Bell has done for us. I think we got a good chance at getting Cori Bush again, especially considering we just had a mayoral election where we had another Wesley Bell type situation where we went from our black mayor to Shar, which of course she had her issues. She's a politician, to this white mayor, Cara Spencer, who is selling out to any and everybody. And it's not great. So we've been duped once, we've been duped twice. I hope we learn in these next 2 elections. Also, this is my second election voting. So don't,
We already know that according to their understanding of the world, conservatives suffer from the self-delusion that they are exceptional when compared to other countries' citizens simply because they are American. In keeping with the foundational WASP perspective that this country belongs to them, native-born white Christians think of themselves as more American than anyone who isn't a native-born white Christian. According to Deter's drugstore psychology, they engage in this narcissistic patriotism, which is derivative of the quintessential WASP cultural quality of inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement, because they are losers who want to feel like winners without having to risk anything, without having to do any of the work. Talk to any serious psychologist, and they will tell you that at the core of what drives narcissistic behavior and cognition is inadequacy. Welcome to the 4th foundational episode of American WASP, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant gone West Coastal. Today, we are talking about the self-serving superficiality of conservative capitalist cognition. The obvious stereotype of MAGA Americans is that they are just stupid and or ignorant rednecks, right? Well, since their ignorance has and will implicitly speak for itself over the course of this delineation, let's focus on whether or not Trump conservatives are indeed stupid based on what we can decipher about how they formulate their most popular arguments. What is stupidity, though? Stupidity is not just an innate intellectual talent deficiency. Sometimes that's certainly the case. The synapses in someone's brain simply don't fire as quickly as they do for others. Stupidity is definitely a lot about natural intellectual talent, but I would argue more often than not, someone is thought of as stupid either because that person has not been conditioned to think enough, or also because of lack of conditioning, does not know how to think. Stupid citizens simply do not engage in the quantity of thought, nor the quality of thought necessary to understand society in any kind of sophisticated way. Quantity and quality of thought might come naturally for some, but for most, they derive from education, life experience, and an otherwise nurtured sense of curiosity. Regardless of how I define stupidity, the question, what is stupidity, begs the question, what is intelligence? The most sophisticated understanding of human intelligence is renowned psychologist Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, which includes 9 different elements of the human intellect. Now, many of you might be raising your hand eagerly like you did in class so you can show everyone how smart you are by exclaiming, ooh, 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 is EQ one of them? Let's deal with this really quickly. EQ is a misnomer in a couple of ways, but the one that matters most, as you'll soon learn, is that there are multiple forms of emotional intelligence. Secondly, if EQ were a specific source of psychological study, the acronym would be EIQ for Emotional Intelligence Quotient, or SIQ for Social Intelligence Quotient. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure EQ has become nothing more than a corporate recruiting buzzword that means this applicant might not suck. Gardner's 9 include both expected and unexpected forms of intelligence. Interpersonal intelligence is how well we relate to others. Intrapersonal intelligence is how well we relate to ourselves. Self-concept, self-awareness. Logic and math constitute the same intelligence, and perhaps the easiest intelligence to evaluate. Verbal intelligence is how articulate someone is, as well as their ability to learn other languages. For the most part, MAGA conservatives, who aren't heartless 1%ers, suck at all 4 of those. Then there are what I like to call the dancers trio, because they indicate that dancers might be the most underappreciated intellectual talents in our society. In order to be exceptional at dancing, one must have high IQs in all 3 of these intelligences. Kinesthetic intelligence is athletic talent, which is eye-hand and eye-foot coordination. Spatial intelligence is somewhat related to kinesthetic because athletes' vision of the field or court is incredibly important, but it's easier to see in someone when you see them play a spatially based game like checkers, chess, or backgammon, or even little things like putting groceries away or packing a bag. And then there's the best spatial intelligence test, of course, Tetris. Another intelligence related to our physical existence is musical intelligence, which appears in people's natural sense of rhythm. Dancers use their natural athletic talent to interact with space in a very specific way while maintaining perfect rhythm. Kinesthetic, spatial, musical, the dancers trio. How's that for a retention device? Second to last might be the most unexpected form of intelligence, natural intelligence, which is revealed when someone interacts with a dog, cat, or any other living thing in nature. Not everyone can play with a dog or be patient with earning a cat's trust. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Finally, the most important intelligence relevant to understanding the conservative cognition of MAGA Americans is existential intelligence. Some Americans, many Americans, definitely most conservative Americans, would rather have someone higher up in our society's social hierarchy tell them what to think when it comes to big questions such as, why are we here? What should I do with my life? And perhaps the biggest driving force in all of organized religion, what happens to us when we die? Pondering such questions produces what I would call spiritual stress. And if you're neither spiritual nor thoughtful, that kind of stress feels very scary. Now you might be thinking, well, don't these people realize that there is an option of simply accepting that some, if not all of these questions are impossible to answer with any degree of certainty? MAGA Americans, really any kind of conservative, don't do well with uncertainty. Since they are preoccupied with surviving the world as opposed to exploring the world, they want to be certain that what they are doing with their lives feels right. And having their preacher give them certainty that they're actually going to get what they want in the next life by doing what God tells them to do in this life helps them cope tremendously with the implicit message of the American conservative gospel, which is that real American Christians damn sure don't get what they want in this life. They get what God wants to give them, His plan for you, His expectations of you. Pray for what you want, but be grateful for what you get. Don't question God's will, just accept it. Ironic, isn't it, that white Christian conservatives have faith in God's existence, plan, and sense of fairness because they have no faith in their own individual ability to discover life's purpose on their own. According to the gospel as I understand it, God gave humanity free will to explore life's purpose, albeit spiritually holding the hand of Christ, but exploration nonetheless. If you want to be perfect, go. Sell your possessions and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come, follow me. Matthew 19:21. To all the conservative Bible beaters who might be watching right now, I want to enlighten you as to what is the central value of the right-wing American gospel. It's ironic that it's not so different than Islam's, which, for those of you who don't already know, translates to submission. The message of conservative capitalist Christianity in America might be salvation, but its purpose is subjugation. The message is your earthly existence isn't about your will. Your earthly existence is about God's will. So listen up to the guilt-ridden, self-righteous Sunday sermon if you want to be certain you know what God's will is, because you sure as hell aren't going to be able to figure it out on your own. Frank Schaeffer, a profoundly thoughtful progressive with family ties to Billy Graham's golden age of evangelical America, accurately labels intolerant Christian conservatives as certainty addicts. They don't want to reason their way through these existential questions because that particular process of reasoning is stress-inducing, much like sober life is stress-inducing for an alcoholic or drug addict. Yet they still want the answers to these questions for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is conservatives don't want to sound less intelligent than educated and enlightened leftists who have actually mulled these big questions and come up with answers on their own. Or the most mature perspective made peace with not being able to answer them. Consistent with the sports team metaphor for understanding MAGA Americans as nothing more than losers who want to feel like winners without having to risk anything, MAGA Americans want intellectual respect without having to do the reading, thinking, or even the arguing themselves. You see, the jocks and cheerleaders were at the cool kids table at the cafeteria in high school, but when everyone grows up, the metaphorical cool kids table belongs to the more interesting, intelligent, and accomplished classmates. Because of their lack of education and life experience, which leads to them being intellectually reliant on Christian dogma, conservatives don't have much to offer these existential conversations. Yet they still want to participate because their competitiveness makes them intellectually insecure. And they don't want to accept the ugly, uncomfortable truth that they're simply not as thoughtful or open-minded as their peers who took learning seriously. You've probably heard wannabe intellectuals whine about their right to an opinion when they're cornered in a debate with someone who has a higher existential IQ than they do. That is the ultimate sign of intellectual cowardice. Refusing to admit you're wrong or don't know something by claiming victim. I wish I could convince conservatives that it takes courage to admit you're wrong. It takes courage to admit you don't know something. This know-it-all culture brought about by the ubiquitous availability of information, the internet, is miserable. No one knows everything. No one should have an opinion on everything. That's why we have experts. When confronted by a hot issue like abortion, a MAGA American's mind might go something like, what am I supposed to think about a woman's right to choose? I sure as hell ain't gonna listen to these purple-hair feminazi weirdos who are in my face about it. What did Jesus say about abortion? Wait a minute. To find that out, I'd have to read the Bible. I don't want to read the Bible. That would be too hard. I probably wouldn't get to listen to the story anyway, if I can even read in the first place. I know, I'll just ask my preacher what the Bible says about abortion. Oh, he says vote Republican or you're a baby killer. That sure was easy. That sure feels right. Certainty-addicted MAGA Americans worship 3 sociocultural touch points, or as I like to call them, 3 false gods of conservative citizenry in their pursuit of answering the tough existential questions of American life. The Constitution, the unregulated free market, the uniform. How we should organize our society according to shared resources and basic needs, how we should do business with each other, and how we should protect each other. You'll notice these 3 panaceas of Americana directly derived from my 4th Deter 3, the 3 major rhetorical anchors of conservative culture: the past, the self, the fight. The Constitution is the past, the unregulated free market is the self, and the uniform is the fight. All 3 are what I like to call panacea plays, which I'll define right now as rhetorical references to sources of intellectual or social authority, usually irrelevant to the issue at hand, to dismiss valid counterarguments. Panacea plays are nothing more than examples of the red herring logical fallacy appeals to authority. For example, whenever you hear someone describe themselves as a strict constitutionalists, get the hell out of there because they're probably strapped. But seriously, strict constitutionalists invoke the Constitution and the framers when arguing about issues such as the First Amendment and media law, or the Second Amendment and gun regulations, because they think if the Constitution addresses it, there is no counterargument to be had. That's it. Case closed. We don't have to think about it anymore. The framers gave us the answer. Just like our mommies and daddies gave us the answers to life's tough questions, even if mommy and daddy didn't have a clue as to what the hell they were talking about. But it felt good to have someone we love, trust, and respect give us what we want: the comfort of certainty. Wait a second, Mom and Dad. The Second Amendment says something about guns being used for a regulated militia. What does regulated mean? Unlike MAGA Americans today, the framers were men of their time. Most of the signatures on the Declaration of Independence belong to slave owners. Let's be real, the framers created the country by and large because they were the wealthiest members of the emerging American society and they didn't want to pay their damn taxes. I know there's more to it than that, but come on, that's the version of the story that runs parallel to American conservative culture. With that said, however ignorant and entitled the framers' privilege made them, the big names were brilliant with respect to structuring a government, so brilliant, in fact, that they incorporated the aforementioned Socratic understanding of wisdom as an acknowledgement of ignorance into the Constitution. With the amendment process, the framers knew times would change, and there was no way for them to know how. They entrusted us, future generations, with updating the document over time so that present-day problems could be solved by a modern system of government. Much like good parents doing the best they can to educate and provide for their kids until the kids can provide for themselves, the framers gave us the best intellectual framework they could come up with for organizing a society. But they were humble enough to know that all it was their best effort. It might be hard to think of such men as humble, but trust me, humility is one of the better WASP qualities that the framers, all of whom were WASPs, possessed, lived, or at least tried to live. They didn't want us to worship them as demigods of democracy. They didn't want us to consider the Constitution the end-all and be-all document that defines American democracy in such concrete terms that no generation should ever challenge its conservative interpretations. They wanted us to think and act for ourselves within the structure of political power they created. And even if I'm wrong, even if they did think of themselves as godlike, to hell with how these ancient, rich white men may or may not have applied the values of the Constitution onto present-day problems such as gun control. The framers could never have even conceived of a world without slavery, much less a world with planes, trains, automobiles, nuclear weapons, the internet, and perhaps the framers' most relevant ignorance, an interdependent global economy, also known as the global village for all you students of Marshall McLuhan in the audience. The framers have been dead for 2 centuries, a reminder of how young our country is. Their words have outlived them and will outlive us. But speculations about their will with respect to today's issues are not only irrelevant, they are distracting and, by extension, counterproductive to discussions about how our country should be run today. Don't suffer fools who worship the words of the Constitution as if they are the gospel of Western democracy. They are not. The Constitution is a flawed document written by flawed men. That's not a judgment of the framers' quality. That is an acknowledgement of their limitations as human beings of the late 18th century. If you do respect them as intellectual visionaries of democracy and of their time, as I do, you'll understand that they would want us to acknowledge their intellectual limitations by embracing both individual and collective decision-making according to present-day values built upon their system of government. Some might describe what I just described as self-government. The framers became giants of global society by founding America, but they knew that over time they would become small with respect to the history of the world. Aside from a handful of them, their names would fade and their system of government would be all that's left of their legacies, thus making us their legacy. Let's grow up, take responsibility for our lives and our country by acknowledging the Constitution for what it is, an empowering document not an inhibiting one. This example of strict constitutionalism is an example of another left versus right deer dichotomy: collaboration versus competition. Open-minded lefties see the system of democracy the framers created as one that provides opportunities for collaboration by public servants of various political persuasions to solve the problems of the public. MAGA Americans don't even see the system of government because they can't see past perhaps the most effective element of the right-wing media's magic trick: cultural symbols of authority anti-intellectual conservatives can use to own the libs. All comes down to competition, don't forget. Conservative media spoon feeds MAGA buzzwords, sensational anecdotes, and misinformation of all kinds to convince them that they have nothing to learn from anyone that's not telling them exactly what they want to hear. Within the context of America's conservative media outlets and personalities, the culture war drives the American public toward tribalism by encouraging competition between subcultures as opposed to communal collaboration, where citizens work together for the collective good. Obama articulated this cultural disparity well when he said, "To conservatives, you're on your own. To us, we're in this together." Collaboration stands no chance of efficacy if competition is introduced to the communication surrounding how to serve the country's citizens. This is another specific explanation for why conservatives suck at creativity. They're so concerned with winning that discussions can't help but become arguments. It's a contest between sand and water, where sand is collaborative creativity and water is individual competition. Build a sandcastle, then throw a cup of water onto it. Within the context of public service, that kind of intellectual destruction is not a form of creation, it's intellectual abortion. And social progress is the zygote. Derivative of the self-rhetorical anchor of conservative culture, the unregulated free market is our second false god of conservative citizenry. MAGA Americans worship the ghosts of the framers at the altar of the unregulated free market. Not just any market, an unregulated free market, essentially laissez-faire economics. Unless, of course, an industry giant is going to go bankrupt or a plethora of powerful clients will lose their money if a banking institution is allowed to fail. In those cases, the government will step in and socialize losses with yet another corporate bailout. To be fair, both Republicans and Democrats are guilty of those mistakes. Crisis scenarios aside, MAGA's unregulated free market false god is defined by the following tenets of absolutism. All deregulation is good deregulation. Tax cuts are always good, and priority should be given to 1%ers and corporations. Labor should not be allowed to organize because that would impede the efficiency of the market. The natural environment is just another cost of doing business in a 21st century capitalist economy. Foreign interventionism to benefit American corporate interests abroad is not only acceptable, it should be encouraged. The list goes on, but those are the big ones. The mammons of this false god, this tempting rhetorical panacea play, are unsurprisingly billionaires, particularly tech entrepreneurs and Fortune 500 CEOs. According to MAGA Americans' favorite oversimplification, understanding American capitalism as a meritocracy, billionaires and CEOs are wealthier than the rest of us because they deserve to be. They simply worked harder and/or are smarter than the rest of us. So when they speak, we should really listen. because their opinions on the system that made them rich aren't biased at all. Remember when MAGA Americans thought Trump would be a good president because he'd run the government like a business? Well, if Trump's presidential business goal was to hook up the heartless 1%ers at the expense of the remaining 99%, job well done, Donald. MAGA Americans' faith in A-list public figures of capitalism should remind you of my very first Deter decree, individualism versus collectivism. CEOs and billionaires are masters of self-interest, their individual wants, wishes, and needs. Their interest in the success of their companies is not a collective purpose. It is an extension of their self-interest. That's why executives get stock options. Public servants, however, notice I didn't say politicians, are masters of collective interest. Who do you think we should listen to when it comes to issues such as income inequality, environmental protection, and healthcare? Someone who has benefited from the status quo? Or someone who is trying to upend the status quo because they recognize it's not working for the working class? Elon Musk is an example from current events that proves the absurdity of the suggestion that billionaires are good at everything and know everything. That crazy mofo may walk the line between genius and insanity, but the latter outweighs the former when it comes to Musk's social media swing and a miss. The thrice married father of 9 knows engineering, automation, and how to ride a wave of private sector change to make a fortune. But based on Twitter's performance, now X, since he took over, you can't say he knows much about monetizing his favorite way to feel famous. Think about the sequence of events real quick. Why did Twitter just accept Musk's initial offer? $44 billion. Yes, that works. No immediate rejection like many expected, no real negotiation, not even a respectful counteroffer to see if Musk would throw in an extra $1 billion. Just 11 days of hinting that Twitter might make a poison pill play, only to accept Musk's $44 billion. Why? Because Twitter brass knew the company wasn't worth that much and would not grow to become worth that much anytime soon. They probably could have squeezed him for at least another $1 billion, but Musk's offer was pretty much top dollar, way above market, and according to basic capitalist analysis, foolish not to accept. Net present value, baby. Twitter's current problems following Musk's takeover prove the truth of my 7th Deter decree. Just because someone is the best or among the best at what they do doesn't mean they're good at anything else, much less everything else. Ronald Reagan set the stage for the Mammon complex by starting his presidency with a false proclamation disguised as profound insight into Cold War capitalism. You know where I'm going. Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Oh, sounds so good, doesn't it? For successful conservatives, Reagan's legendary catchphrase justifies their greed by vindicating their competitive worldview as the best way to live in American life, because they did what they had to do to win. And when they did, goddammit, what would become the most prolific conservative cliche of all time, however, tragically manipulates unsuccessful conservatives into thinking they need to accept what conservative capitalism gives them. Much like the aforementioned teachings of conservative Christianity, that an individual's will is trumped by God's will. By providing unsuccessful or even just less successful conservatives with the excuse of the government inhibiting their upward mobility, the right-wing media machine implicitly encourages them to avoid individual responsibility. They think to themselves, I would be successful if the government would just get off my back. If a Democrat is president, frustrated white Trumplicans will blame him for their problems. If a Republican is president, Trumplicans will blame Democrats for getting in the way of the White House. Regardless of who's in charge, the white MAGA douchebag stays in the same place because he's too much of a coward to risk being wrong. The third and final false god of conservative citizenry is the uniform. Derivative of conservative culture's the fight rhetorical anchor. The Army has fatigues. The Navy has whites. Cops have hats, badges, and holstered guns. The purported purpose of these and other uniformed public servants, such as immigration officers, is protection. We are told that our society would neither exist nor function without them. Now, I don't know if that's true, and no one can, but what I do know is that according to conservatives' culture of blind faith patriotism, these uniformed figures deserve credit for carrying a burden of social responsibility so heavy that they always deserve the benefit of the doubt when accused of negligence. They are risking their lives, after all, even though most aren't, to keep us safe. So don't disrespect them by questioning their methods. Don't challenge the badge. We call it a shield for a reason. For example, according to the one and only Ben Shapiro, Derek Chauvin did not murder George Floyd according to the letter of the law. I thought only God has a right to take life, Ben. Well, let me tell you something, little man. If God does exist, he definitely doesn't wear a uniform, and neither do his angels. The men and women in blue are only the most visibly ubiquitous uniform in our society today, though. American exceptionalism as a concept was introduced in the 1920s, but it gained a foothold in global culture within, not surprising, a military context, specifically the Allies' victory in World War II, which produced the label the Greatest Generation. Now, without tripping down a World War II rabbit hole, historically speaking, Hiroshima and Nagasaki made our ascension in geopolitical status superlative, scary, and righteously patriotic all at the same time. Casualty estimates for an invasion of Japan were in the millions. I have no doubt that many, if not most American families, particularly those with healthy young men, reacted to the advent of nuclear war with gratitude because they didn't see it as the beginning of something new and scary. They saw it as the end of something old, the end of old world imperialism, to be specific, brought about with an unprecedented level of finality. Quick tangent. Whenever the subject of World War II comes up in conversation, I want you to ask the room, do you know what the casualties were for the US versus the Soviet Union? The answer is roughly 500,000 for the US and somewhere between 23 and 27 million for the Soviets. The largest estimated ratio for US deaths to Soviet deaths in World War II is 70 Soviets for every 1 American. whatever notions narcissistic patriots have about the contributions America made to the Allies when in World War II, the historical truth is that our contributions to the European theater on the Western Front were significant, but not superlative. The biggest reason Hitler lost was his obsession with beating Mother Russia in the Eastern Front. While FDR was sending materials, weapons, and as much support as he could to Churchill before the US entered the war, Stalin's officers were shooting their own soldiers to keep them from fleeing battle. It's dark. In order to empathize with Americans who lived through World War II and were old enough to remember early August 1945, you have to understand that up until that point, global history had been defined by imperialistic warfare. Independent economies competing over resources, very often escalating to military conflict. At the time, there's no way the American public could have foreseen how nuclear weapons would produce the Cold War and how that conflict would hinder global progress for the next generation or two, or 5. After Truman ended the last great war of explicit imperialism with Fat Man and Little Boy, I have to suspect that most Americans felt relief that the war was finally over on all fronts, that the Allies won, and that no one else they knew would be either shipping out to die or coming home dead or injured. Most concerns about the new doomsday weapon introduced to geopolitics were likely brushed aside with thoughts deriving from the foundations of American exceptionalism. Sure, the nuke is scary, but it's our nuke, so no worries. The military uniforms that remind us of US victories in foreign wars carry more cultural weight than do their domestic cousins of law enforcement because of the team pride understanding of American patriotism. We're all kind of on the same team when it comes to the US Army, but not at all when it comes to John Law. Cops now signify domestic division, while the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, etc., all signify a righteous, united defense of democracy. I'd call that the pop culture perception assessment of how cops compare to soldiers in Trump-era America. Cops are now decidedly controversial in public discourse, whereas we still see military service members as young kids giving the best years of their lives to their country so that we citizens can sleep better at night. In truth, most of them are serving because they don't have a whole lot of better options. But they are serving nonetheless. So let's respect that service by respecting and honoring them without worshiping them or the causes they serve. Strict constitutionalism has the framers. The unregulated free market has billionaires and CEOs. The uniform has cops and soldiers, but it also has judges and preachers, because the robes they wear are most certainly uniforms representing teams. The teams of law and order. To conservatives, judges are masters of law, while preachers are masters of order, social and spiritual order. Once again, we know Trumplicans have a very low existential IQ, so when they are faced with questions such as, how should we organize a society according to right and wrong, they rely on these lofty authority figures to provide answers that relieve spiritual stress. Trump Republicans don't like all judges, they like Trump judges. Politicized Christians don't like all preachers, they like politicized preachers. If you'd like to Google Justice Amy Coney Barrett and televangelist Paula White, those two charlatans epitomize the Christianized public servant and the conservative cultural crusader, respectively. Check them out. Within the rhetorical context of the unholy marriage between capitalism and politicized Christianity, American capitalism is the metaphorical father. The unregulated free market is the son, and money is the Holy Spirit. The framers are demigods. Billionaires, CEOs, judges, and politicized preachers are archangels, and cops, soldiers, and suits are angels. The stratospheric social status of these figures within the context of a waspy culture of competitiveness gives conservatives the ultimate intellectual cop-out because it yields superlative certainty. White conservative certainty addicts can't know for sure what the framers would think of today's society, but they can vote for politicians who promise to appoint strict constitutionalist judges. White conservative certainty addicts can't acknowledge the importance of regulating a capitalist economy, but they can envy billionaires to the extent of electing one president. White conservative certainty addicts can't fathom that a significant number of cops are power-hungry bullies looking for a fight, or that a lot of soldiers are lost souls with no other choice but to serve. But they can vote for more militarization of our police force and more foreign wars for our military to wage or at least prepare for. Just as my three false gods of conservative citizenry possess at least one of the qualities of my three major rhetorical anchors of conservative culture, you may have already thought of examples of right-wing media outlets and personalities using these distraction tactics, the delivery of which is defined in my previous episode as Deter's 3 stages of influence: attention, point of view, point. My 3 false gods are nothing more than specific examples of cultural touch points the right uses to grab the American public's attention by invoking the fallacy of authority to manipulate citizens into voting for the GOP. Consistent with the conservatives' narcissistic patriotism, these 3 false gods imply that if you do not agree with strict interpretations of the Constitution, deregulation of the market, and putting cops, soldiers, and judges and preachers on a societal pedestal, you're simply not as American as conservative Americans. Right-wing media outlets and personalities grab your attention with the false god, invoke the patriotic point of view, then deliver the implicit point. If you want to feel like this country belongs to you more than it does those who are different from you, commit to conservatism. In terms of evaluating their cognition in a useful way, the specific criticism that explains the intellectual weakness of conservatism is that conservative cognition doesn't take what I'll simply call the second step of analytical thinking, also known as critical thinking. Take crime as an easy example. The Trumplican thinks criminals break the law, ergo they are bad people and should be removed from society until they are no longer a danger to others. Rather than the thoughtful lefty who deduces criminals are desperate people trying to survive in a brutally unfair competitive socioeconomic system. Ergo, we, as fellow citizens, have an obligation to provide a social safety net because their desperation derives from a system over which we preside. This is the difference between right-wing, self-serving, superficial reasoning and left-wing, intellectually responsible reasoning. Trump has said it himself. He has an initial instinctual reaction to scenarios, then follows that, like every time. Why do you think his entire brand is shameless and relentless self-promotion? Because everyone's first instinct is to take care of themselves, and neither he nor his followers ever transcend that selfish individualism. They never take that second step of reasoning to evolve their citizenship from the childish ignorance endowed to them by their parents to mature cognizance earned through exploratory life experience. So, are Trumplicans stupid, stubborn, sociopathic, or just simply ignorant for thinking this way? Is their self-serving, superficial cognition excusable by the implications of my first two Deter decrees? We are all prisoners of our own personal experience. And just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. Or do they merit a majority of the blame for the current condition of the country? Because they are legally adults, after all, even if they have the minds of children and said life experience is limited. While we have thus far addressed myriad questions about how MAGA Americans think, we have only implicitly addressed what MAGA Americans are, their identity, or perhaps more accurately, their identities. Yes, Trump's base is predominantly rural, uneducated whites, but are they an evil cohort constituting an existential threat to American democracy? If you ask them what they stand for individually as Americans, what would they say? The South will rise again? America is a Christian nation? I'm entitled to a weapon of war. In keeping with my sixth Deter decree, when examining a public problem, look at the whole picture, not just the parts that make you feel right, because the parts that make you feel wrong require society's attention much more than their easy, comfortable, bias-confirming counterparts. I suggest we complete this judgment of Trumplican citizenship by identifying the subcultures within the subculture of conservative America. To foreshadow my insight, most Trumplicans are members of all three tribes within the tribe of Trump trash. I hope the next time you stumble onto one of these three false gods of conservative citizenry on a media outlet or in a casual conversation, you'll be able to expose these panacea plays as cheap, rhetorical parlor tricks so that everyone present can take that second step of analytical thinking to discover conservative capitalist cognition is counterproductive to building an American society better than the one we have today. If you found this analysis sapient, please like, share, and subscribe to help grow the show. Comments particularly help with the algorithm. Thank you for your attention and patience, and never forget to remind your fellow citizens that you don't get change in America by asking nicely.
Hi, I'm here. So yeah, here we are. It is, what is the date today? It is 11/19/2025. If you cannot tell, I'm a little bit frazzled. If I could get a little help from the This Space faithful and just let me know if the audio is okay in chat, in the text, in the chat, whatever it is. Whatever we're calling that now, the chat space, it would be super, super helpful. Yeah, so you can tell I'm a little bit frazzled. Wasn't around last week. Thank you so much, Letterhack. I appreciate that. Wasn't around last week, had big things to do. I have my poor wife right now. I have toothpaste on my hoodie, My office is a mess. My cats are running around free range, being crazy. Now my dog is barking. He waited to the exact moment before I went on air live to bark. My poor wife is on a Zoom call for me for another meeting for an organizing thing I'm doing here in New Orleans that I can't attend because I'm here with you. That is not a complaint. I just want you to know why it feels like I'm all over the place, and it cannot help that I've had about 7 p.m. Eastern or Central, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. Dog's going crazy. And I've had about 700 calories of food, and I've had a ton of nicotine, which I'm still going on about right now. I tell you all this as not complaints, but I tell you this as things are looking up in the world. It does, if you can't feel it, we do live in hell. We've already established that. Every single week, every single day, every single minute. If hell is real, we are living in it right now. It does feel like we're in the end of Revelation, without a doubt. But I can say this as not a religious person, things are still looking up more than even a month ago. Things are better because it feels like, yeah, hell is hot, hell is real. We all live in hell, but at least enough of us now are recognizing that we do actually live in a hell space. And I love that. I love that for everybody. The dumbest guy you know at work is no longer talking about Trump. Is no longer talking about MAGA and America First, or when they're going to get their no tax on overtime and no tax on tips, because they know that's a scam. They've started talking about the NFL. Here in New Orleans, we're talking about the terrible Saints season. That's because the thing in the room, the elephant in the room, the 2,000-pound gorilla of Trump being, I don't know, theoretically, allegedly, the first LGBTQ president that we know about, has really got those guys in a bind. And I want to talk about, we're going to do, for this hour, I want to sandwich in a couple things. We're going to sandwich in we're going to do dessert, talk a little bit about Trump for a couple minutes. We're going to do the meat. We're going to talk about Palestine. We're going to talk about the Zionist project falling apart. And then we'll finish with kind of a mix of meat, kind of a mix of dessert. And we're going to talk about, for all you bros out there, you bros like myself, we're going to talk a little bit about Dave Portnoy and why he has got my attention in the most hilarious but not funny way at the same time. And I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. So now that about my prediction of things coming true, and I'm not happy that they're coming true, but just that I was right. So we're going to get into that. And I guess we'll start with, let's talk about how Christmas, if you celebrate. Let's talk about Thanksgiving, if you're going to spend time with your family at Thanksgiving. Let's talk about how this is about to be the most lit Thanksgiving of all time, right? I'm going to suburban Ohio for Christmas. Thanksgiving, we do a Friendsgiving here. I have kind of Mardi Gras adjacent Thanksgiving plans. It's more of like a party thing, a street festival thing that we do here in New Orleans. So I stay here for Thanksgiving and I go to my parents. One of my parents are divorced. I go to my parents for Christmas. The idea that everybody who's watching this, we're all in our walled garden. This is all kind of an echo chamber. If you're watching this isn't like, let's be honest, it's not penetrating the right-wing corners of the internet. This space is maybe one day, but it's not. We all, if you're here, we all have the same politics. We all have the same, kind of idea of how the world works. Not even an idea of how the world works. Just, we're right. I mean, let's be honest about it. Let's be a little smug Let's do a little gallows humor. Everything that we've said about the world and the way it works and how it works, the left have been correct on. And the right is just losing more and more and more ground, while they do have material power, as far as long as this, corrupt United States government stands. As far as social capital, they had it for about 30 seconds and then dropped it like a hot potato. And now we have it all over again. Woke is back, baby. I watched a TikTok the other day. And then I'll get on to Trump. I watched a TikTok the other day about the Chicago Blackhawks. Chicago Blackhawks. You ever seen the Chicago Blackhawks logo? Pretty racist, right? I think they changed the logo now. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick and share the screen. Let's see. Chicago Blackhawks logo. No, they're still racist. Let me see if I can share this with y'all. I'm still bad at this because I only really use this once a week. Let me see here. Did we get it? Add it to stage. Yeah, still pretty racist, huh? I mean, the C with the tomahawks, not as bad, but smiling indigenous man in his garb, pretty racist, right? But the Chicago Blackhawks now have. Let me see if I can just instead of like what they always told me in theater class. It's better to. Oh, you're seeing how my internet. I mean, not my internet, but my YouTube algorithm right now. It's insane. Let's see. Chicago Blackhawks land acknowledgement. Let me see if that's up. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. We got audio, right? I hope so. I can't tell. That's crazy, brother. That's crazy. So we have a National Hockey League team, right? National Hockey League team, and they're doing a land acknowledgement, a fucking land acknowledgement before every game. Now we got that in America before a Canadian NHL team. Woke is back. There is no cringe. Embrace the woke. Pop your septum ring down. Let's go, baby. We're back. 100%. And I'm only saying this like half fakery, right? Like I'm only like half joking because it felt like for a hot minute, like we were just not even living in idiocracy. We were living in, there was a book about like if the Nazis won and what society would look like, right? And I can't think of what it was. It was made into a movie and it had Rutger Hauer and it doesn't matter. But we were living in this kind of man in the high castle timeline that we were just all going to be, it felt like we were next up for helicopter rides. We were all just going to be put up against the wall. But like a dog that finally caught the car. It's why fascism is a DOA ideology. Conservatism is a dead on arrival ideology. The idea that you can lock in culture, the idea that you can pick a point in time and say, that's not blood, by the way. That is Crystal Light. The idea that you could lock in a point in time and say that this is the peak of human civilization and culture is dead on arrival. The native people the indigenous people that the Blackhawks are talking about, tribes like the Ojibwe, and the other tribes. I think about the Ojibwe because I met an Ojibwe man who invited me to a powwow in Minnesota. I never went. I should have went. I still can, but you know how that kind of thing goes. I'm sure that somebody in a native tribe, a native community, indigenous community, thought the same thing. They said, "Hey, we're gonna be hunting the buffalo and chasing them across the big painted sky." I don't mean that I'm being facetious. I'm sorry, just stop that. But we're gonna hunt them because I honestly don't know much about native culture except for what I get from TikTok, which is beautiful, by the way. TikTok should have a culture button. I know it's owned by Israel and I shouldn't be giving them ideas. It's owned by Zionists now, and like it's terrible, and pro-Palestinian content is gone. But they should really have a culture button where you know you've got like STEM for you, whatever. They have culture, and it's just culture. It should just be powwows, Chinese opera, stuff like that. Stuff you just can't see. Stuff that Bravo. I'm old enough to remember Bravo used to show on Saturday mornings. They used to show kabuki theater, you know, from Japan or whatever. Now they're just showing 12 hours blocks of hoarders on Arts and Entertainment and Bravo. But my point is, we are back. Do not let these people think that they have control over culture or any kind of, they have material control over the mechanisms that control our life, which is capital, but they do not have control over the culture. They have completely lost that. They never had it. And we're going to talk about that and how those forces, those right-wing forces, especially Zionists, have lost control of the culture here in just a little bit. But the thing, y'all better show out is what I'm trying to say. This whole rant, y'all better show out at Thanksgiving and Christmas. Don't take nothing off your parents. Don't take nothing off your drunk uncle. You better walk in there like Stone Cold Steve Austin and the glass just broke and your music just hit. Because there's nowhere for these people to go. These Trump voters, they could get away with, they don't care about brown people in this country, right? They don't care about, they're misogynists, all the bad things we can think of. Racist, misogynist, whatever. They can deal with starving and murdering Palestinian people. They could deal with all these other things that are just they're atrocious to you and I. But these people who are, I don't want to dehumanize people, but they're kind of pod people. They kind of can just, they know these things exist and they go, well, I don't care as long as I get mine. But they're not getting theirs. Prices are still, you can't afford to buy a house. Trump wants to put you in a 50-year mortgage. Prices of eggs are still expensive. Prices of beef are through the roof. Price of gas is still expensive. Your job still sucks. You're not getting, no taxes on overtime and tips. Obviously, that was a lie. You still don't have health care. Your kids still don't have education. But they can deal with all that. I heard a maxim one time that says, some people will shit their own pants as long as they know you have to smell it. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about people who will stab themselves as long as they think it will scratch you. Because their brains are so mush and they have no class consciousness at all that they think that, punching up is an absolutely impossible. I can't punch up at the gods. I can't punch up at the government. I can't punch up at my boss and organize my workplace. I can't punch up at Elon Musk. I can't punch up at Peter Thiel. I can't do anything to the people who actually make my life materially shit, right? But I can punch down at you, and for that little bit, it makes me feel better. So they're fine with all the atrocity, all the pain, all the starvation, all the death, all the murder that the United States empire spreads not just throughout the world, but spreads right into your own home. They can live with that as long as people that they consider less than are suffering a tiny, tiny bit more. But, and I also want to wake myself up from this because I almost can't believe this feels too good to be true. It feels like I'm in a dream. The thing that they cannot get around I'm giving you marching orders. When you are at Thanksgiving and Christmas, don't even try to humanize with your chud right-wing relatives and friends of friends. All you got to say, two things. You support a pedophile. You're running cover for a pedophile. And that's not even going to get all of them. That's not going to get all of them. Because let's be real. Pedophilia has a market. It always has. It's disgusting. It's probably my most unleft-wing take. It probably will get me canceled among pedophiles because I'm not a bleeding heart liberal. And I'm willing to say there are smarter people than myself and more kind and courageous people who are willing to, I don't know, look for like my wife in a way. And it's not like she is a licensed therapist, right? She's got all the letters behind her name. She's a better person than I. So she can see the good in about anybody. But when you're talking about fucking kids, children, and these aren't young women, these aren't minors, these aren't whatever bullshit that Megyn Kelly is ready to sacrifice her own child. This demon, this ball, this altar. You want to get religious with it. She's ready to sacrifice her own children on the altar of capitalism because she has a teenage daughter, I think preteen. I don't know. I don't keep up with fucking little girls. So I don't know how old her daughter is. But I know she has around that age of a daughter that she's ready to sacrifice to this bullshit so she can keep her spot. Just to show you that pedophilia, it's bad. It's really bad, but it might not penetrate into these demons' heads. But the thing, so that's bullet number one in your metaphorical gun, which is going to stop. That's going to stop half of your Christmas, Thanksgiving arguments. But the real showstopper, the real thing they cannot get around, whether it's true or not, is allegedly you support the first LGBTQ president who is somehow in a polyamorous relationship with Bill fucking Clinton. That's it. That's the death nail. I don't know if it's true. I don't care if it's true. Everything lines up. You look at the history of this man, everything lines up. And I'm not trying to kink shame this man at all. What I am calling out is how you going to be out here in these streets doing shady stuff. Not shady because the actual act is shady. Dude, let 1,000 flowers bloom. I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. As long as it's safe, sane, and consensual. And having sex with children is not consensual. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about young women. We're talking about children. But if you want to go out there and do your business with Big Bill, with the big, beautiful Bill from Arkansas, have at it, man. But don't sit up here and tell me how I'm supposed to live or tell anybody else how they're supposed to live. And that's the thought terminator right there. Because they cannot get around that, because the people that 30% of MAGA guys, I mean, you've already seen it. Everybody here, I'm not here to insult you, like you don't know what's going on. Y'all, if you're sitting here listening to this and you know who Nick Fuentes is, which I'm going to assume you're watching this, you know who that is, then like, you're already here. You already know. You see the right wing completely falling apart. It's completely falling apart over not Trump being in the Epstein files. because he could get over that. Not pedophilia. Most of these people are sick. They're sick fucks anyway. Not the murder of innocent men, women, and children. Not the expansion of the American empire and its death machine, but over one alleged potential BJ is going to bring down this whole administration, because there's nowhere for him to go. There's nowhere for them to go with this. Because, okay, here's what it is. Okay, he didn't want to release the file. He was tooth and nail scratching not to release the files. Now, his own party, led by Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you know what? I'm gonna say this right now. This rant's going on longer than I thought it would, but there's more to add. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I have to give it up to her. I didn't think she had it in it, and I don't mean anything like altruistic or any kind of morality or anything like that. I don't know what's in that woman's heart. I know she said a lot of crazy racist stuff. Okay. But this is my own internal misogyny where I thought she was dumb. I thought she was dumb and or just a true believer. Because the problem with cults is when you try to run a cult, you're going to attract true believers. So I didn't think she had it in her, but she definitely did, to know which way the wind is turning and to turn in that direction. And so, led by her, now it's to the point where it's like, well, we have to all vote on this thing because we don't want to, we're not going to be the people who are voting against, holding the Epstein files and protecting pedophiles. So now Trump has to say, well, he fought tooth and nail, is ready to die over not releasing. Now he has to say, oh, he wants it released. So now they're going to say, oh, well, there's a lot of Democrats in there and it's an active, criminal investigation, so we can't release it. That's coming. We all know that's coming. The thing that I am super surprised about and just enlightened by is that not just our little corner of the media, but mainstream media, CNN, MSNBC, even Fox, for God's sakes, is saying, well, this is what I just told you. This is what they're going to do. This is the plan. So they've already been caught. They've already been busted. And so now when they do put up this obvious front of what's going to happen, the American people are already going to be inoculated with it, to it, and say, oh yeah, this was the thing that was going to happen. But I'm telling you, we have to take our W's when we take them and get ready to raffle stomp, to just show out during the holidays, because I know my parents are not going to be able to get their mind around this. There's nowhere there for them to go, because you can be, it's the perfect combination of, you can be a monster in this country, but because of homophobia, you better not be a monster and be queer. You better not, because if you're that, then you can't, not Spencer, not Nick Spencer. Who's the guy? Milo Yiannopoulos. Perfect puppet. Perfect water boy for the right-wing project. But as soon as he turned the queer up just a little bit, he was jettisoned. Gone. They can't deal with it. Their own internal homophobia cannot rock with it. Log cabin Republicans have been a thing, right? For forever. Every time they think that they are an ascendancy and going to get some kind of seat at the table, they are smashed down. They are saying, no, get your queer behind out of here. This party's not for you. We'll take your votes. We'll take your money, but you have no say-so in what's going on. They cannot get over their own internal homophobia. And also their hatred of women as well. That's why, women find out the same thing. Vivek Ramaswamy found out the same thing. Any black Republican with any kind of aspirations of any kind of having any kind of motion has found out the same thing. No, this is for white, straight men. They're not trying to make America great again, because it's never been great. They're trying to make America again. White, straight, male landowners. That's the only people allowed in their inner circle. All right. Had a little fun there. Man, let's burn a half hour with that. So let's get to the depressing part And then that should get into the fun part. And we're going to go to, honestly, like, man, I don't geek out for a lot of people, but we're going to watch a little bit of Ryan Grimm on Breaking Points today. And we're going to comment on it and how the Zionist project is completely falling apart. Let's watch some of that. Let me share the screen right now. Let's get it going right now. Share me. Add. Make it big. All right, let's rock.
Hey, Lumen, no audio.
Oh my God, thank you. Oh, thank you. So how are we going to fix the audio? Thank you, producer. I have my producers tell me there's no audio. Is there a button for that?
Some instructions in the private chat.
Thank you,
If
sir.
you use the computer icon at the bottom of the studio, share screen.
Okay, I see. Yep. And okay.
Make sure audio is checked.
I'm in there right now, and I've got present or invite. I've got stop sharing. I'm going to stop sharing and bring it back. My bad.
Put the link to the video in the private chat, and I can share it for you.
Cool. I might do that for you for the other one, too. Thanks for letting me know. All right, so everybody, thanks for the thing. So what this is, it's a meeting of Jewish Federation of North America, where Obama's speechwriter, I can't remember her name, was talking about why Holocaust education is bad. It's kind of hilarious. So should I just click on that? No. Thank you.
There's a video going around that is going absolutely viral that we didn't want to pass up a chance to make sure that you saw. It's from a conference of the Jewish Federation of North America recently, and it's liberal Obama speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz talking about the twin problems that are, she believes, fueling anti-Semitism, and she believes it is social media that is showing people pictures of, quote, carnage in Gaza, and also a Holocaust education that has taught people that it is wrong when big, powerful forces are aggressive towards the weak. Just an incredible 2-minute clip that I think you're going to watch the entirety of, and then Emily and I will discuss for a moment. Go ahead and roll this.
I think that since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people. So we are now wrestling with a new, I think, generational divide here. And I think that's particularly true in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media and fringe media. But today we have social media, which is a global medium, right? Its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes, today those media outlets find them. They find them on their phones. It's also this increasingly post-literate media, less and less text, more and more videos. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene. And, you know, I think, unfortunately, the very smart, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit. Because, you know, Holocaust education is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-Black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless Black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
All right, so Emily, where do you...
All right, cool. Good enough. So, with that being said, is that not the craziest? That's not the craziest thing like you've ever heard in your life. Like, say what? So, what you're saying is, like, I can't even get over it. What you're saying is, the thing that I don't even know where to start. Okay, first of all, she is still in the year of our Lord, November 19th, 2025, still trying to couple Zionism with Judaism. That's the most anti-Semitic thing of all. Because what you're saying is all Zionists are, you know, if you are a quote unquote good Jew, you have to toe the Zionist line. Even though, like she said, not me, every day you open your phone and it's just dead Gazan, emaciated Gazan. What did Van Jones say? Dead Gazan baby, dead Gazan baby, dead Gazan baby. But it's not a fucking laugh track. It's not something to make fun of. It's not something that, oh, well, it's not like when I'm watching Hulu or something and I keep seeing the same commercial over and over again because it's targeted to my, you know, billing zip code or whatever, right? It's dead men, women, and children, dude. This isn't a oopsie doopsie. This is annoying. This is the thing that's being done with my tax dollars, with my labor, right? This is not a oh well, what are we gonna do? And that she can sit there and say, you know, I seem reprehensible or I seem insane or something. It's because you are insane. You're a demon. You're a demon and you have no soul. Whatever spark that whatever you believe in, that, you know, if you believe in a creator, if you believe in whatever gave to you is gone. When you can sit up there and you can just talk so assuredly about stuff like that. Right? These are conversations that used to have behind like fucking closed doors and shit. But now they're falling apart so bad that they're, you know, any port in a storm. They're just trying to let's do anything we can. Let's funnel more money to American politicians. Let's do more bullshit, you know, fake anti-Semitism laws here in America. Let's make you sign a pledge to get a government job that you're not going to do, you know, BDS. You know, and how the fuck is that even enforced? Are they going to come to my house and make sure that I have a soda stream? Is that what's going to happen? How do you know? You know, it's directly against free market capitalism, if there even is such a fucking thing. That the anti-BDS law kill me, because what you're saying is what? Do I have to have a government minder? Is this North Korea that's going to follow me and make sure I'm buying Manischewitz or SodaStream or Sabra or a fucking disgusting Sabra hummus? What is this shit? You know, I thought this was America. Like, where are those guys at? You know, we're like, we don't tell you what to do. Where are all the staunch, you know, Ayn Rand acolytes? You know, all the free speech, free association defenders. They're gone. They're in the pockets of AIPAC is what they are. So what even is she talking about? And it's like, yeah, I was talking to my wife about this, and it's like, I want to say harsh things that would get a YouTube channel nuked, but I can't. But I can leave. You know, I'm not going to, for the greater good. But you know, these people who can sit here and say this with such bravado and such calm demeanor in their voice, I feel somehow it's not just that they can breathe the same, that we're breathing the same air. And it's not because they're Jews, it's because they're monsters. It's because they're demons. Again, for the zillionth time. Judaism is cool. Like, being Jewish is cool. Like, having culture is cool. Like, everything about having like a cultural enclave in America because of globalization and colonization. And, you know, the only thing good about the American empire, and I wish it didn't come at the cost of just raping people's natural resources and killing them, is that because of the American empire, all the people fleeing the atrocities of the American empire have come to America. And now everybody has their own cultural enclave. You know, there's a Jewish part of New York City. There's a Jewish cult. There's like 2 Jewish cultural museums here in New Orleans. There's Chinatown, Koreatown, Japantown. There's everything. There's Native American reservations, which are terrible. These are terrible ghettos that that are the endpoint of a genocide that we've isolated people to. But I can go to these reservations and I can go to a powwow and I can experience native culture. I wish it didn't come at the point of a gun. Nobody had to die for this, but that is the beautiful thing about America. So it's like, nobody here is hating on Jews except for the people who are hating on Jews. We're hating on Zionism because it's a genocidal death cult. And she's proving it with every single word that comes out of her mouth. And just to show, again, but take heart. Take heart. This isn't just a complaint to the wind. Like, this, the reason why she's doing this is because the project is falling apart. And if you search this speech, you've got Barry Weiss, Barry Weiss out there having to do these kind of speeches behind closed doors and making sure people aren't recording them. Because if she's saying this out in public, imagine what Barry Weiss is saying behind closed doors. It's disgusting. But again, this whole rant, Zionism is not Judaism. It is not. 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 You know, I was a big fan. I followed for casually as a black man in America who, one day I'd like to go to Africa. I want to go to Ghana. Especially Ghana has like right of return for the African diaspora. I'd love to go. I'd love to go. But I was a big, not about Ghana, but I was a big fan of like Ibrahim Traoré, right? I was like, wow, this guy's kicking out the French, he's kicking out the British, and I know that's not Ghana, but he's kicking out the French, he's kicking out the British, and like, good for him, he's kicking out the colonial powers that ruined that country and also ruined the continent. But as soon as he was like, hey, I'm going to make anti-homosexuality, I'm going to make anti-queer laws, anti-gay laws here in the country, I'm like, bro, I can't fuck with you. I gotta go. I don't care if our skin colors are the same, or if you're trying to, to set up an African, homeland for Africans because the whole continent has been raped and pillaged by white people, much like the trauma and the Holocaust that we had. It was such a terrible thing. We had to create a new word for it. That was created by, Nazis in World War II that America had a part in. Let's don't forget that. And then we also protected those fucks. Operation Paperclip. Go search that. How we liked what the Nazis were doing over there. So we took a ton of them in after the war. So even if he's trying to do, Africa for Africans, but it's like you are encroaching on people's civil rights. You're making it illegal for people to love one another, I'm not fucking with that. I can't, we're done. And that's the same thing that young Jewish people have done with young Jewish people, especially in the United States and all over the world, are done with Zionism. They're getting hit with the real before they can get the con of birthright. And it's beautiful. And the way that this woman is being flamed, the way she is getting absolutely cooked all over the internet for saying the quiet part out loud is beautiful. And it shows that their whole project is falling apart. Again, let's take heart. Let's have, as Hassan Piker would say, let's have revolutionary optimism. I have another clip. Actually, it's not a clip. It's a whole video. There's going to be some offensive stuff in here. I'm going to try to play this again and see if I can get it right this time. But I want to do this thing about Dave Portnoy and how he's absolutely trying to run from the world he created. And it goes back to my whole woke is back. You know, as a guy who does watch sports and I bet on sports, Dave Portnoy is in all my feeds. He's an absolute piece of shit. I have spent money with Barstool before. I have bet on their, I've had bet on their damn betting app. I have watched Rough and Rowdy, their amateur boxing thing, and I've had a great laugh, but I can great. I enjoy all that. Going back to the whole thing of like Zionism is not Judaism. I like sports. I like gambling. I'm a degenerate. There's a line where, hey, you're a racist sexual assault, alleged sexual assaulter. I can't fuck with you. There's other entertainment for me to mess with. Let me see if I can get this right. And if not, our producer is going to help us. And then, okay, we're going to share screen again. Application window. Dave Port. We're going to share it. To share audio. Oh, share a tab instead. That's what's up. So how do I do that? Slides in PDF. How do I share a tab? Oh, because it's an opera. Okay, I see what's wrong. All right, it's going to take too long. I'm just going to give it to you, Mr. Producer, and then hit me with it, and then hit him with it. It's going to be some like offensive stuff in here, so like just be ready. But it's accurate. All right, hit him with that when you're ready. But yeah, Dave Portnoy, absolute piece of garbage, and he's living in the world that he created, and now people are being anti-Semitic towards him, which is not cool, which is absolutely not cool at all. But it's also exactly what I said was going to fucking happen. If you listen to me and you watch it and you listen to me rant on here before, you'll see that what I said was going to happen was when Trump doesn't change anything and everything's gone to shit and everything just keeps getting worse and worse in this country. Now that the right wing has turned on Israel, they're going to go after individual Jews in this country. And that's what's happening to Portnoy. Okay, you can play it. Sorry. Let her rip.
I don't think it's okay to dislike Dave Portnoy because he's Jewish, but to hate him for being Dave Portnoy, that's entirely reasonable.
To all my niggas that been living it up.
Portnoy is one of the most reprehensible, hypocritical, and self-aggrandizing figures ever. A flamboyantly thin-skinned, fake New York tough guy, egomaniac, who's not only arrogant, but shamelessly ignorant. A power-hungry, 5'3" manlet who with each slice of pizza he consumes somehow manages to grow more offended while being ashamed of nothing. Dave Portnoy has made media headlines again, as while consuming more gluttony of cheese, bread, and sauce, he was interrupted by a heckler screaming,
Hey, the Jews! You think
and along with that, throwing coins at him.
Oh my gosh.
But then everything seemingly went back to normal and Dave consumed more of his pizza. But while this clip circulated online, Dave would post his video along with an update on the heckler, and even that the heckler was arrested.
The Starkville police actually beat me to it. They arrested this loser
for disturbing the peace.
But why arrested? What country is this? Is this not freedom of speech? Or does that only apply to people like Dave and what they have to say about others? But you can't say it towards them.
And now this story will follow this piece of shit everywhere he goes. I assume he's going to get booted out of school, deserves it. And every time he applies for a job, they're going to think, oh, so you're an anti-Semitic piece of shit.
Well, the heckler was booked and charged with disturbing the peace. And please enlighten me if saying fuck that, insert any race, religion, or class of people would fit under loud or unreasonable noise using offensive and inflammatory language. So what was the crime that took place? Why was this heckler arrested?
Thank you to the police for fucking putting his name in lights. I don't know if the charges stick. They probably don't. Who fucking cares? That mugshot sticks, and he deserves it. And that's all we ask. That's all we fucking ask. Imagine hating somebody just because of their religion in this fucking country.
What if Dave wasn't Jewish? Well, I genuinely think this wouldn't be news, let alone the very next day, Dave would have a sit-down interview by CBS explaining the situation and how big of a victim he is.
Fuck that kid, and fuck anybody who's like, you know, that dumb.
Genuinely, if you believe in freedom of speech and you support this heckler to have his entire life ruined like many on Dave's defense, then that is an extreme conflict of interest and you make no sense. You can't be for freedom of speech and the First Amendment and saying what you want and not letting people get triggered by words, but want someone's entire life ruined for saying mean words to your favorite degenerate pizza eater.
He said F the Jews and threw shit at me. No, that's all right. That's all right. There's assholes everywhere you go. Still gonna stick it 7-2. That's a review. Won't take it away.
Going up to someone and saying fuck that person in public is obviously rude, disorderly, and not how any person in society should act or behave. By doing what this heckler did doesn't solve anything, and this behavior should not be normalized or encouraged. By doing this only fuels Dave's side and Dave's victimization of himself, and Dave will continue to lash out and have these reactions. But then the also side that adamantly is supporting and genuinely has hatred towards Jewish people, they're only fueling that fire even more on that side, taking Dave's reaction and going further. Because this is not the first time that a heckler has said this to Dave while he's done his pizza review. So
see, there we go.
There's obviously a pattern with the reaction and then it continuing to happen.
What are you guys fucking laughing about?
Terrible.
Exactly.
Despite his own hypocrisy involving his degenerate sports gambling, where he has indirectly ruined millions of lives and profited through his sports book that targets those losing money, he is a 50-year-old degenerate who dates women who are half his age. Dave always feels so strongly about ruining others' lives through their comments and words, which he deems personally offended by, but forgets to realize that the entirety of his barstool empire was built off of him saying and doing vulgar and obscene things. This reaction would then cause Dave Portnoy to lash out and belittle his employee.
Maybe you stop with the fucking Jew jokes and act like it's not a big deal when someone does the Jews in a bar.
You said stop all jokes.
Jew jokes of that nature now.
We'll ban Jew jokes of that nature.
When does freedom of speech impinge on freedom of religion?
Dave, these guys that wrote the thing at the bar, the Jews, right?
Yes.
You're going to fucking fly them to Auschwitz. Some guy tweets at you something. You want to fucking... He's not.
It was a bar I own.
It gets even more heated.
Shut up! If you just want me to ignore it.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Shut the fuck up, you bald fuck.
Okay, go ahead.
How's that?
Oh, it's kill. I'll never recover from that, Dave. Go ahead, continue. I'll never recover.
Well, you're the one who big boss man, don't tell. I'll tell you, you work for me.
Okay, go ahead. Continue.
You little bitch. You work for me.
Sure, you bet.
You work for me, you little bitch. You work for me. I just love it.
For now, quit. I don't care.
Is this show or not a show? Like, is it a show or not a show? Like, we can't have a conversation?
Dave would then want any and all Jew jokes to be banned.
You're an idiot.
Okay, continue.
You're literally saying people should be allowed to make Jew jokes, say whatever they want right fucking now.
Yes, I think people should be allowed to make jokes.
So how many motherfucking Jews have to be killed before you stop?
But while Dave Portnoy wants Jew jokes to be banned, he thinks rape jokes are hilarious.
I never condone rape, but if you're a size 6 and you're wearing skinny jeans, you kind of deserve to be raped.
Correct. I stand by that. I think it's a funny joke.
Now, what is worse, saying to the Jews or thinking any female on the streets under a certain waist size deserves to be raped?
You think it's funny?
No, I didn't say that. I think it's a funny joke.
Do you understand how offensive that is?
No, I obviously don't.
You see how someone like Dave really can't be taken seriously when he wants to cry victim about himself, but it's so poetic how Dave is so offended by Jewish jokes, but was extremely racist towards Colin Kaepernick, thinking he is Middle Eastern and a terrorist.
So I'm going to say something that's racist. I was like, oh, he's an ISIS guy. Like, that was my original thought. Because he kind of looks like throw a head wrap on this guy and he's terror.
When Colin Kaepernick isn't Middle Eastern, but half black.
No, I thought he maybe had some terrorist Arabic. All right, listen. Maybe it was like on Palestine's side or something.
That's really concerning, but not really concerning, as Dave defended Barstool back in 2011 for posting photos of Tom Brady's naked 2-year-old son on their website. Dave would say that he did not do anything wrong and would even make sexual comments about the 2-year-old's penis, saying, quote, "I said he had a big Hausitzer." So, that's not sexual. If you're making a connection to that being sexual, then I would look into the mirror is all I would say. Because it's not sexual at all. So a howitzer is another word for a cannon or a pipe. So Dave Portnoy thinks that we are the ones making it sexual when he made a reference about a baby's as that being a cannon. Okay, that's fucking sick. I'm surprised he hasn't said anything about him wanting the foreskin. I don't know how anyone with a rational brain could say, oh, that's because I said that's sexual. It's a Curb Your Enthusiasm joke. So this is what Dave essentially thinks. Whoa, that baby has a huge dick, dude. Sick, dude. That's hilarious, Dave. You are totally right. That isn't sexual or weird or creepy or perverted or vile or disturbing that you would post a 2-year-old's genitals on your website and then stand by it. At this point, I am just so done with Dave Portnoy and his constant victimization over people saying jokes and offensive words to him.
All right, so we're done with that. So in the last couple minutes here. So what I want to get across, we had to sit through that like disgusting screed from Portnoy, but I have to show you how real it is, right? This is one of the things that I think it was John F. Kennedy. I want to say, I'm probably quoting it, it's completely wrong, but I think it was John F. Kennedy that said, those who try to ride the back of a tiger often end up inside. And this is exactly what he was talking about. This is why I'm a cis het black man, right? But the people ask me, well, why do you care? Why do you care about trans people? Why do you care about queer people? Why do you care about women's issues? Because look, motherfucker, why do you care about, I'm not Arab, I'm not religious, I'm not Muslim. Why do you care about this shit? And I'm like, because look here, motherfucker, we're either all gonna thrive together or we're all gonna hang together. He thought that I can say whatever I want to anybody about anything, and it's all funny and ha-has. But as soon as they come after me on whatever it is, it could not just be his Jewishness, but like whatever it is, all of a sudden he becomes off limits, and people have to fucking go to jail. Let me go down to the University of Alabama or wherever the fuck he was, and somebody call me the N-word, and let me call the cops. And she'd be like, hey, man, there's a dude outside the pizza stop where I was, filming a TikTok trying to eat a slice of pizza. And this motherfucker called me the N-word. I need you to come arrest him for disturbing the peace. And let's see if that happens. Way to prove fucking Nick Fuentes correct, right? And if that's what you're trying to do, you're out here trying to prove Nazis, you're proving his case. And that's why he's getting the kind of push that he's getting, because the devil, Nick Fuentes, I'm going to call him the devil. The devil doesn't lie. All he does is just put out these little fucking nuggets of truth and then lacquers bullshit around the nuggets of truth. So when he's out here saying, look, if I was to sit here and say, Nick Fuentes is out here saying, if I said this about these people, brown people, black people, Muslims, whatever, everybody would be fine with it. They love it. That's how I built my fucking Rumble empire. That's what pays the bills for this man, what Nick Fuentes is saying. But he's like, if I go after this one specific group of people, all of a sudden, it's fuck me, and all of a sudden we gotta cancel this guy. Well, what the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is that? Is that a trope? is that because we're living through it right now. And that's why, again, at the end of the day, I said this is exactly what was going to happen. I said, look, you can go back and you can go back and watch my old streams. And I said, look, man, here's the mindset we've got to start getting in. If we leftists, if you're out here rocking a Palestine hoodie, you're out here wearing your keffiyeh, there's going to come a day, and it's going to come real soon, that you better be ready to be outside of a synagogue and ready to put your body on the line to protect Jewish people here in America, because that day is coming real soon, because they are going to, the right wing, and it's already happening, is going to take all of their sins, and they're going to put them on the scapegoat called the Jews, and they're going to push that out, and they're going to say, oh my God, we were all tricked. It was Jews and it was Israel, and that's why your kids don't have health care, because we send all the money to them, and we've got to do something about that, which is a complete bullshit lie. We do here in America, the United States government and the military industrial complex does what it does. It doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't give a fuck about Jews. It doesn't give a fuck about Israel even. All they know, as my co-host for the Good Morning Comrade would say, that Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier that must be defended at all costs, and we cannot let it fall. That's what this is all about. Plain and simple. Has nothing to do with a free Jewish state, which is bullshit anyway, which is an ethno state. If they want a free Jewish state, then they can just treat the people who were there first as full citizens, the Palestinians, and they can stop treating the Ethiopian Jews and every other type of Jew in the world that doesn't look like them, that doesn't pass for white, as human beings inside that. I don't even want to call it a country, whatever the hell that thing is. Then everything would be just fine. But no, they don't want to do that. They play stupid games, and they're going to win, and they're winning stupid prizes. But it's going to be up to us here in America to defend our Jewish brothers and sisters. And even Dave Portnoy, at the end of the fucking day, even him. That's pretty much all I got. You can check me on YouTube, Lumencast on YouTube. When I stream on Twitch, I'm also Lumencast on Twitch. Check out my Jeff and I have a podcast called Good Morning Comrade. It's pretty good. We've been doing it for like almost a decade now. That seems crazy. Time flies when you're shooting the shit with your friends, talking politics, I guess. But yeah, it has been a great pleasure. I'm sorry if that got real offensive, and I'm sorry if that, like, because the people here I do apologize, because like I y'all shouldn't be exposed to this bullshit. But I need to let you know what's actually going on out here outside of our own leftist bubble, because a lot of y'all aren't like, you're not degenerate like me. You're not watching sports. You're not on the DraftKings gambling, which I haven't done in like 2 years. But I'm saying I'm not above it, right? That's all I'm saying. Thank y'all so much for watching. I appreciate y'all. I'll see you next week. And I'll see you when I cut my next video when you go to Lumencast on YouTube. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack, aka Matt Strackbein, aka the Letterhack, and you are watching Hey Funny Book on this space. We are here every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I want to thank Lumencast. That was amazing as always. Look, we got a petition to get Lumen to do like a 4-hour stream, okay? Because we need as much of that content as possible. It's genuine, it's meaningful, and it was not offensive, although I get where he's coming from. Thank you so much, Lumen. I really do appreciate that. Everyone tune in to Lumen every Wednesday right before this show, perfect lead in at 8 p.m. Eastern. And Good Morning Comrade. We replay that here, but also you can catch it on WHIV in New Orleans. Hey, guys, I'm not trying to make fun of anyone's art. That's the last thing I want to do here. My intention is to inspire you and everyone to make art. But look, if this guy can bring in as many people as he has in that crowd right there to watch him do this, then anyone can be an artist starting right now. And please don't be distracted by the Australian breakdancer in the corner. But this is the perfect example of whatever you have in mind, please just go for it. Okay? Because if you own it, it's going to work. It just will. I mean, I struggle to get people to pay attention to what I'm doing. And then here this guy's got, and maybe they just dropped off like a tour bus full of people and he got like an instant 50, 75 people watching, but it's almost not fair. Anyway, there's going to be some audience participation tonight. And then by the end, I'm going to present like another opportunity to participate in this show. So I just kind of wanted to break the ice with that one. Tonight, like I said, there will be some minor audience participation. We're going to do a poll unless I forget. I'm pretty sure I won't. But there'll be an even greater chance to participate in this show. I'll announce that by the end. So please stay tuned. This is just my way of getting you to watch all the way through for the next hour. You know, and that Australian, I mean, that's another perfect example. That Australian breakdancing, that's in the Olympics, okay? This is an Olympic athlete. Now, I'm not criticizing them at all, but I can do that. I can do that. And if I can't like drop everything and do that right here and now, give me, what do I got? A week, 2 weeks to practice? I can do that. Yeah, windmill, fall, rollback. Look at this. So anyway, like I'm saying, I'm not making fun of anybody's art. Those are icebreakers and examples that we all have creativity inside of us. Or something. I mean, there's a lot of times where we need to remind people that enthusiasm isn't enough. We're going to talk about all this stuff. I used to do the centipede. I don't know about the worm. We used to get, hey man, I spent a lot of time on cardboard in the driveway trying to breakdance with a boombox and like buying like breaking beats on cassette. Breaking beats. Anyway, okay. Look, and we're going to hear from Bob Ross in this episode. But when I watch that, when I watch this, I can hear Bob Ross in my mind going, you can do this. You can do this. I'm just saying. He's got a crowd of people there watching him. It's got to mean something. Okay. Last week we talked about last week Harley Quinn was on, by the way. Harley Quinn cosplayer, very cool. We were talking comics, very cool. I could see having her back on here. Absolutely, definitely gonna happen. Very, very great guest. I had a great time talking with them. But the rest of the show I dedicated to talking about taking credit for your work and taking credit for someone else's work. So we're going to focus on that, more on that last part a little bit more tonight. And I think this comes up in life all the time, not just with art, but art gives us like a decent context for looking at the various aspects. Think of things like your mental property or copyright or collaborations where someone suddenly takes the role of leader and decides that they deserve more credit than everyone else working on the project. I've had situations with comics where someone told me the project wouldn't have happened without them, and so they deserve more credit. but in reality, they couldn't have done it on their own. So, okay. But I mean, that's like every job, right? If you think about it, in this case, they claimed it was their work because it was their primary role that made it possible, and only their name should be on the outside of the book. I'm not going to go into, any great detail about this, but you can see how this is like a messy subject and how people, find themselves in these situations all the time, and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. The lesson here is you have to establish these parameters in collaborations up front. So, don't blame the act of collaborating itself. You'll want to know who is associated with the book and in what way, respective to your role. Are you on the copyright as a contributor or whatever? I mean, there's all these specific things when it comes to publishing that help define who does what and then what order of credit they get, or if they get credit at all. Don't be surprised. But, this is happening everywhere all the time. Just think of the CEO at the company that you work for. Now think of your manager reporting to that CEO. Everyone reports up the ladder, and that gets further and further away from the majority of us. If you aren't in the room when good news is being reported from a manager to a CEO, then do you get credit? And if you do get credit for your work, is it as an individual? Are they naming names, or is it a part of a quote unquote team? How many times have you been a part of a quote unquote team effort where you know at least one person on that so-called team didn't pull their weight? I'll just show you this guy one more time. I think you get where I'm coming from here. And so look, this is a dynamic in life that happens frequently, and as often, or as I often do, I use art as a means of breaking it down and looking at the various aspects of it. And so last week I was railing against AI art, AI images. It's not really art, just in terms of people who fancy themselves, quote, AI artist, when they are at best an art director. But it's undeniable that AI only uses existing art, which is theft, because it does so without permission. It's a complete violation. AI doesn't look forward. It only takes from the past. Okay, so I always think of one specific example. Now, this goes back to 2001 when I saw the movie The Royal Tenenbaums. And I love using this example because this is pre-AI. We're going to share some art now called Bad Route by Miguel Calderon. Let me show you this. You might recognize this art. Seen this? This example shows that the issue with taking credit for art is nothing new, and it's also sometimes a matter of opinion. And I want to hear yours. But let me explain. Lots of artists have taken credit for other people's work, essentially using them as AI before AI was a thing. Let's, check out this example. This painting was used in the film The Royal Tenenbaums in Eli Cash's apartment. That was the guy that Owen Wilson played. And it was also part of Miguel Calderon's 1998 exhibit, Aggressively Mediocre / Mentally Challenged / Fantasy Island Circle 1. There was a lot of different types of art, and there was, including this art that he didn't actually create. But it's him taking credit for it. It's his show. He's the one that's going to sell it. He's the one that's going to make money off it. This painting was not actually painted by him. He took photographs of his friends, posed on motorcycles, and then he had somebody else take photographs of it. He wasn't satisfied with his own. And after deciding that the photographs were still, not realistic enough, I guess, and that if he painted the piece himself, it would look too artsy, in his words, he went and hired a portrait painter to reproduce them on canvas. And by the way, check this out. Even the poses, the whole original idea was influenced by this Airwalk ad from the 90s, this Airwalk ad campaign, which makes it, in my mind, one step further away from totally original, in my opinion. But here, let's do a quick poll. Bear with me. Easy. Can he claim credit? Yes or no? And if you would like to, feel free to participate in that. But look, if you want to tell me why you think somebody should take credit or not in this situation, please say so in the chat. I'll just reiterate. He had an idea for a painting, or I guess it was originally going to be just a photograph. And so he bought some masks. He got these bikes. He got his friends to sit on them. He was inspired by this ad campaign from Airwalk. He took the pictures. He didn't like that. He got somebody else to take the pictures. He still didn't like it. So he got somebody to paint the pictures. And then he's the one, I don't think there's an actual signature on here, but he's the one taking credit for the art. This process bothers me because the photographer and the portrait artist are never named. Maybe those people didn't care. Maybe it was strictly commercial to them. That's totally possible. A portrait artist, maybe he's like, I do this all the time. I don't put my name on stuff. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe to them, they got paid and that was that. I got 71% saying no. We'll end the poll, but I want to see. That's 8 votes. We have 35 people watching. Jump in. Now, I don't think it makes it right. I mean, maybe those people didn't care, but I don't think it makes it right to not name names. But let's see. What are some people saying in the chat here? Depends. Here we go. Corncob Pope, what's happening? Depends what you mean by original. Depends what you mean by totally. Totally original would be like if I had a concept that I saw all the way through to the end, and I was the only one involved, and I said, this is mine. I mean original to the source, not original as in nobody's ever done this before. And so even if you were inspired by an image like, this Airwalk, and then you went and decided to paint it, and you even got some people to pose, that's fine. But this is more like orchestrating something and then acting like there was no orchestra involved. Do you know what I mean? Like you're conducting an orchestra and then being like, I would say, hey, conductor, who were the musicians? What was the orchestra? And you're like, what? We're not going to name that. Just worry about my name. Okay, here's a good point. This, to me, is an homage. The Crisis on Infinite Earths cover with the dead Supergirl borrows from an earlier X-Men cover featuring a dead Jean Grey in a similar pose. Was this plagiarism? No, I think that's an homage because I've seen it. It's more than just those 2 examples, LM. It really is. I think they've done this over and over and over again. Now, if somebody claimed, if I think that was Perez, right? If George Perez was asked about that and he said, maybe this happened. I don't think it did. But if he was like, no, I came up with that on my own. Okay, maybe he remembered that without, maybe it's like on a subconscious level. The reference frame says, I think he can share some of the credit, but the whole gang of artists involved should be credited. Noteworthy comment. All right. I've been in situations where I knew I was strictly behind the scenes on an art project, in a manner of speaking, just production or whatever. And I knew that I wouldn't get any sort of, meaningful credit for my work. If I design a logo, I don't expect the company that hired me to put my name on it anywhere at all. Like, that's weird. So there are cases where that, it's not going to happen. I've also done a substantial amount of production art on comic books that literally wouldn't have seen the light of day otherwise. Or if they did, they would have been really bad, maybe even like illegible to a degree, like had I not worked on them. But I get, the least amount of credit in that situation, and that's totally fine. I understand, because once again, we have that dynamic of I wouldn't have been able to do production art without the writer and artist on the book. Or is it that they wouldn't have a book without a production artist? So, at some point we can weigh the various chores involved in a collaboration and give credit accordingly. The comic industry has, a straightforward standard. It might shift a little from publisher to publisher, but everyone involved has their name: book designers, editors, assistant editors, associate editors, the person that owns the company, the president. It's all there in the inside front cover. Let's end our poll. 58% said no, 42% said yes. See, it's debatable. This artwork is not copyrighted by me. This is not my artwork, LT9K. Dude, that's not my art. As we go through life, we will inevitably work with each other one way or another, and it's key to take ourselves out of the equation from time to time. Whether it's an art project or you're on the job, we have to set our egos aside and give proper focus to the end results or the product itself, whatever it is you're working on. You stop thinking about you and start thinking about, what you're doing. I think of it as form. I don't like calling my comic book a product or the end result. It's not that. That's a little too generic for me. I prefer to think of it as the final or completed form. And that form contains many elements and methods and standards, and many parts, some very basic, and we'll talk about that. But here's one way to view form that I think, pun intended, helps us illustrate my point. Check this out. So we're at Colossal. I think Colossal Magazine is the official publication, but it's their blog. Chart-like composite photographs by Dan Marker Moore show the progression of the 2019 solar eclipse. Now, look, most people, as this blog post will say, generally just photograph the final eclipse, right? They're like, there it is. Or they may photograph stages. But who then goes and composes it in this way? This is the form. Anybody can photograph this stuff. Anybody can figure out how to get the best camera and make it work. But then when you put it together in the way that this photographer did, look at this. I mean, most of us have seen a solar eclipse. It's a natural phenomenon. Happens in stages. Those stages, by definition, happen one at a time. You can see video of it, but in the right hands, in these hands, there is a form which you must first see in your mind before producing. And look at, I mean, I love Colossal for this ad that keeps popping up. I don't know what this ad is for, but I love these things. Look at this. I mean, this stuff is beautiful. This is amazing to me. Okay, you kind of see what I mean there? But I do think that I have perhaps an even better way to explain what I'm talking about. And that's by watching a video of composer Leonard Bernstein and actor Maximilian Schell discussing Beethoven. Now, look, we're going to watch a lot of Instagram videos tonight. I'll show you, I just go down the rabbit hole. You know, we were watching that guy painting with his body. And then in the comments was a reminder of the Australian Olympic breakdancer. I'm going down the rabbit hole. There I go. It's 3 hours have passed. And I have a whole episode of Hey Funny Book to share with you. So check this out. Check this out. Listen to these guys talking about, this is mainly Leonard Bernstein talking about Beethoven.
There is no aspect of Beethoven in which you can say Beethoven is great as a melodist, a harmonist, a contrapuntist, a tone painter, his orchestration. You can find fault with all of them. If you take any one of these elements separately, you find nobody. There's nothing there. He spent his whole life trying to write a good fugue, and he himself admitted he never succeeded. And as far as his orchestration is concerned, you could have it. I mean, it's bad. It has trumpets sticking out, all playing the same, and it's sort of drowning out everybody else. You can't really hear. You have to balance. The melodies go like that, and you can't really say it's a great melodist. And the harmonies, any child could write. And as for harmonies, how many times do you have to listen to pages of one chord over it? It's not very interesting harmonically, right?
Well, what makes it interesting?
Well, it's the form. Well, form is a mold that can be made to be very uninteresting factor. But in Beethoven's case, the form is all because it is a case of what note succeeds every other note. And in Beethoven's case, it is always the right next note, as though he had some private telephone wire to heaven, which told him what the next note had to be. No composer ever had that, even Mozart, to that degree, where everything is so unpredictable and yet so right. It all checks. It all works out. You can rely on it. You know the next note has to be the next note and the only next note that could come. And that makes his form perfect. How he had this, nobody knows, because he struggled. He scratched out. He never left his rooms. He went crazy, and he kept saying, well, I'm writing only the tip of the iceberg of what I really feel, what I could really write. His room was a mess. His food was uneaten. For 3 days, it was stale. The chamber pot was unemptied under his piano. He moved all the time. He couldn't find a place that was right. He kept trying. If you look at those sketches, you see the crossings out. You see the agonies that this man went through. And what has finally appeared as the finished product looks as though it was simply phoned in from God. That's what's so incredible. But he wrecked himself in his whole life trying to do this.
So there you go. They even call it the finished product. They use form, and they're talking about all the basic elements, all the standard elements that anyone could use, anyone could do, stuff a child could come up with. But when it's in the right order, when it's used in the proper way, you have form, and that's far more impressive in the right hand. So, you know, it's like the music group, the Gorillaz, and how they use like default Casio keyboard presets in their songs, just a button that comes pre-programmed when you buy the little keyboard. Okay, whatever works. How you use those elements and standards and the ways in which you arrange them, or, you know, quote, break the rules, as they say. That is what is more often than not perceived as something original, sometimes even as greatness, like with Beethoven. But in the end, we all have the same starting point. We all have the same tools available to us. Now, I know what you're saying. You're saying, but Matt, it's a matter of talent.
People continually say, I can't draw a straight line. I don't have the talent, Bob, to do what you're doing. That's baloney. Talent is a pursued interest. In other words, anything that you're willing to practice, you can do.
Talent is a pursued interest. Anything you're willing to practice, you can do. Think of the man in the yellow bodysuit rolling around on a canvas. Or, I'm sorry, I don't want to demean whatever. Maybe it wasn't straight rolling around. There's probably some choreography in there I couldn't detect with my amateur eyes. But look, aside from, and that is, if you didn't know, the great Bob Ross, the host of The Joy of Painting, just amazing, amazing. I watch The Joy of Painting daily. But aside from collaborating and aside from the tools and the standards and all the basic elements, and frankly, besides our own egos, what is it about art that makes us want to even do it? Especially when you've never tried it. What is the meaning in the first place? Because that's what I'm really trying to get across to you here. I want to inspire people to make art. Yes, there's a political angle to this and my disdain for AI images, which I'll bring up more in just a bit. I guarantee it. But my goal is to persuade you to not go down that path of using AI and to instead express yourself artfully, which can just be how you go about your daily life. These same principles, concepts, ideas we're going to hear about in a moment can be applied anywhere in your day-to-day life. Using AI is a cheap shortcut to, wait for it, the end result, the final product. You just can't get there quick enough. So you get a machine to spit something out. You're like, oh my God, I have a great idea for a cartoonist. I'm not a cartoonist though. Oh wait, yes I am. Beep, beep, beep. There it is. I'm a cartoonist. I'm an AI artist. Guess what? That doesn't make you an artist. There are tools that will help you be a better artist, but there is no tool that will make you an artist. And in relying on something like AI to generate art for you, in doing that, you have taken your eye off of the most genuinely rewarding part, and that is the process. So now, let's listen to some actual artists talk about just this stuff, making art. This is Frank Frazetta. I don't know who all these guys are. I apologize. Frank Frazetta is a legendary fantasy artist, most popular for the covers to all the Conan paperbacks, Conan the Barbarian and whatnot. And then there's a abstract artist next. And then I kind of lose track. I don't know who the third guy is, but check this out.
To appear to be an artist. You want to convince me that you're an artist? I don't care how detailed it is. I don't care whether it's less than perfect. If it's original, it comes from the heart and makes a statement that appeals to people like me emotionally, I just love you to death.
There it is. If it appeals to people emotionally, I'll just love you to death. You don't have to do it in a way that everyone goes, my God, that should be in a museum. Oh my God, that should be in a gallery. I'll give you $1 million for that. Just need to appeal to people emotionally. Have you ever seen a smiley face? We use emojis all the time. That's a very simple thing. Oh, and then there's a red one with a frowny face. It's appealing to me emotionally. It didn't take that long to come up with. Of course, now they try and make them all fancy and cartoonish, but whatever. I'm an emoticon purist, I guess.
There's no rules. Work first and think second. Don't think about it before you do it. Do it before you think about it. And then see what you've got.
Okay, now there's planning the work and working the plan. You can do that. I'm working on a fairly big project right now. And so you better believe that it is, planned. I'm not just doing it. But as a first-time artist, if you want to just jump in, jump in. Jump in. You will not drown.
Every single artist can be successful. There are 3 criteria, I think, that determine who a successful artist is and what makes an artist successful. Number 1 is that your art is distinguishable, distinguished from all other artists, so that when somebody looks at your art, they don't go, oh yeah, you look just like Van Gogh. You don't want to look like somebody else. When they look at your work, they want to say, oh yeah, that's yours, I get it. So you then become identified with your artwork. That's number 1. Number 2 is that you get your butt in the game. It is no longer sufficient to sit back in your ivory tower or, your dark studio and just make art and wait for somebody to discover you. It's not going to happen. You have to participate. The art world, like so many other endeavors, are a byproduct of having relationships, of working with other people. And number 3 is that you've got to make good art.
Okay, number 3 is make good art. I don't know about that. Try your best. But there we have it. Have an emotional appeal in your art, one way or another, whether it's funny, serious, whatever it is. Shoot for that. It should come from the heart. Even just casually messing around, just a doodle, still. And then don't wait. Just do it. Just grab like any pen and any paper. I used to strictly draw on copy paper I stole from work with ballpoint pens and like pencils, and I was making comics that way. And then I would be like, oh, maybe there's better paper and pencils and pens out there when I could afford them. But I wasn't waiting for that either. And then at some point, get your butt in the game. Put that shit online. Join the Discord. You can share artwork on my Discord. And we can, if you want feedback, we can do that. Or start working with people. Find somebody writing a comic that needs an artist. Be the artist. Whatever it is. I mean, make protest signs. Okay? There's plenty of opportunity out there. Here's one more on being an artist and being creative. This is David Bowie. So, I mean, of course it's going to be right.
Always remember that the reason that you initially started working was that there was something inside yourself that you felt that if you could manifest it in some way, you would understand more about yourself and how you coexist with the rest of society. And I think it's terribly dangerous for an artist to fulfill other people's expectations. I think they generally produce their worst work when they do that.
Avoid audience capture. If I make a comic book and I'm like, I'm making a comic book that I really want to be an HBO TV series, maybe just make the comic book. I firmly believe that most crime is just a means of, laws to protect capitalism. If no one's being hurt by it, if you're not preying on the weak and the vulnerable or taking advantage of the innocent, you see what I'm saying here? Also, I got to admit, I have no idea what David Bowie's position would be on AI. I think I do, but I might be surprised. I might be disappointed. Same with Frazetta. It's kind of easy to use clips of people who aren't around right now while I'm making the argument against AI. Just there's me giving you full disclosure, full transparency. I know what I'm doing, or what it may appear that I'm doing. We're going to be talking about graffiti in the coming weeks too, because I've been watching a lot of graffiti art and I'm pro graffiti, and some of this shit is amazing. It is amazing. Some of the most talented artists. We'll get there. Okay, so we have talked about taking and giving credit, what collaborations could mean. We've, fairness, get all that information up front. We've talked about ownership of art and how AI is more theft than an instrument for creating. And we've talked about form and the various points of views of what making art and creating art is all about. Just, I think what it really comes down to is try it. Dip that toe. My inkling is that you will discover a passion for it to some degree. And then you have no choice but to be passionate about the art that you're making. I'm not going to show the video again, but I just want to remind you of the gentleman in the yellow bodysuit rolling around on a canvas with black paint all over his buttocks. There was like 50 people sitting there watching him. Did they pay to be there? Now I really want to know if they bought tickets for that, or if it was like, what is this fucking joker doing? And they went and sat down to watch. It's amazing. And I know that I'm sort of all over the place tonight. I apologize if it feels messy, but that's sort of the point. Creation is not necessarily orderly. And it probably shouldn't be. There isn't supposed to be any one definite process, but the process allows for some chaos. See, if you have a process, you can allow for some chaos. And that's why we have standards, practices, techniques, tools, basic elements, a lot of art that's already come to pass, which you can reference and pay homage to, be inspired by. Basic elements and guides to help us periodically bring order to the chaos. And just as a reminder, chaos isn't a bad thing unless it's endless. And when we've brought order to the chaos, that is our creation. Right? Creating is chaos. You bring order to it. What do you have? Anyone? You have the form. Okay. Oh, I have this book on the bookshelf back here. I meant to grab it. There's the DC Comics style guide. I bet I could just find the image real quick. Oh, shoot. I have a page from it pulled up, but I want to show you the cover. It's an amazing book. And I'll talk about it. It wasn't always a retail item, but you can buy it. I bought this thing. I was waiting for the price to go down. And it didn't. Like, I had to wait for the second printing because it's sold out. And when the second printing came out, I was like, well, it's definitely not going to go down in price now. Check this out. DC Comic Style Guide, illustrated by the one and only Jose Luis Lopez Garcia. It is a remarkable thing to own if you are a production art nerd like myself. But I want to point out this book because, like I said, this wasn't a retail item like it is today. It wasn't available to the public. And it wasn't even a book. It was a binder of loose pages, and they would make copies and pass these binders around. It was originally for all artists working on DC Comics in any way, any kind of property, to use as a guide, style guide. It was their standard. The stories themselves were always as fantastic as possible, chaotic, if you will. But the images had to be uniform so readers knew who was who, what was what. Had to be recognizable, it was marketable, it was commercial. Style guides bring order to the chaos. And so that's why I want to show you this. Check this out. Let's go over to this post I saw on Reddit. Here's one of the pages. Look at the chips on this page. Those color chips. They're called Pantones. Pantone chips. Pantone colors. And they're part of the Pantone color matching system. Maybe you've heard of it. It's a universal worldwide system of color matching. Pan, meaning all, and tone, meaning color. Pantone. What I desire in, the color in my art, what I want it to look like, may not be exactly what a printer's ink or printer will produce. So I give them the associate Pantone numbers and say this blue is 300 coated, 300 uncoated, whatever kind of paper. There's a bunch. It's a whole thing. But it's fairly easy to figure out. So I give them a Pantone number and they mix the ink as closely as they possibly can. There's no guesswork. Charles Schulz used to do this, the creator of Peanuts. That's Charlie Brown and Snoopy. And here, let's just zoom in on this real quick because this shit is cool. $1982. They were doing a lot of toys with these at the time. Charles Schulz used to do this for his full color Sunday strips. Check this out. Now, this is like a low res scan of one of his. What he would do is he would draw it and he would send off, a black and white copy to be colored by, I think this was King Features Syndicate. I'm not sure who was syndicating his comics at the time, but he would send it off to whoever that was and they would color it. But he would do a first pass by hand. And then I think we can zoom in on this. You can see like he wrote numbers on it, right? There's 9, 2, 21, 21, 17, 9, 17. That's him telling the person that's going to color it exactly which colors to use. Not a lot of shading in Peanuts cartoons, so it's pretty straightforward, but he had full control. And those, I don't think are Pantone numbers. I think they had their own custom colors. And I mean, gosh, they probably had their own palette just for him. I mean, we're talking about fucking Linus and Lucy here, okay? But this system of color matching wasn't always around. Right? Pantone wasn't always around. So, like, does that mean that, once upon a time there was pure chaos in the world of art and creating colorful images? Let's go back to Colossal and read about an amazing book that came out hundreds of years before Pantone even existed. Check this out. And this is an artifact on fucking display, okay? 271 years before Pantone, an artist mixed and described every color imaginable in an 800-page book. Let's just pause. Who's going to do this? Who has the time? Who has the ability? Who can keep it organized? It's completely done by hand. It's 271 years ago. It's 800 pages. How long did this take? Impressive. In 1692, an artist known only as A. Boogert, let's pause again. Okay, composure. In 1692, an artist known only as A. Boogert sat down to write a book in Dutch about mixing watercolors. Not only would he begin the book with a bit about the use of color in painting, but would go on to explain how to create certain hues and change the tone by adding 1, 2, or 3 parts of water. The premise sounds simple enough, but the final product is almost unfathomable in its detail and scope. The T is silent. Yeah, Boogert. Spanning nearly 800 completely handwritten and painted pages. The name of this book is in French. I should have got Sandee Lovas to help me pronounce that. Was probably the most comprehensive guide to paint and color of its time. Probably. Wait a second. There's no chance. I'm just going to say, there's no fucking chance somebody else was working on this same project going, I got to finish mine first. That's when you collaborate. That's when you go, hey, I think there's strength in numbers. Hey, I think we'll get this book out quicker and more efficiently if we put our heads together. But I find it hard to believe that there was somebody else out there putting together as comprehensive a guide. Not between here and, like, seriously, between this and Pantone, what? Between this and the Pantone color matching system, what? According to medieval book historian Eric Quackel, who translated part of the introduction, the color book was intended as an educational guide. The irony being there was only a single copy that was probably seen by very few eyes. Tragic. Can you believe if I was one of 12 people, let's say one of 100 people who saw this book, I would have said, do you mind if I sit with this for a year? Like, is it in demand? Like, it's not going anywhere, right? Like, it's got to be like a pain in the ass to carry around. Like, can I just borrow this for a while? Can this just live here? I'll take care of it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's hard not to compare the hundreds of pages to color to its contemporary equivalent, the Pantone Color Guide, which wouldn't be published for the first time until 1963. The entire book is viewable in high resolution here. The book is currently kept at the Bibliotheca McBizness in the Aix-en province, France. How amazing. Just fucking amazing. There's that great ad again. I don't know what that's for. I love that ad. Just amazing. The dedication. Here I am trying to inspire people to do art. My efforts will never compare to that. That person is doing the Lord's work, as they say, in terms of giving you every opportunity you need. Seriously, how do people like this get? Did they get a medal for this? I know I'm behind on this shit, but how did they do that? Who watched that and was like, it's getting better? Ain't it the truth? We all have specialties, some undiscovered. But you're right. I can sit here and let you know about this book, but I can never make this book. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see everybody here. You're watching Hey Funny Book. I am the Letterhack, a.k.a. Matt Strackbein. I'll be here till 10 o'clock when we kick off Left Past 10, the weekly panel show. A fever dream, if you will. This is what I want to know. This is what I want to know. What the other thing I want to know is, how does How does this cat get that crowd of people watching him do this? It's not fair. There's so many like quality artists out there trying to get people to look at their work, but then this guy, do you know how expensive it would be to make that canvas? That alone. But then you see there are people here. And like what I really want to know is like, is the person recording this like, don't worry, bro, I'm going to record this and put that shit online because people need to see it? Or was he like, oh, people need to see this? Oh, I'm putting this online today. Know what I mean? That's a good point. And this is why I was saying earlier, get in the game. Get your butt in the game. Look at this guy. He's in the game. I feel like if he's getting away with this, if there's a crowd of people there to watch him do this, any of us can be an artist right now. Just go for it. And we even heard that. But yes, I mean, the whole commercial aspect of it. I like, you know, I don't know how well people know me, but I'm a working artist. I've been doing so since 2015, self-employed. We're doing well. I'm doing a new piece for frequent clients. There's two of these guys. Doing a new piece for the boys. I don't know if you guys can guess who that is. And so look, you know, God damn it. Life is a journey. You can go on that journey without other people. You can go on that journey with other people. Art is everywhere. People even like force art on you. Why else would people refer to themselves as like, you know, AI artist? If it wasn't true that, you know, they just can't get enough of it and they want to make more and more. People want to, you know, people want to give back. People want to say, look what I did. I did this. I personally don't want to say that. Okay, and so now here is my challenge to you. This is the other audience participation I mentioned at the top. I just want to acknowledge one more comment from Alex here. But that's not enough of a reason not to do it. I love the opportunity to say that. So after I became known for drawing comics of my favorite lefty streamers and journalists, I tossed the gauntlet down for everyone else to give it a try. It was at the time of my birthday that year, and so I called it the Birthday Art Challenge. And we did this for a few years in a row, and it was a lot of fun. People participated. It was great. So I want to do it again. My birthday this year falls on a Wednesday, and that's December 10th. And I will be right here doing this show. I will be 51 years old, which is crazy, but I'll be here. And so at that time, it would make me very happy if any of you, even if only one of you, provided me with a gift of your own art. Now, look, I'll remind you again, but here's the ask. Here's what I'm looking for. You draw, paint, sculpt, doodle, any of the host of this space. Pick a host on this space, as many as you want. You can just do one. You can do half of one. Submit it to me by email, however you choose to produce it. You can take a picture of it with your phone. You can draw it digitally, whatever it is. theletterhack@gmail.com, or, DM me. I'm on Blue Sky and I have a Discord. But let me know if I have permission to share it on screen and if I can use your name. And if you don't, I'll ask you. Because I want to give you credit. Because I'd like to present any submissions live on this show. It'll be my birthday. We'll be here. And so, it's my birthday art challenge. If you choose to draw any of the hosts of this space, and the hosts of this space can participate, I'll put it on the Discord, our working Discord. Everyone can chime in. And then let me know if I have permission to credit you and show it on air, or just show it on air without crediting you, whatever you want. It can be of Alex, Deter, Christina. It could be of me, Andrea, Jake, Sandee, the other Sandee, Boston Brian, Jeff Waldorf, Pastor Ben. It can be of what you think producer Nick looks like. Is Nick a monster? Is he a robot? Is Nick a cat? Is Nick just some cardboard cutout? Is Nick one of those life-size pillows with the image of a person on it that we just propped up in a chair, slapped headphones on, and said, now we got ourselves a producer? I don't know, but I would love to see somebody draw that. It's my birthday. I'm allowed to ask for one thing. This is what I want. And like I said, if only one of you participates, that's enough. Make some art in whichever way suits you. And of course, all skill levels are welcome, from professional to, and especially, first attempts. I will not critique them unless you ask me to, in which case, I'd only give thoughtful and constructive criticism if there's even a need to do that. Look, people are already like, yes. Maybe we should just make it that. But I wouldn't deprive you from depicting your favorite host of this space or your favorite contributor to this space that you've always wanted to illustrate. I will put this call to action on Blue Sky, definitely. It's a birthday art challenge. So I was on Twitter in like 2015 and 16. I was just contributing to vitriol. It was stupid. I didn't have any purpose. I was like, I don't want to do this. And I got off. And then I discovered the Majority Report and all this progressive independent media on YouTube and online. I started drawing them, and I was like, I'm going to put this on Twitter. I'm going back to Twitter. The Letterhack was still available, so I got the same name. And I started putting those strips online to get people to cross-pollinate their audiences and to discover other shows. And it was my way of giving back, where I couldn't join like a Patreon or, anything monetarily. So I was like, I'll just promote these people all the time. And I was doing it all the time. I take full responsibility for being one of the main components in cross-pollinating all these audiences. Prove me wrong. I was there. I saw it happen. It was fun as hell. And within 6 months, I was like, I'm going to do an art challenge. I had people drawing each other. Like actual, progressive lefty hosts were drawing each other. It was hilarious. It was really fun. That's how I met Sandee Lovas of Left of the Box. Good times, as they say. So anyway, I'll bring this up again. Look, and seriously about not critiquing you or being harsh. This space is a safe space. Although that safe space does kind of end right now, for the time being. And that is because Left Past 10 starts right now. You're like a minute early, you guys. You're like a minute early.
Where's Andrea?
I don't know. I'm not looking at Discord. Did she decide not to?
I don't know. I didn't look either.
Jake is here. Hey.
Yeah. I didn't think I was gonna make it, but yeah.
Well, that's something.
I'm
Hold
thrilled.
on.
No. Jakey.
Hey, buddy.
Andrea's
Yeah,
here
good to see you.
too. Okay. Okay,
Okay.
good.
No word from. All right.
Andrea's here.
She's
I
gonna.
I posted for my channel to everybody to come here to build an algorithm up here.
Right on.
I really want them to get used to coming here so that they understand.
Can you hear me?
Be talking. Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I was just gonna. I was waiting for you to stop talking so I could say don't talk because ruins
Oh fuck.
the whole intro when we talk over it. And I don't know why. I feel like we do that sometimes, and it's like, did
You know
it? I
what?
don't
On
know.
Ecamm,
Are you gonna put the rest of us on the screen?
On Ecamm, when the videos are playing on Ecamm, my software, you could talk to your guests all you want, and nobody could hear it.
Sandy, why are you so goddamn green?
I
like it.
No, it's the light behind me. I didn't turn any other lights on. Wait, I could say,
Where are you?
It looks cool. It looks like a sci-fi meeting room. I love it.
I feel green. Wait. Okay, now how about now? Now, am I pink?
Yeah.
Am I pink? Is that better? Pink
I
or
dare say.
I can be
Fuchsia.
blue. I can be blue.
I'm
I
blue.
am
Oh, that's
blue.
cool.
Matt, that was cool what you said about bringing everybody together, and the other one.
I think I did
hope
that.
I put on Discord. I hope all my dorks come over here.
You made me realize I came across the Letterhack as a product multiple times before I actually knew it was the same guy.
Oh,
the Mondo comic. I was a huge. I thought that was a really cool thing. I was one of the people appreciating when you just had like a Twitter account.
That's awesome. Yeah, it was all just on Twitter. I was like,
It's been
I
all
can actually
downhill
use
ever
Twitter.
since.
I didn't even go on Twitter
shit
until
rolling.
I got a Twitter account in 2014 and never went on it until like 2020. I really wasn't a Twitter
you chose
person.
then to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know.
Elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Jake,
How are you, Jake?
what's the background, dude?
Oh yeah, Jake. Oh, he's in the bathroom with bars.
Yeah, well, I've just having to deal with personal stuff. I'm on the road. I thought I'd stop at a Washington place that had Wi-Fi. They let me use this. Apparently, presidents use this meeting room all the time.
Is that right?
The
Yeah.
Is that a bullet hole?
It's a situation room.
No, it's sort of like a improvised construction of some sort.
Jake's in the situation room.
He's in the loo.
Yeah.
The loo.
There's been a lot of folks that I think they thought it was a bathroom and they've been extraordinarily disappointed.
All right, let's see here.
Is there any scribbling on the wall like Bubba was here or?
Yeah, well, they've got recommendations for I think service staff of some kind. I'm not sure. I haven't tried contacting the number, but I will.
No, let's give it a shot.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that a real number? What is that?
Could be.
I went into a gas station restroom the other day and there was like a ladder against the door. And I was like, is this not available? And some dude was like, oh, that's my step ladder. And I was like, oh, did you ever know your real ladder?
Oh, geez.
Oh, hurtful.
I made it. I'm trying to get everybody to come over here. God damn it.
I was on my way to a clinic.
Yeah.
A
clinic.
Maybe
what
you've
kind
heard
of clinic?
It was the Hokey Pokey clinic, but I just got there and turned myself around.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, it's already
I'm not going to
started.
do it.
You're
can't do
already
it.
starting this shit.
My understanding was that you were at the precipice of the door for some time, putting a foot in and taking it out before making the decision.
Shaking it all about.
Sandee was saying the other day that I never listened to her or something like that.
Me? Not me.
Can't remember what she was saying.
Not me. I didn't say that. Never.
It was something like that.
I
I
never.
wasn't really listening.
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Oh yeah, please don't swear on Left Past 10. Look, Andrea's like phoning this one in literally. She's like, I'm phoning this episode in.
I want.
Well, I think she's contacting this staff number here. I'm not sure why though. It's only going to come to the rest stop.
Oh, this is like a Karen moment. We're being reported for what?
So I
Hurricanes?
have news. I have a meeting with the other end of that number for Friday. And so I'll keep everyone posted.
Cool.
Yeah, you made that meeting. You took a call at 10 o'clock p.m. on a Wednesday. That is,
I didn't
you're
take.
a good worker.
Else took a call.
Yeah, she's apparently arranging for a good time
and a disease.
Yeah, a good time and a
Always wanted
disease.
a new disease. So
well, all right, good for you, buddy. Yeah. Well, I had to drag my desk in here. I mean, I went to all that trouble.
Yeah.
And for the record, it was hot cocoa.
That sounds like an 80 disco. Hot cocoa, hot
Yes, it
cocoa,
does.
baby. Hot cocoa. All right.
I got to thank my wife publicly.
Okay.
Or is this one of those public humiliation situations?
No, during my previous show, we adopted a stray pit bull. She's right behind me on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier she got freaked out by something, and I was like, "Oh, she's never gonna just stay down for my show. She's gonna be pacing. She's gonna need to go out." My wife came down and took care of her off camera. Very appreciative. It's somebody rolled through the backyard in a golf cart.
What?
Yeah, and there's like a thoroughfare. Like is
it your property?
Yeah, but like
spike traps.
I don't
spike
care.
traps.
I don't care. It's mostly woods.
Spike traps that are tipped with poison.
You got acreage?
What if it's a kid? Come on.
Yeah, so
Even better.
she just saw the
You
tail
need
lights
less
because it was
poison that way?
night, and we don't know what her
Okay.
previous experience was. Although we're fairly certain she didn't live indoors, but she started barking her head off, and then I have her on a leash, even though we're fenced in, because she'll get right over that thing. But like, she wanted to go in. I was like, "Oh, okay, you scared? Let's go in." Then she ran upstairs.
Really?
And she went straight to the window. She could look out and see into the yard. And I was like, this
She's a
fucking
guard
dog already knows. She's been
Smart as
upstairs
hell.
like twice. She already knows which window to look at
Yeah.
out of upstairs to see the vantage point she had in the
Oh, good.
backyard. I was like, fucking A,
300
go ahead and
IQ
bark.
dog. Yeah.
I was like, this is great. I was like, I wish somebody would come in here. It would be over. Like between the dog and I, it would be over. Anyway, I hope that doesn't happen. But if it does, I'm confident that we can overcome that obstacle. So anyway, also, Andrea, sorry I didn't bring us all up on screen right away. I was distracted because I was trying to monetize this on my channel.
Oh, you're trying to monetize our free
I don't like
content,
go
but
behind
only
the-
I've
on
never
your screen. You're trying to monetize.
I have never
what I produce
monetized
for
left
free.
past 10.
I'm fucking banking on this.
You're
oh yeah.
banking on this.
I'm
On,
gonna get
on
like
what I have
50
produced for the Creative Commons. You have
50,
decided to
75 cents
wrap into your own monetary policy.
without
Oh,
a
I
super
hope-
chat.
Oh, I put Thursday through Thursday. Oh, shit.
I sincerely hope you guys don't take offense when I try to monetize, because I am going to absolutely try to monetize off of your work specifically.
I
doing
would
it now.
really appreciate if
Yeah.
you did not do that. I would.
Nope, that's
Ah,
part
it's
of the
a shame.
deal.
That's
I've
part of the
never-
deal. What if I
I've
paid
never
you to not
monetized.
monetize? Like, what if
Never
I paid
did.
you? The
I'll take
money?
that deal.
Okay,
Left
that's
past
good.
10, I've never monetized. Mm-mm.
Because Sandee likes this show. She has integrity, unlike
Well,
the rest
I
of
don't
us.
monetize this show, and it doesn't fucking matter.
I agree.
Anyway, I tonight I'm not on my channel because I put
You were
in
banned
the
again?
Discord. No, I put in the Discord and I put in, private messages to people. Come here, let's build the algorithm of this space up so that all the days that you're working, people get used. We're here. People get used to coming to this space too and build it up because eventually
That's a good one. And then we don't have
Yeah.
to deal with all those weirdos that only are on your channel.
Yeah, but I asked them to come over.
We'll see.
Mm.
Ooh, Albert C.
Weirdos on my channel. Thanks
Great
a lot, Andrea.
question.
You're right, though. There are
Oh, we
some. But
talked about it
those are
last
the ones
week.
I don't know.
Yeah, we were promoting that shit last week, man. So
Hey,
Jake
all
Ross is
right.
coming soon, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh God, coming soon. Perfect. No, I look. It is fucking tricky getting registered with the state. It turns out is really easy to get a facility to make the stuff, which is cool. But yeah, I can't give you an estimate because I don't know how this process works.
Where is it? Here it is.
But as soon as you guys are going to be the first that I sell it to, absolutely.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
ACH weirdo.
Would it be possible if we could get a some sort of Jake bucks as well set up with the state? Could we get that as an alternative currency, perhaps?
U.S. dollars. I think anybody that wants to sell it on their channel gets a cut. I just
Three
want
Jake bucks, and he'll glaze you up and down.
I just want a product that none of our people can complain about. Like, no, God damn it. It's
too much sugar.
Fuck. Pink's boxes are pretty good. She hand makes those out of wood. Like, that can't be. That has to be. Wait, what was that?
I don't think I've
Message to stalkers: public right of way runs straight through Matt's yard. Jesus.
There you go.
So
here's a question: Can we make a collector's edition with Tinkerbell's boxes with like a 6-pack of Jake sauce?
Hell yeah!
And then it comes.
Hell
in a
yeah!
box?
I'm down.
All
What's
right,
everybody been up to? I haven't seen y'all in a while.
Yeah, you were dead last week. So was Sandee. Sandee died, and both of you came back.
We had Carlos on. Carlos joined us.
Carlos
was.
really saved the show.
I'm having a hard time lately at night, like staying up. Like I think
Me too. We really got to switch this to 10 a.m. because I don't know. I think it might be time.
Well, 10 a.m. I'm up at 7 every day. So
yeah, I mean, I can do a 10 a.m. show.
I got 2 hours.
I can't do 4 hours
every day of shorts. No.
Or 3
No,
hours.
that's a lot. No,
Yeah.
I just don't know. I'm tired. I don't know what's with me. Well, I do know what's with me. I'm fucking getting old. But no, it's just I'm tired. I'm tired. And I don't know what it is.
The fucking clock change and the sun goes down at like fucking 4 o'clock. What's going on
that's
with that
really
fucking
pathetic. I hate it.
I would say a combination of daylight. Yes, Pendulous Dragon. Literally, I would say a combination of Dr. Jake here, of daylight savings time and the absolute depressing reality that we live in.
Yeah, I will give a yes to that. Yeah. I can't watch most of the political stuff. And if I am watching anything, because I'm trying to read a couple books and do my house and everything, I'm watching shit like, I don't know, history, science, climate, my usual fare, plane crashes. I definitely watch all.
Oh, I love plane crashes.
All
I
of
love
I watch all of
everyone blows
no,
up
Andrea, the debrief channels are so good.
I prefer debrief.
Debrief.
There's supposed leaked audio. The funniest thing about this is this was posted to my Discord, and it says right across it, Chat GPT says this is not AI. And it's like, that's like just a way of saying this is definitely AI, right?
We've investigated ourselves, and it turns out good to go.
You know how they've been talking about Donald Trump? Some reporter asked him about his hoarse voice, and it sounded like he'd been shouting. He's like, yeah, I just shouted some people over tariffs and trade and stuff like that. And it was like,
you get a hoarse voice when you're sucking Bill Clinton's ball sack. That's another thing you can say.
So
do go on.
There's some actual it's plausible. I don't know if it's real. It sounds real. It doesn't sound AI to me. Carlos played it. I told Carlos about it. He played it during a difficult truth earlier tonight. Oh, sure.
What is this game that we're playing here?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to do reactions. I thought that was
this isn't a reaction. This is not a clip. This is audio. Audio's fine. Once you add the video angle,
it's not just audio though. It's somebody sitting in their car listening to
someone sitting in their car listening to it. Can we just listen to the audio? Why do we have to listen through?
I don't know how to do that.
You're sitting in your car and listening to this audio. What the fuck?
I don't know how to do that. Sorry.
Can we just appreciate how much maturity it's taken to get through any week of news as a progressive podcaster? No. The fact that Donald Trump is look, we could set aside whether or not it actually happened. It's ridiculous.
It
But
definitely
there's a
happened.
legitimate news story about did he Bill Clinton's.
Oh, suck
And
is
then-
you can't say suck anymore. You can't a little
You
suck
heard
and
you
fuck
heard
with
what he
old
said
Bubba
about
Clinton.
you heard what
The
he said
first
about
black
Arnold
president,
Palmer.
by the way. So it really was an interracial
Talking about
situation.
Arnold Palmer and stuff.
Oh, Arnold
Yeah,
Palmer's dick. Yeah.
this guy's obsessed with dicks. He dances like this.
Yeah. And YMCA. Why?
And then he's got a sore throat.
He's yeah.
He's
It's
got a
funny.
sore throat.
Really,
It's
it's
pretty
Maybe
funny.
he is the
terrible
goat.
time, for sure.
The throat goat.
He is
Taking Nancy
giving
Reagan.
Nancy Reagan a run for her money. My God.
It's not. I mean, if people would just like be who they are, but they're not. Except for Scott
this
Besson,
whole
and he's
thing.
just
Look
a
at this
liar.
setup. Chat
He's such a
GPT
liar.
is not AI.
Yeah, I love that. Listen to this.
What is
Listen.
this
Not
garbage?
releasing the Epstein files. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't care what you do. Start a fucking war. Just don't let him get out. If I go down, I will bring all of you down with me.
Oh, if he
No
goes
way.
down.
That
It
sounds
Not
is.
like
releasing the Epstein
That's
files.
AI.
Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Listen
I
to
don't
that.
care what you do. Start a fucking war. Just don't let him get out.
No.
If I go
That
down, I will
sounds-
bring all of you down with me.
That sounds like Mr.
But
Newberger,
what is this
So-
dumb
who does
bitch with the
Mr.
face?
Newberger's AI
But
funnies.
what we
This
should
dumb bitch with the
do.
face. Why is that? Why does everyone have to film a video looking like this? With Chat GPT says it's not AI. Why don't
I
you
just-
ask a human
yeah,
fucking being if
that's
it's
the best
fucking
part.
AI or not?
No,
Jesus
you
fucking
gotta
Christ.
ask
Some
Grok.
fucking terrible, fucking terrible video.
I do
Now-
want to
Go on.
encourage everyone to continue to share that video as if it were real, though, because who fucking cares anymore? It's over.
I
Nobody
hope- I
fucking
hope
cares.
that
This is
that's a real
Twitter.
clip.
Do whatever you
That's
want.
Okay.
great.
Listen, I'll show you what I've been doing. It's not that exciting. Just playing with my little pussies.
Look at this.
Okay, now the black one is
Oh.
going to my daughter on Thanksgiving. I have to finally split these two up, Boots and Esther. I've got to, yeah, it's going to be hard
got-
because they've been together since, remember, since when I got them in July. Well, I didn't have my channel, but they came in July and I fostered them, and now they're 4 months old, and Dawn is taking the black one, and it's just that's going to be hard to have them go
Oh my
apart.
God.
Although she has another cat and I have 6 others, so it doesn't matter. I mean, hopefully everybody will be fine.
That sounds great.
And she's fostering pit bulls, you know.
You're good. Oh my
But
God, your daughter
not with
too.
the cats yet. Yeah, but
Good.
she just goes not. She doesn't have anybody at home right now because of the kids. She
You're a
walks.
good
them.
egg.
She
That-
walks them.
That takes a lot of strength to just foster. I was thinking, like, if I was fostering this
Well,
long,
I'm
I was like,
keeping one.
nah, it's
One
already
out
too
of
late.
5 I'm keeping, so that means I have 7 goddamn friggin' cats. But that's a job. I mean, because I want my house clean, so I'm working at it every single day.
You have
You know
7
what
cats
the-
and you also want the house clean. That seems like a
Yes.
really great scenario.
Guess
Doug.
what, Andrea? It keeps me at least moving, even though
That's
I don't
true.
know.
That's true. I need to move.
I
some more.
told you I
It's
have a
cold
whole
out there.
morning
I'm just
ritual.
More rigid.
Firewood bringing in the house, the cats, the whole night. We all have rituals, but mine just happens to be they wake me up like babies. They're like babies, real babies. So funny.
Yeah, I saw like some goofy meme. It was like, do you know the main difference between dogs and cats? Cats don't work for the cops. It's like, that's awesome.
God.
And then I started to imagine, what if they did?
Oh wait.
Well, here's
They
the
would
thing,
have
though.
desk
Some
jobs.
work for the
They wouldn't be in the field.
Dogs are like they're
They'd
in
be like pointing at wanted posters, like this is the guy. They'd be like picking people out of lineups. I don't know.
I got bad news
see.
for you, man.
Be high level. Oh, they do work for
What?
the cops. It
yeah.
wasn't my meme.
Well, let me just I can just show you some documentary evidence here. Takes a second.
But I was talking to my dog earlier, trying to convince her, because we have conversations. I was trying to convince her, look, if somebody tried to take you away from me, you would get a firsthand account of how dedicated I am
Is
to
this
this
real?
situation. Like, it would be over.
Is this
Right.
a real photo?
No.
Yeah, police cat.
That's real.
Yeah. I think that was Danny
Rare.
DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
It's always
Wait,
sunny
the
in
cat?
Philadelphia,
Oh,
right?
there you go.
Come on.
Correct.
Police cat.
Okay,
I've been to Philadelphia.
I gotta tell you
before, and it was
something.
very cloudy.
There is such a thing as frog parking. Did you know that? All others will be towed.
Ah, damn it.
Zinger.
Eddie, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
I wanted to open up. Did you guys happen to watch on Netflix the newest one with Claire Danes?
I can't do it.
One.
I couldn't get through the first episode. I was like, we got a whiny millionaire and a dickhead billionaire living next door. Who am I supposed to be rooting for here? Fuck these guys.
You don't root. It was really good. Oh,
I don't want to watch a show where it's like White Lotus, where it's like, oh, they're all terrible. Okay.
No, because they're not all terrible, and it's really good. I thought it was great, and I didn't think I would like it after. I thought the same thing. The same thing. Especially
how many episodes in before
I
you were
watched
like,
the whole thing in one day.
No, but when did it? Because if you felt like I did,
the second one, I pushed in, I watched it, and then I realized I really like Claire Danes. But then I realized the depth of these characters. I thought it was really good.
I like Matthew Rice too. He's a great
you
actor.
Should really, if you watch it, you'll enjoy. I'm not going to tell everybody what it was, but the thing was, the writing was really good, and the depth of these characters was great, and it was I was on the edge of I had to watch the whole thing. I binged. I watched the whole thing.
Okay,
I went
maybe
from
I'll
the
give it
living
another
room to
try.
the bedroom. Yeah.
How many episodes?
I think it's like 6, maybe. But I did 45 minutes each. I just watched, But anyway, I went. I just wanted to ask because I really liked it.
I'll check it out. I will check it out. Have you seen what is it?
How do I remove this goddamn
Pluribus? Is that what it is?
Pluribus.
Have you seen
No,
it? Yeah.
I haven't seen
so
that.
Andrea, you saw it. Have you seen the latest episode? Because I think I thought it fell flat.
Hi, Global.
You thought it fell flat? You didn't like it?
I thought it
Set up
contradicted. I thought the main character contradicted everything she stood for in the first 2 episodes. And I was like, oh.
No, I just
look, I'm so happy people are coming to this.
Some of these Apple series really do like fall apart after. I feel like their investment is if we get
I disagree.
Apple TV Plus. If they,
I don't have that.
Some of them are.
I don't have this. Is the only one I've ever
You
seen.
have to pay that for that because I
we
can't.
trust.
Yeah,
I'm
but it's
paying
cheap.
for Netflix.
It's
No,
like, I
nothing's
think
cheap
$6
for me right now. Yeah, exactly.
A month.
Nothing. I haven't left the house but once in 2 weeks because I can't. Literally,
But
I can't.
It's free if you know how to use the internet.
Yeah. So it's worth. It's interesting.
Okay.
It's Vince Gilligan who did a lot of the cooler X-Files episodes, and so this is, and then Breaking Bad, and then Better Call Saul, of course, which he's famous for. But this is him kind of getting back to the sci-fi.
I think the third
stuff.
episode was fine. I think you have to keep in mind that there's the psychotic mental breakdown that's going to be happening that will make you.
Yeah,
act
we could talk.
irrationally.
I'll give you my take off air. I'll give you my hot take off air.
Hot
I don't want to
takes
spoil it for
off
anybody.
air.
Hot take. Hot take.
Hot takes. One Jake Bug.
So
gives
here's
you
an
hot
idea
take.
for a show. It's off air, right? And then the
Jake
intro is
takes.
like we wear a scuba suit and we go underwater. So we're off the air and then we're in the water. and then
Totally
that's
off
the
air.
show?
And be like, I'm off air for good.
I was almost.
You were, yeah.
Almost.
I had asthma when I was a kid, so I struggled with air.
I watched.
Oh, you mean it went
Fantastic
away?
Four.
Oh,
It goes
yeah.
away.
It went away from me.
Anybody
That's
seen
insane. That's
what, asthma?
great.
Yeah, you can.
Really, because with my ex-husband, idiot though, he smoked cigarettes, turned into COPD,
Nah, fucking idiot.
What's that?
chronic
fuck
obstructive
disease?
dumb fuck disease.
Pulmonary.
Absolutely. Why do you think I'm not with him? Because dumb fuck is not here. I'm done with dumb fucks. Fuck that. Listen,
You gotta let that
the other-
aggression go. Then look,
Yeah,
if you're really
the other
done with
day-
it, just
listen,
get rid of the
I gotta
nickname.
tell you
Just
that-
don't think about it.
Is this creepy? But he called me, I guess it was a couple weeks ago when he wrecked his truck. Some shit happened.
What's
And
he calling you for?
because
Emotional support.
whatever. He has a girlfriend. She was right there. And then he put her on speakerphone and I said, stop getting something, whatever. She goes, yeah. She agreed with me.
Okay, ho.
This is
You need
really
to
good. There's a
properly
lot.
Set the fight. You tell
There's so much
stories
yeah.
in the worst. You tell the best stories in the worst way.
Okay.
You need to set the stage.
tone.
Your ex-husband
Yes.
who we all know as dumb fuck,
Right.
is driving a pickup of some sort with his
Not
girlfriend.
anymore.
It breaks down and he calls you.
No, it had
then put you
happened.
on speakerphone.
It
So
had-
why? You
it
can
had
talk with her?
happened. It had happened already. No, because
That's
he
what I'm
had to,
saying.
he called me from his house about it, and I told him, okay, make sure you whatever. He had already done that, but he was getting really like the way he gets pissed off, and it's all the world is against him and life sucks. So I said, "Is Lisa with you? Put her on speaker." And when I told him to chill and stop doing the behavior he was doing, she agreed with me. I guess she's learning.
I mean, there's a little bit
Now-
of like an IQ test involved when like, your ex-spouse is on the phone and says, "Hey, let me talk to your current partner." And then they actually go, "Okay." Like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't do that. I can
Now,
I
I
can
gotta,
guarantee you.
I gotta put myself in,
Bro.
in this guy's shoes. I break down. Something happens to my
It
truck.
happened
broken down.
already.
Okay,
Breakdown
yeah,
physically
it
and
happened.
mentally.
It
Yeah.
happened. We all know. And then I'm with my girlfriend,
He's with
and
his
I am getting pissed off, and I go at some point, you know what? Fuck it, I need to call my ex-wife, who refers to me as dumb fuck, like on air to whoever's
I think
watching.
He had an insurance question.
There's something transpired. Oh, okay. He had an insurance question.
Listen, I still do his taxes.
So he's still
and
like a
things like that.
child.
Yes.
And he's relying on you
and
to do all the adult
according
stuff.
to him,
That's
because
why
I
you
know he'll
left.
never see this. According to him, she's a drunk. I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to hear all this. I don't
On
want to hear it.
speakerphone?
No, not when she was there in a different conversation.
Oh, because that would be like you got to
Right.
start recording.
You got to go when you get on
Oh,
speakerphone.
listen,
Hey, like dumb bitch, put the
what
bottle down and listen
I
up.
started
Who's
talking
drunk?
about this.
I'm not drunk.
Listen, I started talking about this because sometimes, I get a little weak and I'll be like, God, I hate being alone. And I think about Doug, but I recorded him for 2 years.
Dumb fuck Doug.
I have all those recordings on my phone still. He knew it that I would record him. So all I have to do is play a few of those recordings and I go, oh my God, I never look back.
Wait a minute. Why don't we have like a dumb fuck soundboard?
I'll send you
Or
one and you can play with it.
no consent for the sound.
No, I mean just get like a
I'm
word
sure
or
it's
two.
AI voice.
Ask him if we can do it.
What's the word? Okay,
There you
here's
go.
the 2 words that he would use the most was "fuck you," or "you don't care, you don't pay attention to me." Oh God.
Okay, so he
Oh,
calls
what a
you.
baby.
He
Oh.
calls you and goes,
Jake?
"Yeah, I broke my car. How do I fix it? What do I do?" And you're like, "What do you mean,
I got
insurance?"
exactly
He's like,
what-
"Yeah.
It
Who's
was-
my
It
insurance?"
was about getting he knows who his insurance is. It was about rental. And I said to him, and so then the next time I talked to him when he was bitching about Lisa, he tells me that he's already spent like $2,000 on rent. I said, why didn't you just buy a $500 fucking car? Well, I'm getting a new truck or a newer truck. I'm like, oh my God, doesn't make sense. I just like, okay, thank God I only talk to this guy when I have to do his taxes or when something stupidly major happens.
Whoa, whoa.
And I don't
You
have
do
to do
his
it.
taxes.
I
See
do
how
it-
I'm saying you're just
It takes
breezing
me-
by some pure golden nuggets.
Okay, it
She
takes
rose
me
by it
15
earlier,
minutes.
too.
Okay, it takes me 15 minutes to do his taxes. We still have a tax.
Why are you
debt
doing it?
Because we still have a tax debt together that's old. Okay.
Mm.
And so until his name is off it, I do his taxes. I don't want him having any of my material or my social security number or anything. So I just do them. It takes me not even 10 minutes to do his taxes because I
Will you
have
do my
all this
taxes?
shit.
I've never
Well,
done
yours
you
are
wrong.
Yours are
When
might
you do
be more
my taxes,
complicated.
Sandy,
I will
like,
do
we
them
just
for
have you do
pay.
all of our taxes.
I'll do them for pay. His take 10
Okay, how
minutes.
much
because
money?
He has nothing.
10
Well, it
bucks,
depends
20
on it depends on what your what your deductions are, what your status. I mean, there's a lot of different things when you do
100 bucks?
taxes.
200 bucks? Let's just do 5%.
It's a percentage. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
always a percentage of your
5% is
return.
fine.
Hey, okay. I would like to initiate two things weekly, Sandy. Critter Cam,
Oh, jeez, Critter Cam.
Critter
Oh,
Cam,
I didn't
and
go out to.
dumb fuck monologues or whatever. Diary entry, whatever you
I
want to
won't
call
be
it.
talking to him again.
Yeah, but you have all these stories. So
I'll
he-
have stories Thanksgiving because I'm going to my first husband's house for Thanksgiving with my
Why?
daughter. For Thanksgiving with our
Oh,
daughter.
it's her dad.
Yeah, and he's
Now,
not with
does
any, but I
does
can't
he have a
stand-
girlfriend or
Do you do his
remarried
No,
or
necklace?
boyfriend?
no, fuck no, not now. He doesn't.
Single.
But yeah, but I can't. He turned into a fox watching Trump idiot, low IQ moron. I can.
So he has a career
literally-
cam too?
No.
Oh, Fox News.
Fox. He has. Stop it. You're fucking with me now.
No, you said Fox watching, and I was like,
Yeah,
I'm
Fox
down.
News. He does feed the squirrels. For the racist he is, he feeds the black squirrels at his house. You know what let me tell you, I will tell you, this is his reason for wanting Trump. He's a truck driver, right? And he said, look, nobody's going to ever hear this because I'm not even on my own channel. He's a retired truck driver. And this is what he told me about Trump being better for the country. And I said, why? He goes, I swear to God, I married.
And
What
you're
do you
gonna
say?
go meet this
He
person.
says, yeah, but this is my daughter's father, and she thinks he's an idiot too. So, politically. So, I said, so
And yet you're still
why?
meeting with him?
Why is it? Why is it? He goes, because I don't like those truck drivers that don't speak English. I want them off the road. So I'm like, are you kidding? I said, you're like a racist. What happened to you? What happened to you? So he goes, I'm not a racist, because he has a half black granddaughter from his first marriage kid. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, Kim, I am, because it's pretty funny. I think everybody has life that's funny. But he said that to me, and I said, so you're a racist? No, I'm not a racist. But you are a racist because you're putting a target on your granddaughter's back by voting for that fucking asshole. I send him videos sometimes, and he got pissed at me. But I did the research, and I got back to him, and I said, well, guess what? 1,200 truck drivers out of thousands, right? Tens of thousands of truck drivers didn't speak English, and half of them were deported. Are you happy now? That's why you voted for this guy to deport 600 people. You fucking, I can't talk to him about anything but what the pecan pie, or Dawn's.
Yeah,
I just
but
I
hold
don't.
on.
I know people like that in my family, and I would never talk to them again. So I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
know.
But you don't have
but-
any kind of talking points or strategy for debating him or just shutting it down quick. I mean, you're on a
Just
show
get
with
a
Jake
rolling pin, get a
Draugelis
fucking
every
rolling
fucking
pin, and
week.
just smack him
No.
over the fucking
You
head.
haven't
I mean,
heard
there's really
any
nothing else you can do.
No,
helpful
it's too
advice?
stressful. No, my daughter does that. I don't have to. I only do this for her, since it's fine. It's fine. We don't talk about politics. He's going to whine though about whatever. He'll, complain. And we'll sit there, and I'm going to have the kitten with me. So I'm bringing the kitten to bring to her for her to take home. So that will take up, most of the time. But yeah.
Okay, so
I'm friends with every ex I ever had except one. Every single one of them. And I dumped them all myself. I mean, I always was the one.
how do you do it?
Sayonara.
How did you write them a letter? Do you
No, I'm
show up
not
at their
happy.
job?
And we,
It's like in the middle of a fight, and you go, you know what? That's it. Fuck.
no,
How do you
not
do
like
it?
that.
They come
Not-
home and you're
there's
gone.
There's no cookie cutter way of breaking up a long-term marriage, like 20 years, the first one. There's no cookie cutter way, but you know it. Well, that was younger. Both of us were like,
She took him out on a rowboat on a quiet lake, and yeah, then it just cut away to a very wide shot, and you saw birds fly.
he was busy.
Yeah, you're like,
He was busy
I always
with
say
his
a Hail
motorcycle
Mary
club.
before I cast my line.
Okay, so now that I shared, it's somebody else's.
Oh,
turn
you're
to
not done
share.
yet. So
yeah, I'm
how
done.
look, I was gonna ask how the truck broke down, and now I'm thinking
It's a piece
the
of
holi-
shit. It was something in the tire. I don't know, or an accident. Something happened to the tire.
Isn't it noteworthy that the first F-bomb Sandee used tonight, she nearly apologized for and was like, "Oh, I didn't mean to," and then it was just like
And
floodgates.
then now, like, the fucking piece of
We have a
shit.
character called dumb fuck, not even calling him DF. But look, okay, it's Thanksgiving. It's
Dumbest holiday.
it's joyous, yeah, to a degree. All families can be
0%.
difficult, whatever. There's different dynamics, but let's say it's coffee and pie, right? And everyone's kind of calmed down, and maybe it's candlelit. I don't know. Maybe they're, hey, let's put on Christmas carols. I'm getting in the mood. Is there any chance that your daughter's dozing off because of all the tryptophan or whatever, and then in the red wine, and then it's just you and I
What is
forget
this
this
fan
guy's
fiction?
nickname.
What
Is there
what is-
any chance of
What the hell? What is this
rekindling?
erotic fan fiction that the Letterhack is writing?
I don't know, but I married this guy. I don't even, the wedding was really nice.
So that's the father of your
No,
daughter?
that's number 2.
Okay,
That's dumb fuckville.
This is the guy who doesn't know which insurance company he uses and
Right.
has never done his own taxes.
We are in if this guy ever saw this show, we would be under fire. We would
he
get
will
carpet
not.
bombed if he found this show, man.
He will never see it. Trust
So
me.
there's no chance you and your ex-husband that you're going to see on Thanksgiving. There's no chance that it could end up sort of romantic, like a Hallmark movie or something.
Matt, I left him in 2006. There is no
Oh
way.
wow. So what? Yeah.
Ick. No,
So
because
what?
he
That's plenty of
grosses me
time to
out,
get
hurts
over it.
My stomach. He's. Ugh.
No, people change. What do you mean? Path to redemption.
Why are you trying to make this happen? The worst possible guy. This is like
Because,
you're trying to get Tina back together with
He changed.
There is a chance that
All right,
Sandee is
Kim.
going to be
Doug
like,
was a nice
"Oh no,
guy
we've
till
done
the
that before."
No, Doug
I
wasn't.
want to get it out.
Kim says Doug was a nice guy till the mental shit happened. No, Doug was always a fuck up. I just didn't tell anybody. Kim,
Dennis Duffy. That's it. You're trying to get her back together with Dennis Duffy. Tina Fey's terrible boyfriend from 30 Rock.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I could go all the way back and find a picture of the first one. Listen, I'm ancient. I have a lot of decades under my.
You are not ancient.
Oh yeah,
and
I am.
And your
I
hair
am.
looked. Your hair looked amazing. You looked amazing in that dress, by the way. That guy does not deserve you.
Yeah, I wanted to say earlier, anything you said sometimes you feel like, oh, I'm in a weak spot. I wanted anything decent this guy offers, you could absolutely have tomorrow without any of the drawbacks in other folks.
What, you mean emotionally?
Anything. Literally anything.
Oh, we
Physically,
used to go-
emotionally, you
we
are
used- okay, we
way
were
out of
out-
his league now.
We were,
I
yeah,
gotta
but we
tell
were
you.
outdoors people. We hiked. We did a lot of things outdoors. We rode motorcycles together, and boy, were we good at that, because I was on mine, he was on his, and we were really good. We had a lot of fun. We did a lot of fun things. We did a lot of traveling.
Yeah,
but shit happens in life,
Oh, when you say you're outdoors people,
No.
were you? Because I know you're fairly sustainable now, right? Were you living like a sustainable lifestyle
trying.
back then, like growing your
Yeah.
own food?
Yep.
I
He
want to
was the
grow
first
my
one-
own food, but I
When-
can't find bacon seeds
Oh
anywhere.
shit. Yeah, I've heard that one. When I first met him, and then he ended up moving in my townhouse. He made a big garden in the townhouse backyard, and made that into a garden. I mean, I was a businesswoman and I rode my Harley. He taught me all of those skills, There's a lot of good things that happened. But when
Just
somebody is just
when it comes to doing
awfully
taxes, he's like
mean.
a savant. He's like, that's just like how
The
Sherlock
inverse of a
Holmes.
savant. Yeah.
Well, but like a savant will know how to do very complex things, but not basic things. Or I'm not the taxes are basic.
No, a savant will know how to do very complex things
No,
with no
he's a
necessary
Okay, he's
relation to
a-
other skills.
I know he'll never see this. Nobody will after today, right? He is a narcissist.
I'll watch it tomorrow.
Textbook. Don't you make this a short. He's a textbook. I mean,
I'll make this
Jeff, I hope you're listening.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something about my show tomorrow. My show tomorrow, 5:00 on this space and my channel. I am going to talk about why I wanted the Epstein files out, but I'm going to talk about it experientially when I grew up, the decades I lived in, how behaviors were, and why I want this to happen. And it's going to be pretty heavy, I think, but I need to do it. It's going to be cathartic.
Are you guys? I'm looking forward to that as always, but especially
My
now.
understanding is she just wants to pad her resume. You were like the assistant to Ghislaine Maxwell for a while, weren't you?
No, silly.
Okay, fair enough.
Sir, it's Ghislaine.
like that.
So look,
Yeah, Ghislaine.
But I want to be taken seriously when I talk about it.
I don't think there is a way to be taken seriously.
Fair.
Are you guys as like just generally disappointed in our elected officials as I am over this whole thing? Does it just
Oh my God.
like
Oh
it's
yeah,
just depressing.
I'm so disappointed. I was actually considering the other day writing a strongly worded letter to my congressional representative. I was very upset.
As strongly as you can, schmucky Chucky.
I'm serious though. I mean, if
Yeah.
Jake,
Thank
if
you,
your car
Andrea.
was running, I'd vote for it.
Oh shit.
There's no
Kim's.
there's
Okay.
to me, and it like there's a very good Majority Report interview about this with a guy from Drop Site News. I forget his name. It was just from a couple days ago. It's amazing what they're finding out. This guy was like, yeah, it sounds like the human trafficking thing or sex trafficking thing was like a side hustle.
Yeah, that's what's disappointing to me.
And it's like, holy shit. So
It
you
gets so
fuckers have been in cahoots with this guy.
And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here's how you can be disappointed when you have the lowest possible opinion of folks is that you don't have the creativity to understand how people could be even more loathsome than you're imagining. I thought, like, if you would ask me a year ago, I would have said the Epstein files are probably a bunch of blackmail collected over the years on wealthy pedophiles. That's what I would have said.
That's probably
That's not what we're seeing, actually. What we are seeing is it is, once again, much, much worse. It is, in fact, that basically everybody in power over the last 20 years, but going back to whenever the hell this guy was at Dalton, have known this guy's a diddler, have made jokes about it, have ran cover for him, have let him recruit out of their clubs, have associated with him, have provided funding to him, and they just didn't care. It's not that they were covering from themselves. It's that they didn't care that your nieces, nephews, sons, and daughters were getting molested by this guy.
Industrialized civilization brought depravity at extreme levels and got worse and worse and worse.
America
He's sitting there
is a society that
texting.
hates kids.
He's
we send our kids
texting
to
members
torture
of
experiences, every day.
That's a
Like,
good
we
point.
just hate kids. We want to kill kids. We shoot
Give
kids
them
in
guns to
schools.
defend themselves. Like, it's insane. But
If
he's
they
sitting
can't
there-
vote or donate, they have no
Exactly.
value to the people in power. What were you
Well,
saying?
The only value they have is to
exactly.
become
It's
slaves.
just his thing. That's why I'm going to talk about just his thing kind of shit tomorrow.
Megan
from
Kelly
New
was
York.
talking about how, like, I heard he was more like into 15-year-olds, not 5-year-olds. And
Like,
that just
okay.
reminds me that
Right.
there are some Republicans who were fighting to have, like,
15-year-old
the age of
marriage, like-
consent be 13 or something
Yeah.
insane like that. Like,
As soon as she says that, it's like, okay,
is
you're one of
going
them.
on
So
here?
it
Right.
doesn't matter if you actually touched a kid or not.
Did
we
anyone
can
see,
put you
like,
firmly in the column of person who is fine making excuses for touching kids.
There's been like a lot of these people, like a bunch. Like, I've seen dozens of like these right-wing podcasters and some politicians and commentators just go out there and go full-fledged, like, yep, pedophilia is good, and here's why. Here's my 17-point essay about why pedophilia is great.
He is.
It's been a pretty great time to live in America because it's just, it feels vindicating for people like us,
Yeah.
because like I've been
Yeah.
thinking, man, these guys are a bunch of freaks my whole life. And now it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
probably.
right. Now they're just telling everyone the freaks,
Yeah.
But
I wonder, and I
they
want to
have all the
ask Jake
power.
this. I wonder if this is why I'm feeling the way. I mean, I've been feeling shitty for a while. I don't know. I guess it's a political shit, but this thing is weighing on me, even though I'm not involved or anything like that. It's just knowing how, well, what my friends would say, the patriarchy is. But there's
Yeah.
it's just.
I think we are all involved. I think that's why it's weighing on us, because we know deep down, all of us, every single person, if you're over the age of 18, this is your fault too. Because we spent decades of our lives in ignorance. Maybe not Andrea, but the rest of us. All this happened
Letterhack's fault for voting for George Bush.
during our time. All of this happened during our era, because here we are talking and processing things. So we can redeem some of this But we are going to have to reflect at some point after the dust settles and say, how does society let this happen? And I don't have an answer yet, but I think you're right to carry some of that weight.
How about all of the Catholic
I didn't think that's what
wait.
you meant, Sandee. Like, you weren't saying like you felt like you were accepting some of the blame for the situation.
No, I
right?
feel
she wasn't.
just depressed over all of it. I'm not expecting. No, I'm not. I'm going to talk about
It's a horror
history and
show.
why
I mean,
this is happening like this.
you can't
And
not
from
be
my point
depressed
of view,
about it.
my worldview of being a woman who has been objectified horribly in life, because I grew up in a different era before all of this, you know, they took shit seriously about women, and I want to talk about it.
We had
Good.
maybe like 3,
Can't
maybe
wait.
4 decent years where women had relatively decent rights in this country, and now we're back in the gone zone.
So Epstein was like texting members of Congress during, was it Amy?
Right up
Barrett?
till he went to prison. Yeah.
It was, and they matched it up with the video of them like looking at his text and
Yeah,
then
well,
saying
they're
what he said. And holy shit!
He's texting a Democrat.
Yeah.
Well, they are in session.
And she's like,
telling
who?
them
And they're
what to
like, that's
say.
his assistant. And he's like, good job. Like a producer in their ear. on the
Literally,
news.
yes.
Like, it's, what the fuck?
I saw that there was this clip of Jamie
What the fuck?
Raskin defending Democrats by saying that they were just taking a call from their constituents. It's no big deal.
God.
That's
That's
Jamie
why
Raskin, he's fucking, the cancer's gone to his
I
head,
didn't take
man. I don't
Noam
know what's going on.
Chomsky's excuse or reasons either. I was like,
Writing
nah,
a book.
that's it.
Writing a book.
I'm not.
Yeah,
He's-
Noam Chomsky. Is he
he's
still
like, I just
alive?
needed
Like,
some
he's been
financial
in the fucking
advice.
chamber for a while, no?
He put me in touch with Woody
it
Allen,
was
and that wasn't
financial
weird.
advice? Oh my God,
Like,
they're all listen. They're
I'm
all,
sure he did.
and then, but then there's the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church,
Oh,
you
there's
know
no
about
greater-
Boston. You know what happened in Boston. You know about all of that.
I totally recommend the
So
movie Spotlight,
all
based
of
on
this
true
stuff,
story.
everybody in power, all these men in power, whether it be in the Catholic Church, or they hide so they could become where they can be, be accessible, have children accessible to them. And then there's and it's usually much more of these right-wing people that keep getting busted for children diddling and all this
There's
shit.
no larger global organization with more money and power involved in a greater cover-up of pedophilia than the Catholic Church, which is
Oh, there's one country that gives the Vatican
Mormons.
City.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm
There's
saying the
one country that gives a
organization,
run for their
global
money.
organization.
Which one, Andrea?
I think the
Global
Mormons got it
organization.
on the Catholics as far as like the world.
Oh,
goes.
I'm not talking about the Mormons, but JP.
Oh, it's they're neck and neck. It's fascinating. We can talk about it, but do go ahead, Andrea. What do you
No,
think?
no. I mean, there's a certain area that it's a very arid climate that happens to be the capital of a certain demographic in the world. You know, did anyone see that story where there was that IDF guy that was caught in a sting operation diddling a bunch of kids, and then they got a pardon, and now he's back in Israel?
Yeah.
Oh,
Shout
good.
out to that guy.
Yeah. And it's again, okay, fine. And it's all of this, but it's and I love my men friends because I choose wisely. The patriarchal nature
how?
of things, not husbands, but I
Please
mean,
replay the beginning of this show. Thank you.
And
Thank
Dude,
you.
go ahead.
No swearing.
Thanks, Jake. Listen. Okay. I'm tired. I took a whatever.
Uh-oh. One of
capsule.
these? You took one
No,
of these?
One of those.
Just a little
What is one of these? What
it's
is that?
something that might be illegal soon because of Mitch McConnell. That fucking moron. The medical capsule. The cannabis.
Quaaludes.
No capsule from the medical cannabis.
I heard that the government
capsule.
shutdown bill banned hemp federally, so now
Well,
weed is banned
we'll
in all the
see.
states again. Like Oklahoma's banned again.
I did do a show on it, and it's not 100% through, but it's bullshit. It's because Mitch McConnell is getting paid off by Kentucky bourbon industry.
There is
It's ridiculous, and
there's a lot of chatter on social
You know, Mitch
media
McConnell's
about
really fallen off recently. Is anyone?
yeah, just
disgusting.
recently. There's a lot of
Ugh.
chatter online about how making hemp and weed illegal again is really, that's the last straw. And I was like, really, that's where you draw the line?
Well,
Convicted
listen.
rapist
Well, you don't know.
and
Yeah,
felon
like
and
the young
diddler and
Republicans
What
all
that are
about
this.
addicted to
Joe?
weed, they're gonna get pissed the fuck
Yep,
off.
and
He's
Joe
raised-
Rogan's bros, they all smoke weed. So
Donald
they got to
Trump-
go back to having it all illegal again, even though
Donald
they're
Trump has raised $2 billion in campaign funds for an election that he isn't qualified to be a part of from groups and organizations doing work with the government currently. And it was all drain the swamp, minimum wage, or no taxes on tips, infrastructure, healthcare, immigration. No, what you have is like militarized forces in the streets doing all manner of atrocities to people, and none of the other stuff. That he immediately gave the tax cuts to the richest people, and after that, it was just like, we're gonna ride it out and just be like a dick.
I might be too hopeful, but I do think that the fact that the Epstein files are going to get centrist Democrats as well as Republicans out of the picture, add into the fact that the centrist Democrats had a chance to put Trump in prison and they failed, progressives should run on that. Be like, look, everybody doing things now, the ICE officials, they need to have trials because they have killed people. They have disturbed everybody's peace.
Ruined lives of children.
They're terrorists,
Yeah.
and they deserve a prison sentence. I, as your fill in the blank, will appoint somebody who will make that happen. That's got to be the progressive line going forward.
I mean, that's like
We gotta be criminal
bare
justice
minimum
focused.
doesn't even begin to describe that. That's like, to me, like that's way too conservative for my take. Like
Good.
trials, really? Like, I mean, I feel like we need to go
Yeah,
way further than that shit.
Yes. What do you mean further than trials? Trials
only
are
so
how
much-
you
These
establish the law.
motherfuckers are
was
zip
broken.
tying
Hague.
children in moving vans. I don't
There's
think
only so
trials
much you
or
can
anything
say
is-
No,
on
you want to know what I would like?
YouTube.
Look at your history and look at Nicholas Ceausescu from
Or
Romania.
believe you're a
And we
reasonable
don't
person.
want it to take 24 years, but look at that. That's all I'm going to say.
No, I'm with Jake on this though. Get those fuckers. Run on it.
Yeah, and run on it.
Where do you
so
see
that it's not a matter of will they face justice or not. It's a competition for who will be the best at providing the justice we demand.
all.
But no question that these motherfuckers face criminal consequences for the way they're behaving.
This is why I don't
so
like,
that it can never
like
happen
all
again.
these Democratic governors that are talking tough like Pritzker, but they're not like arresting anyone. They're
Yeah.
not arresting state, putting state charges on ICE officers. They're
For
doing
that
all
matter,
shit. They
you're
should
right.
be doing that kind of shit right now.
We
like,
have control over our state cops. We should be. What am I talking about, dude? In Michigan, we should be doing for what they just
Well,
the way they've just
Gretchen
behaved.
Whitmer's just bending over for Donald Trump, like trying to suck his cock on a weekly basis.
I don't give a
It's
shit.
embarrassing.
I'm not her boy. I have control over my own representatives, and I will, below the office of governor, I'm going to start. I think you brought up a great point. We
You
should
will
be
blow
making
the office
demands
of governor?
in our localities, in our local areas, for criminal charges against ICE motherfuckers. Those dudes
like
that just kidnapped kids. It played on I think Left Reckoning. They just snatched kids away from their parents. These motherfuckers
Like who
gotta
knows?
go to
Like we
prison.
have a literal pedophile in the
control.
office. Who knows how many children have been disappeared and sent to
Okay.
sexual trafficking?
There are
like,
3
dozens, if not
dictators.
hundreds. Like what the
be right
fuck's
back.
going on here?
Mussolini, Hitler, and Ceausescu. Look at the
Letterhack
end
coming.
of history with the 3 of them, okay? And let's just hope it doesn't take 24 years like Ceausescu ruled in Romania.
I'm not going to just hope, but point taken. It's not going to end well for Trump.
It's a good story, Jake.
Well,
Like,
Trump is going
certainly.
to end really
you could
well. for
narrate
Trump. He's
that
gonna die
story
in a
really
fucking-
well.
in the golden arches. He's gonna die in his golden toilet. Like
You
Elvis
could be
Presley.
right. But I do think, like, when you see ICE pull somebody over, and then they there's an argument, and they're like, you're ICE, you can't pull me over. And then they try to get around that, or they say, well, now I see this, that, or the other thing. Now I have reasonable suspicion. It should never end with, and then I got away. It should end with, so because that motherfucker tried to pull me over, I called the cops. I think we should get people out there to bait these people into making a mistake, and then call the cops on them and arrest those pricks. Insist upon it. If they try to flee, tackle them. Fuck them.
This is the thing with the protect and serve fucking bullshit. Like, none of these people have badges on. They're all committing crimes.
No,
There's
it's
hundreds
terrible.
of like rapists that just
They're
buy a Halloween
training-
costume
they're
and pretend to be
training
ICE. They're
and-
not even
yep.
officially part of ICE. Then again, why not join ICE? You get $50,000 and you get to legally.
But their
kill and do
training
whatever you
is
want, so.
very bad training. And I don't even think they care about the background checks that come back. I really don't. I mean, it is pretty bad. It
No,
really
they care
is.
in the sense that,
Willing
oh,
for
you're a
excuse.
pedophile, great, you're in. Oh,
Yeah,
you're a
they're just looking
rapist,
for any
great, you're in.
excuse.
Come on in.
No, they want.
If you have
they just
if you
want
have a non-arrest warrant in your system because say you owe money someplace, they'll pretend like they didn't see that it's non-arrest and they'll arrest you because they're not looking to follow the law. They're certainly not looking to protect anybody. They're just looking to round up brown folks. That's it. Evil cunts.
Right. Alex has
So-
a point. I want to put that up. Where are you, Alex? Alex had said
While you're
that
looking for that.
for white people, and I understand it. And that's what another
Well,
thing.
yeah, you got to throw your privilege on the line.
Yeah.
Because
That's exactly
right,
it.
Right. And that's why we march, because we represent. If we don't, there's people that are scared to go to any of these marches because of this. So we have to represent and support and stand up for our Black and brown brothers and sisters. We have to.
That hits a little too close to home.
What does?
Okay. So just talking disparagingly about
We're not
lie
disparaging.
detector test.
Sorry.
So
Lost it.
truck mysteriously breaks down. It was a piece of shit. It was
Oh,
inevitable.
come on. We don't
Immediately
make
calls
shit.
you and says, "I need help with my fucking taxes."
Was not
Some
im-
bullshit.
I love the
I would've
way
been
Matt
like-
likes to weave
I'd have
everything.
been like,
into-
"Listen, dumb fuck," and that is your name
Mattville.
going forward.
Mattville.
Oh, it just built up a little community in my mind called Mattville.
Yeah, Mattville.
Different set of rules.
Yeah, everything's great in Mattville.
Yeah, it is a harsh fucking reality, man. Like, it is bad. And lots of people get it. When normies get it, I'm usually like, oh, good. But now when they get it, I'm like, oh shit, it's real. Oh fuck.
Well, that's the problem, though, is I don't think normies do get it. Like, they know everything sucks, but they don't know why. They don't know what to do about
No,
it.
and
they
they
might
also
blame
don't
Trump, and that's like,
understand-
that's like accidentally getting the right answer, guessing on a multiple choice test. Half the fucking normies that quote unquote get it now are the ones that fucking voted for Trump in the first place, didn't even vote in the election, didn't bother engaging in politics in the first place at all in their entire lives. So I don't know. I don't trust the tide of the dummy normies. Like that. Those people could flip and
No.
flop in any direction at any time. Is
They
it good that
also
they're
don't
maybe
know-
temporarily on our side? Maybe, but
Do they know
still.
about the billionaire
What is this
bunkers, which
explosion?
are
Why are they
really
exploding?
happening?
What's happening?
It's really
Why is
happening.
Jake exploding? What the fuck?
Like, as our
What was that?
climate
What's
goes
going on
to
here?
shit, these people think that they're going to be the only ones to survive the coming that's happening. That's
They're
here.
gonna build a new
The
civilization.
chaos. Yeah, Jeff Bezos said today, okay, we're ruining the planet. We're going to start doing all our industry on asteroids and Mars, and that's what they're working on. They're going to work on the asteroids and Mars, literally. That's what he's saying.
I had a
Stupid
friend.
fuckers, man.
I had a
That's
friend
stupid.
say,
Stop ruining the earth. Just simple change.
a buddy of mine and I were talking about where to move, like to,
I know it's
to
3
better,
more
ride
years.
out the
Thank
repercussions
you.
of the climate crisis. And he said, he is a normie. He goes, look, man, either you don't believe that shit, like what they say about the climate crisis, either it's all bullshit, that's not real, or you do, and what are you gonna do? Like, so it kind of doesn't matter. What are you gonna do about it? And I was like, well, there are things we can do
Oh,
about it. And he goes, yeah, no, it's
I'm the
over.
biggest doomer.
I was like, oh,
and there's
shit,
always
okay.
things to do because that's
Wow.
selfish. Local things like going to the board meeting I'm going to in December to talk about we don't want data centers. I'm finally doing it.
That's what was AOC saying? I reposted it on Blue Sky. It was
They're going
like,
to put data centers on the moon.
no,
That's
but
what this fucker was saying.
95% of, they wanted to put a restaurant on the moon too. And I said, no atmosphere. But there was
How do you do this?
95% of the companies, like 300 companies invested in AI, 95% of them said no returns, which is a bubble. But does that lead to a bailout? You know, are they all going to get bailed out? Is
They're
it
going
a
to crash
manufactured
the economy.
bailout?
They're going to short their own stocks. They're
Yeah,
going to cash in on the collapse. Then they're going to get a fucking bailout. So they're going to double dip. When then they're going to lay everyone off and outsource everything to these sweatshops.
That's my conspiracy theory. I think that all these Doge people, the Musk and the Thiels and the what have you, all these people, not only did they know AI was going to be a bubble, but they're blowing it up intentionally because at its peak, the most amount of money they're making right before it bursts, they're going to say, well, that's how much we need to keep doing this, to keep the country going.
Right.
And that's how much the government's going to give them out of our money.
Well, we don't have to do this. And I've talked about it. And guess what?
He knows it's coming.
Somebody locally has already been talking about the tax plan I came up with. And Leisha Miller, she's a big YouTuber. She did a whole YouTube on exactly what my plan was. And she did the research and she did the YouTube and she laid out everything I would have liked to do, but she did it. It's really good. And it
consider the work done. Yeah.
She did a great job.
What I used to do is try to make my own version of that video when I saw it. And now what I do is just share the video. Yeah, Pinkerbell's absolutely right.
Well, she did it,
progressives are called alarmist until it's too late, in quotes, to do anything about it. And there's a window there where the folks who are going to eventually admit we were right know we are right currently. And it's not too late. But they pretend ignorance through that window, and they are unforgivable for it, in my opinion. I'm in a rough mood. Actually,
here.
No wonder I'm just about to turn into a pumpkin. I think I'm gonna skedaddle because it actually was an awfully
dude. Thanks for
crazy
coming
week.
by, man. I'm glad you made it.
I'm so happy to see you.
And
I love your
wherever you
love the ambiance of the visit tonight, honey.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking what the phone number is behind you.
I'm not sure it's a regular.
I
here.
called earlier. I had an
Dude,
appointment.
if I was in that room and I saw that hole in the wall, I would be scared half to death, which makes me wonder what happens if you're scared half to death twice.
Or who's sticking something through there?
It's a Silent Hill 4 type.
Jeez, Sandee.
Yeah, somebody's.
Thanks for.
I don't
the
know if you
imagery.
can hear, but somebody's practicing sax on the other side. I'm gonna go.
Is that
tell
Bill
them-
Clinton?
I think it's a flute. I think you're gonna play the flute. Is that what it is?
Well, I think I'm gonna pack it up, but I will see y'all
Pack
on
it
the
up,
flip
pack
side.
it in, whichever way works.
We love you. I probably won't be. I don't know how long I can make
All right,
it
get the hell
either.
out of here. All right, there you go. And then there's the explosion. All right.
I love
that was
his,
that was foreshadowed earlier. That
it
was
looked like
Chekhov's explosion.
He was wearing a leisure suit.
Yeah.
Mm.
Is there ever a day that mattresses aren't on sale? I'm just curious. I feel like every day there's a mattress sale, right? Like, what's going on there? I think we
Is
live
this
in the
a setup?
Matrix. No, I think we just buy into a bunch of shit. I think we just go with it.
Yeah.
And
you
don't
just
ever
go
really.
I
There's no
probably did
critical.
most of
it's-
my life.
It's why they get so freaked out when people talk about critical theory. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, no,
critical
I
race
remember they
theory?
said on day one, no one's supposed to have any critical thinking at all,
Critical
right? Like,
thinking skills.
we're supposed to shut that down.
Retool it.
Well, we're supposed to. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening due
That's
to
what I'm
many
saying.
reasons. Yeah.
But
And
it's like,
then
no, they're not.
add in the environmental toxins, and boy, we're a slam dunk. Home run.
But don't you think there's like plenty of people who are racist and anti-critical race theory being taught anywhere ever, no matter where? But like,
they're
but
ignorant.
also there's just like a shitload of people who are like critical thinking bad.
Yeah.
This is
It's
not
the
gonna
big
happen.
dick daddy theory. They just want the biggest dick to suck. They don't want to think. They just want the big
They
cock
want
shoved
a
in the
king.
mouth.
some logic
they
to
want a
that.
king.
I get it.
They want somebody to tell them what to do until they don't.
So again,
and
how
then
do they end up
revolt.
with fucking Donald Trump? There's the South Park that showed
Um,
Donald Trump fucking the hell out of JD Vance, right?
geez,
That's what they were, and there was all these positions,
That's
I-
grotesque.
And my wife and I were watching it, and I was like,
Oh, God,
I
that's
was
even
like,
worse.
Trump does not change positions. This motherfucker is not
He sits
like
there, yeah.
mixing up his technique ever.
No.
He's
Shit.
not like
Only
in
when
bed
Bill
like
Clinton's around.
Yes, here we go. Every 6 seconds, a soccer field of jungle cut down. Brazil, all of the leaders are a disappointment. We just got through with COP and in Brazil. I mean, they're every leader. It doesn't matter. They're all
do you
big
think-
fucking disappointments.
do you
Except for
think-
Mia Motley of Barbados, which is flooding. I love her.
Why are you
She
trying to
should,
draw conclusions?
she should be the head of the UN. Draw. That's the other Sandee. She's an artist. Holy shit, too.
So do you think the words "How do you like it" ever left Trump's mouth in the boudoir? I don't. I don't think he's the kind of guy that's like, wait till you see what I can do. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have a repertoire.
Can we bring
no-
up Quiet Piggy? I'd love to hear Sandee.
No lover has ever said, "Oh, he did it just right." Like that's not happening with this guy at all, right? Like
God.
think about what a pathetic
He
fucking
wasn't
life
even
you have
good
to
looking when you were
project the way
younger.
you do and the way to act how he acts all the time, and then
'Cause he's
when
a
you get down to brass tacks, nothing. Just
Watch. I did watch
sad.
Mary Trump's interview on the Daily Beast because I like Mary, and it was pretty good. She was explaining about why the dad liked Donald for that bravado, for that bullshit that he had,
What-
for the narcissism, for the ability to draw to himself, and not because he's powerful. Other people gave him the power.
What do you answer? Respond to what Andrea was asking or wondering
Quiet
about.
Piggy. I'm talking to Matt.
Okay, my response was I can't believe nobody else said anything about it there, or wasn't nobody
No
acted like
gasp.
it was horror. Right. That's what I mean. It was like, are you fucking
Nobody
kidding
was like,
me?
ooh, like
And then it wasn't. No, it was Piggy, not Peggy, because her name wasn't Peggy. He's getting worse and worse and worse. He is rude to these reporters constantly. Every week
Falling
it gets worse.
asleep in the meeting.
Why? But the thing is, his rudeness. Why is the media putting up with this shit? Why do they want access? Why
Because the
bother?
media
scared.
loves sucking dick. They
He's
love
scared.
sucking dick. They
Don't
want to suck
go
dick,
with
dick,
him.
dick. They want to be
What
in the
would
bukkake
happen
in
if
the
he
Republican
flew?
Party
What would
bathrooms.
happen if he flew on Air Force One and nobody showed up to go? He wouldn't get his narcissistic supply. If I was the media,
Well,
I
neither
would
would they.
ignore him.
You
Yeah,
would just
it's
pay
sad.
like
Really sad.
Pete Hegseth to ask him questions or whatever. He'd find someone to cosplay.
Mr. President Pete Hegseth, Department of War. Fucking jerks. These guys are so corny. It drives me. I can't believe people admire this shit. It's amazing. But you know,
What,
it's
rudeness, being rude and ignorant and low class and nasty.
like a couple of months ago, I was like, from here on out, my new motto is it's worse than it's ever been. And it's only going to get worse. And you can be hopeful in that situation and we can have positive results and outcomes. We've had those before. It's gotten worse. It's worse than it's ever been. It's going to only get worse, even exponentially. It will only get worse.
Oh,
The longer we do, all you can do,
So bad.
all you
It's
can
so
do is
terrible.
learn to fight back better, learn to resist harder, and pave the way for future generations to do it even better. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it's fucking ugly.
It's
out
bleak.
there.
It
Like,
really is.
It
bleak.
is
Donald just
bleak.
joined the chat. Louis.
And
Like,
you
think
can
about any
hear-
other terrible time in human history and then add nuclear weapons and fucking surveillance and drones and fucking
rich
all
people,
this other shit,
insanely
man.
wealthy, just trying to like ruin and not even run your life, but like ruin it. It's bad. And you'll
Pretty
watch, I was watching like lots of old news footage recently, and people will talk about their time in the same way we are.
Oh
But
yeah,
of
because people
course,
don't
like,
read
it's-
history at all. They don't
and it
understand.
makes you
that
feel
they have
like,
everything.
but it makes me feel like, is it as bad right now as I think, or
Yes.
are there just always down
No,
times? And I was
well,
like,
okay.
oh no, well it's like exponentially worse. It's like
we
this
had
much worse now.
we had Dick Cheney, we had Bush, but we
Compiled.
didn't have George Bush telling people they're
It's not
piggies
even
on an
that.
airplane.
Oh, we
It's
don't have
not
Dick
even-
Cheney anymore.
No, we don't.
It's not even that, though.
I enjoyed my commentary on that.
Because Trump was happening the whole time. They kept asking him if he was going to run for president. No, he never even fucking said that. They were like, no, well, we need like a Rockefeller because that'll look real cool. It's an American dream story.
They needed to
That could
put
be
the
you.
power behind him. You know whose fault everything is, Donald's? It's Mark Burnett who gave him that television show. If he never got that Apprentice show, he would not be president because they put him in front of the American idiots and they thought for real he was the character. He really was the character, and that we voted for that. They, you know, whatever. And they
The
voted for
fucking
that.
morons
It's
that
Mark
control our
Burnett's
world.
fault. It's
Hey,
Mark Burnett's fault.
do you want to have you guys seen that movie, The Fantastic Four?
No.
It was
Why
so
should we have-
fucking boring. I was 10 minutes
Really?
in,
Okay,
and I was
so you're
like,
not into-
I was 10 minutes in, and I was like, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life. 20, 30 minutes later, fell asleep. I finished it this morning. It was
it's
just
brand
like,
new.
I was like sitting there, like mouth agape, like, who the fuck made this?
It's
It is
just
so
sometimes
bad.
you watch a new movie and it's just impressive at just the level of degeneracy in our
The
society.
comic has been around for decades. It's one of the oldest Marvel comics
The
ever.
superhero team.
It would be, it would be so easy to get this right. You
There
have
was
so
in
much source material.
2005. They had a film in 2005 and
Sandy,
15.
I'm well aware.
Yeah, I know.
Like
That's right.
it's and those were garbage too. But like this is
Really bad.
I was beside myself because it was just boring. It was so boring. The movie relied on you seeing the trailer because it starts with these characters as if you give a fuck and they haven't even introduced them yet. And I was like, oh, they're counting on me having watched the teaser to the teaser trailer, the teaser trailer, the trailer, the extended trailer, the Super Bowl fucking trailer, the exclusive clip. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if you just came in cold watching this, 10 minutes in, you'd be like,
what
the fuck is going on?
What?
Who cares?
Well, thank you. I won't watch it.
It starts out with a
wouldn't.
guy rooting through some drawers in his bathroom going, honey, where did I put blah, blah, blah? And she's sitting on the toilet.
That sounds pretty good.
And then
actually. That's a
she
good
she
scene.
comes out and reveals
It's like
that
a
she has a
Lyndon B.
positive
Johnson
pregnancy
situation.
test. She has a positive pregnancy test. And I was like, who gives a fuck? Unless you know this is the Fantastic Four already, which you would from the trailer. But if you just went into it being like, well, I saw the movie poster, let me see. There's
So
no
is that a
motivation for the
is-
audience to invest.
Is that a lesson that everything you have to watch?
There's
the
no
trailer?
investment.
You have to
No.
watch the trailer.
No, this is the writers are mailing it in. It was like first
bad.
draft. It was bad.
Wow.
watch trailers.
Maybe
Trailers
it was.
are bad for
Maybe
your
they
soul.
lied and it was AI.
I mean, what's crazy to me
bad.
is once again, this is why I don't like these adaptations or comic book franchises as movies. When they say, oh my God, the Fantastic Four, it would be a great movie. Let's change some stuff. Or let's not use the Fantastic Four comic books that have been around for fucking ever, right? As source material. There was one that came out in like 2023. It's one of the best Fantastic Four comics I've ever read. Why didn't they just do that? It's like, it is so dumb and it was boring. And then, of course, there's like a post-credit scene like they all do now. And I was like, okay, I just gotta confirm that it's going to be boring all the way through to that. And it was. I was like, oh my God.
Boring.
They just introduced like a big new thing for the next movie because they're making a franchise before they made the movie, right? Instead of the other way around. Like Rocky 1 wasn't made with Rocky 5 in mind.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? But
Da-da-da.
after Rocky 2, they definitely had 5 in mind. but it was terrible. I was like, you guys are just doing everything is like plain and boring. They're getting the money, I guess. And I know I run the risk of sounding like, an old fuddy-duddy or whatever, some sort
Everything
of like
sucks.
get off my lawn or whatever. But
No,
yeah,
you
but
I'm like
don't.
half your
I'm
age, and I can
enjoying
tell
your
you confidently
analysis.
everything sucks. It's terrible.
I'm glad you're telling me because I won't watch it, but I may not have
there's
watched it anyway.
second
It's all trash.
there's second screen writing now. There's been reporting on this since the beginning of the year that Netflix studio executives are asking writers to do second screen writing, which assumes that the viewer of the show or the movie or whatever is on a second device.
Yeah, they're playing Fortnite on the first screen, and then
And so the characters are now telling you what's happening on screen because they assume you're not fucking watching.
Oh my
So
god!
if it ever sounds like the
No.
characters in a show are saying the writer's notes instead of like
wow,
actual
thanks for
dialogue,
throwing
You've
that
gotta be
goof
that's
off
what
on
it is.
me,
No, it's
asshole.
true.
Now I'm about to jump right at you and punch you.
I
I'm
know
doing
nothing
it. I
about
just
this,
jumped at
yeah.
you. Ha! Punched
There's
you.
there's no creative storytelling at all. It's all just like on its face. That's why I say it's
Garbage.
first draft, because
I
it's like you
see.
gotta go back and tune this up. There's no tuning up.
There's no depth.
There's probably tuning down.
No depth. No
Yeah, and so that's why I said when it comes to a lot of these shows, like, because I watch all the Apple TV shows and some of them are just amazing, right? But then you'll get I don't know, a little more than half, where by the third episode you're like, oh, they stopped giving a shit right here. It's
When
like
do you
I don't
have
know what the
time?
formula is. I don't know what the formula is, but there's some method of or some logic to, if we invest this much money in the show, we'll get our return by this point. But nobody's going to tune into episode 1 unless they see that it's 6 to 8 episodes. And they're like, oh, that's the kind of investment that people want on average with a series.
Okay.
If they say at episode 1, they go, episode 2 is next week. And you're like, well, how many are there total? There's too much guessing. Like, I don't know what to expect. That's chaotic. So
Like
I think
maybe
that they
they don't
figured
even
out.
know.
Well, I think they just figured out we promised 6 to 8 episodes, and then all our money's going into the first couple. I could be wrong. And then you
I
get
have
shows
no,
like,
to be honest with you, I am not following this at all. Really,
I'm trying to.
I
Because
think there's
just
some
watched
sort of
that series and it was quality all the way.
there's some sort of financial logic, and I'm talking about specifically Apple, where
Apple.
their
don't know.
investment in the show goes beyond the requirement to have a certain number of episodes. Their investment, they know they're going to have a certain number of episodes because they need to advertise that so people watch it all. But I think that their investment goes into it being like, 2 to 3 solid episodes. And then nothing matters after that because people might tune out, or, we're
Gotcha.
writing it as if
Well,
they're
nobody
on
has an
iPad
attention
anyway.
span left.
Well,
It's
a lot
all of
of
that.
a lot of shows,
Including
I would
me
argue that
sometimes.
90% of art that's produced is just lowest common denominator garbage nonsense shit.
I mean,
But like the 10%
yeah,
is
like,
what keeps us on our toes, and sometimes you got to wade through the garbage to find some of the good stuff. So
but
it's-
Apple TV, Netflix, these streaming services, they were always meant to be more than what you would get from network
Channel
television, which
7.
was like
I
always
disagree. I
lowest
think that
common
was all
denominator.
marketing propagandistic garbage, like margarine saying it's healthier than butter, even though
I'm
it's
calling
not.
them out. That's all. I'm
Yep.
just saying. I see you, Apple TV. I see
Yeah.
you.
I boycott all subscription services. If I want to watch something on that shit,
I
I'll
can't.
download it from the
Well,
internet. I'm not
I have
paying for
Netflix.
any of
Jailbreak it. Yeah.
I'm not lying.
Yeah,
I
break
have
it out of jail.
I don't have anything else other than YouTube and Netflix up there on the Roku thing. I have a little TV.
I do pay
Um,
for YouTube. I will admit to paying for YouTube. It's,
Yeah, because
it's
who
one of
likes
my-
commercials?
Well, I don't mind,
horrible.
blocking the commercials, but I pay for YouTube so they get paid. Instead of using ad block, I consider it a
Severance.
charity.
Severance. Anyone who hasn't seen Severance
that what pays
is
the
fucking
creators?
missing out.
All right, Severance. That's
I
another
gotta
one.
watch it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're
Ben
looking it
Stiller
up.
created and directed. It's fucking amazing. You will be flipping out, Andrea.
Okay.
It goes from how
Thriller
would I put it?
series. Okay.
It goes from The Office to Mandy.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
it's
I've
on
heard
that
a lot of
spectrum.
good things. Yeah.
All right, I got it up on my phone. I'm gonna, because I always am looking for something. I go to bed too late. That's the problem. I get up too early, and then I get stuck in Netflix or something that takes me away from.
I love that Sandee at the start
everything.
of the stream is like, I can't do these anymore. They're too late. I'm too tired. And then now Sandee, like an hour later, is like, yeah,
all
I'm usually
comes
up
out.
until like 5
It
a.m. You
all
know, I
comes
Yeah,
can't
but
help
I'm laying in bed. It's a big difference than sitting
Well.
in here. Sitting in here is not comfortable after.
What
a
you need to
certain
do
amount
is
of
get meet
time.
in the middle. Get like one of those recliner chairs.
I have
to
it.
do-
It's right here.
Well, just do the whole show like that.
No, do the whole show like that.
I do the whole show like, you know, like this crouch in the corner. Yeah.
Okay, let's try it here. Okay. Anyway, I can. All right. Can you see me? I'll just put
Yeah,
the,
this
no,
is totally fine.
can't see me. I'll put the pop screen in front of it. Oh, God. I can't do that.
You want to know
I'm
what
so
I've been
stupid
watching
doing
recently?
that.
While you are all
What?
Matt having a fucking rampage. You want to know what I've been watching?
What?
I've been watching this, my friends.
Oh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I'm currently on season 3 of
Heroes in a Half Shell. Turtle
the
Power.
classic cartoon. And I gotta say, it may
classic.
be one of the best cartoons ever made. Frankly,
I used to
well
watch
written.
that
Yeah.
every day with my little brother. He was a perfect age for that. And I was
Sure.
like, this is how I'm going to watch cartoons. I'm watching it with my little brother. It's not
Yeah, it's
me.
a great scam. You know, you get all the cartoons and know of the
We had the
making fun
game.
of you
We had
for
the
watching
video
cartoons.
game.
I
the old
also have the
school.
game. Yep, for the family
You're
computer.
in the sewer going up and down ladders and shit.
Oh yeah.
Hey, did you see the is there a new one coming out? A
I
new
don't know.
movie or something?
I don't follow any new
So
stuff like that.
you never got into the comics?
Nope.
Because there's it most successful independent comic of all time, right? Like I'm pretty sure because of longevity. Like it's been around.
I gotta
longer.
look into it. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be violent though. It's supposed to be dangerous for young minds.
Some of it, yeah, the comics were pretty gritty. It really depends on what you read. I mean, currently it's very dark. I was like, holy shit. And there's a lot of different, it's really going to be hard to find a place to jump in, which is why I say go to the originals. Or you can get a book of all the crossovers of Usagi Yojimbo, who's a samurai rabbit, with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because they would cross over. They were two very successful independent comics with, what do you call it when they're animal people? Anamorphic, or what is it?
Yeah.
Is that the word? Yeah. So it's just one book. You read one story at a time. It's not like you got to read it all front to back at all or to understand it. I would start there.
All right,
that
well, I'll
shit,
keep
it
that
is
in mind if I'm
Anthropomorphic,
hungry for more turtles.
baby.
But I'm loving the cartoon. The cartoon is
Anthropomorphic.
We just don't want turtles in Congress or the Senate.
Splinter, Shredder, Boz. Is that one of them? Who's the rhino? Is it a rhino and a warthog?
Is Bebop and Rocksteady.
Yeah, that's it.
Classic
Roz.
characters.
Is there a character? Who's the brain inside of the big body?
That's Krang.
Krang.
Okay,
that
you're
guy is
losing me.
insane. I love that motherfucker with those weird ass fucking tentacle arms. Oh, gross. Oh, get that away.
How are
from
you
me.
watching it?
Oh, I
YouTube?
downloaded it all illegally.
Oh, cool. Very cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Good for you. I'm watching my dog on my phone. Her eyes are open. I
Show
have
us.
it in night vision, so they're
Show us the phone.
glowing.
Show us the phone.
I think I can
They're talking about what they're reading in the
zoomed
chat.
in.
People are reading books, which is nice. I'm reading Science Under Siege. I'm not through it. What is that?
That's my dog.
Show that picture again.
Okay.
Please.
It's not a picture. It's a live
night vision
camera
pet
feed.
cam zoomed in.
Oh, there's your dog. Look at that. I love it. Oh,
Notice
that's
that
so
like
sweet.
Letterhack
I
has
have the
2
same
dogs in
thing.
the house, and one of them has been erased.
I don't know if I have any of mine on.
She's actually upstairs with her mommy, where she
Yeah.
only wants to be. There is
I love it.
I just
love it.
read the official adaptation of Lord of the Flies as a graphic novel by Amy DeJong. It's amazing. I just read that. I just read I think it's a 1,500-page comic book called Justice League Dark. This is all the stuff that came out, I think, around 2016. That was those 2 books back to back. That was weird. And I'm currently reading The Beast of Burden Omnibus. So it's all the Beast of Burden stories. The Beast of Burden is like neighborhood dogs solve mysteries. And it's like pretty deep. It's pretty serious. Like it's not, it sounds like, what is this? It's like a Disney movie.
Neighborhood dogs solve mysteries.
But like paranormal and spiritual, and it's really cool how like they associate with a couple of cats. But
I'm looking to see if I see my cats. Nope.
No
Nope.
cats.
They're all sleeping in different places. They love the living room because the wood stove is on, so it's warm.
oh, May Wormy, I'm loving this dog. She's amazing.
I'm glad. That's nice. It's really wonderful.
I have
I
been
like
sleeping on the couch since we got her over 2 weeks ago.
Where
now.
did you adopt her from?
She was a stray. She was living in a greenhouse at the nursery where my wife worked.
Wow.
So
Wow.
we're crashing on the couch together.
good.
So you didn't, I don't know if you caught this last Thursday. So the night after this show last week,
Hippo.
I had to take her to the vet, and we found out she's got hook and whip worms,
Oh,
tapeworms, and heartworms.
Everything.
And we're going in for the consultation for heartworms tomorrow. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Oh shit.
we have to keep this dog totally fucking chill, right? Like you
Max
can't
the
get
dog
excited.
had a heartworm procedure where they had to like shove like injections into his heart, like inside of his organs. and
Oh my
stuff. And-
God.
Yeah,
They're gonna have
he
to do it
couldn't
like
go
3
up and
days in a row.
downstairs or like
Yeah.
run after tennis balls or whatever for like 6 months.
Wow.
So that's why we're like keeping her in this like confined area downstairs
Yeah.
here. But our hope is to transition her into like the rest of the house and everything. So, she can't always sleep on this couch. 'Cause
She's
I'm not
neutered,
fucking
right?
sleeping down here.
She's neutered. I mean,
As
spayed.
of 2 weeks ago.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
She
I
was a
just
puppy mill
also-
or whatever. She was
Yeah.
a puppy factory. So
she's going to be so awesome when all this is like she gets through her initial phase and all. This dog will be all over the house, sleeping with you. It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah,
You're doing the
so
work now.
we're
You're laying the
transitioning-
foundation.
we're transitioning the sleeping arrangements by getting got like a sofa made of memory foam. You've seen these? And I guess they're for like kids' rooms or like really small apartments.
Yeah.
But I was like, this is perfect because you just unfold the cushions and you can sleep on it. It's like a mattress.
Great.
So we're going to start sleeping on that tonight. See how it goes. Because then that'll be like her bed. We'll move that upstairs into our room and that'll be like her bed one day. But like, it's really tough because on the one hand, you got to be present and focused on all this stuff, but you can't not condition them and train them for, getting acclimated to the house.
Absolutely.
Because we're sure she just lived outside. Her teeth
she
are all
doesn't-
like dull. We're
She
like,
doesn't
what's wrong with her
chew
teeth?
things up though, right? She's not chewing anything up.
No, her teeth were real dull because she like chewed through like a rope or a chain or something.
How old is she?
They think 5.
5. She's gonna be great. I think you're doing good.
Chewed
I'm
through
really
a
happy.
chain.
I'm so thrilled that you've done this. I told my
Ropes
kids. Yeah.
or a chain. Chewed
How
Yeah.
would you
through.
chew
Yeah.
through a chain? Am I not informed on the strength of a dog's jaw and teeth? You
Maybe
can
it
chew
was
through a chain?
a leather harness or something that was attached to.
She had 2 big
Yeah.
collars on, right? And they had metal clasps on them, 2 of them.
Jesus.
So she had 2 huge collars. Looks like a completely different dog, but like,
Like a Hassan Piker situation.
Oh, geez.
but they think like she, because it's just the chain is on like a chain link fence, or
Sure.
it's like on a hook screwed into the dirt, you know, and like used their teeth to get out of that, but wasn't attached to a chain, so probably a rope.
Yeah.
But because they had that many collars on her, and she
People
doesn't
are
have a
so
chip.
horrible. People are horrible. I hate it, but I'm happy you're doing what you're doing. It is great.
I had a long talk with her today. I was like, just so you know, you don't have to be scared, because if somebody comes in here to take you away from me, I'll fucking kill them, and it'll be fine, and everything will be fine. She was looking at me like she believed me, but don't get between me and the dog.
Takes time. You also have a very good voice, a calming voice.
Yeah.
So I think this dog is going to be good. Me, I'm with the cats going, "What are you doing over there?" Shrieking at them,
screaming at these creatures. They're trying to get away from you.
I don't scream. No, they don't. They don't actually. I don't scream at them. I just talk to them like they're little listeners. Like, why are you on the counter? Get off. Listen, they learn too. Cats actually do learn. I mean, I just have to say kisses to one of my cats. I go, kisses, and she immediately puts her head by my face for kisses. I mean, they're all trained. I trained and I work with these kittens. My daughter's getting a phenomenal kitten because I trained it for the last 4 months. What?
Mike is muted and gone.
Is he going to get the dog?
There's some sort of situation, a ghost, perhaps, paranormal.
What?
Paranormal
No kidding.
situation.
Oh, he'll be back. Where's
Who
Max?
knows?
Can we see?
I think the
What was
pet cam
that?
I'm using was just ringing.
Mine barks. When my cameras go off, I hear like it sounds like there's dogs. I know which camera barks.
She barked for the first time tonight in 2 weeks. She used to bark at me all the time when I saw her at the greenhouse. She'd be like, "Don't fucking come near me, dude." Now we're like pals. Like I wake
This
up
is
and
a
she's
good
like
question,
snuggling.
Alex. This is a good question. What is the answer to Mills? Are there any countries who have succeeded at lowering that? Well, New York made it illegal to sell pets like that in the pet shops. So I think it's illegal now. I think that Kathy Hochul did that, but that was what I was in my early activism days too. I was pro-choice activist and against breeding and puppy mills and all that.
I'll put it this way. I'm in South Carolina.
He does.
They are
Yeah.
pro-life, except when it comes to dogs.
Except when it comes
Know
to
what I
dogs.
mean?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
abort.
Right.
They put them down left and right. They're like, nope, we're not going to have this burden. It's fucking crazy. That's how they deal with it here. You know
No,
how
we
many
have a lot of
times,
no-kill shelters.
you know how many times in the last like 2 weeks or so that I heard somebody say, "Oh, we've got all the pit bull puppies in South Carolina that we can handle." And it's like, you guys just always say that, huh?
That's because people are disgusting,
Mhm.
filthy, abusive monstrosities, just
I know.
cancerous growths that are just seemingly walking around on this planet. Look at this. Look at this creature. This beautiful creature.
And look at all those comic books. She's like, these are my books. She's like, do not touch the. Actually, she doesn't
Oh
know
yeah,
what
this is
they
the
are.
same picture you showed where Sandee was having her existential crisis.
Yeah.
So how do
What?
have you decided, Sandee? Should you be there?
Have I decided? Should I be there? Yeah, I'll be there. For Dawn, I have to bring her kitten. She's got to take Esther. It's going to be traumatic, but she's got to take Esther. Johnny wants to see me yelling at the kittens. You want to see it?
Won't watch you jumping up there, Boots.
My house is
No,
messy.
Boots. I said no.
That's the extent of yelling.
My goodness.
Okay.
This cat does not want to listen. Nope. I am not happy. You need to get down and stay down.
There's the yelling.
They just
okay?
don't want to listen.
There's
They're
another one right
cats
there.
after
Holy
all.
shit.
There's a lot of them. Okay, that's done.
Look at all
I have
these
to
like
remove it.
documents that you just have filmed. I'm sure you could rotate that
Well,
and
I said
AI
that-
enhance to see all your tax information.
No, it's not tax information. They were just stupid medical bills.
That's
want-
even worse. You
Whoops.
don't want that shit on there. You don't want fucking people
Nobody's
to
gonna
your
see
medical
it.
bills.
God damn.
They've
I
already
don't know
seen
what
it.
was
You
on-
just showed the world your medical papers.
Fine. Steal
And what
what
type of
nothing
bread you
I
purchased.
have. Yeah, it's carb or not. It's not even. It's not gluten.
Terrible.
Carb or not. Okay, Andrea, you brought attention to something I didn't even think about.
Here's what
This is the type of paranoia I've got in my brain.
Well,
You can't touch
I
this.
know now I'm thinking about it, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty reasonably sure that everybody knows where the fuck I am anyway. I mean,
That's true.
you
That's
know,
true.
I've
been
been
working
doing
on
this
this.
shit for 9 years. Okay, Johnny, are you happy? Ooh.
I put this on.
I like that you call him an older man in the alternative text.
I put this on
Ooh.
Blue Sky
Yeah.
recently, and it got
I
like
didn't see it.
228 likes, which is a lot for
I
me.
need to make sure I follow you. Jesus Christ.
And I was thinking, like, but that's not. I used to get thousands on Twitter. I was like, that's not a lot, but 200
Twitter's
is
all
enough to
fake garbage.
self-fund a comic book through a Kickstarter. So 228 is plenty.
Yeah, not all numbers are equal. Most people on Twitter just like and retweet
No,
shit
this
with,
is the
like, within
Letterhack.
3 seconds of thinking
This
of
is
it. you know?
different. I got to put on. Okay, now you are on my posts, and okay, so now I will see what you do, like that, because of course I'm gonna
So,
like it.
But it's a great
my-
picture, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Yeah,
It
it's part of
is.
a
I love
comic that
it.
actually it's kind of a misleading image for what the comic's actually about. Real quick, I gotta let you guys know that the charging port on my computer
Mhm.
failed, and I'm waiting on that part to come back in. Meanwhile, I'm charging my computer through the USB,
That is
the
really nice.
USB-C
That's nice.
port or whatever, and it doesn't
Right.
work. It's
Oh,
it's like
shit.
it doesn't reach the actual cable. So I use like one of these, portable chargers, which
Right.
is all used up now. So I'm not going to be on here much
So
longer.
we go to sleep.
So do you want to end the show at
No,
11:30?
yeah,
I'm
just letting
about
you know.
ready.
My bars are going lower and lower.
You got low bars?
You got low. I obviously did.
Sometimes you
Some low
get the
bars.
bar. Sometimes the bar gets you. Hey,
How
did
many
you
bars do
They
you have
take
left,
the
do you
low
think?
road and we take the high road. Bullshit.
Did you see the video that I played in my show at the beginning? It was like the icebreaker to let people know that if this guy
No.
can make art like this and have like an audience watch, anybody can. Do you want to
No,
see
I
it?
usually don't see
let's see
the
it.
beginning.
Are you
I
gonna
usually
clip
only
it?
watch the first or the last 30 minutes.
Put it up. Let's see it. Is it
But let's
clipped?
I just want to know what you think about this guy.
As long as you have it clipped. Let's see.
Oh,
I don't
sorry.
see
Hold
it.
on.
Gotta
I know.
It's always
Jesus
like
Christ.
fucking like Instagram
Oh,
videos
I
with you.
see.
You're always sharing. This is just like
How do
Boomer
you
watches
download an Instagram video? Here you go. Check this
I
out.
don't even know how to share on any of this stuff. Oh, yes, I saw it. I did see it. Wow.
Yeah, this is cool.
You think it's cool?
Well,
Yeah, why not?
you were saying how to see what were you saying? How did he get this attention or
Look at all the people that are fucking there. They showed up for this. How much
All he
money
would
did
have
he
to do-
spend on that canvas to achieve this painting? Like, none of this makes any sense.
Yeah,
I was
this
thinking
is performance art. This is cool.
I was thinking that was
Is
like a
it to
tour
music?
bus. That was like a tour bus that dropped off. Like, there's no way those people bought tickets.
what
to
country
this,
is
right?
this?
I don't know. But
But
they're
maybe
showing the
there's
Australian
music on.
breakdancer, the Australian Olympic breakdancer. Remember
Yeah, I
that?
see that.
Fuck. Andrea, do you remember that?
Yeah, they got really good moves.
Good exercise. Really limber.
I'm glad we have the
I miss limber.
breakdancing Olympic sport. That's totally not an embarrassing thing to make a sporting category of. But here's the thing, like this, like
Oh
to
my
me,
God.
breakdancing, you
That's
can't. It's not
funny.
a sport.
That's
You
not
can't-
breakdancing, though.
No,
but it's
that
not
was-
a sport. It's an art form. It's a performance art, and to
Yeah,
me,
that's
that's
it.
a really well done.
What
performance
about
art.
It's
gymnastics
performance
then?
art.
Like floor
Gymnastics
exercises.
is also not. That's not a sport. It's a fake sport. It's a
Well-
They're
performance
out there with the ribbon. You don't like that?
Nah, it's garbage. I think everything about the Olympics is garbage. It's all trash. It's nonsense.
No, it is not. It's
It's all a bunch
competition.
of fucking
It-
LARPing garbage.
The
nonsense.
competition stuff is what it's born and bred. It's that I don't like, but the physicality of all these different things that people do.
The physical stuff is cool, but all the
amazing.
institutional stuff, the money
Well,
laundering,
yes, of
the way
course.
that the fucking the
Of
pop-up
course.
venues that use slave labor, all this fucking shit, you know, whitewashing the
I'm-
fascistic fucking garbage with like the Berlin Olympics and soon to be the Los Angeles Olympics. The Olympics is just garbage. It's all trash. It's a
Well-
terrible institution. There's a fucking entire like slavery industrial complex and breeding
I
these
didn't know
fucking
it was that.
and
the depth
enslaving
of
these
it.
children and making them do all these weird performances when they're 4 years old and training them to be Olympians and these
Oh, like
fucking
stage
Russian-
like stage
and
parents.
you know, like it's just I don't know, man. I just hate the Olympics. I
Do
think it's all
I
trash.
remember what it was way back. Nadia Comaneci, I think her name
Nope.
was. Her trainer. Uh-oh,
Yeah.
he's with audio. He's in the stream with audio. Well, we'll go to bed soon. Hey, I'm glad that I actually made it. Actually. Made it.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
Yeah. He runs away, Looney says. Oh no.
I don't do that BRB shit.
Hoping to get BRB.
Hey guys, let me interrupt your conversation. Be right back.
Yeah.
I do that though.
Oh.
I do that. That's what I do frequently.
Well, I am gonna go soon. Tired.
My birthday falls on a Wednesday this
I
year.
know. I got it on my calendar already, and I have what
Oh.
you want to do already. I wrote it down, what you said, but say it again.
I don't think Andrea heard.
I'm
right?
excited. I think it'll be fun.
I'm doing a birthday art challenge
Mm-hmm. Yep.
where I want people to draw the host of this space, any of them.
Right.
One of them, multiple, whatever you want. Draw what you think producer Nick looks like.
Yep.
You didn't hear that part of the show, Andrea? Oh,
I
you
heard
missed
that
it.
part. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I put it in the calendar. And when I heard you say what you wanted, I wrote a note and everything. I didn't want to
Yeah.
forget it. I
And
didn't
I'm
want
gonna
to
be
forget it.
on I'm gonna be on Movie Night Extravaganza on the 25th. We're doing the Big Lebowski.
Oh, really? That
Oh,
should
you
be a
gotta get
fun
me on
one,
there. I love that
actually.
movie.
All right. I have to put these all on the calendar.
They
On the
asked me.
25th
I'm
to
sorry,
do the
Andrea.
big. That's a Tuesday. I have a guest at 9 o'clock.
Should we? Do you think we're gonna have
I
trouble doing this space on Thanksgiving Day, Andrea?
If anyone
Sandy
would
already
even
isn't going to be
dream-
around on
The
Thursday.
20
anybody on this
No, I
space
won't
even
be. That's
thinks
right.
to imagine
I was just gonna
celebrating
give you-
Thanksgiving, I will personally
I was
fire
going to
them.
give you a
I will walk
syndicated
onto
show.
their show during their show and fire their ass if they
Yeah.
celebrate Thanksgiving. You show up or you're gone for good.
I'm giving you something to play. I mean, something to run.
Oh,
you know?
appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I've got 9 years of shit. I might do like a go back and really go back in time and weave something together. Yeah, I'm gonna have fun with it. So people have fun with it. Mm-hmm.
Don't it make you feel good knowing the dudes out there taking her easy for the rest of us?
God damn.
Other dude.
I love that shit so much. Oh my god, that's funny. I'm just gonna go find a cash machine. So you think the carpet pissers had something to do with this? Well, dude, we just don't know.
I just don't
That's
know.
do you know that movie well,
No.
Sandy? Oh, really? The Big Lebowski?
I
It's
know
amazing.
the movie.
It's fantastic.
I've seen the movie. I will
I'm
watch
saying,
it.
I'm finishing
Before
my
you
coffee.
before you do this, I will watch it again. But the problem is I have a show at 9 o'clock and I've got Emily Shorning, Dr. Emily Shorning from American Resiliency, who is actually, she just got a $50,000 grant. She is doing,
They're giving those out?
well, no, she got a private funding. She is a person that analyzes trends of where to live with climate crisis and things happening like you had floods and where's the best place to be. And she does studies on areas, logistics, geography. So that should be an interesting show.
Got any
her
interactive
channel,
maps?
she might. Yeah, I think she does. She has more than a YouTube. I'll send you the links. She's got something going, I think. And I'm really, she'll be it's going to be my second time having her on. And she's actually in Iowa, believe it or not. But she has done a workup on every single state and its climate and where to live and how it does, how these different areas do now, what kind of storms they have. She's really good. I'm proud of her.
When is that?
Tuesday night when you're on at 9:00 Tuesday night.
Oh,
And
so
you're on,
either
yeah. And you're
either
on
you can watch something really serious or you can watch Sandee's show.
Yeah. No, she's cool. I think everybody would like her. They liked her last time. So, but this time she's live. So if you have questions, that's a good thing because you can ask a scientist.
I was thinking of the first interactive map because I love interactive maps, except the first one. And this isn't like a dad joke or anything. I was walking. This is just one of these. This should be a lie detector because this is crazy. I was walking with my wife through our neighborhood, and there was always like one house that was on sale or on the market for a long time. This is before inventory was low enough that a house would sell in 24 hours like ours did. But it was somebody moved in and we were walking by and I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And there's a guy standing in his front lawn with sunglasses, just staring right at us, didn't say shit, and like watched us walk by. And I was like, "The fuck was that guy's problem?" My wife is like, "I don't know." I was like, "He seemed like a fucking perv or something. Like, what the? He gave me a bad vibe." And she said, "Well, check the registry." And I was like, "What?" And she goes, "Yeah, they all have to register with the state, and there's a map that gives you their fucking address." And so I like brought it right up on my phone, looked at it, and was like, "Holy shit. That guy's a registered pedophile living in that fucking house right there."
Oh my God.
I had one of the briefest interactions with him and totally busted him.
Oh my God, here.
That's awesome. That's me in my Atari hat, my dirty meth t-shirt, and the blue light and the green couch.
Oh,
What's the text?
That's just the date.
Oh. Ooh, in code.
yeah, in code.
Have you ever seen Rushmore?
Yep.
No.
It's a dead language, I'd always say.
Fantastic movie, by the way.
Yeah, that's one
I'm
of
outta
the
here.
great. Yeah,
Oh.
Sandy's like,
I
I'm outta
must
here.
have
I'm
seen
outta
it.
here.
No,
That shit's
I
so
must
good,
have
man.
seen it. If it's a real movie or you just fucking.
Oh, it's a fantastic movie. Not only is it real, but it is spectacular.
Because like there was a bunch of years. Oh, 1998. A lot of years I didn't watch movies.
I saw that movie in the theater twice. Oh shit! Like in the same 24-hour period.
Right.
After I watched, this should be a lie detector too. After I watched that movie, my friend and I were driving home because we lived in this like party house. We were driving home. It's like the middle of the day, and we saw a police car chase. This car goes tearing ass by us, and then cops went by.
Yeah.
But they didn't see this guy turned off into a neighborhood, parked his car, and jumped out and took off like coveralls and just started like walking in the opposite direction. And the cops went flying by. Then they came back and they saw the car, but they didn't see him. And then later on the news, we heard that he got away. Isn't that incredible? We like watched him do like a Mission Impossible on the side of the road. It's fucking awesome.
And then you find out later that they never got him.
Yeah. Isn't that
That's really
crazy?
good though.
All right.
He had like one piece overalls on. He just like parked, took them off, and started walking in the other direction. It's like, man, it could be anybody. I don't know. Wonder
That's
what
the
he
thing.
did.
I feel like with all the shit that we have in the world for surveillance, I feel like at the end of the day, like you saw that shit with the fucking museum and what's it in Europe? They got heisted by some fucking goons with a ladder.
Middle of the
Like, at
day,
the end, you
yeah.
can still get away with some corny ass shit. You know, it's still possible.
You know that bull sculpture or statue on
Yeah.
Wall Street?
Oh yeah.
You know how that got there? The artist just like made it. This whole venture cost him like $350,000, something like that, of his own money. He made the fucking thing, and then he got his friends to help him like drop it off. They just showed up one day.
Like
And they were like,
Trump and
they were
FC
like,
dancing.
they said, okay, dude, well, if you're going to do that, can you just move it down the street a little bit? It would make more sense for us to have it here. And that's how it ended up on Wall Street. It's got
Wow.
nothing to do with Wall Street.
Or bull markets or anything.
Got nothing to do with any of that.
Wow. All right, guys, I'm saying goodnight.
All right, good night. See ya.
Ladies
Here
and
we go.
gents-
It's
ladies
happening.
And gents, yeah, it is. I am
Laters.
so tired.
Laters.
Left past 10. And
See ya.
I am
She left.
Good night.
Past 10.
Because and you took them, Lord. Like
How
you
many
took
bars
so
you
many.
got left? What's the bar count?
And he surfed these shores from here to La Jolla. He's like, what's all that Vietnam shit for him, man? He goes, I'm sorry, dude. He's like wiping the ashes off him. He's like, I'm sorry. He's like, let's roll, dude.
It's a good movie.
The best part. Here's the best part. He's smoking a joint, talking to, what was his name? Brad? Philip Seymour Hoffman's character?
Right. One of those guys.
He's talking to him. They're in the hallway. And he's like, you think the carpet pissers have something to do with this? And he goes, well, dude, we just don't know. And then they cut to John Turturro licking the bowling ball and Hotel California's playing, right? And now you're in that scene. So here's the thing. The movie, up to the point where he says, you think the carpet pissers had something to do with this, is a conventional movie. There's little weird eccentricities and stuff like that. But when he says that, that movie is a fucking roller coaster headed straight down. It is a
that's great.
wild ride after that point.
Would you say that that's the turning point?
Yep. Why asking all these questions about my lady friend, man? But I happen to know there's a little Lebowski on the way. It's so good. And when he's like, the world does not stop and start with you, Donnie. I'm the walrus, dude.
I have a yearning
I'm
for
the walrus.
bowling all of a sudden.
Look, bowling is fine. Unless I have to wait for other people between my turns. I'm never going to get good at bowling unless I can just sit there for an hour with my own lane. Like, if you and I went bowling, we would each just get our own lane and just do it up. There's no like, okay, now you go your fucking turn. And I'll sit here and cool off, I guess.
No, I kind of get it, though, because, it's like it's building the suspense. It's like gives you time to strategize. It's kind of... I'm okay with it.
She's not my special lady. She's my fucking lady friend. They got us working in shifts.
So you're going on movie night extravaganza to talk about that movie?
Yeah.
How come I never get invited on there? It's a big problem.
Andrea? I don't know.
I used to get invited on. I was on there a couple times. All of a sudden, blacklisted. I was on there. Then everything went great. They invited me on again. Everything was wonderful. Then blacklisted. I don't know what happened. Everything was going great.
We wants the money, Lebowski. What kind of pancakes were they getting? Lindenberry?
I haven't
have the
seen the movie
Lindenberry pancakes.
in like 10 years, and you just saw it.
I'll
like,
have the
yesterday?
Lindenberry pancakes, please. Isn't this guy supposed to be rich? This guy's a fucking loser. He's like, he picks up the bowling ball and goes, what the fuck is this? He goes, obviously you don't play golf. He hears George Bush say this aggression will not stand on the news. And then later he's like trying to make a point. He's like, this aggression, man, will not like stand, man. Oh my God. And then the whole scene where he's like, hitting his car with that bat, and he's like, "This is what happens when you fuck a stranger."
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
now I got to
it's
go
good.
watch the movie again.
It's an
Debating it here.
amazing.
So here's what we do. I'll watch Big Lebowski, and then we do our own movie night extravaganza.
Okay.
And then we do it right after their show, and then we double the viewership, and it's a better show. And that's going to be my revenge.
Or misquotes. That's one of those things where you think you know the quote, and it doesn't
Yeah, and
matter.
then you get it slightly different.
There's a great interview. I forget who did it. The actual guy giving the interview is a dweeb, but it's Steve Buscemi, Bridges, and Goodman, all like sitting in a booth at some restaurant, just reminiscing. And they have the greatest stories and the best time making that movie. You know, John Turturro just showed up in that costume. Like he had his character all figured out. He made a prequel about the
Really?
Jesus. Yeah.
Really?
And it was in development hell for a long time. And then it couldn't get distribution. And then they put it out like
When?
very random. I'm not even sure you can find it. It was like a direct to video kind of thing, but there's no video store. So it was like direct to being able
Somewhere.
to rent it. It just looked. I haven't seen it just because it's not the Big Lebowski,
Yeah.
but it's that character.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
So anyway, yeah, I'm not sweating it, so I'll be on that show next week.
Yeah, you'll be on two shows. You'll be on Movie Night Extravaganza, and then an even better show called Movie Night Extravaganza 2, the sequel. And that really, it's a better show. We all know sequels are better, for the most part. So
The Jesus Rolls. Is that what it's called? Oh, fuck. I don't know. And then of course it's also like a show about he's a pederast dude. Yeah. No, really. Did 18 months in Chino. It's horrible. And yes, we'll stop at the In-N-Out Burger, a couple burgers, a few laughs.
we got about 5 more minutes.
4. Now we're down to 4.
Yep, 4 more minutes.
Oh yeah, Liam. What was the name of the guy? Smokey. They're calling the cops, man. Smokey, you are entering a world of pain. This is not Nam, Smokey. Sitting there with a guy at gunpoint saying, "This is not Nam." And it's like, Smokey's a pacifist.
So on the John Goodman's subject, I recently watched 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Oh, what'd you think?
It's really good.
Yeah,
I liked it a lot.
It does not live up to Cloverfield.
It's a different
Even if
movie,
you didn't
but it's
like-
a
yeah,
really, it was a
totally.
really good movie. I thought that motherfucker was crazy in that
He's
movie.
good.
Like the first 30 minutes, I was like, well, in an alien invasion, his behavior kind of makes sense. He's erratic, he's strange, and then he goes crazy. It's pretty good, But I've been enjoying the Goodman as of late. I saw the Flintstones not too long ago. That's another, maybe one of the best movies ever made.
The sequel was Fred Flintstone was played by the same guy that did Robert Baratheon from Game of Thrones.
Never seen it.
Well, it was really funny to be like, oh, he only does medieval stuff. Or, I don't know. I guess Flintstones is prehistoric family.
Yeah, well, somewhere. It's a long time ago.
Have you ever seen what was it? Something the Night. Bring on the Night. It's a documentary. It's a concert documentary about Sting's first solo performance. I think it was at Carnegie Hall. But like they're rehearsing, the band is rehearsing in Napoleon's like mansion. And there's tours being given. They're like, yeah, the police are in here, or Sting is in here, like rehearsing. And there's a moment, and it seems real spontaneous, but you never know. But it seems spontaneous because it's like actual documentary footage, you know, where for some reason Sting starts singing the Flintstones theme. And the whole band plays it, and it's fucking perfect. And he knows every note, he knows every line, he doesn't get anything wrong. And I'm just left with the impression that Sting had played the Flintstones theme song before. Like,
Oh,
learned
you have
it.
to. That's the thing. If
You
you're
have
like
to.
one of those types of musicians or whatever that just gets to, like, you're famous and rich enough that you just get to do it all day, every day. Like, yeah, you're going to play the Flintstones theme. Of course you are. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, you have the ability to. Once you have the ability to play the Flintstones theme, what are you going to do? Not play the Flintstones theme? I mean, you have to be crazy, right?
But like to hear Sting doing the whole like
Yeah, but
a dabba do time, a
Yeah.
yabba do time, we'll have a gay old time.
Yeah. I gotta
Are we
look that
gonna
one
get
up.
a copyright hit for that?
Yeah, because that was right on the money. He
Are
nailed
they
it.
gonna be like detected?
Detected.
Actual
Stolen.
theme song, copyright.
That's how it works.
They're calling the cops, man. We got a man down, dude.
Oh, we're back.
And thorough. I'm a private dick like you. Nobody calls me Lebowski, man. I'm the dude.
Mm.
Or Deuterino, or brevity's not your whole thing, or whatever.
It is 12
It's 12
o'clock
a.m. Eastern on the East
on the
Coast.
Eastern
You're
coast
watching Left Past 10 on
of
this space.
the
My computer's about to die, so we might as well
territorial
wrap
location
it up.
of the Eastern Coast.
Mic drop. You don't come back from that. Like, that's the kind of thing where you drop the mic, roll the credits, and then shut up. Don't say anything else or it ruins the moment.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
A couple of burgers, a few laughs. Shut the fuck up, Donnie.